Imagine having the power of Slack built by you. Every channel, every message, every AI insight tailor-made for your team from the ground up. Welcome to TeamFlow, your all-in-one AI-powered communication platform built for modern teams and organizations. In this project, we are going beyond a simple chat app. We are building a real B2B SaaS product. Sounds ambitious? Well, buckle up, because we are building it all from scratch. Every great SaaS starts with a first impression, so we will kick things off by building a stunning public-facing landing page designed not just to inform, but to impress. Complete with buttery smooth animations, it's the perfect professional gateway to our platform. Once a visitor is ready to get started, they don't just sign up as an individual, they create an entire organization. They will have a seamless onboarding experience with options to sign up using their email or social providers. Handling this complex flow from authentication to creating organizations and inviting team members is made incredibly simple thanks to our sponsor Kinde. It provides a complete production-ready toolkit for user and organization management. And because this is a real business, we need to handle payments. Kinde takes care of this too, managing subscriptions and billing right out of the box. Users get their own personal dashboard, allowing them to update organization details, payment details, or even change their plan, all without us having to do anything. Inside the app, users can create workspaces. From there, they can organize conversations by creating channels for different projects, teams, or topics, keeping everything neat and focused. The core experience is centered around a clean, real-time messaging interface. We will implement a buttery smooth reverse infinite scroll to load historical conversations. And thanks to our real-time functionality, not only do messages and reactions appear instantly, but we also see who is currently online at any given time. Of course, communication is dynamic. We will build essential features like message editing and emoji reactions. To keep main channels from getting cluttered, we will build a full-featured thread system, allowing for focused sidebar conversations on any message. Since a production-grade B2B SaaS needs to be rock solid and secure, we are protected by our second sponsor, Arcjet. With its web application firewall, powerful rate limiting, bot protection, and much more, we can defend against abuse and ensure that the platform stays fast for every user. Too many requests from one user? No problem. They are blocked for the next 5 minutes. Security has never been simpler. But here's where TeamFlow truly becomes a next-generation tool. We are infusing it with AI. Made a typo or struggling to find the right words, the AI assistant will polish your message with a single click. Drowning in a long conversation, instantly summarize any thread to get the key takeaways. And if you are wondering how we will make all of this possible, then let me break it down real quick. We are using Next.js for smooth, server-rendered magic, Tailwind CSS for clean, responsive UI, and a fully customized Shadcn UI component system. Auth and billing are powered by Kinde. Thanks to Arcjet, we are protected from the ground up. And on the back end, we are using oRPC with Prisma as our ORM. By the end of this series, you won't just understand how to build a communication software. You will have engineered a fully featured AI-powered B2B SaaS platform, ready for real organizations, real collaboration, and real-world challenges. So friends, welcome back to part 2, and with that the final chapter of this ultimate AI SaaS build. With this video, we are wrapping up an incredible 24 hours of completely free, high-quality content just for you. Now, before we get started coding again, I want to take a moment and thank you for your continued support. Whether it's by sharing my videos, liking them, subscribing, or even buying access to the code repository. Your trust and support means the world to me, and it also helps me create even bigger and more amazing videos. Though I will be honest with you, 24 hours of content I think is more than enough. And you know what? I already started planning the next long-form video for Q1 2026. So if there is anything specific that you want to see, then please let me know in the comments. But now, before we dive into some code, grab some water or maybe a coffee, stay hydrated. Again, we will spend 12 hours together. Grab a keyboard, you will write a lot of code, and please don't forget to like and subscribe. It only takes a second and it would mean the world to me. Also, huge shout out and thank you to Kinde and Arcjet for making this huge tutorial possible. And now, without any further ado, let's roll the video. Let's go! Alright friends, so welcome to part 2 of this way too big tutorial. I know you all missed me and it's now finally time to finish off this cool project. So what exactly will we do in part 2? Well, there are a lot of things that we will implement, but as an example, we will implement optimistic updates, threads, reactions, real-time messaging, and in general, very cool things. But let's for now scope everything a bit down. So I want to have like a step-by-step plan, or in general, what will we do in the next 2 hours? Well, in the next 2 hours, I want to focus on a few things. First of all, when we send a message, the form should reset. I want you also allow for image uploads because this button currently does not work. I want you also, for example, render an empty state. So currently this channel does not have any messages. So it would be quite cool to have an empty state which says, hey user, you don't have any messages yet, create some, or something like that. And there is one more important thing, and that's our middleware. So if you look at our middleware, it's finished, right? It works. So we have our existing middleware. The existing middleware gets the org code, and then we redirect the user to /workspace/ the org code, the organization ID. And if we already redirected the user, we just return next. And at the end, we take this existing middleware and we chain it. So we have the create middleware function provided by Arcjet. First of all, Arcjet itself will run, and then the existing middleware will run. But this middleware has a huge problem. What's the problem? Well, look at the code. We get the getKind server session hook and we destructure getClaim. GetClaim will only get a value if we have a valid user session. But wait, do we validate the user session? No, we don't validate the user session. In the middleware, we assume that the user is authenticated. But this is a huge mistake because the user could be authenticated, but the user could also have or not be authenticated. Therefore, we want to first of all make sure that the user is authenticated, and only then we want to get the org code. So here's the thing, how can you do that with Kinde? Well, let's head over to the Kinde documentation. You can scroll to the setup middleware section. This will explain what the middleware is and how it works. Nevertheless, let's quickly look at it. So we provide a with/of helper that will protect routes covered by the matcher. If the user is not authenticated, they are redirected to login, and once they logged in, they will be redirected back to the protected page, which they should now have access to. So they provide a with/of helper. The with/of helper will run on all routes and check the user's authentication status. Is the user authenticated? Great, then let's just forward the request. If the user is not authenticated, then let's redirect the user to the hosted authentication page. You can also add custom logic or custom code in this middleware, and that's also what we will do in a second. So first of all, since you now know that we want to use the with/of helper, we can go back and I will comment out this async function existing middleware because we will create a new one. So this this will also be called async function, existing middleware. I will copy the name, paste it down below. I can open the function, and the thing is, we want to get the request object. So in our params, we can just get a request, which will be of type next request. So this follows the same logic as our previous middleware. Nevertheless, a lot of, you could say, things will change for the logic itself, for the code in the function. So in our previous example, we used the getKindServer session hook to get the getClaim function. But here's the thing, you can also get all of this data using the request object. So you don't use, or you don't have to use the getKindServer session hook, and we won't use it in this example. So we can say constant any request. This will be equal to request, and as a next step, I want to also get the URL. So as an example, if we currently go back, this is localhost 3000/workspace/ the oRCode channel and channel ID, and that's the URL which I want to get. So we can say constant URL is equal to rec.url, or no, let me redact that, not .url, but instead next URL. So this is finished. As a next step, I want to get the org code. So as mentioned in the previous example, we used the getKindServer session hook, but in this case we will read the org code from the request object. So we can say constant org code, and this will be equal to any request which we have at the top .kind of, and the thing is, we currently don't get any TypeScript help or any TypeScript types, which is a bit annoying. So what we can do is give this request TypeScript types. So let's say as we can open an object, and I will just add all of the types which I want to access. First of all, next URL. This will be of type next request. We already imported next request, and we want to add an array with next URL, so pretty much the index. As a second value, I want to add the kind of object, and from the kind of object, we will get the org code. So we can say kind of, and first of all, this will be optional, or in other words, it can be undefined. So let's add a question mark. Now, kind of is an object, and it has a lot of values. The thing is, I personally don't know how the schema looks like. So this kind of object can have a lot of data, but I know that there are two things present. First of all, the token and the user. So we can say token. Token could be undefined, so we want to chain the question mark, and this will be of type any. And also this kind of object will have the user, which is also an object, but we don't really know how the schema looks like. So this could, first of all, could be undefined, and it will be of type any. We instantly get an error for any, and that's because any is not something that you normally want to use in a TypeScript project. So any should only be used when you really don't know what the type is, and in this case we are using it as an escape hatch. I don't know what the type is, and I can't really infer it. So in this case we can say quick fix and disable TypeScript ESLint rule for this entire file. So here's the thing, any is something that you should really try to limit the use of. You want to really only use it if you don't have any other alternative. In this case, I can't infer anything because I don't know how the schema will look like, so that's why I use any. But whenever you have a production build, a production application, try to infer the data. In this case, it's not possible, and that's why we pass any. So whenever people say, hey, don't use any, they are correct, but there are certain times when you want to use any, and this is a time or an example where any makes sense, or it's pretty much the only solution. So since we have our types, we can use it inside of our org code. So constant org code will be equal to any request dot kind of dot user dot org underscore code. The thing is, this org code could be defined, it could also not be defined. So we can add a question mark after this user. And also, since I don't have the correct schema, since I don't know where my org code is stored, I want to add these two vertical lines. So the org code could either be stored in the user object, in the token, or in the claims. So if this is not defined, then I want to pretty much do another test. So any request.kindOf.token, in this case .org_code, and this again could not be defined, so I want to use two vertical lines, any request.kindOf.token.claims.org_code. So if this is not defined, then we will test this statement. If this statement is not defined, we will test this statement. And if all of these values are not defined, well, then we won't have an OR code. It's quite simple. And the important thing is all of these values could be undefined. So let's chain question marks at the end for the token and also for this token. And I want to also add a question mark for the claims. It's important that you add this OR code, and it should be org_code, not OR code written without an underscore. Please make sure that this is spelled the right way. And since we in theory get our OR code, we can create an if statement. And the if statement will literally be the exact same one as in the previous example. I will copy this if statement and paste it down below. So how does this if statement work? Well, we first of all check if the path name starts with /workspace, because this existing middleware, or in general this middleware function, this middleware code, should only run if this statement is correct, if we are on the route /workspace, and also if the URL path name does not include the org code. Because here's the thing, if we already have the org code, then this means the user already got redirected when he tried or when they tried to visit the website. So we don't want to rerun the code again. And also there's an important thing that we have to change, and this won't be org_code.value, but just org code. If this is true, we want to also update the code. We want to redirect the user to /workspace/org_code, not value. So this will redirect the user, and if this is not true, we can just return next response.next. So the code is very similar. The only difference is that instead of using the getKindServer session hook, we get our values we get our value because we only get the org code through our request or with the help of the request, and that's it. The rest of the code is exactly the same. So since this is finished, we can also use it, or in other words, it's already used, but you should see something quite important. This is pretty much the same code as the existing middleware, but we still don't check that the user is authenticated, and that's the only reason why we started updating the middleware. Yes, you are right, because if we go to the documentation, we want to use the with/of helper, and that's exactly what we will do now. So we can go back, let's scroll to the create middleware function. Instead of passing existing middleware, I want to get the with/of helper. With/of is imported from kind. We can invoke it, and as an argument, I want to pass my helper function, existing middleware. So we can pass it, and also we can add a comma and open an object. Because if you go to the kind documentation, you should find this section called, how is it called? Good question, not this one here. Opting routes out of middleware protection. As the middleware matcher is set to protect all routes, you can opt routes out of middleware protection by adding them to the public paths array. So this is the property, public paths, and the middleware will still run on all routes, but it does not protect the block route in this case. But we don't want to protect the index route or index page. So let's go back. I will get a public paths property. I will just copy paste it. Why not? This is a bit faster. And instead of passing /block, I want to pass an empty slash for the index page because it's a public path. Nevertheless, we currently have a problem. So this is a TypeScript error. And why exactly do we get a TypeScript error? Well, this is what you call a type resolution mismatch between our two libraries. So Arcjet has a specific TypeScript type and Kind has a TypeScript type. So Arcjet expects next middleware. So when we add our existing middleware, it wants something which has the type of next middleware. But with/of does not return next middleware. It instead returns promise next response. Now this is still the same thing. This is just a type mismatch. Type next Next response and Next middleware do the same thing. These are just different types. So to fix it, we can just say as Next middleware, because this is the type that Arcjet wants. And since the create middleware function is created or provided by Arcjet, we also have to have the correct types which it wants from us. In this case, Next middleware, and that's why I said as Next middleware. So this in theory is already finished. We can save this. I will delete the old code, so this old existing function, we don't need it anymore. We can delete getKindServer session. Also, I don't need it anymore. And you know what? Let's test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything should still work, and it works. This is good. So let's go back, and you know what? To really test it out, let's just add some gibberish for the public paths. So if I save this or open the route localhost 3000 in an incognito tab, it should redirect me back to the kind authentication page. So let's see, it's loading, and I got redirected. So our page.tsx itself does not have any procedures attached. So if I go to my marketing route, I only have my hero header and hero section. But the middleware intercepts the request, it checks that the user, or it first of all checks if the user has a valid user session. If not, it redirects the user. And since the index page is not a public path, it assumes that we want to check that the user is authenticated. If I, of course, again reinstate my old state, this means the index page, it should not redirect me anymore. So I will try to reach localhost 3000, and it worked as expected. Now this middleware itself is not that important, because at the end of the day we still have our procedures which protect us, but this is just better code, because it's never good to assume that the user is authenticated if the user might not be authenticated. Now, before this whole code runs, we first of all check that the user is authenticated, and only then we get the OR code and stuff like that. This is cleaner code, more maintainable code, and just in general better code, and we always strive for better code. So since this is finished, we can continue with the next step. So as a next step, I want to pretty much reset the form, because here's the thing. If I type a message like some gibberish, because I love gibberish, and if I click on send, well, let's see, it's submitting, we see our message, which again takes way too much time. This should be optimistic. We will fix it. But here, look at the message. It's still in the switch text editor, it's still in the form. We want to reset it. So let's go to the message input form. Now, if you look at the message input form, we have our mutation, I have my on success event, my on error event, nothing groundbreaking, simple code. So how can we reset our form? You might say, hey Jan, I mean, it's relatively simple, right? Let's literally just go into the on success and we can call the form.resetForm method. Wait, no, not reset form, but I think it's just called form.reset. Of course, I can invoke it, and you know what? We are smart developers, so how about we destructure it? We want to pass the channel ID, and for the content, I will pass an empty string. Why do we pass a channel ID? Well, it's relatively simple. We have multiple channels, and when I submit a form or when I submit the content in general in this switch text editor, it does not mean that I want to also reset it in this channel, because sometimes you work in multiple channels and you want to have some content in the rich text editor in one channel, and in a different channel you want to write something and instantly submit it. So pretty much I don't want to reset all forms, but literally only this specific form. And why do we pass content, or why do we pass the empty string for the content? Well, it's relatively simple. We want to reset the content, and that's why I added the empty string. So this looks good. This should work, right? Well, let's test it out. We can do a hard refresh. For the content, I will say reset ? If I click on send, we should submit our form. It was successful. We get our message. But hey, the form, or I still see the message. I still see this message in my rich text editor. So what's exactly the problem? Well, it's relatively simple. TipTap has internal state, editor state. But the thing is, React Hook Form also has its own internal state. So with this, we reset React Hook Form's internal state, but we did not reset the state of how it's called, TipTap. Yeah, that's how it's called. So currently, yes, our React hook form instance has fresh state, it's empty, but TipTap does not know that we reset it, and it still thinks that we want to display this content, which of course is a problem. So how can we fix it? Well, one solution would be to open the editor, and in the editor we could create like an use effect hook, and we could listen for the event in our message input form and then reset the editor. This works, this is fine, but you know what? I will show you an easy trick, and the trick will be to use the key property of our message composer. So let me show it to you. At the top, above our form, underneath the query client, we can just create a constant. This will be called, how should it, oh, you know what, this is actually a useState hook, so this will be equal to useState. We want to invoke it for the initial value. I will pass 0, not this, but 0. By the way, do you even know what this is? This is like a German symbol. Nevertheless, we want to get our 0. I want to create a getter and setter. This will be editor key and set editor key. So let's copy it, or we can scroll to the bottom. I want to go to the onSuccess event above, or it does not matter. We can go underneath the form.reset, and inside of here we want to update this state. We can just say set editor key. This will be an internal callback function. As a param, we can just get a k. This is the key itself, and this will be equal to k plus 1. When this onSuccess event triggers, we will update the state, and the key will be updated from 0 to 1. So we can use the getter in our form or in our message composer. We can add the key property, and the key will be equal to our editor key. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, I don't really understand why we just did that. And that's why did we create the state? How can the state help us with resetting our value or our form? Well, it's relatively simple. This key pretty much tells TipTap to fully remount, to reset. It clears all of the state. It will literally just undo the editor and redo it. This is what you call a full remount. This is an easy trick. Of course, you could really go into the editor and update it inside of there, but we would have to do a bit of prop drilling, maybe add a use effect hook. I did that in my internal version at first, in my internal project codebase, but this is just cleaner, it's nicer to write, and it's simpler to understand. So if we save this and go back and do a hard refresh, in theory this should work. So I will say reset now ? If I click on send, it should reset successfully, and that's exactly what happened. So the state updated from 0 to 1, and with that, this full section, this full editor remounted. So since this is finished, I think we can continue. What's the next step? Well, it's relatively simple. I want to upload images, or in other words, I want to allow the user to upload images. So let's just go back, and how should we upload our images? Well, before we think of this problem in general, how about we first of all create a modal? Because when I click on the button attach, I want to open a modal, or in other words dialog, and the dialog will render a drop zone. So first of all, let's go back to our application. I want to open the Explorer, and I want to go into the message folder, so _components folder, message, this is our subfolder. In the subfolder, we can create a new file, and this will be our modal. So I will just say image upload modal, and by the way, now where I think of it, does it even make sense to render it inside of here? No, not really. Let's actually render it or create or store the modal in our rich text editor folder. So we can go into our root components folder. In the rich text editor folder, I will create a new file, and this will be image upload modal. So .tsx, of course, this will be our modal. Since this is a component, we can say export function. This will be image upload modal. Of course, we want to open it, and here's the thing. How do you create a modal in Next.js? Well, you use the Shadcn component, which is the dialog. So let's get the dialog component. This is imported from the components. Later on, I want to control the dialog, but for now, this is fine enough. We want to get the dialog content component. This is of course imported from the components. In the dialog content, I want to get the dialog header. In the dialog header, I want to get the dialog title. For the dialog title, what should we say? Maybe we can say attach image, or let's say upload image. Why not? Do we have to add a description? You can add one, but in this case, I will just skip it. In this dialog header or underneath the dialog header, I want to now finally render the drop zone. Maybe before we render it, how about we test it out and we instantly also get an error? What's the problem? Well, we don't really get an error, but I made a mistake. I don't return anything. We can just copy it. We want to create a return statement and I want to return the dialog. So since this is finished, we can use our image upload modal. So we want to open the message composer, and in the message composer, instead of rendering this, this button for the image, we want to render our modal. So how can we do it? Well, it's relatively simple. There are two things that we can do. We can either copy this button, go into the image uploader modal, create this dialog trigger, and with that we can just render the component inside of here. This works, this is fine, but instead we will actually control it. So we will still leave the button inside of here, but we will add, or we will use state. We will add an onClick handler. This onClick handler will update state, and with that the image upload modal will open because I will control this dialog. So if this currently sounds confusing, don't worry, it's not confusing at all. What we can do is first of all go underneath the footer left, or in general underneath the rich text editor, but we want to stay in the empty tags, and I want to get the image upload component or image upload modal. This is self-closing. This works nicely. Nevertheless, as mentioned, when the user clicks on the button, so we will add an onClick handler. I want to update state. Let's just call it for now like set open or something, and if open is true, then this image upload modal should open. So here's the thing, since this image upload modal will be reused, I want to create a hook which will make our lives a bit easier. So let's go to our Explorer, and I want to create a new folder. This will be called hooks. So in the root directory, not in the app folder, we can create a new folder. This will be called hooks. In the hooks folder, we can create a new file. This will be use-attachment dot or dash upload .ts. Why do we create a separate hook? Well, it's relatively simple. This just allows us to not do a lot of prop drilling. So if we would just create the state inside of here, we would have to do a lot of prop drilling. It's annoying. With this hook, we centralize everything in this specific file, and this makes the code more scalable and also more maintainable because we always have the logic fixed in one file, so it's easier to update and manage. So since this is a hook, of course, we want to mark the file with the use client directive. Underneath, we can create an export function. This will be called use attachment upload. I think I made a spelling mistake, it's fine. And of course, I want to open it. So here's the thing, we can get started right away with state, and this will be the is open state. So this will trigger, or this will pretty much control the image upload modal. If it's true, this will be open, and of course we will have the setter set open, and this will be called when we click on this button, or in other words, when the onClick handler is triggered. So we can say constant, this is state, so this will be equal to use state. The initial value will be false, the modal should be closed. We want to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be is open. For the setter, this will be set open. Quite simple. So since this is finished, we can just return these values. So at the bottom, I will say return use memo. Use memo is imported from React. This helps with performance since it does not re-render multiple times. I want to invoke it inside of here. We will just create a standard arrow function, or we will create a return arrow function. I want to open an object inside of here. And what do we want to return? Well, it's quite simple. We want to return is open and of course set open. Nevertheless, we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, it says expected 2 arguments but got 1. What's missing? Well, the dependency array is missing. So underneath or after that, we can just add a comma, open an array, and we want to pass is open and also set open. This will fix our problem, and with that, we can just close the file. So we want to go to our message input form, not to the message composer. Inside of here, let's scroll to the top. Underneath our editor key, I want to initialize our hook. So we can just say constant upload, and this will be equal to use attachment upload. We can invoke it. Nevertheless, currently, we don't really know where we should pass upload. So here's the thing. I want to pass upload as a prop to my message composer. So we can update our message composer, or in other words, the iAppRops interface. So I want to get upload, and what type is upload? Well, it's a hook, but I'm not sure what type it is. So what we can do is just infer the type. So underneath all of this, we can just say export type. This will be called, how should we call it? Let's say use attachment upload. This will be equal to return type. Return type will have a generic. In the generic, we can say type of use attachment upload. So we literally just infer the type from here. And you know what? I will call it use attachment upload type. So this is finished. I will copy it, go back, and in the message composer, upload will be of type use attachment upload type. So if we go back to the message input form, we have an error. That's because we are missing one property, which is upload, and upload will be equal to upload. Yes, you're right. So this is finished. I can go back to my message composer. I want to destructure the upload object. So since this is finished, I can scroll to the bottom and I want to update the footer left. So when the user clicks on the button, we want to update the state and set open to true, or in general is open to true. So onClick will be equal to an inline callback function set open, or we want to say upload dot set open, which will be true. So this is finished. Nevertheless, we have to tell our image upload modal that this state is now true. So let's go to our image upload modal. I want to create a new interface. This will be called, should we be smart? Yeah, let's be smart. It will be called image upload modal props. That's how the professional name their interfaces. So there are three things that I want to get, but for now, we will just say open. This will be a Boolean, and then also on open change. On open change, this will be a arrow function, which will return void. So we can also update our params. I want to get the state, which will be open, and this is of type Boolean. So for now, this is already finished. We want to destructure our params, and this will be of type image upload modal props. Where I destructure it, I want to get on open change and also open. So I want to finally control the dialog. So open will be equal to on open change. No, I'm joking. Open will be equal to open. This is the state itself. It could either be false or true. And we are missing on open change, which will be equal to on open change. Nevertheless, we are still not finished because our message composer now throws an error. And that's because we are missing these two properties. First of all, open. Open will be equal to upload.isOpen. This is the state. But we want to also add the setter. So on open change will be equal to upload.setOpen. So when the user closes the dialog, the open will be set to false. It's quite simple. So we can go back and I want to test it out. So if I do a hard refresh and if I click on attach, it will open this beautiful modal. But you know what? It looks kinda ugly. And the reason for that is quite simple. The width is way too big. But we will fix that a bit later on. For now, it's not really important. What I want to render is the drop zone. So a drop zone is literally just a card which says, hey user, either click on me or drop a file, or in other words an image, into me. Wow, this sounds a bit weird, but I think you understand what I mean, and I think you know what a drop zone is. So here's the thing, how will we handle file uploads? There are a lot of options out on the market. In theory, we could set up S3, build our own custom drop zone, but this literally takes 3 hours. I'm not joking, it takes forever to implement, and it's very error prone. So in this example, it's not very necessary because this is just a sub feature. So I want to have a solution which which can be customized, but which ticks all of my boxes. It should be cheap, or in other words, it should have a free tier, it should use pre-signed URLs, and it should be easy to customize. And that's why we will use in this video something called Upload Thing. Upload Thing was created by Theo. I think you all know who Theo is. Upload Thing, as they say, is just better file uploads for us developers. So developers deserve better than S3. That's why we made Upload Thing, the easier and safer alternative. From the button to the server, we've got you covered. So here's the important thing. Upload Thing uses pre-signed URLs because there are two ways to upload files. You can either do it from the server side or from the client side. The server is not very good because it creates a lot of load on your server, but also if you deploy your application to, for example, Vercel, it won't work because Vercel has a body size limit of, I think, 4 megabytes. So if your image is bigger than 4 megabytes, it will literally just fail. It won't work. So if you, for example, want to allow the user to upload videos with a gigabyte, well then, yeah, time to put the fries into the bag. I'm not sure what you say. It won't work. That's the problem. So you might say, okay, Jan, so what's the second solution? Well, the second solution is to use the client side. But the client side is not safe. It's insecure. It's the client side, right? Who would have thought? So yes, the client side does not have any issues with the bundle size or in general with the file size. You can upload images with 10 gigabytes. It will work, but it's not safe because you want to make sure that the user is allowed to upload these files, so that the user is authenticated, that the user is in their rate limit, that they have the necessary permissions and stuff like that. And that's why we have pre-signed URLs. Let me quickly show you a diagram. So this is a diagram which I created a few months ago. So first of all, this is if we would just use the server. With the server, the client would just make a request to the server, in this case Next.js. Next.js would make an API call to, in this case it's ImageKit, but let's say it's S3, so the server will make a call, a request to S3, and will say, hey, I have this file, let's upload it. S3, or in this case ImageKit, will then just return the URL to the client, and the client will have the image. But as mentioned, this won't work if you deploy your application to Vercel, because Vercel has a maximum payload size for the request body of 4.5 megabytes. So that's why we have the better solution, which is to use pre-signed URLs. So how do they work? Well, the client still makes a request to the server. The server gets the request, but instead of now just uploading the file, the server literally just makes an API call to, for example, S3. S3 gets the request and sees, hey, the user wants to upload a file with, let's say, the following size, 5 megabytes, with this and that, with like just core details, the file size, the file name, the type and stuff like that. And then it says, okay, let me generate a pre-signed URL. This is just an upload URL, which will be valid for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 seconds, who knows, you can configure it. And then the user will upload an image, a file to this pre-signed URL on the client side. This is safe to do so because we generate, or pretty much we only generate this URL if everything works on the server side. On the server side, we check that all of the permissions are granted. If so, we generate the URL, and the user has to upload a file with the correct specifications, the correct size, the correct type and stuff like that. So this is safe to do so, and this is the recommended way. This is how you want to upload files in a web application. Pre-signed URLs generated on the server side, upload the file on the client side. And implementing all of that is not easy. I mean, let me show it to you. Why not? I created a video on file uploads. So if you go to the best YouTube channel in the world, which is called Jan Marshall, then you will find this video. Where is it? Let me quickly find it. LMS, good video, by the way, here. File uploads. This video is 1 hour long. And in this video, I implement custom file uploads. And trust me, it takes forever and there are so many edge cases when implementing them. And that's why in this video we again use upload thing. Upload thing takes the whole complexity and literally just adds or gives you a component which you use, and with that you do all of that in the background, but you only toggle or only use the component. You can still do all of that if you want to, but in this case this is easier. So since you now know what upload thing is, and by the way this is not sponsored, I don't have any connection to Theo or upload thing, this is just a cool service which I recommend to you guys, my viewers, because I also use it in my personal projects. So let's get started right away. So as mentioned, by the way, this has a generous free tier and that's why we will use it, and it's also not expensive, it's very cheap. 100 gigabytes only costs $10 per month and this is more than enough. Nevertheless, let's click on get started for free. So I already have a few applications from my previous videos. Nevertheless, we want to create a new application. For the name, this will be Teamflow-YouTube. I want to use the free plan, and of course I will click on create application. So what we want to do is first of all click on API keys and we want to copy the environment variable. So I will click on copy. Let's go back. We want to open our env file and let's paste it underneath our database URL. So since this is finished, we can go back to the documentation. So on the top right corner you will find this button, documentation. Let's click on it and we want to get started. So let's get started right away. We want to first of all select the framework. So we use Astro, no, we use Next.js. To be specific, the app router. I will click on read more, and the first step is to install the packages. So we use pnpm. I will copy this installation command. I want to open my terminal. I will stop the dev server and paste it inside of here. So this will install upload thing in general. This is like the server side package, and upload thing React, which is the client side package which also ships components. So this drop zone or upload thing offers a drop zone and a upload button. So let's go back. The next step is to add environment variables. We already did that, so we can just skip this step. And the next step is to create a file router. So what is the file router and how should you think of it? So here's the thing, with upload thing you create a router. Think of the file router like your oRPC router. So we have a router, and in the router we can define multiple routes, and that's exactly what you do with upload thing. You create a base file router, and in the base file router you define all of your routes, because you could for example have a route for profile images, for videos, for whatever, because sometimes you want to have multiple specific upload routes, and then all of these routes can of course have custom permission logic. So inside of there you can validate the user and the permissions that the user has. Nevertheless, we can get started right away. First of all, we want to create the route structure. So I will just copy it at the top. Let's go back. I want to go into the app folder. In the app folder, I want to go into the API folder. In the API folder, I will create a new file and I will just paste what I just copied. So upload thing /core.ts. This will create an upload thing folder with a core file. The next step is to copy the code example and we can paste it inside of here. So let's quickly look at the code. So first of all, we define this constant f. This literally just creates an instance of upload thing, and this instance is then later on used for our routes. So first of all, we set up our file router. This is an object which can contain multiple file routes, and this is already our first file route, the image uploader. So in the image uploader, we allow the user to upload an image, not videos, not zips, nothing like that, just images. This image can have a max file size of 4 megabytes and the max file count is 1. In theory, this is already good. Maybe we want to make the max file size a bit smaller. We can, for example, say 1 megabyte. I think this is enough. For the max file count, this is correct. 1 is good. And then we also have this middleware. What is this middleware? Good question. So as they say, set permissions and file types for this file route. So in this case, currently, they have a fake user auth function which runs. So this code runs on your server before for upload. If you throw, the user will not be able to upload. Whatever is returned here is accessible in onUpload complete as metadata. So this middleware function is a layer which runs before the file is uploaded, and inside of here we can create our authorization logic. So first of all, I will delete this fake auth function because we can use kind, and in the middleware we can delete also this constant user. Instead we will say constant, I want to destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. We want to invoke it. Where I destructure it, I want to get the get user function. As you already know, this is a promise which has to be awaited. So we can say constant user equals to await get user. If there is no user, we will throw an upload thing error, and if there is a user, we will return the user ID. In theory, this is not needed, but I mean they have it already here, so who cares? Let's leave it as is. In the onUpload complete, so this code runs on your server after upload, we console log our data. Again, if you want to, you can delete it. This is not needed, it's not necessary, but I guess it's fine enough. And then at the end, whatever is returned here is sent to the client side. So the user ID is fine to be returned to the client side. That's why I won't delete it, but in some cases this is not needed, so you can delete it. It does not really matter, but for now this is fine enough. So this is our file router with our file route. We can delete the request object, by the way, we don't use it, and with that we are finished. I will also delete this comment quickly, I don't need it, so we can close the file. Let's continue with the documentation, and the next step is to create our route handler, because this file ends or is called core.ts. This does not define a route handler. A route handler is defined by a file which is called route.ts. So let's go back. We want to open the Explorer. In the upload thing folder, I want to create a route.ts, and in the route.ts, I want to render, or I want to literally just paste this code. So this code creates the route handler, the API route for upload thing, and in this API route, we just pass our router, which is called our file router. This file router is defined in our core.ts file, export constant our file router. So this is finished. We can continue. This route is finished. I will close it. Let's see what's the next step. Well, the next step is to create the upload thing components. So we provide components to make uploads easier. We highly recommend re-exporting them with the types assigned, but you can import the components individually instead. But it makes sense to re-export them with types because, hey, we are in a TypeScript project and TypeScript types are a nice helper, right? So let's copy the code. We can go back. Where should we store the code? I guess in the lib folder, why not? So I will open the Explorer. In the lib folder, I will create a new file, and this will be called uploadthing.ts. So I will paste what I just copied. I instantly get an error. That's because this is the incorrect import statement. We can just delete it, and instead we can import our file router from our API route. So this is finished. We can also say import type. This is a good practice to not import the file, but instead the type. So since this is finished, I can close this. Let's see what's the next step. The next step is to add upload thing styles. So since we use Tailwind v4, we want to click on Tailwind v4, and I also don't understand why it's not the default. I mean, everyone uses Tailwind v4, but okay. So if you are using Tailwind v4 with CSS configuration, you can use our plugin like this. So we will do exactly the same thing. I will copy this code example. So import upload thing TV and also source node modules. Let's copy it. We want to open the globals.css file, and we can paste it underneath this plugin typography. So this in theory should be it. It should work. Let's continue. And the next step is to mount a button and upload. Nevertheless, they have this nice little banner which says, hey, don't forget to add the use client directive at the top of the file, because these components, so this means the upload button and upload drop zone, they only work in client components, and that's because they use state, correct? So let's go back. We can close all of this, and we want to open our image upload modal because we want to render the drop zone in this component. So underneath the dialog header, but still in the dialog content, we can get the upload drop zone. Please make sure that you import this component from the lib folder, and in this upload drop zone we have to add a few properties. The most important property is the endpoint, and this is what endpoint we want to hit, or in other words, what file route, because as mentioned we have one file router which can have multiple file routes, but in this case we only have one file route, which is the image uploader, and that's what I want to select. As the next step we can add two more properties. This is on client upload complete and also on upload error. So this will be triggered if the upload is complete, and on upload error will be triggered if there is an error. So for example, if the user is unauthorized or something like that. So let's continue, or let's start with the on upload error. So we want to create a standard error function. In the parentheses, in the params, we can get the error object, and in the function we will return a toast. Toast is imported from Sonar, and I want to say toast.error. For the message, this will be error.message. Let's also update the onClient upload complete. So this is also a standard error function. We can update the params. I want to get the result, or in other words, the response. And inside of here, we will say constant URL, and this will be equal to res. Nevertheless, we get a problem because response is not an object, it's an array. Because in theory, you can upload multiple files. Yes, we said, hey, the user is only allowed to upload one file, but in some cases you might update it to 5 files, and that's why this is an array. So we want to get the first item in our response, and we don't want to just get the object, but instead we want to get the URL. So we can say .ufs URL. This is the URL returned from upload thing. So in other words, this is the uploaded image. So since this is finished, we can return a toast. Yeah, why not? So I will say toast. This is already imported, .success. And for the message, this will be image uploaded successfully. Yeah, why not? Nevertheless, we still have a problem because, hey, we get the URL. This is a good thing, right? But we don't use the URL, which is not good. So how can we use our URL, or where should we store it? Good question. We want to use our hook. So let's open the use attachment upload hook, and I want to create a new, could you say function? Yeah, which will be called onUploaded. So underneath the state, I will say constant onUploaded. This will be equal to use callback. This is imported from React. We want to create a standard arrow function, and inside of here, we want to get the URL. So let's update the params. URL will be of type string, and this URL is literally just the URL which we get from our onClient upload complete. And since we now get our URL, I want to put this URL into another state. So underneath this is open, we can create another constant. This will be equal to use state, and as an initial value, I want to pass null. So we have to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be staged URL, and for the setter, this will be set staged URL. We can use the state in our function. So set staged URL, we want to invoke it, and as an argument, I want to pass the URL. So this works. Nevertheless, we get an error. Argument of type string is not assignable to type parameter set state action null. What's the problem? Well, this is a very simple TypeScript error. The thing is, as an initial state, we passed null, but now we update the state from null to string. But the state right now assumes that the user can only pass null. So we can pass a generic, and we can say, hey, this can either be of type null or it can be of type string, and with that the error will go away. As a next step, I want to also say set open false, because this only triggers if the user uploaded an image, and if we have an image, well, then why should we still showcase, or why should we still render the drop zone? No, not the drop zone, but the modal in general. And there's one more state which I want to open, or not open, but create, and this will be like the uploading state. So we can say constant, this will be called is uploading, and for the setter, set uploading, this will be equal to use state, and the initial value will be false. Underneath the set staged URL, we can just say set uploading, and this will be equal to false, because this means everything was successful. We still get an error, that's because we have to add a dependency array, and this will be an empty array. So since this is finished, we want to also also return the function in our use memo hook. We can just return on uploaded, and we have to also add it for our dependency array on uploaded. Oh, and by the way, of course, we want to also return the staged URL and set is uploading. No, not set is uploading, but is uploading. And we want to add these two properties for our array. So staged URL and is uploading. So this is finished. I will close the file, and I want to continue with the image upload modal, because inside of here we currently get two things, open and onOpen change. But I want to call the onUploaded function inside of here. So underneath onOpen change, we can say we want to get onUploaded. This will be just a standard arrow function which will return void, and in the params we want to get the URL which will be of type string. Then down below we want to update, or we want to update the onClient upload complete, and what I want to do is call the function. So we can go underneath the toast and we will say onUploaded, or we currently don't destructure it. Okay, my bad. So I want to say onUploaded, and down below I can finally say onUploaded. We want to invoke it, and as an argument I will pass the URL. Nevertheless, we are still not finished because the message composer currently complains, and the reason for that is quite simple. We are missing the property which is onUploaded. OnUploaded will be equal to a standard callback function, and we want to say, or in the params, we want to first of all get the URL, and this will return upload.onUploaded, and as an argument we want to pass our URL. So this in theory should already work, and you know what, I guess let's test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, the dev server is not running, so let's restart it. So since the dev server is again running, I will click on attach. Okay, the drop zone is loading, but wow, it looks ugly, damn. But okay, for now, let's first of all test it out. So if I click on choose file, my drop zone or my finder opens. I want to upload this image. I should get an error in theory because it's too big. Let's see. Yes, invalid config, file size mismatch. That's fine. So I will upload an image which is just a bit smaller. I will just use this one. It's only 300 kilobytes. And if I click on upload one file, it should upload the file and close the modal itself automatically. So let's see, it's loading, and it's not closing. This is kinda weird because we said, hey, once the user or once the image is uploaded, close the dialog, but it's not closing, and I also don't see a toast at the top. It's not saying error, but it's also not saying success, which is kinda weird. So let's go back. How about we open the terminal? So handle upload action, sending presigned URLs to client. So the image is being uploaded on the server side. Everything is successful. We get the URL, but for some weird reason, we don't get it on the client side. So let's look at the message input, or not the message input form, but the image upload modal. We have our upload drop zone, we pass the endpoint, I have my on client upload complete and my on upload error. On upload error is not triggered because there is no error. If we open our terminal, we see it was successful, but for some weird reason, this does not trigger. So what we can say is, hey, everything works, but this action, sending presigned URLs to client, fails for some weird reason. And if I look at this console log in general in more detail, I see that this is also, or the post request is done to /API/upload thing. Let's quickly open the route again, or the core route. So app folder, API folder, upload thing, core.ts. So we first of all have our file router. This is our file route. Middleware, okay, get kind server session. Could this be the problem? Well, let's see. We have our middleware. Maybe middleware is the problem. So I will comment out this with auth code, so only AJ will run in this middleware. And you know what? Let's test it out again. So if I do a hard refresh, I shouldn't get any errors, and I don't. Let's upload one image. I will just select the same one or a different one, Prisma. If I click on upload, I get my loading state. That's fine. And in theory, this should close and it should give me a toast. This worked. Image uploaded successfully. Damn, this is kinda weird. So what could be the problem? Well, probably we have like a problem with kind in general. What do I mean by that? Well, we first of all check the user session in this route, in the middleware, but we again check the user session in this middleware, in our global middleware. Maybe this is the problem. So you know what? In the public paths array, we can add another path, and this will be /API/upload thing. I will copy it from my terminal, paste it inside of here, and maybe it will now work. So if I over back and do a hard refresh, everything still works. And if I attach an image and if I click on upload one file, it should close the dialog and give me a toast. So let's see, and it worked. So this is the easy fix. We have to add the URL, the API endpoint, to the public paths array, and with that everything will work as expected. And this is also a good practice because we're now deduping pretty much middleware. So if this would stay as is, if I would just delete the /API, then we would pretty much check the user session 2 times. First of all in the middleware and then in the core file, which of course does not make any sense. So this is a good practice, and this also fixes our bug. So since we now see that uploading images work, we can also make this whole drop zone look way better, because let's be honest, it looks absolutely ugly. So we can head over back, and thankfully, as mentioned, it's relatively simple to update the upload thing styles. So we can go after this endpoint, or you know what, it does not even matter, and we can get the appearance prop. This is an object which we can open, and there are a few properties, like for example button, upload icon, container, and we can customize all of these properties. Let's start with the container. This should be BG card. This is the background color. This should already fix a lot, so this already looks way better. Nevertheless, there are a lot of things that we can change. For example, the label. For the label, this should be text muted foreground. Yeah, this looks quite good, or it looks way better. Let's continue with the allowed content, because if you go back, this image 4 MB, this is the property allowed content, and this should be a different color, like this grayish color. This is too dark, it does not really pop, the contrast is not good. So we can just go back. I want to get the allowed content property, and this will be text XS and text muted foreground. So if we save this and go back, yes, now we finally see the text and the contrast is way better, so it pops better. As next step, I want to update the button, because here's the thing. If we look at the button, yes, it has a blue tone, but the thing is, this is a different shade of blue than our submit button or the send button as an example. So we can go back, let's get the button property, and this will be BG primary, text primary foreground, and I think we can also give it a hover state. So for the hover, this will be BG primary with an opacity of 90%, because we want to see an effect. You could also maybe say 50, this will be even more pronounced. Yeah, let's test 50, why not? So we can save this, go back, and yeah, I guess it did not fix our button. This is weird, but you know what? Let's leave it for now. We will fix it in a second. Let's continue. Another property which I want to update is the upload icon. For the upload icon, this will be text muted foreground. So this already in general all looks quite good, but our button is still not fixed. So how can we update the button? Well, it's quite simple. We want to go to our upload drop zone, or above the appearance prop, we want to get the class name property. And here's the thing, how can you customize upload thing? Well, if you go to the documentation of upload thing, and if we go to the sidebar, you will find a section called, how is it even called? I'm not sure. So let's find it. Here, theming. So our pre-built components are customizable, so you can make them fit with the theme of your application. So here's how you can style them in general. And for example, this is the container, this is the button, this is the allowed content. And the thing is, what you can do is use the UT prefix. So if we go back, we can say, for example, UT-uploading. This is how you can style the uploading state. So we want to say UT uploading, and this will be, for example, opacity of, what would work in this case? Yeah, I think 90% should work. We can also say, for example, UT ready. So UT ready will be BG card. So I want to also say UT-ready. This will be border for the border color in general. UT ready. And why do I say UT ready? Well, this means everything has loaded successfully. So this will be text foreground. We can say UT-uploading. This will be BG muted. UT-uploading. I want to update the border. This will be border. We can also say UT-uploading. This will be text muted foreground. UT-label. This is the label. This will be text SM. I want to also update the color. So UT-label. This will be text muted foreground. We can already go back. Did anything change? No, it still looks the same. That's fine. We can continue with the UT allowed content. This will be text XS. We can say UT-allowed content. This will be text muted foreground. Currently, these are literally just the styles which we defined in the appearance, but this is fine. As the next step or as the last step, I want to finally update the button. So this will be UT-button, BG primary, and this should change quite a lot. So our button finally has the same color as the button on the bottom right corner to send. And finally, we can say rounded, which will be LG, and border. So if we go back, this looks quite good. We have our border, it's dashed, it's beautiful. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, why did we add the class name and then the appearance? Because currently, yes, for the class name works, the appearance, both of these properties work, but we doubled the style. So for example, UT, what was it here? UT label text muted foreground. We already created a label with text muted foreground. That's correct, but I just wanted to show you the two ways on how you can style upload thing. You can either use the class name or this appearance property. Nevertheless, for example, the appearance property did not work for the button, and that's why I also added the class name. So this gives you a bit of flexibility on what you can use. In most cases, I like to use the class name because it gives me the most flexibility, and it also gives me TypeScript types. Because if I use the appearance property, I don't get, or not TypeScript types, but I don't get any Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which is a bit annoying. So since this is finished, we can go back. This looks beautiful. How about we upload again an image? So let's upload this one. Why not? I will upload it. I get my beautiful pending state, and once finished, the dialog will close. So this in general is finished. Nevertheless, I still have a problem. When the image is uploaded, I want to update this button on the bottom left. I want to render the image and not this attach button, because there is nothing to attach. If there's an image which is already uploaded, we want to render it, and that's it, because the user is only allowed to upload one image. And also currently, if the user uploaded an image, there's no way for the user to remove the image, which is a big problem. So we can go back. I want to open my message input form. Inside of here, we first of all already defined or initialized use attachment upload. What I want to check is if we already have an item. If so, I want to render an image, and if not, I want to just render what we currently render. This means the attach button. So let's open the message composer, because inside of there we have the property called footer left, and we want to create a ternary. So let me first of all copy the button. You want to copy it, don't delete it completely, and let's create a ternary. If upload.staged.url is true, we can use a question mark, and I want to return for now just a p tag which says uploaded. If this is not true, we can use a colon, and we will just return what I just copied. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, or not do a hard refresh, it says uploaded. So this works nicely, but as mentioned, I want to render the image. So here's what we will do. Instead of coding it inside of here, I will rather create a separate component. This is cleaner. So let's open the Explorer, and I want to create the component in this message folder. This means _components message, because this is still grouped in the message itself. So I will create a new file, and this will be called attachment_chip.tsx. So since we have the file, we can finally create the component. Since this is a component, we can just say export function, and this will be called attachment chip. Let's get started right away with the return statement. So I want to return a standard div, and you know what? I will also style the div. So first of all, group, then also relative. This is quite important because later on for the image, I will add a fill property, and the fill property only works if the container is added or if the container has a relative position. So since this is now relative, we can also say overflow hidden to not overflow anything, rounded empty, bg muted. So this is finished, and in the div I want to render the image. So we will use the image component imported from next/image. And what does the image component need? Well, it needs two properties. First of all, the source and the alt. So for the source, what should we pass? Well, we want to pass our staged URL. So you know what? At the top, I want to create an interface. This will be called attachment chip props. I will open it and I want to get the URL, which will be of type string. So since I get my URL, I can first of all destructure it. This is quite important. So this will be of type attachment chip props, and where I destructure it, I want to get the URL. We can pass the URL for the source. We want to add an alt. For the alt, I will say, I don't know, attachment. I think this makes the most sense. Before we continue any further, I want to render the component. So let's go back to the message composer, and instead of rendering uploaded, we can get our attachment chip component. So attachment chip, this is imported from the components, and this is self-closing. We instantly get an error. That's because we are missing one property, which is the URL. The URL will be equal to upload.stagedURL. So if I go back to my attachment chip, I don't get any errors, and if I do a hard refresh, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. We are missing two key properties, the width and height. But as mentioned, since the image is rendered in a div which has the relative position, we can add the fill property. As a next step, you know what? Let's test it out. So I will click on attach, I will upload this image, and in theory, we should see it in a second on the bottom left. So let's see, it's loading. Bam, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, we use upload thing. Upload thing has its own hostname, this one, and this is not configured, or this hostname is not configured under our images in our next.config file. So let's update it. I will just copy the hostname. Please do the same because you will probably have a different hostname. I will open the next.config file, and you know what? I will just create a new object in the remote patterns array. For the hostname, this will be what I just copied, and of course we want to add a protocol, and for the protocol this will be, what do you think? Well, it will be HTTPS. So since this is finished, we can go back and do a hard refresh, and in theory this should finally work. So I will again click on attach. I want to upload some random image, I guess Arcjet, why not? And if I click on upload file, I get my pending state, and in theory I should see the image on the bottom left corner. Let's see, it's currently loading, and this is weird. I don't see anything. I guess let's inspect the element. Is there really a problem? So div, and do I have an image in the div? Yes, in theory I have a div with the image, but the image does not render. Well, I think I know what the problem is. Currently this div does not have any size. There is no width, there is no height, which does not work in this case. So for now I can just say height, or not height, but size will be 12. So the width will be 48 and the height will be 48 pixels. This means that we in theory should already see something, and yes, it does not look good, but don't worry about it, we will fix it. So let's go back first of all, and I want to continue updating the image. This means I want to add a class name. So if I go underneath the or after the fill property, I can add a class name. This will be object cover, and this should already fix a lot of things. And yes, it's object cover and it looks better. Or in other words, it's now formatted the right way. So let's continue. Underneath the image, I want to render like an overlay, and this overlay will be there to remove the image. So it will render like a red X. We can just create a div. So this div is created underneath the image, but in the main div, and we can give this div a class name. So as mentioned, it will be positioned absolutely over the image, and it will have like a hover effect. So we can say first of all absolute for the position, inset, which will be 0, grid, place, items, center. You could also just say flex column, item center, or flex item center. It does the same thing. but this is just easier, or in other words, it's faster because it will position the item both horizontally but also vertically in the center. We can also say BG, which will be black with an opacity of 0. I want to also say opacity 0, transition, which will be opacity. And the thing is, once the user hovers, I want to update first of all the background color. Instead of saying BG black 0, I want to give it an opacity of, let's say, 30%. And on hover, I want to say that the general opacity should be 100. So we can first of all say group-hover. This will just be BG black with an opacity of 30%, but it still does not fix our real general opacity. So I want to also say on group-hover, the general opacity will be 100. So this is finished, but in the div, we want to render the button. So I want to get the button component from the components, and in the button, I want to get the X icon. This is imported from Lucid React. We can give it a class name. This will be size 3. We can give the button also a few properties. First of all, the most important property is the type, because if you don't add a type button, it will submit the form, because the default is literally just submit, and it will just create a GET request, and you don't want that. We can also add a variant. For the variant, this will be destructive. This will add a nice red background color. I want to also add a class name. This will be size 6, padding, which will be 0, and rounded full. So we can test it out. If we go back, I should see something. So if I hover over it, yes, I see my red X. Nevertheless, if I click on it, nothing happens. And that's because, well, we did not connect this button. This button is just a button, but since it's type button, it does not do anything. It does not submit any form, but also it does not remove our image, which is the problem. So what we can do is open our use attachment hook or use attachment upload hook, and we want to create another function which will remove the image from our UI. So underneath this on uploaded, I want to create a constant or a clear function. So this will be constant clear, and this will be equal to use callback. So we can invoke it. We want to create a standard arrow function, and inside of here I want to literally just set the staged URL to null because we don't have any image anymore, and set uploading should or uploading in general should also be false. So since this is finished, we want to also add the dependency array, and this will be an empty array. So since this is finished, we want to just pass clear to our return statement and also to this dependency array. This is finished, we can go back, and to clear the image, we want to again open the attachment chip, and I want to update the interface. I want to get the on remove function, and this will just be a standard arrow function which will return void. So we can destructure it from our params. I want to get on remove, and on remove will be added for the button. So button will have an on click property, or our button will have an on click property, and this will be equal to on remove. Nevertheless, we now get an error in our message composer, and that's because we are missing on remove. We want to add the on remove property, and this will be equal to upload.clear. And in theory, this should already work. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, we can just upload another image. So I will upload my, I guess, logo. Why not? If I click on upload, I get my pending state. This all looks beautiful. It follows our color scheme, design system, you could say. And in theory, we should get our image. So it currently loads, and we finally have it. So if I click on the X, the image is removed, which is super cool. So this is also finished. Currently, I don't think that we have the ability to upload, or not to upload, but to store the image in our database. So let's quickly open the schema. Let's see message ID image URL. So we get our image URL. This is a good thing. So as a next step, we can go to our message input form, and I want to add the image to our values, or to our form values. Because if you look at the message input form, we have our default values. The channel ID is equal to the channel ID. This is all good. The content is an empty string, but we don't have an image URL. So what we can do is just scroll to the bottom, and instead of just passing our data, I can remove the data as an argument, Instead, let's open an object. I want to spread my data and I want to add my image URL. So we can add a comma. I want to get the image URL, which will be equal to upload.staged URL. And if it's not defined, then we can just add 2 question marks, so nullish coalescent, which will be equal to undefined. So if there is an image, we will render it or we will pass it. If there's no image, we will pass undefined. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, why did we add this image URL property in the function itself? In theory, we could also just go to the default values, pass an image URL and paste the same code. Yes, we could do that. So why didn't I do it? Well, it's quite simple. There is no reason for that. This is just, I guess, a different way of doing the same thing. I guess you can do it either inside of here or down below. It does not really matter, to be quite honest with you. So let's test it out. I will say, hey, this is the logo of Team Flow. Let me again upload the logo. And in theory, this should attach everything. So we get our toast, we get our image down below, and I will click on send. So this is now sending. Message created successfully. Hey, this is the logo. But where is the logo? Good question. Well, sadly, it's not rendered. And the reason for that is quite simple. Let's open the message item component. And inside of here, we literally just render the image of the user, the avatar. We render the dates, so pretty much the normal date and the time. And we render our save content. But we don't render the image. And that's why we don't see it down below. So to fix this, we can go underneath the save content. And let's create like a ternary. So if we have a message.image URL, then let's use these double and signs, and I want you to return a div, and in the div I want to return an image component. This is the image component is already imported, it's self-closing. We can add a source. This will be equal to message.image URL. Let's also add an alt. For the alt, this will be message attachment, and you know what? We can also add a width and height because they are required. So for the width, this will be 512, so 512 pixels. And for the height, what do you think? Well, it will be the same, 512 pixels. Again, if this width and height or if these 2 properties still confuse you, check my YouTube video on image optimization. This is very important for CLS. This does not update the image quality or anything like that. This just helps you to create good user experience. Let's also update the div. We can give it a class name and this will be margin top 2. So if we again go back, we finally see our image, which is very, very big. Should we leave it as is? No, I don't think so. So we can add a class name and I want to maximize the height or give the image a maximum height. So first of all, we can say rounded MD. This will give the image a rounding. Rounded MD without a border does not look very good. So I will say border and also border for the color in general. And as mentioned, I want to add a maximum height. This will be max height dash custom value 320 pixels. For the width, I don't really have a specified width, so this will be auto and object contain. So let's save this, let's go back, and yes, this already looks way better. But now where I look at it, the border is kind of stupid, right? Because if the image looks as this right here, then the border makes it look worse. So maybe we should delete the border, right? Yeah, I think so. So I will delete border, and rounded MD. On, you know what? No, rounded MD should stay, but border and border should be removed. So if we go back, this already looks way better. So if we have a normal image, it will just apply rounding. But if we have an image like this one with already predefined rounding, then it won't do anything. So let's upload maybe a normal image, so with no big rounding. How about I upload, what do we have here? The logo, no, screenshot dark. Yeah, I will upload this image. So upload file. We can also add some text, yo, testing some stuff. And if I click on send, I should see the image in a second. Yo, testing some stuff, and I get my image. Now we already have a problem because when I upload an image, it does not scroll to the bottom automatically. So we will fix that in a second. For now, we already see our image and it also has a rounding. Should we update the margin to the top? I guess margin top 3 or something like that might look a bit better. So I will say margin top 3, 4. Yeah, let's say 4. I think this 4 is already too much. No, let's say 3. I think 3 will be a bit better. So yeah, margin top 3 is enough in this case. So what's the next step? Well, do we have any margin between our items? Is this enough? I'm not sure. Let's go back. Let's open the message list component. So if I scroll to the bottom, we pretty much map over our items, and then I render the message item. Do we have any padding Y or space Y? No, there's none. So we can say something like flex column, and maybe space Y2. How does this look? This is already too much. Maybe space Y1. Let's go back. Yeah, I think so. Space Y1 looks kinda good, to be quite honest with you. So since this is finished, we can go back and close all of these files for now. I would say there's only one problem. When the user creates a message and when we submit everything, the image should also be removed from the attachment, or the attachment in general should be removed. So let's go back. We want to open the message input form, and in our onSuccess handler, we can say upload clear, or we can call the clear method. So underneath form.reset, I will say upload.clear, and we want to invoke it. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, in theory it should work. I want to upload an image. I will upload this one. Why not? Or will this give me an error? I think it's too big. No, it's fine. I will upload this image. So the image is uploaded. For the content, I will say, yo, what's up? And if I click on send, will it remove the image? Let's see. Yes, it got removed. That's quite cool. But now you should see quite a big problem. So when we send the message, it scrolls down to the message, but it never scrolls to the image, which is kinda annoying. And let's also do a hard refresh. 1, 2, 3, and we should get scrolled to the bottom, but this did not happen. I only see the content and a bit of this image, but we have way more content. We have this image and we also have this image. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. Image loading is not synchronous, it's asynchronous. So even though our page has loaded and with that the content, the image has to load in even further. Or what I mean by that is it has to still load asynchronously. So even though we already see our content, our image now takes, let's say, a few milliseconds to fully render. And that's the reason why we don't get scrolled to the bottom. Our use effect hook runs on, how would you say, on load, and on load we only get our content. The content is literally the bottom. So when everything loads, we don't have these images, and you have to imagine that the use effect hook goes through all of the content and only sees, okay, we have this message, and this message. So we have to scroll to here to see the bottom. But the use effect hook does not know that images will load in a few milliseconds after the use effect hook has already run. And that's why we don't get scrolled to the bottom, and that's also the reason why we see a bit of this image. Since we already have a bit of content, it literally calculates the pixels and scrolls us to this point here. So we see a little bit of the image, but in reality the use effect hook does not know about all images. And this is of course annoying, and that's also the reason why when we add a message, we don't get scrolled to the bottom. Because if I just add text and click on send, it will scroll us to the bottom. As you see here, 1, 2, 3, and it scrolled us to the bottom because content is rendered instantly, images are not. So how can we fix this? Well, we want to update our message list in general, but maybe before we do that, how about we save our changes, or in other words, how about we create a new branch and pushing all of the changes into our repo. So let's go back. I will stop my dev server. What branch are we on right now? So the last branch was called step, let's see, this was called step 9, and in this case this will be step 10. So I will say git checkout -b for the name. This will be step 10 images or image uploads, yeah, sure. I will click on enter. We are now in the new branch. We want to update or we want to commit everything. So let's open the source control. I will generate a commit message, or in other words, the AI will generate a commit message, and I want to commit everything and publish all of the changes. Let's go back to GitHub itself. In GitHub, I instantly get the pop-up step 10 image uploads has recent changes. So let's click on compare and create pull request because I want to create a pull request. So I will click on the magic button and in a second it will say no conflicts. So this is a good thing because you don't want any conflicts, believe it or not. So let's merge the pull request. I will confirm everything and tada, it's finished. So since this is finished, we can go back. I want to switch back into main. So let's click on this magic button on the bottom left. We want to go into main, and since we are in main, we want to pull our changes. So you can either click on fetch, but in this case I feel fancy, so let's click on pull. And yes, it merged everything. So this was step 9, our branch, and it's merged into main, and we did not commit anything, we pulled these changes. So this worked nicely. So as the next step, I want to finally fix our scroll to bottom logic, because yes, we currently scroll the user to the bottom, but as you know, it's not as expected, or in other words, it does not really scroll the user to the complete bottom. So first of all, what can we do? Well, we want to go back to our message list, because the current scroll to bottom logic is defined in this message list component. So let's currently look at what we already have. First of all, we have this use effect. The use effect helps us to scroll the user to the bottom on initial load, and it works fine, don't get me wrong, if we don't have any images. But our, I guess, situation has changed a bit and we have images. So this needs a bit of a rewrite, but it's not groundbreaking. Let's continue. What else do we have? We have the is near bottom function. This in general is good, not really needed, or what do I mean by that? Well, we don't have to change anything, that's what I want to say. So this is also fine, and then we have the handle scroll function. This is okay, but what we have to do is keep the view pinned to the bottom on late content growth. So if images load, we have to scroll the user to the bottom. If videos load, we have to scroll the user to the bottom, and currently this function does not help us, or I mean this function is not there for that, but we need a function, a use effect, which looks for, checks for data which loads in later to adjust everything and scroll the user to the bottom. We have our items, this is also fine. We have this use effect. We will have to update this use effect a little bit, but nothing groundbreaking, and this scroll to bottom function is also fine in general. Nevertheless, we will update it a little bit. So let's first of all start with the first use effect. And you know what, just to understand everything a bit better, I want to create a comment above this use effect. So this use effect has the purpose to scroll to the bottom when messages first load. This is the only thing that this use effect does and will do, nothing else. And currently what we do is use this element.scrollTop equals to element.scrollHeight. This is fine, but what we can do is instead use our bottom ref, because if you scroll to the top, you will see that we defined a bottom ref, and this bottom ref can be used to scroll the user to the bottom. This will make our lives a bit easier. So if I scroll to the bottom, let's delete this el.scrollTop, or element, I just like to say el because it's faster to pronounce. But in general, we want to say bottom ref.current.scroll into view. We can invoke it, destructure it, and I want to add a property which is called block. And the thing is, block can have 4 values: center, end, nearest, and start. What do we want to add here? Well, I want to say end. And why did we add this block end? Well, it's relatively simple. Let's scroll to the bottom. We have a div with our bottom ref. This is this div. How does a div look like? Well, let me quickly draw it. This in theory is a div. It's a box. And you now have start, end, center, nearest, whatever. But in this case, where do we want to scroll to? Do we want to scroll to the top section, or do we want to scroll to the bottom section? I want to scroll to the bottom section, and that's why we added this block end property. It will scroll to the end of the block, which is the bottom. So since this is finished, we can go back. So is the code finished? I'm not sure. We added our bottom ref, current, scroll into view, block end has or set has initial scrolled is true. That's correct. And set is at bottom is also set to true, which is correct. So this initial use effect is finished. But as mentioned, we want to keep the view pinned to the bottom on late content growth, because this use effect will only scroll the user to the bottom for the default content, or what I mean by that is for the content which instantly loads. In this case, it's text because there is no other content. And as a next step, we want to scroll the user to the bottom on new content or late content growth. So let's go underneath the use effect. I want to create a comment, and this will just be keep view pinned to bottom on late content growth. Should we also add parentheses? Sure, just to give an example, and this will be example images. So this is finished, and underneath the comment, I want to create a use effect hook. So I think you all know how to create a use effect hook. We want to invoke it, create a standard arrow function, and you know what? I will also add a dependency array, which will be an empty array for now, but we will also update it. So let's first of all write the code, and then I will explain it at the end, but also while writing the code, I will explain as much as possible. So we want to first of all get the current element. So we can say constant el equals to scroll ref.current. So once we have our element, we want to create an if statement, because in theory the element could be not defined. So let's say if there is no element, we will just return nothing, an empty return. If we have an element, I want to create my first function. So let's say constant scroll to bottom if needed. This will just be a standard arrow function, and in this arrow function I want to create an if statement. So if we are at the bottom is at bottom if this is true, or if has initial scrolled is not true. So let's use this exclamation mark. Inside of here I want to get the request animation frame function. This is provided by JavaScript. We can quickly look at the documentation. So the request animation frame method, not function in this case, of the interface tells the browser that you wish to perform an animation frame request and call a user-supplied callback function before the next repaint. So the frequency of calls to the callback function will generally match the display's refresh rate. The most common refresh rate is 60 Hz, though 75, 120, 144 Hz are also widely used. Request animation frame calls are paused in most browsers when running in background tabs or hidden iframes to improve performance and battery life. So this all makes sense. We can close the documentation, and I want to continue. So since we have the function, we can invoke it. As mentioned, we want to create an inline callback function, so on just in general an arrow function, and I want to say bottom ref.current.scroll into view. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to invoke it, destructure it, and for the block we will say end. So why do we have this function? Well, this will only run if we are at the bottom. So if is as bottom is true, or if has initial scrolled is not true. So if initial scroll hasn't happened yet, or in other words, we are still loading. If the condition is met, we request this animate frame function to schedule scroll for the next browser paint cycle. This just ensures smooth rendering and avoids layout trashing. Yes, nice word, trashing, but this is how you call it, I guess, professionally, or it's the correct term. And it also syncs the browser refresh rate. So if I, for example, have a 60 Hz monitor, then it will also be 60 FPS. In this case, I think this is 144 Hz, I'm not sure. So this will also sync it to 144 or 144 FPS. So it's a good idea to use the request animate frame function. And why is this conditional? So why do we have an if statement? Well, if the user is scrolled up to read old messages, so if the user is at the top, we don't want to auto scroll the user. This is annoying and it's bad for the user experience. And if the user is at the bottom, we want to auto scroll the user. So that's why we have this if statement. It should always be conditional. So since this is finished, I want to continue with our image function. What do I mean with that? Well, this function will trigger if we have an image which currently loads. So that's how we can then adjust everything dynamically. Let's go underneath the scroll to bottom if needed function. I want to create a new function. This will be called onImageLoad. This is a standard arrow function, as always, our best friend. And the important thing is that we want to get the event from the params. So E will be of type event. We can also, of course, create the code. So inside of here, I want to create an if statement. And if we have e.target, then we can just open this and I want to say scroll to bottom if needed. So we want to literally just call the function which we created a second ago. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, okay, what exactly does this function do? Or in other words, how does it work? Well, first of all, the purpose is to specifically handle image loading events. And how it works is quite simple. We check if we have a e.target. But here's the thing. Currently, we listen for any target. This is not good. We want to listen for the target image element. So we can say if e.target is an instance of HTML image element, then only this code should run. And this ensures that the event target is actually an image before proceeding. We don't want to listen for everything, only for specific, or not specific, but for images. And this then just calls the scroll to bottom if needed function, which we created above. And since this is finished, we also want to trigger this function. So what we need to do is create an event listener. So underneath this constant, I will just create an element.add event listener. We can invoke it as an argument. We want to first of all pass load. Why is it load? Well, we want to listen for the load. Who would have thought? As a second argument, we want to pass the onImageLoad function, and also the third argument will be a boolean, which is true. So what exactly does it do? Well, this captures the load events from child elements as they bubble up, and this is more reliable for catching image loads instead of nested structures. So since this is finished, I want to continue with the next function, which will be the resize observer. So let's first of all write the code and then I will explain it. So let's say constant resize observer. This will be equal to new resize observer. This is a method created or provided by JavaScript itself. So let's get this. We can invoke it. We want to create a standard arrow function inside of here, and I want to call the scroll to bottom if needed function. Please make sure that you call scroll to bottom if needed and not scroll to bottom, because we have two functions which are very similar but do different things. So what exactly is this function and what's the purpose? Well, this function detects when the container or its content changes size, and this is very important. So what triggers this resize observer? So it gets triggered when images are loading and expanding from 0 pixels to the full size. So let's say 0 pixels is the initial size, but once we have our image, it could be, for example, 400 pixels. So this will catch this size jump. It's also good for embeds or iframes, dynamic content, just in general content which changes height from 0 pixels to 1 million pixels. I guess why not? And the thing is, this function uses this resize observer. This is created or this is provided by JavaScript and is literally there to resize or to observe this resizing event. Let's also create a comment. I will just say something like resize observer. I can just copy paste it, and this is or watches for size changes in the container. The thing is, we want to resize or we want to observe a specific element, so we can get our resize observer, the function .observe. And what do we want to observe? Well, we want to observe our element, because our element could have an image which could load or change size dynamically. So this will observe the scroll container element, the element itself, and it will fire a callback whenever it observes that an element resized. So we are almost finished. There's one more function which I want to add, and this will be the mutation observer. So we can just say constant mutation observer. This will be equal to new mutation observer. We can invoke it. As always, I want to create a standard arrow function, and let's call the scroll to bottom if needed function. We can invoke it, and what exactly does this function do? Well, the purpose is to detect any DOM changes within the container itself. So if images are loading, or in general if we have content updates. So we can create a comment above just to make this clear, and I will say mutation observer watches for DOM changes, example images loading, content updates, and so on. But as always, this function has to be registered. So what we can do is go underneath the mutation observer, and I want to say mutation observer dot observe as an argument. We can pass the element, and we can configure this even further. So let's add a comma, open an object. For the child list, this will be true. For the subtree, this will also be set to true. For the attributes, this will be set to true. And let's also add the character data, and this will be set to true. So let's look at all of these properties in more detail. So first of all, child list is set to true. This watches for child nodes being added or removed. As an example, when new message elements appear in the list, this is a child node that has been added. For example, also later on we will add reactions. If a reaction is added, then this will observe it and trigger. The same thing is also true if the reaction is removed again, because with that a child node has been removed. We also have the subtree. This is set to true. This observes the entire subtree, not just the direct children. It catches changes deep in the component tree. We also have the attributes, which is set to true, and this watches for attribute changes on elements. So if, for example, a class name changes, then it will trigger. If the source attribute of an image changes, then it will trigger. If the data property changes, so the data property is what you add sometimes for elements, data dash something, then it will also trigger. And finally, we have character data, which is set to true, and this will trigger, or it will watch for text content changes. So if, for example, text is being edited in a message, it will trigger. So why is this so comprehensive, or why do we have so many functions, observers, triggers? We have different types of content updates, and therefore we want to trigger different mutation types. We want to ensure that we can catch all scenarios where content might grow, because an image is one example, but there are way more things that can grow in size dynamically. Finally, there's one more thing that we have to add, and that's a cleanup function. So underneath the mutation observer, we can just say return. We want to return an arrow function. I want to say resize observer.disconnect. We can invoke it. We can also remove the listener for the image load. So el.remove event listener. We can invoke it as an argument, or we have to pass 3 arguments. First of all, load. The second argument is the function on image load, and the third argument is true. So this is also finished, and there's one more thing which we want to disconnect, and that's the, come on, help me, it's the mutation observer. So mutation observer.disconnect, and we can invoke it. Nevertheless, we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, we added a dependency array, and if you hover over it, it says React hook use effect has missing dependencies. has initial scrolled and is at bottom. So what values do we need to add inside of here? Well, there are two. First of all, is at bottom and has initial scrolled. This use effect should rerun whenever a value changes. So if is at bottom changes, this use effect should rerun. If has initial scrolled, the boolean changes, we want to rerun the use effect. So let's just add these two values. First of all, is at bottom, and then also is at bottom, my god, and also has initial scrolled. We don't get any error anymore, that's great, and we can continue. By the way, before we continue, I want you to clear a few things up. I always say, or I say, hey, let's create an arrow function, and this is an arrow function, but it just uses the syntax of an arrow function. In reality, this is a callback function, and the purpose is that it's being passed as an argument to the resize observer as an example to be called later on when resize events occur. So yes, this is an arrow function. I'm correct when I say that this is an arrow function, but this is a callback function, which you could also write with the other syntax, with the standard function. So you can call it an arrow function. That's what I always do because I'm used to arrow functions, but in reality, you create a callback function with the arrow syntax or the arrow function syntax, which has been introduced with, my god, ES6, ES7, I'm not sure anymore, but this is cleaner. So this is a callback function with the arrow function syntax. Also, maybe you might ask me, hey Jan, so we added this cleanup function, but why is it needed? What does it do? Well, it's quite critical to prevent memory leaks from active observers, and it removes stale event listeners, and this in general ensures clean state when effect reruns with a new is at bottom value. So since this is finished, we can continue with the next step, which is to create another use effect hook. Okay, maybe not. So let's quickly go through everything. This runs on initial load. This runs when content grows. The next function which we have is near at bottom. This literally just calculates if we are currently at the bottom. This is fine. There is nothing that we have to change, so I can collapse it. The next function is handle scroll. We get the current element. If there's no element, we just return early because there's no need to do anything. If the scroll top is smaller than or equal to 80 pixels and we have a next page and we are not fetching, this function once. So we get the previous scroll height, the previous scroll top, and then we say next or fetch next page. We fetch our next page, and as a next step, we create our new scroll height. So this is all fine. There's no need to update this function at all. We can just continue. As a next step, I have my items. I use the use memo hook for memorization, and I do a flat map to get all of my items. So we don't have to change this function or these items at all. Let's continue. As a next step, I have this use effect, and this use effect is fine, and there's nothing that I want to really change, so we can continue. The next function which we have is scroll to bottom, and there's something I want to change, and instead of saying el.scrollTop is equal to element.scrollHeight, this is always a bit of, you could say, confusing code. We want to use the bottom ref which we already created. So I will say bottom ref.current.scroll into view. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to invoke it, destructure it, add the block, and this will be center. No, it will be end, because we want to scroll the user to the complete bottom. So we can go back. I will go into this beautiful channel and let's see. Oh my god, we got scrolled to the bottom. Let me do a hard refresh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam! Oh wow, this is so cool. So let me upload an image quickly. I will upload this background image because it's quite big in size. So I want to see if it completely scrolls us to the bottom. I want to upload it. You know, like the loading music in elevators, that's what should play right now. Image uploaded successfully, that's cool. And I want to say, yo, does this scroll to the bottom? And if I click on send, and does it scroll us to the bottom? The image is loading, it has loaded, and it scrolled us to the bottom. Damn, that's so cool. And did you just see this effect? The image was quite big. It took a second or so to fully load, and it first of all scrolled us to the text itself. So we only saw this message, yo, does it scroll to the bottom? And once the image loaded fully in, it instantly scrolled us to the bottom. And that's because we have this magic use effect which listens for content changes. It always pins us to the bottom, and in this case this onImage load function got triggered because we had an image which loaded and it scrolled us to the bottom if needed. So it scrolled us to the bottom because we were at the bottom of the page. If we would have been at the top, it would have not scrolled us to the bottom because this if statement would not run, and it only triggers if we are at the bottom. But if I'm at the top, the state will be set to false, which means this function, scroll to bottom if needed, will never be called. So I can test it out, or I can show it to you. So I will upload one more image, in this case, I don't know, some logo, why not? If I add a message and click on send, I should not get scrolled to the bottom. 1, 2, 3. And I did not get scrolled to the bottom, but we see the pop-up on the bottom right, new messages. And if I click on it, it should scroll me to the bottom. And that's exactly what happened. The image again took a few seconds to load, but it also worked as expected. So I'm super proud of you guys, and we are finished with the bottom scroll, or in other words, we always keep the user pinned to the bottom, which is super cool. Alright, I know, so you all want to dive into the fancy stuff. You want to have threads, you want to have reactions, yes, we will implement all of that, but let's finish off this message list component because it's still not perfect. As an example, if I go into this test channel, it's currently empty, it does not have any messages, but instead of rendering like an empty state which says, hey user, you don't have any messages yet, we literally just render nothing, and this is not good. So we can first of all go back to our message list component, and I want to know if our messages are empty. No, what I want to know is just if we have any messages. If not, we will render an empty state. So what we can do is go underneath our items. So where are our items? They are right here. I will go underneath them, and I want to create a constant is empty. This will be equal to not is loading. The important thing is that our data should not load anymore, and if this is true, we can use our double and signs. We also should not have an error, so exclamation mark error. And finally, let's again use two and signs. The items.length should be equal to 0. So items.length should be equal to 0. So if we are not loading, if we don't have any error, and if we don't have any items, then this constant, this is empty constant boolean, will be true because this is a boolean. If we have items, then this will be false. So since we have is empty, we can use it in a ternary. First of all, let's scroll to the bottom. Inside of here in this div, we map over our items, and what I want to do is just take the items and let's copy them and let's create a ternary. So if is empty is true, we can use a question mark, and for now I will return a p tag which says is empty, why not? And if this is not true, I want to use a colon and return my items or the mapping itself. So we can delete these brackets, and I will say items.map. I want to map over my items and return the message item component. So this should already work. So if I go back, it says is empty. This itself is quite nice, so we already see that everything works, but as mentioned, or not as mentioned, but this does not look good. I want to have a beautiful component, and as you all know, Shadcn UI provides the empty component, and that's exactly what we will use. So instead of writing the code for the empty component in the file itself, we will create a separate component. The thing is, the empty state will be reused in multiple places, in the message list, but also later on in our thread view and stuff like that. So we can first of all open the Explorer, let's collapse everything, and in the root components folder, I want to create a general folder. This is just like general components, which we will reuse in multiple places. Now in this video, we will only store one file, which is the empty state, but later on we might add, or you might add more components, which are general, so components components that you want to reuse in multiple places. So I want to create a new file, empty state.tsx, and let's get started right away. So this is a component. So let's say export function empty state. We can just open the function, and I want to create a return statement. As mentioned, I want to use the empty component provided by Shadcn UI. So let's import it from the components. I want to use the empty header. The empty header is imported from the components, and in the empty header, I want to get the empty media component. In the empty media component, I want to render the cloud icon. Yes, there are a lot of icons, or not icons, but components, but this is fine, okay? Sometimes, yes, it's annoying to nest all of these components, but they are needed for a good structure. Let's also style the cloud icon, and the cloud icon is, by the way, imported from Lucid React. So for the class name, this will be size 5 and text primary, so the blue color. If we again go back, we won't see anything, and that's because the component is currently not rendered in our message list. So we can go back, and instead of rendering isEmpty, or instead of rendering the p tag, I want to render the empty state component imported from the components. If I go back again, I see this beautiful icon, but this icon is not very descriptive. What I mean by that is we are missing a title, a description, and I guess a button which says create a message or something like that. So we can go back to the empty state, and underneath the empty media, I want to get the empty title. The thing is also, I forgot to update the empty media. For the variant, this will be icon, because we render an icon inside of here. And also for the class name, I want to add a background color. So this will be BG primary. The thing is, if we just add BG primary, we won't see the icon anymore. And that's because both have the same opacity. So instead, for the background color, I want to give it an opacity of 10%. So this will now pop quite nicely. Let's go back. I want to continue with the empty title. This is not self-closing, but instead it's just a standard component. And inside of here, I want to say something like some gibberish for now, just to see it. So if we go back, we see the gibberish. And here's the thing, why did I add gibberish? Well, this component will be reused in multiple places, and the content should be dynamic, because inside of the message list, we will, for example, say no messages yet, but if we use the component later on in the thread view, we will say no messages in the thread yet, or something like that. So that's why we want to make it dynamic. To make this dynamic, we want to create an interface. As you all know, I love to call my interfaces app props, but this is not very professional. So instead, we can say empty state props. I want to just open it, and there are a few properties which I want to get. The title, description, button text, and href. So for the title, this will be of type string. I want to get the description. This will be of type string. We want to get the button text. This will be of type string, and the href, which will be of type string. So since we get all of our properties, we can destructure our params. This will be of type empty state props, and where I destructure it, I want to get the button text, description, title, and href. No, href title. Yeah, I mixed it up, but hey, it works, it's fine. So since we get all of our properties, we can use them finally. So instead of passing this gibberish, I want to pass my title. We can continue. Underneath the empty title, I want to render the empty description. This is a standard component, so not self-closing, and I want to pass the description. So we are finished with the title and description, and the last step is to render the empty content, which in this case will be a button. So underneath the empty header, I want to get the empty content component. We can open it, and inside of here, instead of rendering a button component, I want to render the link component. The link component is imported from Next.js. We can open it. Let's give it an href. For the href, this will be equal to href. This is what we get from our params. Inside of the link, we want to just render, first of all, the plus icon. This is imported from Lucid React. And after the plus icon, I want to render the button text. The thing is, if we save this and go back, we won't see anything, or in other words, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, we render the empty state in our message list, but the empty state expects a few properties which we currently don't pass. So let's start with the title. For the title, this will be equal, not this, but title. This will be equal to no messages yet. I want to get the description. This will be equal to start the conversation by sending the first message. We want to add the button text property. This will be sent a message. And finally, let's pass the href. And for the href, it won't do anything, so we can pass a hashtag. In most cases, you want to redirect the user to a different route, for example, but in this case, I don't want to redirect the user, so this makes the most sense. Nevertheless, we currently have one problem. This button looks kinda ugly, so the plus icon should be aligned horizontally. It should be rendered here, not at the top, and also we need the background color. This currently is not a button, so we can go back to our empty state, and I want to give the link a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from our button component. We can invoke it. In theory, you can destructure it, configure it even further, add a variant and stuff like that, but in this case, the default is fine enough. So if you go back, we should finally already see a real button. This is finished, but you know what? I don't like the icon. It's kind of weird. So maybe instead of saying plus icon, we can get the plus circle. I think this will look a bit better. Yeah, I think this is finished. Do we want to add a size? No, I don't think so. This is fine enough. And there's one more thing which I want to create, and that's a border. So we can just go back. We want to go to the empty component, and I want to add a class name. This will be equal to border and border dashed, because it should not be one line, but instead little dots. If we go back, we won't really see the border, or yes, I see it, but we have a problem. At the bottom, I have margin. As you see here, I have margin on the left and right. But what about the top? There is no margin. So let's just go back. We want to go to the message list because the message list wraps or renders the empty state. And let's wrap the empty state component in a div. So for the div, I can give it a class name. This will be equal to flex, height full, and padding top 4. This should fix our problem. And yes, now we have finally correct margin, or in other words padding, both on the y-axis and x-axis. If you want to, you can make this component even fancier by adding a background color or fancy animations. But in this case, let's be honest, this is good enough. It looks beautiful. As a next step, I want to add a scroll top indicator. What do I mean by that? Well, if we go to our other channel, yo, what's up, we get scroll to the bottom. This is fine. This is not something that we want to change. This is what we created. But if you scroll to the top, it fetches our data. But do you see any indicator? No, I don't see any indicator. I have to scroll to the top and then I get all of my other messages. This is not very nice. So what we can do is just go back, and I want to create a nice little indicator which says something like fetching data. Yeah, I think fetching data is enough. So what we can do is go underneath this div. So underneath the div which wraps our empty state and messages and bottom ref, we want to go underneath this div, and I want to create like a ternary. So I want to know if we are currently fetching the next page more data. So if is fetching next page is true, we can use this double and sign, and I want to return a div. Not this, but I want to return a div. We can also get started right away by styling the div. So let's give the div a class name. This will be pointer events none, also absolute. This is quite important. The reason why we use absolute is because it just preserves our rendering strategy. At the start I used relative, but relative is like a literal element in the message list. So if you then scroll to the top, it creates like a weird shift, and that's why I don't use relative but instead absolute. Absolute is just a layer on your real layer, if this makes sense. And we want to align this div on the top, so top 0 and right or left 0, it does not really matter. So I will say left 0 and right 0. We want to give this a Z index. This will be 20. It should be above our standard relative layer, so it should be above this div. We can continue. I want to say flex items center and then also justify center. So items center, justify center, and padding y2 to have some spacing on the y-axis. In the div, we want to create another div, and in this div, I want to use the loader2 icon. Loader2 is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's style it. So this will have a size of 4. This is width 4 and height 4. This is just the short form. Animate spin, so that the user gets a nice animation and sees, hey, something is happening, and also text muted foreground for the color. Or maybe primary to have it like, or so that the icon is blue. No, let's leave it as is. And underneath the icon, I want to render a span element which says loading previous messages ... So loading previous messages ... If I go back and do a hard refresh, it will scroll to the bottom. If I scroll to the top, I get this indicator. But this indicator looks absolutely ugly. And that's because this main div just created the layout. With this div, we positioned the item, or yeah, this indicator at the top, but we want to also style it, give it a background color and stuff like that. So I want to update this div, the child div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex items, which will be center, gap 2 to have some spacing in between the loader, and span, rounded, which will be MD, BG, gradient to bottom. So this will be from the top to the bottom. It will start from white, so from dash white with an opacity of 80%. This is for light mode, to transparent. And if it's not light mode, we want to say dark from neutral. Neutral will be, let's say, 900. This is quite dark, but with an opacity of 80%. And it will then, of course, transition to transparent, because transparent is both there for light mode and dark mode. At the end, I want to say backdrop, blur, and also padding x3 and padding y1. So we can test it out. If I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, it will scroll to the bottom, that's fine. And if I scroll to the top, I get this indicator, which looks beautiful. And by the way, I am completely at the top because my mouse has this infinite scroll. So when I scroll, it literally just does not stop. So I'm still scrolling even though we are already at the bottom. And if I do it again, I will get scroll to the top. So this is just my mouse. Our pagination itself works. This is just my mouse. So don't be worried. So we can go back. This is finished. And I want to also update the button, because currently if I scroll to the top, I don't have any way to scroll to the bottom. Because let's imagine we would have 5,000 messages and I would scroll to the top. How long would it take to get to the bottom? Well, in my case, it would only take 1 second because I have this mouse. But a normal user would literally take or use the scroll wheel, and it would take hours to get to the bottom. So I want to render a little button on the bottom right, which says, or not, it should not say anything. It should render like a chevron down icon, which tells or shows the user, hey, click on me to get to the bottom. So we can just go back. Instead of having this ternary, I will comment it out, and instead let's start off fresh. So if we are not at the bottom, please use the exclamation mark and then the state is at bottom. If this is not true, we can use this double and sign, and I want to return the button component. In the button, I want to get the chevron down icon. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name, and this will be size 4. But if I go back, I don't see anything. And what's the problem? Well, the button is currently not positioned absolutely. So first of all, we can give the button a type. So type will be equal to button because we don't want to submit the form. As a next step, I want to add a size. For the size, this will be SM, and I want to add a class name. So this will be absolute to position it absolutely. Bottom will be 4, right will be 5. So we want to align it or position it on the bottom right. Let's give it a Z index. This will be 20. And in theory, we should already see something. So if I do a hard refresh and scroll a bit to the top, I will get this button. Yeah, it looks okay, but it could be way better. So how about we again go back and we can add first of all a size. This will be 10, rounded, which will be full. How about we give it a hover state, which will be shadow XL. So shadow, where's my IntelliSense, XL, and I want to also say transition, which will be all, with a duration of 200. So if we go back, yeah, this finally looks good. So if I scroll completely to the top and click on the button, nothing happens. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, this button does not have an on-click handler. Since we added this type button, the button literally does nothing. It's a button. So for it to work, we either have to submit a form or add an on-click handler. And what will the on-click handler do? Or in other words, what function do we want to call? Well, let's look at our code base. We have this items is empty, use effect is near bottom, handle scroll, maybe this one, but no, this is used when scroll to top is smaller than 80 pixels. So this is not used to, how would you say, scroll the user to the bottom, but rather to scroll or to fetch new data. So this does not work. Let's continue, use effect. Right, scroll to bottom. We already have a function which will scroll the user to the complete bottom. So I will copy the name, scroll to bottom, and then this function or this on-click handler will be equal to scroll to bottom. We can delete this commented out code because we don't need it anymore. And in theory, if I click on the button, I will get scrolled to the bottom. Wow, this worked beautifully. So are we finished with the message list component? We now have an empty state. I added the scroll top indicator. We have this beautiful scroll to bottom button indicator. And yeah, I think the next step is to add optimistic updates. Because here's the thing, if I type a message, so if I say, yo, what's up? And if I click on send, I have to wait for about 1 or 2 seconds for it to fully render. And that's because we first of all have to wait for the response from the server. And only once we get the response from the server, we invalidate our queries and with that fetch our new data. So to make this more, or to create a better user experience, we can add optimistic updates. And optimistic updates just means that we want to be optimistic. We want to be optimistic that everything succeeds. So when the user adds a message and clicks on send, I want to instantly see the message in the main view and I want to, see it instantly. Well, that's what optimistic updates are. And then in our mutation logic itself, we will wait for the onSuccess event, and in the onSuccess event, we will validate that everything was successful. If so, we will leave everything as is, but if it failed, we will roll back to the old state. So optimistic updates are great for messaging applications like ours, but in general, optimistic updates should be added to literally every application in my opinion, because it makes everything faster. So since you now know what optimistic updates are and why you would want to use them, well, because your application becomes better, faster, I think it's time to also implement them. So what we can do is go to the, not oRPC, but to the TAN stack documentation, and I want you to search for optimistic updates. React Query provides 2 ways to optimistically update your UI before a mutation has completed. You can either use the onMutate option to update your cache directly, or leverage the returned variables to update your your UI from the use mutation result. So via the UI, we will this is the simpler variant as it doesn't interact with the cache directly. The second option would be to use the cache. So via the cache, when you optimistically update your state before performing a mutation, there is a chance that the mutation will fail. In most of these failure cases, you can just trigger a refetch of your optimistic queries to revert them to their true server state. In some circumstances though, refetching may not work correctly and the mutation error could represent some type of server issue that won't make it possible to refetch. In this event, you can instead choose to roll back your update, and that's exactly what we will do. We will just roll back. We won't refetch anything. This is just more performant in my opinion because there are no refetches, and since we implemented reverse infinite scroll, it also won't create any issues with this infinite scroll, because when you update it or when you roll back by revalidating your query, by refetching it, you create a lot of load, which is not really needed, and it's also not perfect for infinite scroll in my opinion. So it makes more sense to just revert, or to, how did they call it? Let me see what's the correct term, roll back. So in this case, it makes more sense to roll back to your old state, and that's exactly what we will do. So we will use 3 event handlers: on mutate, then on success, and on error. In the on error handler, we will roll back, and on success, we will make sure that everything was successful, if this makes sense, and in on mutate, we will create our optimistic update. So let's go back. I want to go above the on success, and let's create the on mutate, or let's get a property. This is equal to a standard async arrow function. And what do we want to do in this function? Well, there are a few things. First of all, we want to cancel our queries. As a second step, we want to create a snapshot. The snapshot will be used later on if we have an error, so this is there to roll back. And finally, we will then create our optimistic update. So you know what, let's get started right away, and then you will understand everything way better, because I think just explaining things without showing it to you is a bit complicated. So first of all, I want to cancel all queries. We can say await query client, it's already imported, or in other words initialized, dot cancel queries. We can invoke it, destructure it, and as you all know, we have to pass a query key. The thing is, this query key should be equal to the message list query key. So if we go to the message list, you will see that we did not define any custom query key. We instead just use oRPC's native functionality, which is fine itself, but I think it will make our lives a bit easier if we add a custom query key, because inside of here we have a infinite query, right? Use infinite query, and this makes it a bit harder to use or to revalidate everything using the provided or automatic query key. If this confuses you, don't worry, let's just create a custom one. Underneath the input, we can say query key, and this will be equal to an array, and I will pass 2 arguments. First of all, message.list, this will be the name, and also channel ID, because at the end of the day, we have multiple channels, and we want to only invalidate one channel, which is this one. So this query key can now be called. We can just go back, and I will copy the name message list, and in the message input form we can pass an array. For the first value, this will be message.list, and for the second value, this will be the channel ID. So with that, we will directly invalidate this specific query. So since we now cancel all queries, I want to get my previous data. Or in other words, I want to create a snapshot. So we can say constant previous data. This will be equal to query client dot get query data. We can pass, or we want to invoke it, open an array, and inside of here I have to pass the query key, which is this array. I can copy it, or I will copy the values in the array and paste it inside of here. If you now hover over your previous data, you will see that the type is unknown. This is not good, because you don't really want to have data which has a type of unknown or any. Yes, there are certain times where unknown or any is fine, but in this case, since we can infer the type, it does not make any sense to leave this as unknown. So what type will this be? Well, we can go back, or we want to scroll to the top. Underneath the interface, I want to create a type. This will be called, how should I call it? Let's call it message props. Message props will be equal to an object, and message props will have items. Items will be of type message. Message is imported from the lib folder, so lib generated Prisma. Let's import it, and this is an array. It's quite important. And this message props also has another item, which is the next cursor, and the next cursor could be undefined, and it will be of type string. So please add the question mark. But this message props property is still not the correct type. So we can just go underneath it. I want to create another type, and this will be called infinite messages. This will be equal to infinite data. Infinite data is imported from TanStack, so we can import it. I want to add a generic, and for the generic, this will be our message props. And by the way, this shouldn't be message props, but instead message page. So this will be called message page, and for the generic, I will pass message page. Since this is finished, we can copy the type infinite messages, and we can add it for this get query data. So I want to add a generic, and this will be infinite messages. So if you hover over previous data, it finally has a type. So since this is finished, we can continue, and I want to now create the optimistic message object. So we can say constant optimistic message, and this will be equal to an object. But the thing is, if I now click on Control Spacebar, we don't get any types, and that's because this is just a standard object. But the optimistic message should follow our message schema. So if you open your schema.prisma, not this one, but schema.prisma, we have our model message or message model. And this message model has a lot of properties: an ID, content, image, URL, author ID, and all of these properties have to be defined in this object. So this optimistic message will have a type of message, which we already imported. And if I go back and click on Control Spacebar, I instantly get all of my types. So let's start with the ID. And now you might ask me, okay, Jan, how should we get our ID? So there are a few ways on how you can generate an ID. The most simple solution would be to just say new date, because a date in most cases is quite unique. But if your application is used by many people, then there is the chance that there are two people that send a message at the exact same time. So it's not a good idea to use the current date for your optimistic ID. Instead, what we can do is go above the constant optimistic message. Let's create a constant temporary ID. This will be equal to optics, and I want to say optimistic dash. I want to pass a dynamic value. This will be equal, or inside of here, I want to say crypto.random UUID, and I can invoke it. So the ID will be something like optimistic dash and then some gibberish. So this is the optimistic ID, and this just gives you the best unique value, or this is the safest solution. That's what I'm trying to say. So instead of now passing new date, we can pass temporary ID. So we are finished with the ID. Let's continue with the content. For the content, or how can we get our content? Well, we want to get our content through the params. This onMutate function is a standard arrow function, or it's equal to an arrow function. And in the params, I can get my variables. Or maybe it should be called data. Let's call it data. I think this makes a bit more sense. So this content will be equal to data.content. What else do we have? We have an image URL. This will be equal to data.image URL. But the thing is, we instantly get an error. And that's because image URL can be either or it expects a string or null. But in this case, we pass this data.image URL, which could be of type string or undefined. So if it's not defined, I want to use nullish core listen and return null. This now follows the correct TypeScript types, or the correct schema. As a next step, we want to add the created at and updated at timestamps. For created at, this will be new date, and the same thing is also true for updated at. So I can just copy paste this, and instead instead of saying created at, this will be updated at. Let's also get the author ID, and here's the thing, what will this be equal to? Well, in theory, this should be equal to the user ID, but I don't get the user object. How can we fix this? Well, one solution would be to get the user session. So we could use the useKind browser client hook, and the useKind browser client hook will get the user session on the client side. This works, and that's also how I fixed this problem at the beginning when I coded this project, but this is not scalable. You refetch your data in multiple places, even though it's not needed. You can just access the data from our previously fetched data. What do I mean by that? Well, where is this message input form rendered? It's rendered in our page.tsx. In the page.tsx, we render a few things: the channel header, the message list, and the message input form. And what we can do is fetch data inside of here and pass the user object as a prop, because we need to fetch data inside of here. Our channel header currently is hard-coded. It literally just says super cool channel, but in reality this should say yo, what's up. So what we want to do is fetch the channel, the current active channel, and while we fetch the current active channel, we can also return the user and then access it inside of here. So first of all, if I open my router, let's look at the routes. So the channel route currently only has two procedures: create channel and list channels. But we need one more procedure, which is to get a specific procedure, or not a single procedure, but one single channel. My God, what's wrong with me? So in the channel route, in the channel object, we can just say get, and this will be equal to the get channel procedure, which we haven't created yet. So let's open the Explorer. I want to go into the router, into the channel file, and let's create another procedure, which will be called get channel. So this will be a very simple procedure, or in other words, the code will be very simple. I will say export constant get channel. This will be equal to base, our base middleware. And as you all know, we want to chain multiple middlewares. First of all, we can say .use required of middleware. As a second step, we can say .use required workspace middleware. So with that, we verify that the user is authenticated and is logged into a workspace. As a third step, I want to add Arcjet. So as a first step, we can add the standard security middleware. This will add shield and bot protection. And as a next step, and by the way, this shouldn't be errors, but .use, what just happened? I'm not sure. And after that, we can again chain .use, and this will be the heavy write middleware. No, I'm joking. What do we do inside of here? We get data. If you open your Explorer and open the middlewares, what middlewares do we have? Heavy write, standard write, and read. And in this case, we read data. So .use read security middleware. This is imported. As the next step, we can define the route. I want to invoke it, destructure it. Let's pass a method. For the method, this will be get, uppercase get. That's quite important. Let's add the path. For the path, this will be /channels / channel ID. So with that, we say, hey, the channel ID is a dynamic value. As the next step, we can add a summary, and I will say get a channel by ID. And the last property is the tags property, which is an array, and inside of here we always passed channels, and we will do the exact same thing for this procedure. So the route is also finished, and the next step is to add an input, output, and handler. Let's first of all get the input. And what do I want to get for the input? Well, how can we fetch our data? How can we get a specific channel? Well, we want to use the channel ID, because this is the unique identifier. So I can invoke it. I want to say z.object. Let's get the channel ID. And what type will the channel ID have? Is it type string, type number, type boolean? Well, it's type string. So in this case, z.string, and I can invoke it. The input is finished. Let's continue with the output. And the thing is, I don't really know what we will return. So what I will do for now is return z.void. The output is finished. Let's continue with the handler. And in the handler, I want to finally fetch my data. So this will be a standard async arrow function. Let's destructure the params. I want to get the context, input, and also errors. In the function, I want to get my channel. So I will say constant channel. This will be equal to await Prisma dot channel dot find unique, because I want to find a unique channel. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we have to add two key properties. First of all, the where statement, because we don't want to find any channel, but a specific channel. This channel should have an ID which is equal to the input.channel ID, and the workspace ID should be equal to the context.workspace.org code. So now we find our channel, but I don't want to get everything, because if you hover over channel, we will now return the ID, name, created at timestamp, updated at timestamp. I don't need this data. I only need one thing, which is the name. So we can add a select statement, and I want to get the name, so I will set this to true. Since this is finished, I want to create an if statement at the end, because in theory, the channel could just be null. This means no channel has been found. So if there is no channel, so exclamation mark channel, then we want to throw errors dot not found, and I want to invoke it. This is finished, and the last step is to return data, and I want to return two things: the user and the channel name. So let's just return an object. I want to return a channel name. This will be equal to the channel.name, and I want to return the current user, so current user, and this will be equal to the context.user. We instantly get an error, and that's because the returned data does not match our output. Our output says, hey, we should not return anything, but we return data. This is a conflict. So to fix this, let's update our output. Instead of returning z.void, we will return z.object, and I want to return two things: the channel name and the current user. Let's first of all copy the channel name. This will be equal to z.string, and I want to return the current user. I will copy the name, and the current user will be equal to the kind type. And the thing is, kind has its own schema. So we can say z.custom. I want to add a generic, and for the generic, this will be the kind user type. This is imported from kind itself, and it's still not finished because we have to invoke the current user, but we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, we want to add another child generic. This will be record. For the record, I want to add another generic, and inside of here, I will say string, comma, unknown. And I think I misspelled record, so this should now be correct, and the error automatically goes away. So the procedure is finished. We can copy the name, get channel. Let's go to our base router, and get will be equal to the get channel procedure. So since this is finished, we can go back to our message input form, and we can finally add our user data. No, not to the message input form. Let me correct myself. We want to go to the page.tsx, fetch the data, and then pass the user as a prop to the message input form. So let's just scroll to the top. I want to go underneath this use params hook, and let's create a constant. We can destructure it, and this will be equal to use query. Use query is imported from TanStack, and we want to construct our procedure call. So oRPC is imported from the lib folder .channel.get.query options. As a next step, I can invoke it, destructure it, and I want to pass the input. For the input, this is an object, and what do we want to pass? Well, we want to pass one thing, which is the channel ID. The channel ID will be equal to the channel ID, and where we destructure this use query, we want to get two things, no, three things. First of all, data, error, and is loading. As a next step, we can create an if statement. So if there is an error, I want you to say error. So if error is true, we will open this. So error, my God, what's wrong today? I want to just open this and I will return a p tag which says error. Since we now make sure that we get our data, we can also update our message input form to get the user as a prop. So I want to update the interface. I want to get a user, and the user will be equal to the current user type. We can open our procedure. So this was the channel file, because inside of here I already added the current user record string unknown. We can copy this current user record string unknown, and I want to paste it inside of here. We want to import current user from current itself, and the next step is to destructure our params and you get the user. If we go back to the page.tsx, we instantly get an error, and that's because we are missing one key property, which is the user. Yes, you are right. So let's go back. I want to pass the user, and the user will be equal to data.currentUser. The thing is, we instantly get an error, and that's because it says, hey, the current user could be undefined, but this is not true. We know that the user is defined. So I can go back to my message input form. I will copy this current user record type, and I want to say current user as this type. Current user is imported from current, and this should fix our problem. This is okay because we know that the current user, or that the user in general, is defined, but if the user could be undefined, this of course should not be done, because currently we just tell TypeScript, hey, I know you probably want to throw an error, but don't throw it, just say that this is the current user. This itself is fine to do so in this example, but in most cases you want to really check if you get the data that you want. But in this case, this is fine. So since we pass our user here as a prop, we can continue with the message input form. So where did we leave off? Well, we wanted to add the author ID. The author ID will be equal to user.id. We want to also add the author email, or author email. This will be equal to the user.email. Let's continue with the author name. This will be equal to the user.given name. I want to also add the author avatar. This will be equal to get avatar. Get avatar is imported from the lib folder, and we want to pass two arguments. First of all, the user picture, and then the user email. So I will say user.picture, and as a second argument, we will pass the user.email. We instantly get an error for the email, and that's because in theory the email could be undefined. But in this case, the email is always defined because the user can only authenticate with methods that always provide an email. So I will add an exclamation mark at the end, and this will fix our problem. So there are only a few more properties left, or there's only one more property left, which is the channel ID. For the channel ID, this will be equal to channel ID. Nevertheless, we still get two errors, and that's for the author email and author name. It says, hey Jan, the author email in theory could be undefined, or in other words, it could be null. The author email, as mentioned, is always defined. So I can add an exclamation mark. For the author name, yes, it could in theory be undefined. Not really, it's always defined, but let's add nullish core listen, and if the author name is not defined, I will render John Doe. So this is finished, but this optimistic message object is not used. And what we want to do is update our cache with this new object. So let's scroll underneath this constant optimistic message object, but you want to stay in the onMutate function, and let's say query client dot set query data. I want to invoke it. The first step is to add our query key. In other words, what data, what cache do we want to update? Well, if you open the message list component, then you will know that we defined our own custom query key, which is this message list channel ID. I will copy the array, paste it inside of here, and we already have our channel ID, which means everything works as expected. And why do we add this query key inside of here? Well, that's because we want to update one specific cache, if this makes sense. So we want to identify which cached query to update, and this will match to our message list, or in other words, to the infinite query. So since this is finished, we want to add an updater function. So after this array, we can add a comma, and I want to create a standard arrow function. In the params, we want to get old. And what is old? Well, old is just our cache data, and that's why we call it old, because in a second we will add new data. So as a first step, we want to check if there's no existing data, so if there's no old data. Let's first of all write the code, then I will explain it in more detail. We can create an if statement, and I want to say if there is no old data, we can just open this. And by the way, maybe it would make more sense to call this existing data. But okay, I think this is fine enough. I think you understand what old means. So we want to return an object, and I want to return the pages property. The pages property is an array. In the array, we can open an object, and there are two things which we want to render, and this is items, or which we want to pass, and this is items and next cursor. The annoying thing is that we currently don't get any types. So what we can do is go to this object. So after this object bracket, I want to say satisfies infinite messages. If we now go back and click on Control Spacebar, we instantly get our types. So for the items, this is an array, and we want to pass our optimistic message. And the second property is the next cursor, which will be undefined. But we still get an error. What's the problem? The property page param is missing. Oh, thank you TypeScript for letting me know. We want to go underneath the pages property. We want to add the page params property. This is an array, and in the array, I will add undefined. So TypeScript is a massive help, or massive helper, time saver, as you see here. And I don't understand people who use JavaScript. Like, I remember a few years ago where I also learned TypeScript, and at the start I thought, damn, who needs TypeScript? It's so useless, it just throws errors, it's annoying. But after I wanted to say years, but after a few days you already realize what a big helper it is, and after some time you can't live without TypeScript anymore. And for me, like, when I have to now work on a JavaScript project, I literally scream internally because it's such a pain to work on a JavaScript project without any types. So trust me, always use TypeScript. It's such a game changer, and it will save so much time both when writing code but also when debugging code. Also, why did we create this if statement? Well, this if statement only triggers if we don't have any messages yet. So if we have like a completely empty list, so no messages at all, and it returns a brand new infinite query structure, we pass our pages array. The pages array contains one page with only one item, so items, optimistic message, next cursor, undefined. Why did we add an undefined for the next cursor? Well, this means that there are no more pages to fetch. And we also added page params because this tracks pagination parameters for each page. Undefined means that the first page had no cursor. It's the initial page, so that's correct. It should be undefined. And I added the satisfies infinite messages for TypeScript types because, again, they are a game changer. So this at the end just creates an infinite query cache with just the optimistic, so with this individual optimistic message. But here's the thing, sometimes you don't just create the initial message, you want to create more messages. So if we go back, we already have messages, so we have an old existing cache. This if statement won't trigger. It will only trigger for this test channel, because in this test channel I haven't created any messages yet. So we can go underneath this if statement, and I want to get the first page. So constant first page will be equal to old.pages. But hey, I don't get any TypeScript types. How can we add them? Well, generics are our best friend. For the set query data, I can say infinite messages. And if I now again go back, it should give me TypeScript types. And yes, that's exactly what happened. So we want to get the first page. So for the index, we will pass 0. And the thing is, in theory, this could be not defined. So we can use nullish core listen, and this will just be an object. We will return an object with items. This will be an empty array. And for the next cursor, this will be undefined. Let's for now write the code. I will explain it in a second. It's not hard, it's relatively simple. Underneath the first page, I want to create my updated first page. So let's say constant updated first page. This will be equal to an object. Let's first of all spread our first page. And as a second step, I want to add my items. Items is an array, and the thing is, I don't get any TypeScript types. So this updated first page will have a type of message page. Underneath the spread, we can now get our items, and this will be equal to an array. We want to get or pass our optimistic message, and we want to spread our first page dot items. The last step is to return this data. So underneath the updated first page, I want to return an object. I want to spread old and also pass my pages property. Pages is an array. We want to add our updated first page, and as a next step, we want to spread our old pages, and I want to slice them. So dot slice, as an argument, I will pass 1. So what exactly are we doing right here? Well, first of all, this code only runs if there is existing data. So if the cache already has messages. And as a first step, we get our first page. So this gets the first page from our old data. We use nullish coalescing if there is no first page. And why do we even get the first page? Well, in this infinite query, newest messages are on the first page and they are in reversed order. So that's why we want to get the first page and not like some old or some middle page, like the second page, third page, the last page. You want to get the first page because we create a new message. As a next step, I created the updated first page, and this creates a updated first page. Wow, who would have thought? So first of all, we spread our first page. So this spreads the existing page properties and it preserves the next cursor as an example. We also pass items, and this is equal to an array with the optimistic message, and we spread our first page dot items. So the optimistic message goes first because this is the newest message, and we spread our existing items after it because we don't want to render the new message after all of the existing messages. No, we want to render it right here. It's the newest message. And step 3 is to return our updated cache structure. So we spread our old data, and this preserves the page params array, and it preserves any other metadata which we added. And this pages property is equal to an array. Inside of here, we create pretty much a new pages array. We add our updated first page. This is the modified first page with new messages. And as a last step, we spread our old properties. So what I mean by that is all of the other pages should stay unchanged. And that's why I added the slice method. We want to leave all other pages intact, unchanged. Page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. Only page 1 changes. So as a last step, we want to just go underneath this query client, and I want to return my previous data and the temporary ID. So we can say return object, previous data, and also comma, temporary ID. So you know what, this in theory should already work, and I guess let's test it out. So if I go back, I get my data and I will say, yo, what's up? And if I click on send, bam, it was optimistically added instantly, and that's exactly what we wanted. So the onMutate function updates our server-side cache, it adds the item. This if statement does not trigger because we already have old existing data, so instead this triggers, we append the item at the end to our first page, and we then just return this, or yeah, we return it. So since this is finished, I want to also finish off the onSuccess handler and the onError handler, because in the onError handler I want you to roll back because this means something went wrong with the mutation, and in the onSuccess handler I don't want to call what do we do? Invalidate queries, but instead I want to update my cache, so this is not really wanted. What we can do is first of all start with the onError, because this is quite simple. This is just a rollback. So I can delete the return toast, we don't need it right now, and we can create an if statement. So in the params, I want to get three things. First of all, underscore error, we can get underscore variables and or comma context. So inside the if statement, we can say context dot previous data. If this is true, we can open the if statement. And how do we get the previous data? Well, in the onMutate function, we return two things, previous data and temporary ID, and we access the previous data through the context. So that's how I get it. And in the if statement, we can say query client dot set query data. I want to invoke it, and inside of here we first of all have to pass our query key. So let's copy the query key from our onSuccess handler, not this one, but where was it? This one, this array with the message list and channel ID. So I will paste it down below. By the way, please use the array brackets. We want to add a comma. We instantly get an error, by the way. That's because this function needs two arguments. This is the first argument, and the second argument will be the context.previous data. The previous data was our snapshot, and that's why we created the if statement. In theory, the previous data could be undefined, but using this if statement, we make sure that the previous data is defined. Underneath the if statement, I want to create or return a toast, so I will say return toast. Toast is already imported, .error, and for the message, something went wrong. So the onError handler is finished, and let's finish off the onSuccess handler. So I will delete the code, or I will delete everything except the return toast, because it's fine. The rest is not needed. So let's first of all get the query client dot set query data. I want to invoke it, and the thing is, this again needs two arguments. First of all, our query key, and then secondly, just a function which updates our cache. So we can copy this message list channel ID. I will paste it as an argument, and the second step is to create a standard arrow function. So I will create it, and in the params I want to get my existing data, or in other words old. That's how we call our existing data. So the thing is, we could have a scenario where no existing data is present. So let's say if there is no old data, or in other words existing data, let's just return old. So since this is now our early return, we can get started by updating our pages or returning them. So I will say constant updated pages, and this will be equal to old.pages, but I don't get any TypeScript types, and as you all know, this is not good. We use, or this is a TypeScript project. So how can we fix it? So this is a question from me to you. Please answer it. How can you get types? Well, the solution is quite simple. You want to add a generic. So here I can get my angled brackets, and I want to pass the infinite messages. So infinite messages. And if I again go back, I instantly get TypeScript types. Page params and pages. I want to get pages. We want to map over the pages. As a param, let's just get the page. We can return it and open an object. So inside of here, I want to spread my page data, the existing data, but I want to update the items because this page has two properties. It has, where is it? It has items and the next cursor. The next cursor should stay as is, but we want to specifically update the items. So I can say items, and this will be equal to page.items. I want to map over the items. As a param, we can say m. This is just the short form for message. I can return it, and I want to say m.id has to be equal to context.temporary ID. Not is context, but context. The thing is, we currently don't get our context, so I can just update the onSuccess handler. I want to get data. Let's also get the underscore variables and context. So if I go back, m.id has to be equal to context.temporary ID. I know this code currently looks a bit confusing, but I will explain it in a second. So if this is true, we want to use a ternary. I can open this. I want to spread my data. And if this is not true, we can use the colon and we will return our message. So what did we just do? And also we get an error, updated pages. That's because it's declared, but the value is never used. So underneath this constant updated pages, we can create a return statement. Let's return an object. I want to spread my old existing data, and as a next step for the pages, this will be equal to updated pages. But what did we just do? If old updated pages, we return it. Why do we do that? Why do we need to do that? So this onSuccess runs when the API successfully creates the message on the server. The onMutate function callback runs before the function, before the server is even finished. So the onSuccess then runs, so everything was successful, everything is cool, and what it does is it replaces the optimistic, the temporary message with the real server response. This ensures that the UI has accurate data with the server generated fields. Because here's the thing, let's again look at our optimistic message. All of this data is optimistic, but the server has maybe better data. It has the author name, it has the author email, because this author name in this case in theory could be undefined. So you want to just make sure that all of the data is correct. And in this onSuccess handler, we literally just take this temporary message, we scan through our cache, we get the temporary message, and we return our new, or we exchange it for our real server message. With that, we make sure that the data is always the right one, because it's important that your server state stays in sync with your client state, and that's why TanStack Query is so powerful. But let's look at this onSuccess handler. So this onSuccess handler gets 3 parameters: data, variables, and context. So the data contains our server generated fields, the real ID, the created at timestamp, the updated at timestamp, and so on. And this is what the API returns after successfully creating the message in our database. We get variables. Variables is just the input sent to the mutation, and this is prefixed with the underscore because it's not used. And the last thing that we get, the last parameter, is the context, and this is the value returned from onMutate, because in onMutate we return an object. So where do we have it? This object with, no, not this one, with previous data and the temporary ID, and we can read these values using the context. Now, as a next step, we update our cache with the real message which got generated or which got stored in our database on the server side. As a first step, we add our query key. As a next step, we create this early return, and this is if there is no cache. So if cache doesn't exist, we won't do anything, and that's very important. We have these updated pages, and we map over all of our pages. We spread all of the data except our items. For the items, we map over each item, and we check if the message ID matches the temporary ID from the optimistic message. If so, if it matches, we replace the message with the real server data. If there is no match, then we keep the message unchanged, and that's why I return the message if this is not true, because there's nothing to change. As a last step, I return my data. So what exactly do we do? Well, we spread our old cache properties, page params and stuff like that, and we replace our pages array with the updated version, so with this new version. And this just maintains immutability, or in other words, we keep our server-side state in sync with our client-side state. So this is finished, and you know what? I also deleted a lot of essential code, like our form.reset. That was a mistake, but don't worry, we can just add it at the bottom. Currently, we just return the toast, but I want to also say form.reset. We want to call the method. Let's destructure it. As an argument, we will pass the channel ID, and for the content, an empty string. That's not it. We want to clear our upload, so upload.clear. The last step is to update our editor key, so I will say set editor key. As a param, we can get the current key, and we want to say k+1. So this is finished. We return our toast, and yeah, I think we are finished with everything. We have our onMutate handler, the onSuccess handler, and also the onError handler. So let's test it out one more time. I will do a hard refresh. Yo, what's up? And if I click on send, I will see it instantly. And what did just happen? Well, first of all, the onMutate handler added the message optimistically. That's why we saw it instantly. After a second, you saw the toast, which said, hey, everything was successful. This is the toast which we return in our onSuccess handler. So we updated our cache, we took our optimistic update, we replaced it with our server-side data, with our server-side message, which we get from the server side, from our procedure. And once that's done, we reset our form, we clear our upload, and of course, we return the toast. If there would be an error, then we would just roll back to our previous data, which means that we would delete the optimistic message. So this is finished. We can close the message input form. And should we create a new branch? Good question, good question. Let's quickly check our source control. What did we add? So if I open my page.tsx, what did we do inside of there? Well, we fetched our data. We right here fetch our channel, the specific channel which is currently active. And using this data fetching, we get two things. First of all, the channel name, but also the current user, which we pass as a prop to the message input form. Nevertheless, the channel header is still not finished, because if you go to the channel header, we hardcode super cool channel. So let's update the channel header with real data. So I will go back, let's open the channel header, and we want to create an interface. So this will be called channel header props. We can open it, and what do we want to get? An ID? No. A created add timestamp? No. We want to get the channel name. So this will be channel name, which will be of type string. So we can destructure our params. This will be of type channel header props. So since this is finished, I can get my channel name, and instead of hard coding super cool channel, I will just pass the channel name, which we now get. Also, I will delete the white space, so we have a white space between the hashtag and the channel name. This is not needed. And also, if we go back to the page.tsx, you will see that I instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, I have to pass data. What do I have to pass? I have to pass the channel name. So the channel name will be equal to data.channel name, but we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. And that's because this data is being fetched on the client side. And while the data is being fetched, this will be undefined. So to fix it, we can go inside of here and say or undefined. So this vertical line undefined, and with that the error will go away. So you know what, we can just go back, let's see if it works. And yes, yo, what's up? And if I go to the test channel, it should say test in a second. And as you saw, for a second it did not render anything, and that's because the data is being fetched. So if I click on yo, what's up, the data is now being fetched. Okay, it was cached, but if I do a hard refresh, it will render or fetch the data. This will be undefined for a second, and once the data is finished being fetched, so once we have our data, it will replace this empty state with the real name, or with the real channel name, which is yo, what's up. Nevertheless, we are still not finished, because the channel header has a few more components. So I want to render a message, or not message overview, but a member overview. So all of the members that are in the specific organization, in other words, workspace, and also a modal or a button. And if the user clicks on the button, we will allow the user to invite more members so that they can join the channel, or in other words, the workspace. So we can open the channel header, and in the channel header, we already rendered the theme toggle. This itself is good, but there are two more components as mentioned, which we need to create. Let's start with the invite member modal. So I will open the Explorer, and where should we create the invite member modal? Good question. Let's go into the app folder, workspace, workspace ID, channel ID, underscore components. And where should we create the file? Well, I think it would make the most sense to create a new folder in the components. So this will be called member, and in the member folder we can create a new file which will be called invite member, member.tsx. So as mentioned, this will open a dialog, or in other words modal, with an input, or in other words two inputs, the username and email. And once the user submits the form, or in other words once we submit the form, we will invite the specific user into our workspace. So since this is a component, we can create an export default function. This will be called invite member. I want to just open the function and get started with a return statement. As mentioned, we want to use a modal, so I want to get a dialog component from the components. We can open it, and by the way, I want to control this dialog, so let's create the state right away. Constant, and this will be equal to use state. The initial state will be false because the dialog should be closed. Nevertheless, we need the getter and setter. For the getter, this will be open, and for the setter, this will be set open. Since we have the state now, dialog, or the dialog component, has two properties which need to be added or filled, if this makes sense. So open will be equal to open. So if it's true, the dialog will be open. If it's false, the dialog will be closed. And on open change, this is the handler, the change handler, will be equal to set open. So we now control the dialog, and in the dialog, I want to render the dialog trigger. This is what the user will see, and this is what the user will click on. In other words, a button. So I can open it, and in the dialog trigger, I want to get the button component. Now, if you remember, the problem is that the dialog trigger renders a button, and the button component also renders a button. But in React, a button cannot be a descendant of a button. Therefore, we want to add an asChild property for the dialog trigger. So in the button itself, I want to render two things. I guess one thing, but an icon and some text. So we can say user plus, because we want to add a user. This is self-closing, and underneath the icon, I want to say invite user or member. I think member makes a bit more sense. So if we go back, we won't see anything, and that's because this component is not rendered in our channel header. So if we go back to the channel header, we want to go into the div, and above the theme toggle, I will render the invite member component. This is self-closing, and in theory, I should already see a button. But this button does not look very nice, or in other words, it looks nice, but the blue color is a bit too much in my opinion. So instead of leaving the theme, the variant as default, I want to give it the variant outline. So variant will be equal to outline, and this should already look 10 times better. By the way, should we change the gap? Yeah, I think so. Gap x2 is not enough. So maybe gap x4, maybe this is too much. Gap x3. Yeah, this is perfect. So let's continue with the invite member modal, because if I currently click on the button, nothing happens. So underneath the dialog trigger, I want to get a dialog content component from our components, the best folder in the world. In the dialog content, I want to get a dialog header, and in the dialog header, we will render a dialog title and a dialog description. I want to get the title, and underneath the title, I will get a dialog description from the component. Let's get started with the title. For the title, I will just say invite member, because we will invite a singular member, not multiple members. And for the description, I will say invite a new member to your workspace by email, or by using their email. I think this makes the most sense. So if we go back, you will already see this modal, but the thing is, it's way too big in terms of width. It should be a bit smaller. So I can add a class name for the dialog content, and this will be SM or bigger, maximum width custom value 425 pixels. This should already look a bit better, and yes, I think we are finished with the width. And as a next step, I want to continue with the content. So underneath the dialog header, I want to render a form with two form fields, an input for the name and an input for the email. But the thing is, to create a form, we firstly need a sort schema. So we can open our Explorer. I will collapse everything. I want to go into the app folder, into the schemas folder, and I want to create a new file, which will be called member.ts. So the schema will only hold data for the member category, if this makes sense. And the thing is, we will only have one schema, one sort schema, which will be invite member schema. So we can say export constant invite member schema. This will be equal to that.object. That has to be imported from sort.object. I want to invoke it, destructure it, and I have to pass two values or two properties. So as mentioned, the name and email. Let's start with the name. This will be equal to that.string because the user should pass a string and not a number or boolean, and I want to add further validation. So dot minimum will be 3 and dot maximum will be what should be the maximum? I think 50, because I don't think a name should have more than 50 characters. But if there are names that are bigger, then please update it to 100 or something like that. And the next property is the email, which will be of type z.email. So in the past with Sort version 3, you had to say z.string, z.email, but with Sort v4, it got simplified to just z.email. It will automatically validate that this is a string, and then it will validate that it has the schema of an email. So we can save this. I want to go back and let's set up the use form hook. So underneath the state, I will just say constant form. This will be equal to use form. I will import it from React hook form, and we can invoke it and destructure it. So there are two key properties that we have to pass. The resolver, which will be equal to sort resolver. Sort resolver is imported from hook form sort resolvers or resolver sort. I want to invoke it, and as an argument we have to pass the schema. How is our schema called? It's called invite member schema. I will paste it inside of here. Let's import it from our schemas folder, and the next step is to add the default values because we want to control the inputs, or in other words, React hook form wants to control the inputs. So for the email, initially this will be an empty string, and for the name this will be an empty string. So since our form hook is, or the use form hook is set up, we can also use it finally. So underneath the dialog header, but in the dialog content, we want to get the form component from the components, and we want to pass we want to spread our form data. So I want to just say form, and this form has two key properties, which is the email and name. Nevertheless, our form still throws an error, and that's because it's missing children. So we can create a simple normal form. I will delete the action because I don't have one and we won't have one. Instead, we will add an onSubmit handler a bit later on, and in the form I want to use the form field component. The form field component is imported from the components, it's self-closing, and I think you should know that there are three properties that we have to add. The control, which will be equal to form.control. We want to control the input. Secondly, for the name, this will be the name, because the user should add their name in this input and not their email. And the last step is to add a render prop function. So this is a standard arrow function, and in this arrow function we can get the form item component. And by the way, this should not be a standard arrow function. I mean, yes, standard arrow function, but we want to return it. And in the return statement, I want to finally get the form item from the components. In the form item, we can get the form label from the components, and for the form label, I want to say name. Underneath the form label, I will get the form control from the components, and in the form control, I want to render an input, and this input is imported from the components. We can add a placeholder. For the placeholder, this will be enter name. We still have one problem, and that's that this input is not connected to our state. It's not connected to React hook form. So in our render prop function, we can destructure the params, and I want to get the field. And in the input, we can just spread our field. So field, and this will connect our state. It will connect React hook form to the input, and it will control the input with an onChange handler and a value. Underneath the form control, there's one more thing missing, and that's the form message. This is where all of the error messages will be rendered. So since the first form field is finished, I will just copy it down below, and this will be for the email. So for the name, we can change it to email. For the form label, this will be email. For the input, instead of saying enter name, we will say enter email at address. So if we save this and go back, we should already see our two inputs. Yes, the spacing is absolutely horrendous, but before we fix it, we can add a submit button. So underneath the form field, but still in the standard form, we want to get the button component from our components, or it's already imported. I want to add a type. This won't be button, but instead submit, because we want to submit the form. Inside of here, I will say send invitation or something like that. Is this spelled correctly? Nope, I don't think so. So if we save this and go back, we have all of our data or all of our values. But as mentioned, we are missing the gap, or yeah, there's no spacing in between our items. So what wraps our form field components and the button? Well, it's the standard form. So we can give the form a class name, and this will be space y6. This will already make everything look 10 times better. But currently, if I click on send invitation, it will do a get request. If the user clicks on the button, we want to call the onSubmit function, and this should then call, or yeah, mutate our data by calling our oRPC procedure, which is currently not created, but we will create it in a second. So we can go back. I want to go underneath this form, and let's create an onSubmit function. So function onSubmit, I want to open it, and I want to also get the values. So in the params, we want to get values, but the thing is, we don't get any type, because if I just leave it as is, it will say, hey, values is currently or has implicitly an any type, and this is not wanted, because in this case we can infer the type. So let's open our sort schema. In the sort schema, I will say export type invite members schema type, and this will be equal to z.infer. I will create a generic, and this will be type of invite member schema. So since this is finished, I will copy the name invite member schema type, and values will be of type invite member schema type. Yes. So in the onSubmit, for now, we will just say console.log, and I want to console log the values. The last step is to connect our form to the onSubmit handler. So for the form, we can add an onSubmit, and this onSubmit will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument, we want to pass the onSubmit function. So if the user now clicks on send invitation, we instantly get errors: too small, invalid email address. So this works as expected. And by the way, isn't Shadcn UI cool? I mean, it's so powerful. We did not have to add any custom styles or anything like that. It instantly connected our React hook form instance to all of our inputs, and we did not have to add the form message, this red border, the red label. Everything is done automatically. This form component is literally a game changer, and I think most people don't really appreciate it enough, because it takes so much time to create good forms, and this component helps you to create a good form in minutes, which is so cool. So since our UI is finished, what do you think should we do as a next step? I guess we could first of all implement our members overview modal, but I think it would make more sense to implement the backend functionality to invite members, because once we invite a member, we will see the member down below, and we will also then have already the data to display at the top using this members overview dialog, not modal, dialog. So let's go back, and I want to open my base router, so the index file. Currently we have 3 routes: workspace, channel, and message, but we need one more route, which will be for member. And you know what, in theory we could create like an individual route /member, but in this case I think it will make a bit more sense to create a sub route. So in the workspace route, we will create a sub route called member. This will be an object, and inside of here there are 2 things that we want to do. We want to list our members, and we want to invite our members, or in other words, I want to invite one member at a time. So let's start with the invite procedure. Invite will be equal to invite member, but currently we don't have the corresponding procedure. So let's open our Explorer, and in the router I want to create a new file, which will be member.ts, and this file will store all of the procedures for our member category or members category. So inside of here I want to get started with the first procedure, which will be invite member. Let's say export constant invite member. This will be be equal to base. Base is imported from the middlewares folder. .use. I want to start with the required of middleware. We want to make sure that the user is authenticated. I want to chain another middleware, which will be required workspace middleware. So these are our two basic middlewares. And the next step is to chain our Arcjet middlewares. So we always start with the standard security middleware. So .use standard security middleware. This adds shield and bot protection. And in this case, what should we add? Because if we open our Explorer, there are two middlewares which could work in this scenario or in this example, heavy write and standard write. What should we use? Well, I think it would make the most sense to use heavy write because write has a quite big rate limit with 40 requests and heavy write rate limits the user after 2 requests. So we will say .use heavy security, or how is it called? Heavy write security middleware. So we are finished with our middlewares, and the next step is to chain our route. We can invoke it, destructure it, and there are 4 properties that we have to pass: the method, path, summary, and tags. So let's start with the method. What will this be? Put, post, patch, head, get, or delete. Well, in this case, we want to add data, so this will be post. The next step is to add the path. The path will be equal to /workspace /members/invite. So since this is finished, we can continue with the next property. This will be the summary. For the summary, I will say invite members or invite member, because we will invite one singular member. There's one more property missing, the tags property. This is an array, and we will say member, uppercase, or members. Yeah, let's say members, plural. So since this is finished, we can chain 3 more methods: the input, output, and handler. Let's start with the input. For the input, I want to add my invite member schema because the user has to add an email and name. So there's nothing that we have to create. Invite member schema. This is imported from the schemas, and we want to add the output. Now here's the thing, I don't think that we will return anything. Maybe this will change. So for now we can say z.void. Z is imported from sort, so the output is also finished. And there's one more thing missing, which is the handler, our logic. So we can invoke the handler. This is a standard arrow function which we can open, and it's asynchronous, by the way, don't forget that. And that's the structure our params. I want to get the input, context, and also the errors object. So what do we want to do in the handler? Well, we want to invite a user. The thing is, to invite a user, we will have to use kind, because kind handles all of the authentication logic. And what or how can we invite the user? Good question. So one solution would be to use the getKind server session hook, but the thing is, this does not work. The getKind server session hook does not allow us to invite users. It's only there to authenticate users, lock users out, and do stuff like that. But it's not there to do things programmatically, to invite members, to delete members and stuff like that, because it does not have the necessary permissions. We need the M2M token to get these permissions. So let's delete this getKind server session, and instead I will create a try catch statement. And in the try statement, we want to use the kind management API, or in other words, the JS wrapper. So in the try statement, I want to call init. So init is imported from kind management API JS. We can invoke it, and with that, our JS wrapper is already, or our API wrapper is already initialized. So I want to say await users. Users is imported from kind management API JS dot create user. So here's how the flow will look like. A user, or we will create a user in kind. This created user will then be put into the workspace. This for now is fine enough, but later on I will change the flow a little bit, because right now we will only allow new users to be added to the workspace, but not existing users. So let's say await users.create user. I want to invoke it, destructure it, and there is one property, one key property that we have to add, which is request body. Request body is an object, and we want to pass the organization code because we want to tell current, hey, create a user and add this user to this organization. So the organization code will be equal to context.workspace.org code. So this is the first step. As a second step, we want to get the profile property. This is an object, and we want to pass two things, the given name and the picture. So for the given name, this will be the input.name, and for the picture, we want to use our getAvatar function. So getAvatar. For the picture, we don't have one, so I will pass null, and for the email, I will say input.email. So this will already work. Let's continue. Underneath the profile, I want to get the identities property. This is an array, and in the array, we have to pass one specific thing, or in other words, the identity. How will the user log in? Well, the user will log in using their email. So for the type, this will be email, and we want to pass the email, so we can say details, and details will have an email, which will be input, or which will be equal to input.email. So if you would allow a user to authenticate using their phone number, then you would select phone. And if you would allow your user to authenticate using a username, then you would select username. But our user is only allowed to authenticate using their email, and that's why I selected email. So since this is finished, we can continue with the catch statement, and in the catch statement, I want to throw an error. So I will say throw errors. We already destructure the errors object, and what method or what error should we trigger? Bad request? Yeah, it works. I guess internal server error will make the most sense. Let's invoke it, and I think we are finished with the procedure. So let's open the base router, and invite will be equal to the invite member procedure. So we can open the invite member file, or in other words the component, and I want to create a mutation, or I want to call the procedure and mutate my data, invite my user. So underneath the form, I will say constant invite mutation. This will be equal to use mutation. This is imported from TanStack. We can invoke it, and what do we have to do inside of here? Well, we want to call the procedure. So I will say oRPC. oRPC is imported from the lib folder .workspace.member.invite, and we want to pass our mutation options. So .mutation options. I will invoke it, destructure it, and there are two events that I want to listen for, the onSuccess event and the onError event. OnSuccess will be equal to a standard arrow function or a callback function, which uses the arrow syntax or arrow function syntax, and inside of here I want to do three things. I want to return a toast, reset the form, and close the dialog. So we will say toast.success. Toast is imported from sonar.success, and for the message, this will be invitation sent successfully, exclamation mark. As mentioned, form.reset to reset the form. I want to invoke it, and finally I want to close the modal, so set open false. This is for the onSuccess handler. Let's also add an onError handler. This will be equal to a callback function. I want to get the error from the params, and in the callback function I will say return or toast .error, and for the message I will return the error .message. So this is finished. Did I spell invitation correctly? I think so. Wow, I'm proud of myself. So we can copy the name invite mutation, and I want to call it. So in the onSubmit, instead of console logging the values, we will say invite, not member schema, but invite mutation .mutate, and as an argument I will pass my values. Whew, oh my god, this was a lot of code, but in theory it should also work, so let's test it out. If I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. That's fine, no worries. If I click on invite member, I get my dialog. Okay, I will say Jan, and for the email I will pass my jan@marshallcode.com. If I click on send invitation, will it work? Nope, internal server error. Let's open the terminal. 500 RPC workspace member invite. So our procedure failed. Let's look at the handler. We use the kind management API and I create a user and instantly add the user to our workspace. But how does this work in the background? Yes, we use our M2M token. So we want to update our scopes so that the user is, or that we are allowed to create a user and add the user to this specific or to a specific workspace. So let's go back to Kind. Just click on the link in my YouTube description. Please make sure that you are switched into the development environment. It's important that you are not in the production environment, because if you are in the production environment, nothing will work. So once you verified that you are in the development environment, you want to click on M2M, so your application's M2M view details. I want to click on APIs and manage scopes, so on these three dots, and then manage scopes. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to add, or we want to allow ourselves to create a user and then to add the user to the workspace. So this will be create users. Do we have such a property? Yes, so create users. This is the first value or the first scope which we want to activate. And then let's search for workspace or organization. That's how it's called in Kind. Create organization user API scopes. Nope. User roles, this is not needed. Create organization users. So is there anything else? Is there like update? No, I think update. Do we want to maybe say also update organization users? So update organization feature flags, MFA, properties, organization, update organization users. Let's also select this scope. And you know what? I think this should work. So I will click on save. We now in total have 5 scopes. And to verify that everything works, we want to log out and again log in. So I will click on log out, log in. This will redirect us to the hosted authentication page. I will continue with Google, my best friend, and in theory this should work. So I will click on invite member. For the name, this will be Jan Marshall. For the email, I will pass my own email. I will click on send invitation and internal server error? This is so weird. What's the problem? Workspace member invite 500. I'm not sure what the problem is. Let's again manage our scopes. Create APIs, create applications, that's all fine. Create users is switched on, right? Create organizations, create organization user API scopes, create organization users, create permissions. Is it maybe that the user is already in my database? I will click on users. Nope, I only have one user. This is very weird, to be quite honest with you. So I will again test it out, send invitation, internal server error. So you know what, let's debug this live, because I don't know what the problem is. So in the catch statement, I can just invoke it. I want to get the errors object, and I will console log errors. So console.log errors. I can just delete this throw errors, or not delete it, I will comment it out. Let's save this and I will just click on send invitation. Let's see, what will it say? It was successful. Okay, I'm not sure what the problem is. I assume that this is just a little, I guess, delay, or what I mean by that is, I guess, Kind just took a second to update the M2M scopes. So if I go back, I should have a new user in my database. So users, yes, Jan Marshall. Yeah, this was kind of weird, so I guess I can again reinstate this comment, throw errors, internal server error. I don't want to invoke errors anymore, or I don't want to get the errors anymore. Let's delete the console log, and I want to invite one more member. Why not? So this will be John Fisher, and if I click on send invitation, it should be successful. Yes, invitation sent successfully. So this was probably just a little bug with Kind, or in other words, it probably just took a second to sync everything, but now everything works and the users are in the correct organizations, or in the correct organization, because we added these 2 users to only one organization. And let's quickly head over to Arcjet. So if I click on Teamflow YouTube, and as you see here, everything has has been allowed. And if I click on this request and go to my conclusion, it's allowed. And if you click on reason, you will see wait limit maximum 2 and the window will reset in 18 seconds. So if I add multiple users, so let's say if I invite 5 users in a 1 minute time window, it will throw an error, as you all know. So currently you will see on the bottom left that we now have a few new members, Jan Marshall and John Fisher. I can just close this. This is not needed for now. And let's continue with what should we continue? Right. On the top, I want to render one more button, which will render a drop down, and this drop down will render all of the members. So let's go back. I will close the channel header, and instead I want to open my Explorer. In the components, I want to open the member folder, and in the member folder, I want to create a new file, which will be called, so new file, membusoverview.tsx. So since this is a component, we can get started right away by creating the function, so export function. So I want to get started with a return statement, and as mentioned, what I want to create is like a drop down, or not really drop down, I think it's called pop over. So let's quickly head over to the Shadcn documentation. I will search for pop over, and this is the pop over component. So we will render a button, and when the user clicks on the button, this content field will open, and in the content field I want to render all of the members that are a part of this specific workspace. So let's just go back. We already installed the component, so I want to get the pop over. This is imported from the components, and you know what? I want to control the pop over. So above the return statement, I will say constant. This will be equal to use state, and the initial value will be false because the pop over should initially be closed. We want to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be open, and for the setter, set open. So since we have our state, I can update my pop over. I want to get the open property. Open will be equal to open, and set open will be equal, or not set open, on open change will be equal to set open. So this is finished. We can continue with the UI. In the pop over, I want to render the pop over trigger. This is what the user will see, or in other words, this is what the user will click. This is imported from the components. So in the trigger, I want to get the button component, and now you should already see that we have a problem. What do I mean by that? Well, we have a pop over trigger and a button. The pop over trigger renders the button, and the button component renders the button, and a button cannot be a descendant of button. So we want to update the pop over trigger, and I want to add the asChild property. In the button itself, I want to render an icon and a span element. So for the icon, this will be the user's icon imported from Lucid React, and underneath the user's icon, I will render a span which will say membus. So if we go back, we won't see anything, and that's because this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So let's just go back to our header. So where is my header? I closed it, channel header, and in the div, but before, above, or whatever, above this invite member component, I want to get the member overview from my components. So if we go back, we get this beautiful button, but it's currently blue, and it should also have this variant outline. So I will update the button component. I will give it a variant. This will be outline. Does it need any other styles? No, I don't think so. This is fine enough. And if I hover over it, it also has like this blue hover state, or in other words, the text has this blue hover state. So we can just go back, and underneath the pop over trigger, I want to get the pop over content. This is imported from the components. Inside of here, I want to render a div. Let's give this div a class name. This will be padding 0. And in this div, I want to render a header. This header will say organization members or something like that. So let's create a comment just to have a better overview, and I will say header. In the header, I want to render a div element. This will be the wrapper, and in this div, I want to have an h3 h3. For the h3, this will be workspace members, and underneath the h3, we will render a p tag, which will say members. This kinda looks ugly, but don't worry about it, we will fix it. So I want to update the div. We can give it a class name. This will be padding x4, padding y3, and let's also say border bottom to have a border at the bottom. This already looks a little bit better, but still it's kinda ugly. So let's start with the h3. I will give the h3 a class name. This will be font semi-bold so that the font weight is a bit bigger, and text SM to make the text smaller. We can also update the p tag. I will give it a class name. This will be text XS and text muted foreground so that we have a grayish color. If I go back, yeah, you know what, I think this is fine. Maybe we will update it later on, but let's for now leave it as is. But there's one problem. You see, this content opens, but the alignment is weird. We have this padding. I don't really need the padding, and also it's aligned very weirdly. So we can just go back, and I want to give the popover content an align property, and we have a few options, center and start. In this case, end will make the most sense. So if you go back, this already looks 10 times better. Center works, but I just feel like the alignment is off and it looks weird. And as mentioned, the padding is also not perfect. So we can give this popover content a class name. This will be padding 0. This will fix everything, but maybe we should also maximize the width or give it a width. So I will say width custom value 300 pixels. So if we go back, yeah, this is perfect. Nothing changed, but with that we always have a consistent width and nothing will grow or shrink. So since the header is finished, we want to create like a search input. I will go underneath the header. Let's again create a comment. So underneath this header, but in the main header, I will create a comment which will say search. Yeah, search is fine enough. And in this or underneath the comment, we can render a div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be padding 3 and also border bottom. In the div, we can render another div, and this will wrap our icon and the input. So I will get this search icon. Search is imported from Lucid React. If we save this and go back, you will see the icon, but it's too big, let's be honest. So let's go back, let's give the search icon a class name, and this will be size 4. This will be a bit smaller, okay, this is nice. And as mentioned, I want to also render the input. So in the div, but under the search icon, we can get the input component from the components. This is self-closing. I will give this input a placeholder, and this will say search members ... So if we go back, yeah, this is quite nice. Or no, it's not nice, because the icon is rendered above the input. So I will go back and we can style the div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be relative. And the thing is, this won't fix anything, because if I click on members, it still looks ugly. But what I want to do is align this icon absolutely. So it should be aligned, or it should be positioned in the input itself, not next to the input, but right in the input. So we can just go back. I will update the search size 4. I will give it the absolute position, left 3, top 1/2. This will just position it in the middle or in the center. Transform minus translate dash y 1/2. So if you go back, you will see that this is positioned now the right way, or it's positioned right in the input. Nevertheless, it still looks a bit weird, and it also has the white color. It should be gray. So I will give it a color which will be text muted foreground. This will be the grayish color, and we can update our input to have the correct padding, because currently this conflicts a bit. So the icon is rendered on the text. It looks weird. So we can give our input a class name. This will be padding left 9. This should be enough. And how about we give it a height of 8? So if I save this and go back, this already looks beautiful. Nevertheless, currently, if I type something, nothing happens. But we will fix that a bit later on. For now, I want to render my members. So we can just go back to our code base. Underneath this search div, I will create a new comment, and this will be members. Underneath the comment, we want to create a div, and I want to instantly give this div a maximum height. So we can give it a class name. This will be maximum height, not width, height. height 80. 80 corresponds to 320 pixels, and let's say overflow y auto, and this means if the list becomes too big, so if it overflows the container or with this maximum height, then it will just render a scroll bar and the user will be able to scroll to see all of the other members. So in the div, we want to finally render our items, our members. But do we even fetch our members? No. So what we have to do is create a new procedure. Because if you open your router, so I will open my base router, we can get our workspaces, our channels, our messages, but there's no way to get users that are a part of a specific workspace. So in the workspace route, we have the subroute member. And in the subroute, I want to create a procedure which will be called list members. So we can open our Explorer. I want to open the member file and I will create a new procedure to list members. So underneath the invite member procedure, we can say export constant list members. This will be equal to base, so the base middleware dot use. Let's start with the required of middleware. We want to make sure that the user is authenticated. I want to chain the required workspace middleware. The user has to be a member of a workspace, and using this middleware we will also get access to the workspace code, because this is very important. We can also chain the standard security middleware. This is needed for Arcjet to apply bot protection and shield. And finally, we have to implement or add our rate limit. And what should we use? Well, what will we do inside of here? Will we update data or will we get data? Well, in this case, we will list members. So I will say .use read security middleware. As mentioned, we currently have a quite light rate limit. What I mean by that is a user is currently only allowed to make 180 requests. In most cases, this is fine enough, but in some cases, you might want to either make it bigger or smaller. In testing, in most cases, you want to make the rate limit bigger because you will spam your application, but once you are in production, 180 might even be too much, so a too big rate limit. Maybe 60 is already enough, but for now, we will leave it as is. So I will go back to my member file. We use our read security middleware. Let's continue. I want to chain my route. I will destructure it, and we have to pass 4 properties, and you should exactly know what properties we need. We need the method, path, summary, and tags. So for the method, this will be equal to get, since we want to get data. For the path, this will be equal to /workspace/members. As a next step, we can pass the summary. For the summary, this will be list all members. And finally, we want to add the tags property, which is an array. And for the tags property, we said, let's see, members. So I will just copy it and paste it for this tags array. So we are finished with the route, and the next step is to add an input, output, and handler. So we can get started with the input. And the thing is, we don't have to add anything for the input. So this will just be z.void. And the reason for that is that because we already get the workspace or code. We don't need to add it to fetch our data. So that's why this is z.void. We can continue with the output, and what will I return for my output? Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the output will look like. So I will say z.void. Finally, we can add our handler. This is we will create a standard async arrow function inside of here. I will destructure my params, and let's get the context and the errors object. So in the handler, I want to get all of the organization users, if this makes sense. So for example, currently I'm logged into this organization, so Teamflow YouTube, and I want to get all of the members of this specific organization. So let's go back, and inside of here I will use the kind management API, or in other words, our JS helper wrapper. So we can create a try catch statement, and let's get started right away with the try statement. In the try statement, I want to initialize the kind management API by calling init. Once initialized, we can use the management API to get our data. So this will be constant data equals to await organizations, uppercase. This is imported from kind.getOrganization users. This is a method that we can call. I will invoke it, destructure it, and there are two properties that I have to pass, or there's only one property that I'm required to pass, which is the org code. And the org code will be equal to context.workspace.org code. So since we get our data, we can in theory continue, but I want to also sort the result by the user's name. So sort will be equal to name ascending. There are a lot of options, email ascending, ID ascending, but in my opinion, ascending or name ascending makes the most sense. So since we get our data, we can also return it. At the bottom, I will say return data.organization users. If you hover over it, well, it will have the type organization users. But the thing is, it says it could be undefined. This is kinda a problem. So above the return statement, I will create an if statement, and I want to say if there is no data.organization users, then I want to throw an error. So throw errors .not found. I can invoke it, and if I now hover over organization users, it will always have this type and it can't be undefined. In our catch statement, we want to also throw an error, so I will say throw errors .internal server error. We can invoke it, and with that we are finished with this procedure. Nevertheless, I get an error. What's the problem? Well, you should already know what the problem is. For the output, we added void, but we return data. This is a problem. So what type or what data do we return? Well, if you hover over organization users, you will see the type is organization user array, and that's exactly what we can use. So I will copy the name organization underscore user. This is the name of the schema of the type, and then in the output, let's delete that z.void, and instead we will say z.array, because this is an array. We want to invoke it, and inside of here, we will add a custom type. So z.custom, let's add a generic, and this will be organization underscore user. We can import the type from kind from the management API, and the last step is to invoke it. So this is finished. We can copy the procedure name, list members, and I want to paste it, or I want to add it to my router. List will be equal to the list members procedure. So I will close the index file, and in our overview component, I want to fetch the data. So underneath the state, we can say constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to use query. Use query is imported from TanStack. I want to invoke it, and as an argument, I want to construct my procedure call. So this will be oRPC imported from the lib folder .workspace.member.list, and at the end we want to say .query options, and I want to invoke it. So we get our data, and where we destructure it, I want to get the data, the is loading boolean, and error. So if we have any error itself. So since we get our data, we can finally use it down below, or in other words, we can map over our data and return it. So in this div, I want to get started by mapping over my members. So this will be data.map. As a param, I will get a member. Let's just return this. And inside of here, I want to return, or I want to use a component. In theory, we could just write the code inside of here, but I like to break everything into separate components just to make our lives easier, but also to make everything more maintainable. We can open our underscore components folder, and in the member folder, I want to create a new file, which will be member item.tsx. Since the member item is a component, we can create a standard function. So export function member item, I want to open it, and let's get started with a return statement. Maybe before we return anything, how about we get our data? So above the export function, I want to create an interface. This will be called member item props, and in this interface, I want to get the member. The member will be of type, honestly, I don't know. So let's go to the overview. So if I hover over the member, organization user. So I will copy the type and paste it for the member. This is imported from kind from the management API, and we can destructure our params. This will be of type member item props, and where I destructure it, I will get the member. So since we get the member, we can return something beautiful. I want to get started with a div. Let's give the div a class name, padding x x3, padding y2, hover, which will be BG accent. This will just give the user a nice effect. So the user will see, hey, I'm currently hovered on this card or on this user and not a different user. Let's also say cursor pointer, transition, which will be colors. And with that, we are finished with this div. Let's render another div, and this will center everything. So we can give it a class name. This will be flex items center to center it in the middle or the items in the middle, and space x3. In this div, I want to create a wrapper div for our avatar because I want to render the user picture. So let's create a div. I won't style it for now. And in the div, let's get the avatar component. The avatar is imported from the components, and this avatar has two subcomponents, the avatar image and the avatar fallback. But as you all know, we don't want to use the avatar image, but instead the image component. So I will get the image component from next/image. This is self-closing. We can give the image a source, and this will be equal to our getAvatar function. This is imported from the lib folder, and we want to pass two arguments, the member picture and the member email. So I will say member.picture and also member.email. We currently get a few errors, don't worry about them. The first problem or the first error is that we are missing an alt. For the alt, I will say member avatar. Yeah, I guess why not. And we get an error also for the member picture. What's the problem? Well, argument of type string, null or undefined is not assignable to type string or null. To fix it, we can use nullish coalescing. So I will add these two question marks, and if it's undefined, we will render null. We also get an error for the email, and that's because if you hover over it, it will say argument of type string, null or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type string. And as you all know, the email is defined. So I can just add this exclamation mark at the end. And by the way, you might also ask me, hey Jan, what or how is this exclamation mark called? Well, it's called non-null assertion. And with that, you just tell TypeScript, hey, TypeScript, trust me, the email is defined. You can just ignore any error that you want to throw. So since this is finished, we can also render the member item. In our data mapping, I want to return the member item imported from our components. It instantly complains, and that's because it's missing one key property, which is the member, and member will be equal to member. So we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, you should know the answer. The problem is that we are missing the key property. Whenever you map over data in React, you want to always pass a unique identifier. In this case, the unique identifier will be our member.id. So if we go back and if I click on members, I don't see anything. Image with source is missing required width property. This makes sense. So how can we fix this? Well, we can get started by adding a class name to the div. This will be relative, and for the avatar, we will give it a class name, which will be size8. This won't fix anything. It will still throw this annoying error. So if I click on members, it gives me this error, and that's because we want to add one key property, which is fill. This will now fill the container, in other words, size8. So if we go back and if I click on members, I see 3 images. Wow, this is so cool. Let's also give the image a class name, and this will be object cover. So since this is finished, we want to go underneath our image, and I want to render the avatar fallback component. This is imported from the components, and inside of here, I want to render the member name. So this will be member, or not member dot full name dot character add, because I want to get the first character, so 0 dot to uppercase. So if we go back, nothing will change, and that's because we get our user avatar. But if we wouldn't get any image, we would render J, M, K, N, whatever the first character of your name is, or whatever the first character of the user's name is. So we can continue underneath the avatar, and underneath the div, I want to render the member info. So we can create a comment, and this will just be member info. info. Underneath the comment, I want to render a div. We can give the div a class name. This will be flex1, minimum width 0. And in the div, we can get started with another div. This div will house the member full name and later on also the email. This div will be a wrapper div. We will style it in a second. Let's for now render a p tag, and I want to render the full name, so the member's full name. This will be member.full_name. If we go back, we will see Jen Marshall, John Fisher. That's because both of these accounts have the same name, but if you have different Google accounts, they will have different names. We can also style it because, let's be honest, it's not very nice. So I will give the p tag a class name. This will be text SM, font medium, and also truncate. So if the name is way too big, instead of overflowing the container, it will add 3 little dots at the end. So we can go back. After this name, I want to render a badge. So the thing is, later on, once we implement billing, we will give the, could you say, founding member, so the user who creates the organization, we will give this user an admin, not badge, an admin role. So inside of here, I want to just render a badge which will say admin if the user is an admin. So for now, just to test it out, we will render this badge for every user. So I will render or create a span element, and in the span, I will say admin. So if you go back, you will see everywhere admin, but this admin badge should be aligned on the top right, or it should be rendered on the top right. So we can give this span a class name. This will be inline dash flex items center. We want to say rounded MD to give it a rounding, BG blue 50. This will be for light mode, so this does not look very good, but we will fix it in a second for dark mode. If you now go into light mode, you will see it looks okay, right? So let's go back. I want to say padding X2, padding Y1, and text XS to make it a bit smaller. So if you go back, okay, this looks already better, but the color of the text is weird. It's currently black, but I think it will look better if it would be blue. So we can go back. I want to say text XS. After that, font medium, so a bigger font weight, and text blue 700. So this will already look 10 times better. Nevertheless, this is currently only for light mode. Let's also fix it for dark mode. I will go back into dark mode. Let's go back. So I want to say ring, which will be 1 ring inset. Let's continue by saying ring blue 700 with an opacity of 10%, so /10. If the user is currently in dark mode, this will be BG blue 400 with an opacity of 10%. If we save this and go back, this will look quite nice, but the text is now too dark. So in dark mode, the text should be a bit lighter. I can just go back, and this will be in dark mode text blue 400, and also dark, which will be ring blue 400 with an opacity of 30%. So this looks very beautiful, as you see here. Nevertheless, as mentioned, the alignment is not correct. This should be rendered on the top right. So let's go back, and I want to update the wrapper div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex items center and also space X2. So if we go back, this already looks a little bit better. Finally, underneath this div, I want to render the user email. So we can just get a p tag, and I will say member email, so member.email. If we go back, we will see it down below, but it looks, yeah, debatable. It's not nice. So we can give the p tag a class name. This will be text XS, text muted foreground, and truncate, so that it does not overflow the container. It should just say ... But you know what? This kinda looks a little bit weird, and I think that's because the margin is not big enough. So let's give the p tag a padding top, which will be 2, or 2 is maybe too much. Let's test 1. Is padding top 1 enough? Yeah, I think padding top 1 is enough. And maybe this should be aligned on the right and not just 2. Let's go back. So space X2, I think that's what we said. So let's delete space X2, and instead I would say justify between. So if we go back, Yeah, this is way better. And since this is now added, I think I can again delete padding top 1. This is 10 times better. Let's leave it as is. So if we hover over it, this is very beautiful. But currently, if I type something into my input, nothing happens. So I want to create a function which gets me the user that corresponds to my input. So let's go back, and I want to first of all create new state to get the data from the input. So constant, this will be equal to use state, and the initial value will be an empty string. And we want to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be search, and for the setter, this will be set search. We want to update the input. So for the input, we can pass a value. The value will be equal to search. We can get the onChange property. This will be an inline callback function. As a param, we can get the event, and this will be equal to set search. As an argument, we want to pass our e, so event.target.value. So if we go back, nothing will change, but this input is now stored in our state. So let's go underneath this data fetching. I want to create a constant members. This will be equal to data. If data is undefined, we can use nullish coalescing to return an empty array. As a next step, we want to create a constant query. This will be equal to search.trim, let's invoke it, .to lowercase. So trim removes the leading and trailing white space, and to lowercase just lowercases the input. So if it's completely uppercased, it will now be lowercased. So I can just remove this, and let's create our filtered members function. So we can say constant filtered members. This will be equal to query. If it's defined, we can use a ternary, so a question mark, and this will be equal to members.filter. I want to use the filter method, not fill. Let's invoke it. We want to create a standard arrow function. As a param, I want to get the singular member, so m. Inside of here, I want to get two things, and that's the name and email. So we can say constant name will be equal to member.fullname.to lowercase. I want to invoke it, and I want to get the email as mentioned. Constant email will be equal to member.email.to lowercase. We can invoke it, and the next step is to return our new array. So we can say return name.includes. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, we will pass our query. Or we can use this logical or. We want to say email.includes, and as an argument, we will pass our query. Since this is a ternary, we want to also use our colon and return our members. So this might look a bit confusing, but it isn't. Let me explain this code. So this code filters a list of members based on the search query that the user inputs, right? So when the user types something into the input, this is our search query, and we match it against either the name or email address. If there is no search query, we render all of our members. So we get our members. This is equal to our data, but we use nullish coalescing or the operator, because if the data is null or undefined, we want to just use an empty array, and this is needed to prevent any runtime errors. As the next step, we transform our query. So we trim it, we remove leading and trailing white spaces, and we also lowercase it. This is a good practice. In theory, you could also say two uppercase and then inside of here two uppercase, but I don't know, two lowercase is like the standard. Everybody says two lowercase. So that's also why I lowercase my query. As a next step, we already created our conditional filtering. So we use a ternary because the query in theory could be empty. If it's empty, we just return this empty query. If it's not empty, we have our filter function. So we get our two items. This means the name and email, because we want to search against these two values. As the last step, we check if the query matches. So this dot includes query checks if the string contains the query substring, and this logical or returns true if either name or email matches. So instead of mapping over our data, we want to map over our filtered members. So you know what, I want to comment out this whole data mapping, and let's start off fresh. And the first step is to check if we are currently loading. So if is loading is true, I want to use a ternary, in other words a question mark, and I will return like a skeleton. For now we will return a p tag which will say loading ... dot. If this is not true, we can use a colon, and I want to check my filtered members, or in other words, I want to say if the filtered members dot length is equal to 0, then this means the search query that the user inputted does not match any of our users. So the email does not match, or in other words, the name does not match. So if this is true, we can create a ternary, a question mark, and I will return a p tag which says no members found. And if this is not true, so if we found members, we can use a colon to map over our filtered members. So filtered members dot map. For the param, we want to get a singular member, and let's just return this. And what do we want to return? Well, we want to return our member item. I will just paste it inside of here, and this looks quite nice. So we can delete the commented out code, and you know what? Let's test it out. So if I go back, it says no members found. If I delete my search input, I will see all of my members. If I say Jan, I only get 2 results, because John is not Jan. Wow, I know, groundbreaking stuff. But this does not look nice, because if my input does not match anything, this no members found text looks absolutely ugly. So we can style the p tag. Let's give the p tag a class name. This will be padding x4, padding y6, text SM, and text muted foreground to have a nice grayish color. So this is finished, and let's continue with our loading state. Because here's the thing, if I do a hard refresh and instantly click on members, like for a split second, you see a very ugly loading state. It's not nice. It only says loading ... but it should be a nice looking fancy skeleton. So we can go back, I will close my terminal, and instead of rendering the p tag, I want to get my array. So we will use this array. This is just a JavaScript API dot from. Let's invoke it, destructure it. For the length, this will be 0 or not 0, 6. This here literally just creates an array for us, and we want to map over the array. So dot map, as a param, I want to get the value underscore and index, so I, and we can return it. Inside of here, let's return a div. For the div, or we instantly get an error. That's because we are missing the key property, and the key will be our index, because the index is unique. We can also give the div a class name. This will be flex items center gap 3 padding x4 and padding y2. In the div, let's start with the skeleton component. This is imported from the components. It's self-closing. Let's give it a class name, and this skeleton should mimic our avatar. So I will give it a size, which will be 8, because if you go to the member item, you will see that for the avatar, we added a class name size 8. So that's why I want to also say inside of here, where's my skeleton, size 8. Let's also say rounded full, and underneath this skeleton, we can render a div. We can give this div a class name. This will be flex1 space y1, and in this div, let's render 2 skeletons. So the first skeleton, and I will copy paste it. We can style the first skeleton. I will give it a class name, height 3 and width 32. And for the other skeleton, I will also give it a class name. This will be height 3 and width 20. So let's test it out. If I go back, do a hard refresh and click on members, we did not see anything. So I have to be a bit faster. So 1, 2, 3, bam, and then boom. Oh wow, did you just see the skeleton? Let's again test it out. So 1, 2, 3, bam, and then boom. Oh yeah man, it looks beautiful. We currently get 1 ESLint warning. That's because the error is not used, it's declared, but its value is never used. So underneath this data fetching, I will create an if statement. If we have an error, I will return a simple h1, which will say error error dot message. So this is finished. We can close this. We can close the member item. Do we get any error for the page.tsx? Yes, it's loading. Don't worry about it. We will fix it in a second. The channel header is finished. The message list is finished. Wow, this is so cool. I'm proud of you guys. So the last step is to use the loading state, which we get in our page.tsx. So in the page.tsx, we fetch our channel data, so the channel name. So instead of just rendering the channel header, we can comment out the channel header, and instead I want to create a ternary. If is loading is true, I want to use the question mark, and I will return a div with a few skeletons. So let's get the first skeleton. This is imported from the the components, and I will give the skeleton a class name of height 5 and width 40. Underneath the skeleton, we can render another div, and this div will house 3 skeletons. So I will just copy the skeleton and paste it inside of this div 3 times. I want to update the class name. Instead of height 5, this will be height 8, and for the width, this will be 28. The second skeleton will have a height 8 and the width will be 20. For the last skeleton, the height will be 8 and the width will be 8. Instead of just saying that, we can simplify it even further and say size 8. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why are we adding these skeletons? What should they mimic? Well, if you go back and do a hard refresh, okay, we get an error. So let me quickly fix the error and then I will show it to you. The problem is that we are missing our colon. So if this is not true, if we are not loading, I want to just render my channel header. I will copy it and paste it inside of here. We can delete the commented out code. This is not needed anymore. And what we just created is a skeleton, or in total we created 4 skeletons. The top one, or the first one, is for the channel name. The second one is for the members. The third one is for the invite members. And finally the fourth one, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the fourth one, this is for our theme toggle. This in theory should already work. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, wow, what was that? This looks absolutely ugly. So to fix it, we want to update the wrapper div. I will give the wrapper div a class name. This will be flex items center, justify between, height 1,4, so height 14, padding x4, and border bottom. Let's also update the wrapper div of these 3 skeletons. So I will give this div a class name, flex items center space x2. So if we save this and go back, and if I do a hard refresh, it should look beautiful. Let's see. Yes, this is so cool. But you know what? This height 5 might be a bit too small. Maybe this should be rather height, let's say 6. So if I do a hard refresh, let's see. Yeah, I think height 6 works a bit better. So this skeleton is beautiful and we are finally finished with the page.tsx. And if you go to the message list component, you will see that we currently get an error. New messages. The value is declared, but it's never used. When we implemented our infinite scroll initially, we used this to showcase this button on the bottom right, which said, hey, you have a new message, or new messages in general, multiple ones. But now we don't use the state anymore. So we can just delete it. I will completely delete it. We now get a few errors. We can just delete all of the code. So where do I update the state? I update it here. I will delete it. I will also delete this else statement. It's not needed anymore. So set new messages and the else statement, both of these things can be deleted, and that's also deleted from this scroll to bottom function. So this is finished. I can close the message list file, and you know what? I think it's time to push all of these changes into our repo. So I will create a new branch so we can stop the dev server. Let's say git checkout -b. For the branch name, this will be, what step are we currently on? The last step was step 9, I think, right? No, step 10. So how should I call my branch? Good question. I don't know. I will just ask AI. Hey, I created changes. Please check them. How should I call my branch? I will switch into ask mode and let's see what the AI spits out. So Claude gave me a few suggested branch names: step 11 member invitations, invite members, workspace members. Yeah, you know what, workspace members works quite well. I will use that. So I will just close this. So step 11, workspace members. Let's click on enter. We are now in the new branch and I want to push everything. So I will generate a commit message using AI. And the last step is to commit this and publish the branch. Let's head over back to GitHub. In GitHub, it says step 11 workspace members had recent pushes 11 seconds ago. Compare and create a pull request. And that's exactly what we will do. Yes. So we have a title, a description. I will click on create pull request. This should verify everything, checking for the ability to merge. Everything is fine. No conflicts with the base branch. So I will merge the pull request. Confirm merge and success. Nice. I won't delete the branch, this is fine enough. I want to switch back into the main branch, that's super important. And in the main branch, we can fetch all changes. Once fetched, we can just click on sync changes. You can also click on pull. It does the same thing. It does not matter, but yeah, I just like this workflow. So we now have our new changes. It merged pull request 10 from my account. So we are finished with step 11, and it's now finally time to continue with step number 12. As the next step, I want to allow users to edit their own messages, and that's very important. You want to allow users to only edit their own messages, not messages from different users. Trust me, this is a very important security practice. Nevertheless, I want to get started right away, and there are two things that we can do, or there are two different ways to start. The first way would be to start with the UI, which is fine, but I think we should in this case first start with the back end, and after that we will implement the UI and connect the front end to the back end. So we can open our router, and I want to open our base router, so the index file. Currently our router only allows for message creation, but not for message editing or in general updating messages. So let's go to the message router or to the message route. Underneath list, I want to say update. Yeah, I think update makes a lot of sense, and this should be equal to our update message procedure, which currently does not exist. So I want to open the message file, and in the message file, we want to create a new procedure. So I will scroll to the bottom, and let's say export constant update message. This will be equal to base, our base middleware, and we want to chain a lot of middlewares, as you know. Let's start with the required auth middleware. We want to make sure that the user is authenticated. I want to chain the required workspace middleware to make sure that the user is logged into an actual workspace. As the next step, I want to chain our standard security middleware. So we want to protect against bots, and also we want to have shield enabled using Arcjet. Finally, we want to use one more middleware for rate limiting. So in this case, we want to interact with data. We don't want to get data, but we want to mutate data. So what would make sense in this case? Well, we could either say heavy write or standard write. I think in this case, standard write will make a bit more sense, because 2 messages per minute, or with the heavy write, we would only be able to update 2 messages per minute, and I think the rate limit is just a bit too low. So I will close the file, and let's use the write security middleware, the standard write security middleware. And of course, I want to say .use, and with that my error will go away. So we are finished with our middlewares, and the next step is to define the route. So I will invoke it, destructure it. For the method, this will be put. And why is it put? Well, it's because we don't really create new data, we don't delete data, but instead we update data. So put, in my opinion, makes the most sense. For the path, this will be /messages /message ID, because this is pretty much the dynamic value. We can pass a summary. For the summary, I will say update a message, because we want to update a singular message. And for the tags property, this is an array, and I will say uppercase messages. So we are finished with the route. The next step is to add our input. And what should the user input? Probably the message ID and maybe the new content. So let's open our schema, or our message schema, because I want to create a new sort schema. So please just open your Explorer. Let's go into the schemas folder, message.ts, and I will create a new sort schema. So export constant update message schema, not 3, my god, schema. This will be equal to z.object. I can invoke it, destructure it, and as mentioned, there are 2 properties that I want to get, the message ID and content. Using the message ID, we will be able to fetch the data of the original message, and using the content, or the content will be the newly created or updated content. So for the message ID, this will be z.string, and for the content, this will be also z.string. So we can copy the name update message schema. Let's go back, and for the input, I will paste update message schema. This is imported from our schemas folder, and let's continue with the output. So the thing is, do I already know what I want to return? Not really. So let's just say z.void. Z is imported from our good friend Zod, or it's already imported, and I want to invoke it. As the next step, I want to create the handler, and we will create our logic in the handler. So this is a standard asynchronous arrow function, which I can open, and inside of here, I want to find the message and ensure that it belongs to the org via its channel. So I will say constant message. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. .message.find first. We can invoke it, destructure it, and let's pass a where statement, because I don't want to find any message, but as mentioned, a specific message using the ID, the message ID, and also I want to verify that it belongs to the organization via its channel. So we can say the ID will be equal to our input, so we can destructure our params. I want to get the input, context, and the errors object, and for the ID this will be equal to input.messageID. And we can say the channel, so channel, we want to open an object, and the workspace ID has to be equal to the context.workspace.org code. So this itself is almost finished. I want to also add a select statement, because I don't want to get the whole message. I only need the ID and the author ID. So we can create a select statement, and I will select the ID, so this will be true, and the author ID, so this will also be set to true. Since we get our data, we can continue. And if you hover over the message, you will see something interesting. This could either be the message itself with an ID and author ID, or it could be null. So if it's null, then something failed and we want to throw an error. So I will say if there is no message using this exclamation mark, then I will throw errors, the errors object .not found. As the next step, I want to verify that the author ID matches the user ID, because we want to only allow the creator of the original message to edit this specific message. So the author ID has to be equal to the user ID that we get through the context. So I want to create another if statement, and we will say if the message.author ID is not equal to the context.user.id, well then this means that we have a problem, a big problem. So we can open this, and I want to throw errors .forbidden, because this is forbidden. If the author ID does not match the user ID, then this specific user is currently trying to edit a message that is not their own, not a message that they created originally. So since we are finished with our security layer, so we implemented Arcjet and we verify that the user is the creator of the message, we can update our message. So I will say constant updated. This will be equal to await prisma.message.update. The important thing is that we want to add a where statement. We don't want to update any message, but a specific message. So for the ID, this will be equal to input.messageID. The next step is to add the data prop, because we want to update data. So I want to update the content, and this will be equal to input.content. So this is finished, and the last step is to return data. So I will return an object with the message. The message will be equal to updated, but that's not it. I want to also return a boolean can edit, and this will tell our front end if the user can edit the message or not. So can edit, this will be equal to updated.author ID, not author avatar, author ID, and this has to be equal to the context.user.id. So we are finished with our return statement. Nevertheless, we currently get an error, and that's because for the output I added void. And what do we return? We return an object. So this is a problem. We can delete z.void. Instead, I will say z.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it. And what do I return? Well, I return a message. So I can copy the name message and paste it into this z.object. This will have a type of message. So if you go back and hover over updated, as you see here, this follows the schema of our Prisma model, of our message model. So I can just go back, and for the message, this will be equal to z.custom. I can add a generic, and I want to get message. Let's invoke it at the end. And the second property is can edit. And what type is can edit? Well, if you hover over it, you will see it's of type Boolean. So I will go back, and can edit will be equal to z.boolean. I want to invoke it, and with that, I think I should be finished. Okay, this parenthesis is incorrect. It should be here. So now it does not throw any error anymore. I want to add a comma. So since the procedure is finished, we can go back to our index router or to our base router, and update will be equal to the update message procedure. So I can close both of these files, and the next step is to continue with the UI. So to allow the user to edit their own message, I want to create a hover toolbar. So if the user hovers over this message, on the top right, we will render a little bar on hover only, not on click or anything like that, on hover. And this toolbar will have two buttons, an edit button and a button to trigger or to create a thread. So we can go back. I want to open the Explorer. Let's collapse everything. Let's go into the app folder, dashboard, workspace ID, channel, channel ID, components, and in the components, I want to create another subfolder. This will be called toolbar, and in the toolbar, I want to create an index.ts file. So we can get started right away. I want to create an export function. This will be called message hover toolbar. Let's create a return statement. So I want to return a div, and this should not be index.ts, but instead index.tsx. Small mistake on my end. So I want to return a div element. As mentioned, I want to render this toolbar on the top right corner. So how can we achieve that? How can we render this toolbar on the top right corner? Well, we can position it absolutely. So I will give this div a class name. This will be absolute for the position, minus right 2 and minus top let's say 2 or 3, let's say 3 for now, but I might change it later on. Items will be center, gap 1, rounded MD, and you know what, for now this is fine enough. I want you first of all see something. So in the div I want to render a button, so let's get the button component, and in the button I want to get the pencil icon from Lucid React. You know what, let's save this and let's test it out. So I will copy the name message hover toolbar, and I want to open the message item. So message item, and in the message item we will render this toolbar. So we can go underneath all of this content and let's go above the last div. Inside of here I want to get the message, so uppercase message hover toolbar. This is self-closing and this should already work. So if I go back and hover over this, damn, this looks ugly, my god. So let me add a few more messages. So yep, this looks good, send, one more message, send. The thing is currently I don't hover and I still see the pencil icon or the button. This should not happen. This toolbar should only render if I'm hovering over the message item. So let's go back to the index file, to the message hover toolbar, and we want to update it further. So we ended with rounded MD, let's say border, which will be gray 200. We can say BG will be white with an opacity of 95%, padding X 1.5, padding Y 1, shadow will be SM, backdrop, blur, transition, opacity 0. So when the user is not hovering, we don't want to see anything. And only on group dash hover, I want to say opacity should be 100. So only on hover we will see something. In dark mode, the border should be neutral, and this will be something dark, 800, and in dark mode, BG should, or the background color should be neutral, 900, with an opacity of 90%. So if we go back and hover over our item, we see our pencil, and that's quite cool, because if I don't hover over this message, nothing is displayed. Only if I hover, I see something. But the button is still, it screams at me. It's way too much. So I want to give it a different variant. So let's go back, and for the button, as mentioned, I want to give it a variant. This will be ghost, and let's also give it a size, which will be icon. For the pencil icon, we can give it a class name, and this will be size 4. So if I go back, yes, this is already way better because it does not scream at me, hey, I'm a button. This is way better. So let's go back. I want to render one more button, and this will be there to create a thread. So instead of rendering the pencil icon, I want to get the message square text. This is imported from Lucid React. So if we go back, we see these two beautiful buttons, and if I hover over them, we also get this beautiful hover animation. So the hover toolbar is finished, but if I click on this edit message button icon, nothing happens. And this is not good. We want to fix that because we already created the procedure. So how about we go back, let's open the Explorer, and in the toolbar, I want to create another file. This will be the edit message.tsx file. So in the edit message.tsx file, we will create all of the logic. So since this is a component, let's get started with an export function. This will be called edit message. I want to just open it, and let's get started with a return statement. So the thing is, I want to get started with the form component. I want to render a form component, and in the form component, I want to render a form field. Yes, who would have thought? And in the form field, I want to render my rich text editor. And to do that, as you all know, we want to set up the useForm hook, and the useForm hook needs our sort schema. So thankfully, we already set up our sort schema, so it's quite easy to implement. Above the return statement, I will say constant form. This will be equal to useForm. UseForm is imported from React hook form. We can invoke it, destructure it, and you should already know what we have to add inside of here. The first property is the resolver. The resolver is equal to sort resolver, which is imported from hook form resolver's sort. As an argument, we want to pass our sort schema. This will be the update message schema imported from our schemas folder. Underneath the resolver, we want to add the default values property because React hook form wants to control all inputs. So inside of here, we want to pass the message ID. So for now, I will pass some gibberish, and we want to pass content, which for now will be gibberish. Or no, let's instead of rendering or passing gibberish, let's just pass an empty or empty strings. So since this is finished, we can continue. I want to go into the return statement, and what will we return? Well, I want to return the form component imported from the components. In the form, I will render a standard form. We don't have an action, we won't have one, so we can delete it. The thing is, our form currently throws an error. That's because we want to spread our form properties. This is our name, no, not name, what did we have? The message ID and content. In the form, we can get the form field component. This is self-closing. First of all, the control, which will be equal to form.control. We want to control the input. For the name, this will be content. And the last property is the render prop function. So we will create a standard arrow function. I will destructure the params because I want to get the field. Inside of here, we want to return the form item component. The form item component needs the form control component. So I will import it, and in the form control, I can finally render my rich text editor. So the rich text editor is imported from the components. This is our custom one. This is self-closing, and we want to pass a few key properties. The field is the first property. This will be equal to our field. The next property that we have to add is the send button and footer left. So let's get started with the send button. In the send button, I want to render a div. So div. In the div, I want to get a button component, or not a button component, the button component. This is imported from the components, and in the button, I will say cancel, not an icon, but just cancel. And you know what? Our render prop function currently complains. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, I'm currently just opening an object, or I'm creating a function, but this should be returned. So instead of using these object brackets, I want to use parentheses to return a everything. And we can continue with our send button. So we added the cancel button. I want to copy paste the button down below, and this will say save. If we save this and go back, we won't see anything. That's fine, don't worry about it. We will fix this in a second. Underneath the form control, I want to render the form message for any error messages. And with that, the basic implementation of our edit message component is finished. I can close the edit message, and I want to continue with the message item because we want to render this component in our message item. And to render it, we need state. We need to know if the user wants to edit the message right now or not. So in the message item, let's scroll to the top. Underneath or above the return statement, I want to create state. So this will be equal to use state. This is imported from React, and the initial state will be false. I want to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be is editing, and for the setter, this will be set is editing. Since we have our state, we can use it. I want to scroll to the bottom, and instead of rendering the save content and the message image URL, I want to copy these two things, and let's create a ternary. If is editing is true, I want to use the question mark and return my edit message component. This is imported from our toolbar, and if this is not true, then I want to render what I copied a second ago. So let's use these empty tags, and I will paste my content back. So if we go back, nothing will change, and that's because our state is set to false. But once we trigger or once we update our state, you know what, let me do that. So instead of saying false, this will now be true, and we will see our rich text editor. It looks absolutely horrendous. So let's go back to our message item, or not message item, but edit message component, and I want to update the two buttons because they look very, very bad. So let's start with the cancel button. The important thing, or the most important property, is the type. We don't want to submit the form, so the type will be button. We can add a size, so I want to make the buttons a bit smaller. In this case, it will be SM, and I will add a variant. For the variant, this will be secondary. Let's do the same thing for the save button. I will add a size. For the size, this will be SM, and for the type, this will be submit. We don't have to add or update the variant because the default is fine. You know what secondary looks a little bit weird? Maybe we should say ghost, or not ghost, what do we have? Maybe outline. Let's test outline, maybe it will look a bit better. Yeah, I think outline is way better. We have one problem. These two buttons touch each other. Okay, this sounds a bit weird, but they should not touch. They should be, or they should have some gap in between each other. So let's give this div a class name. This will be flex items center, and let's say gap2. So if I go back, gap2 is maybe not enough. How about gap4? Yeah, I think gap4 works a bit better. But instead of rendering this placeholder, I want to render the real message, the message which we want to edit. So we can just go back, let's scroll to the top, and I want to create an interface. So for the interface, it will be called edit message props. Let's open it, and I want to get the message. The message will be of type message, and message is imported from @lib generated Prisma. So we can destructure our params. This will be of type edit message props, and where I destructure it, I want to get the message. So now instead of passing an empty string for the content, I will just pass my message dot content. And instead of passing an empty string for the message ID, we will pass the message dot ID. So if we go back to our message item, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing one property, the message, and the message will be equal to our message. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I should get my content. ASDF, some gibberish, so this works nicely. Nevertheless, currently this open state, this edit state is hard-coded. So if I go back and set the state again to false, we won't see our edit or our rich text editor. And if I click on the magic button, also nothing will happen. So we can go back to our index or to our message hover toolbar, and I want to create an interface at the top. So let's say interface. This will be called toolbar props. I can open it, and inside of here I want to get the message ID. This will be of type string. Let's also say can edit. This will be of type boolean and on edit. So on edit, this will be an arrow function which will return void. So we can destructure our params. This will be of type toolbar props, and where I destructure it, I will get can edit, on edit, and also the message ID. So when the user clicks on this pencil button, I want to trigger this on edit function. So we can add an on click handler, and the on click handler will be equal to on edit. So if we go back to our message item, we instantly get an error, and that's because the message hover toolbar is missing a few properties. So let's add them. For the message ID, this will be equal to message.id. The next step is to add this can edit boolean. So the can edit boolean will be equal to message.author ID, and this has to be equal to the current user ID. How can we get our current user ID? Well, let's scroll to the top. I want to update the interface for the message, and I want to get the current user ID, which will be of type string. So if we now open our message list component, we should instantly get an error. So message list, and yes, we get an error because we are missing the user ID. So how can we get our user ID? Because the thing is, when we fetch data, we don't return the user. Well, there's one thing that we can do, and that's that we can access state, or in other words, the server-side cache. So underneath this use infinite query, I want to say constant. We can destructure it. This will be equal to use suspense query. This is imported from TanStack, and as an argument, I want to construct my procedure call. This will be oRPC.workspace.list.query options. We can invoke it, and where I destructure it, I want to get my data, and I can destructure my data even further by getting my user. So here's the thing. This use suspense query will now go to our server-side cache, and it will see that we already fetched this data. So instead of we fetching the data, it will just take the user from the cache. So this won't add any load to our network. So since I get my user, I can copy it. Let's scroll to the bottom to our message item, and I want to pass my current user ID, and this will be equal to the user.id. So if we go back to the message item, we can destructure our params, we can destructure the current user ID, and at the bottom, message.author ID will be equal to the current user ID. The last property that we are missing is onEdit, and onEdit will be an inline callback function which will call set is editing, and we want to say true. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. But if I click on the pencil button, oh my god, this worked. That's so cool. So we are finished with this update state, if this makes sense. But if I click on cancel, nothing happens. So let's go back to our edit message, and in the edit message component, I want to get two events. So underneath, or we want to update our interface. Let's say on cancel, this will be an arrow function which will return void, and the same thing is also true for on save. So I will say on save, and let's destructure our params. I want to get on cancel and on save. So if we scroll to the bottom, we want to connect these two buttons to these callback functions. So for the cancel button, we can add an on click handler, and this will be equal to on cancel. The same thing is true for the save button, but instead of saying on cancel, this will be on save, or in other words, we will call the function. And I just realized that I made a small mistake. This should be on cancel and not whatever I had before. So on cancel, on cancel, on cancel. The edit message component is finished, and if we go back to the message item, we instantly get an error, and that's because we are missing two more properties. So for on cancel, I want to say, or I want to create an inline callback function, and this will be set is editing, and we will set it to false. Let's do the same thing for on save. So on save, we'll have an inline callback function which will say set is editing or it will set this editing state to false. If I save this and go back and click on cancel, it should automatically close the rich text editor. And that's exactly what's currently happening. Nevertheless, we currently have one problem, and that's that this edit message component is not connected to our procedure. Or in other words, we never mutate our data. So let's create an onSubmit function. So I will say function onSubmit, and I want to get my data. So in the params, we will say data, and this will be equal to our update message schema type. The schema type currently does not exist. So let's open the message schema, and I want to infer the type from the update message schema. So this will be export type update message schema type, and this will be equal to z.infer. I want to infer type of update message schema, and data will be of type update message schema type. In the onSubmit function, for now we can just console log the data, and as a next step I want to create the mutation itself using TanStack query. So I will say constant update mutation. This will be equal to use mutation, and the first step is to add or create the procedure call. So this will be oRPC imported from the lib folder .message.update.mutation options, and we want to add two events. The onSuccess event will be a standard arrow function, and the onError event also will be equal to an arrow function. We can open it, and let's get started first of all with onError. I want to say toast. Toast is imported from sonar.error, and for the error message we want to get or render the actual error message. So we can get the error from the params, and let's pass it as an argument. This is finished. Let's continue with the onSuccess handler. Oh, and by the way, I currently get an error, and that's because error is an object, and we want to render the message error.message. Let's continue with onSuccess, and I want to get the updated data from my params. So here's the thing. In the onSuccess handler, I want to revalidate my data, and there are two ways to do that. The first way is to just call invalidate queries, and with that the data will refetch. This is fine for most applications, but it's not a good solution for infinite queries. So let's imagine the following. This query, this message list, now this channel would have 5,000 messages, and we have pages with a size of 30, so 30 messages in one page. So what would this be? 5,000 divided by 30, 166. So we would have 166 pages. And if the user scrolled to the complete top, so literally we rendered all of these 166 messages, and if we would then call invalidate queries, then it would refetch all of the data, all 166 pages, or in other words, all 5,000 messages. And I think you see what the problem is. This is not scalable. So we need a solution that allows us to invalidate our data without refetching all of the data. So it has to be fast, cost efficient, and relatively easy to implement. So here's the thing. When all of the data is being loaded, where do we store it? So when I scroll to the top, the data is stored in the server-side cache. And what we can do is create a surgical cache update. We will only replace the updated message in the infinite list. So instead of refetching all of the data, we will update the specific item in the cache, update it surgically, and then return the data. With that, we will never really refetch any data. If your data set is not gigantic, if you only fetch, I don't know, 50 messages in total, it would be fine to call invalidate queries. But since our infinite query in theory could store thousands of messages, this is not scalable. So let's go back, and in the onSuccess handler, I want to say query client. The thing is, query client is not defined. So let's go to the top above the form. I want to create a constant query client. This will be equal to use query client, and I want to invoke it. So I will say query client dot set query data. So the first argument is the query key. So let's open our message list, and in the message list we defined our own custom query key. I will just copy it, so I will scroll to the top. damn, we have so much code, and that's quite astonishing. So I will copy it, this array with the message list and channel ID, and then I can paste it inside of here. This is the first argument. Nevertheless, we instantly get an error, and that's because we are missing the channel ID. Instead of saying channel ID, we will say message.channel ID because our message already houses the channel ID. As a second argument, we can create an arrow function. For in the params, I want to get my old data, or in other words, existing data, and let's create an if statement. So if there is no old, or in other words, existing data, then we will just return old. So our existing data. But if we have old data, then we can create a new updated message and then put it or update the cache surgically. So I will say constant pages. This will be equal to old.pages. But here's the thing. I don't get any TypeScript types. That's not good. So let's fix it. We can go above the query client, but I want to stay in the onSuccess handler, and I will create types. So the first type will be called message page. This will be equal to an object, and this message page will have two properties, the items array and the next cursor. So items will be equal to the message type, and it's an array, and the second type or the next property will be next cursor. Next cursor is optional, or in other words, it could be undefined, and it's of type string. So this is the first type, the message page props, and the next step is to create the type infinite messages. This will be equal to infinite data. Infinite data is imported from TanStack. We can add a generic with the message page as a child, if this makes sense. So since we have our new type, infinite messages, we can update the query data. I want to add a generic, and this will be infinite messages. And if we now say old dot, we instantly get our TypeScript types. But before I continue with that, I want to first of all create our updated message object. So I will say constant updated message. This will be equal to updated dot message. So since this is finished, we can continue with our old mapping. So old dot pages.map. As a param, I want to get the page and I want to just return it. Let's also open an object inside of here, and I want to spread my page properties, but I want to specifically update the items array. The items array will be equal to page.items.map. As a param, I want to get the individual message. I can return it, and the message.id has to be equal to the updated message, not this, but updated message.id. If this is true, we can create a ternary. Let's open an object. I want to spread the individual message, and I want to spread the updated message. If this is not true, I will use the colon and return the original message. The last step is to return our data. So underneath this constant pages, I want to create a return statement. We will return an object. Let's spread old, and then let's pass pages. And we also currently get an error for our queries data. What's the problem? Well, it should not be set queries data, but instead set query data. So singular query data. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, okay, so we now wrote the code, but can you explain it one more time, because it looks a bit confusing, and why again do we update it surgically? So here's the thing. After successfully editing a message on the server, this code here surgically updates only the specific message that got updated using the cache, so using this set query data method, and it leaves all other messages untouched. This ensures that the UI reflects the edit without refetching all messages. So this is a good practice for performance if your data set is gigantic. And since our data set can become super gigantic, it makes a lot of sense to update the cache surgically instead of refetching the data. So what do we do inside of here? Well, we have our onSuccess handler. Yes, we also have our onError handler, but it's not important. We want to focus on the onSuccess handler. In the onSuccess handler, we use the setQueryData method. The setQueryData method allows us to update the server-side cache, and we pass this query key, message list message channel ID, because we want to update the message list cache. And the second argument that we pass is our updater function. This receives our current cache and it returns new cache. Or in other words, it receives our old existing data and it returns new data, as you see here. And what do we do in this function, in the updater function? Well, we first of all have an early return. So if cache existing data does not exist, we just return the existing data unchanged. So this prevents errors when trying to access this old .pages. As a next step, we extract the updated message. So constant updated message is equal to updated.message. Updated is the server response, so the thing that comes from our procedure. And as a next step, we map through all pages and messages. So old.pages.map and then page.items.map. We spread our page because we want to leave the next cursor intact. We want to only update the items array. So we map over the items and we want to check if the message.id is equal to the updated message.id. If this is true, we return the old message that we had in our cache and we return the updated message. So we spread the new message that we created, or in other words, that we received from the server. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we spread the old message and then the updated message? This does not make any sense. So here's the thing, in JavaScript, the later spread wins. So properties in the updated message overwrite properties from the original message, from this M. And why do we spread the old message first? Well, that's because we want to preserve enriched fields that might not be in the server response. Because the server response in theory, now in this case not, but in some cases might return only a few properties. So this is just a safer bet. And as a last step, we return our existing properties. So we spread old, this spreads all existing properties, and we pass our pages with the new updated data. So since this is finished, I want to return a toast at the end. We can just go underneath these parentheses, but we want to stay in the onSuccess event. And let's say toast.success. For the message, this will be message updated successfully. And I want to call on save. So let's invoke it. So in theory, this should work. We can copy the name update mutation and I want to call the function in my onSubmit handler. So I will say update mutation dot mutate and as an argument we will pass the data. Let's also use the onSubmit function so we can update the form. We want to add an onSubmit handler and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit and as an argument we can pass onSubmit. So this in theory should work and let's test it out. So if I do a hard refresh, the latest message says ASDF. So I will click on edit and instead I want to say yo. And if I click on save, nothing happened. This is kinda weird. What's the problem? Well, let's investigate. Form, rich text editor, button, cancel, type button, button, save, on click, size, type submit. I don't really see the problem. On click, of course I see the problem. We don't want to call the onSave function. The onSave function is called by our onSuccess event. So now in theory it should work. So if I go back and again click on edit and say yo and click on save, we should see yo. Yes. Oh my god, this worked. Nevertheless, we have one problem and that's that we are not showing or we are not giving the user any feedback. I want to say saving ... when the mutation is currently pending. So instead of hard coding save, we can create a ternary and if update mutation .is pending, I want to use the ternary and I will return saving ... and if it's not true, we will use the colon and we will return save. We can add a disabled property. Disabled will be equal to update mutation .is pending. And by the way, I just realized that I made a small mistake. This should not be is error, but is pending. We can also add a disabled state for the cancel button. This will be equal to update mutation .is is pending. So if I go back and instead of saying yo, I will just say hello, how are you? And click on save, we should get a pending state. It's disabled and it says hello, how are you? So what do you think, guys? Kinda cool, right? We can now edit our own messages. But wait. Let's open the toolbar. So in Next.js we have our button, but wait, currently anybody can click on the button. This should not happen. So we can use this can edit boolean, which tells us if the user is allowed to toggle this button or to toggle the switch text editor. So I want to say can edit. If so, we can use the logical and let's return our button. With that, we make sure that only the creator is allowed to edit the message. Sure, our server already validates everything, but we want to also give the user only the options that the user is able to toggle, if this makes sense. So before we continue with threads, I want to save this, or in other words, I want to push all of our changes into our repo. So let's go back. I will open my terminal. Let's stop the dev server and let's say git checkout -b for the name. This will be step is 12 correct? I'm not sure. The AI might be incorrect. The last step was step 11, right? So step 11, yes. So this will be step 12 and I will call it message editing. So I will click on enter. This will switch me into the new branch. Let's open the source control. I want to generate a commit message using AI. Once generated, this takes a second because we have quite a few files. I will click on commit and of course publish branch. Let's head over back to GitHub. In GitHub, it now says compare and create pull request. So I will click on the magic button. As you see here, it says able to merge. I will click on create pull request and it should create one. Open. Okay, I will click on the button and it should be merged in 1, 2, 3, bam, and it's merged. So since it's merged, we can go back to our code base. Let's switch into our main branch and I want to pull my changes. So if I open the source control, I can either click on fetch from all remotes or pull, but in this case I will pull. Why not? So this will pull all of the changes and as you see here, merge pull request number 11. So since we are finished with message editing, we can continue. Alright, as the next step, I want to implement threads, or I want to support threads, because currently a user or users in general are only able to chat in this main message view, but users should also be able to group specific messages into a thread. Like for example, in the main message you might talk about the football game yesterday and then you might talk about business, and maybe you want to group your business talk into one specific thread. So on the right we will create a sidebar. This sidebar will first of all render the initial message on the top, like for example this one, and underneath the initial message we will render all of the replies like yo, what's up, hey, let's go out tomorrow, let's play football, whatever. And at the bottom we will render a rich text editor, and not any rich text editor. We will reuse this one because we already created this rich text editor, and this will allow our user or our users to draft their replies. Wow, who would have thought? So I guess it's time to get started right away. And how should we start? Well, we could start with the UI, or maybe with some procedure, or maybe with something else. What do you think? Well, in my opinion, it would make the most sense to start with the database. So if we look at our schema.prisma file, we have two models, the channel model and the message model. The channel model is fine, there's nothing that needs to get updated, but the message model currently does not support threads. It does not allow us to create the necessary, it does not handle the necessary relationships. So underneath the channel ID, I will create a comment, and this will just say thread relations, so that we have a bit of a better overview. And here's the thing. thing again. How will this thread work? Well, we have an initial message. That's what you call the parent message. As an example, this could be this one. And this is what will be rendered at the top. So let's call it the parent message. And underneath the parent message, we will render all of the replies. So let's go back. I want to store a parent message, and this will be related, or it will have the type message. So it will be directly related to our message model. The thing is, this could be undefined, or in other words, it's optional. So let's add the question mark. I want to add the relation, add relation. For the name, this will be message thread. We have to add a few more properties. The fields property, this is an array. Let's add references. This will reference the ID of the message model. And on delete, I want to say cascade. So on delete, cascade. And with that, if the main message gets deleted, we will delete everything that is related. We currently get an error. What's the problem? Well, if I hover over it, it says, hey Jan, you added fields, but this is an empty array. This is not good. So we will reference the thread ID. This will be of type string. It could be undefined. And for the fields property or fields array, I will add thread ID. I still get an error. Error validating field parent message in model message. The relation field parent message on model message is missing an opposite relation field on the model message. Model message, model message, model message, opposite relation, model message. My God. Couldn't they make it even more confusing? What's the problem, or how can we fix this? Well, how about we say replies? This will be of type message and an array, and this should instantly fix our problem. No, it does not fix it, and that's because I want to add an add relation, and this will be message thread. So I will copy the name message thread and paste it inside of here. And with that, our error is fixed and we are finished. So the parent message, as mentioned, is the initial message, and the replies, well, these are all of our replies underneath the parent, or in other words, initial message. So since we are finished with the message model, we can sync our database. So I will stop my dev server and let's say pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will sync our remote Neon database with our local Prisma schema. So this was successful. Our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. I will close the schema file, and what should we do as a next step? Well, I think it makes a lot of sense to create the UI, the thread sidebar. So let's open the Explorer. In the app folder, I want to go into the dashboard folder, workspace ID, channel ID, underscore components. And in the underscore components, we can create a new subfolder. This will be called thread. And in the thread folder, I want to create a new file, which will be called thread sidebar.tsx. So this will be the main sidebar, and in the sidebar we will then have our thread reply form and, for example, also the thread message, but we will come to that a bit later on. Let's start with the general UI. So since this is a component, I will say export function thread sidebar. I will open this function and let's get started with a return statement. So let's start with the wrapper div, and this will give this whole sidebar the main layout. So we can give the div a class name. This will be with custom value 30 rem, so 30 rem. I want to continue by adding a border left. Let's also say flex column, and height full. And why is it border left and not border right? Well, that's because the sidebar will open on the right side, and we need the border here on the left side, not on the right side. If the sidebar would open on the right side, then you would, or on the left side, I'm sorry, then you would want to add a border right. So since this is clear, we can go back, and underneath the div, I want to create a comment, and this will be our header. So underneath the header, or underneath the comment, we want to create another div. This will be the wrapper div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be border, bottom, height 14, padding x4. And you might also ask me, hey Jan, Why did you add height 14? Why not, for example, height 16 or 18? Why specifically 14? Well, first of all, it looks the best with height 14, but also this here, this header has a height of 14, and it should have the same border height, right? Because if this would now, or if the sidebar would have a height of 20, then the border would not be here, but instead somewhere here. This does not look good. It should be all on one layer, so that's why I added height 14. So padding X4, then we want to say flex, items, center, and justify between. In this div, I will create another div, and this div will house a span element and an icon. So let's start with the icon. This will be the message square icon. Message square is imported from Lucid React itself closing. I will add a class name. This will be size 4, so width 4 and height 4. And underneath the icon, let's get a span, and we will say thread. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will work, and that's because my dev server is currently not running. I will restart it with pnpm run dev, and in a second I should see something, or in reality I won't see anything, and that's because the component is not rendered anywhere. So once this loads, you will see that there is no sidebar. So where should we render our sidebar? Well, I want to render my sidebar in the page itself. So if you open your Explorer, you should find the page.tsx. The page.tsx that is defined in the channel ID folder. And this page.tsx houses our channel header, message list, and message input form. And underneath the message input form, I want to render the thread sidebar. So let's go underneath this div, but I want to stay in the main div, and let's get the thread sidebar from the components. This is self-closing, and in theory, we should see a header, and that's exactly what happened. So if I zoom out a bit, then this will work nicely, or it will look quite nice, but since I'm zoomed in quite a bit, it looks a bit cramped, but that's fine. I just want you to see everything. So let's continue. We want to go back to the thread sidebar, and let's make it beautiful, because this span is currently rendered underneath the icon, but it should be rendered alongside the icon on the right side. So let's give this div a class name. This will be flex, items, center, and gap2 to give some, or to give these two elements a bit of spacing in between. This is finished. Let's continue. As a next step, I want to render a button on the right side to close the thread. So let's go underneath the wrapper div of this message square and span thread, and let's create another div. I will give the div a class name. This will be flex, items, center, gap 2. And in the div, there will be two things that we will render. A summarize thread button, this is our magic AI button, and a button to close the thread. So let's start with the close thread button. So button is imported from the components, and in the button I will render the X icon from Lucid React. It's imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name. This will be size 4, width 4, height 4, and if we go back, then you will see the icon or the button on the top right. But it does not look very nice, so we can style the button further. Let's give the button a variant. This will be outline. I will give the button a size. This will be icon, and for now this should be it. And this already looks 10 times better. But if I click on the button, nothing happens. But don't worry, we will fix it a bit later on once we implement state. So as a next step, I want to continue with the main content. So let's go back. I want to go underneath the header div, but we want to stay in the main div. Let's create a comment. I will say main content, and underneath the comment I will create a div. So this will be the wrapper div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex1 to take the full space available, and overflow y auto. So if we have too many messages, a scroll bar will render on the right side, and the user will be able to scroll to the bottom to see the rest of the messages. So since we have our div, we want to render our messages inside of here. This means we need to map over data. So let's go to the top. I want to create a constant. This will be called messages, and this will be equal to an array. What properties will our message have? Well, how do we always start? Well, we start with an ID. The ID will be equal to 1. I want to get the name, the author. So I will say author name. This will be Jan Marshall. Why not? I need the author image. So auth author image. This will be equal to my GitHub image, which I will add in a second. It's fine for now. What else does our message have? Well, the content, of course. For the content, I will say, yo, what's up? Something like that, why not? Is there anything else missing? So author name, author image, the content are the created at timestamp. So underneath the content, I will say created at. This will be equal to new date, so just the current date and not uppercase but lowercase new date. So is that it? ID, author name, author image, content, created at timestamp. Yeah, to be honest with you, I think that's it. So I will copy paste this reply a few times and I need an image. So I will head over back to my GitHub account, github.com/ski043. I will open my image in a new tab and I will just copy the URL. Please do the same thing, either take my URL, my image, or take your own. It does not matter. And let's paste it for the author image. So I will paste it in every message. Please also make sure that you update the IDs. So 1, 2, this will be 3, and finally 4. So since we have our array, I can copy the name messages, and let's start with the base message. So with the parent message, I will scroll to the bottom, and in this div, I want to create another div. So div, this will have a class name, padding 4, border bottom, BG muted with an opacity of 20%. In this div, I want to render another div, and this will be the wrapper div. So you know what, we will leave it empty for now, or in other words, I won't add any class names. And in this div, I want to render the author image. So let's get the image component from next/image. This is self-closing, and as you all know, this component needs two properties, the source and alt. For the source, this will be equal to messages, but messages is an array. So let's get the first item in the index dot image or author image, that's how it's called. For the alt, I will say author image, that makes the most sense. And if we save it and go back, I think we won't see much. So if I do a hard refresh, we instantly get an error. And that's because the width and height properties are missing. As you know, there are two ways to fix this problem. Option A, we add the two properties. Option B is to add the fill property and wrap this image in a div with the relative or with relative positioning. In this case, we will use option A, or we will implement option A. So I will add a width, this will be 32, and the same thing is also true for the height. 32. Let's also add a class name. This will be size 8. Size 8 corresponds to 32 pixels, rounded, full, and shrink 0. So -0. If I save this and go back, I should see my image in a second. And yes, I have it on the top. So this is the parent message, and we can continue. Underneath the image or next to the image, I want to render the author name, the created at timestamp, and the content. So let's go underneath the image, but we want to stay in the div, and let's create another div. So I will give the div a class name. This will be flex1 space y1 and minimum width 0. In this div, I will create another div. This will be the wrapper div, and in the div, in this div, we can create a span. This span element will render the author name. So I want to get my messages, the first index, so the first item in the array, dot author name. If I save this and go back, I will see my name, Jan Marshall. But there are a few problems. First of all, the name is rendered underneath the image. It should be rendered alongside the image on the right side, and the text looks not so good. We can make it better by adding a font and making it a bit smaller. So let's go back. I want to give the span a class name. This will be font medium to add or make the font weight bigger, and text SM. So our text will look a bit better, but as mentioned, it should be rendered on the right, on the top right, but it should be rendered on the top. So let's give the wrapper div, the div which wraps the image, and then this div a class name. This will be flex and space x3. So since we now render the author name, we can also render the created date. So let's go back. I want to go underneath the span, but let's stay in the div, and let's create another span. In the span, I want to use the international API to format the date. So new international intl dot date time format. Let's invoke it, and the first argument that we have to add is the locale. This can be anything en-us US, en-gb, de-de, I think that's how it's called, so for Germany, whatever makes sense in your case, just use it, but in this case we will use en-uppercase US. I want to add a comma, open an object, and we want to configure, how this international API should format the date. So for the hour, this will be numeric. We want to add the minute. For the minute, this will also be numeric. Hour 12 will be equal to true, so we want to add it. Let's also add the month. For the month, this will be short, and for the day, this will be numeric. So we configured this datetime format method, but we have to format the date. So at the end, we want to call the format method, and as an argument, we have to pass the date messages. I want to get the first item in the array dot created at. So if we go back, we should see the date, but this looks not so nice. It should be smaller, have a different color, and we need some space. So let's go back. Let's start with the span. We will give it a class name. This will be text XS, text muted foreground. So this will already look a bit better, but we need some space. So let's go back. What wraps these two span elements? Well, it's this div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex items center. And how big should the gap be? Let's say space x2. So if I go back, yeah, I think this is fine enough. You can make it bigger, but I think this is enough. So let's continue, and I want to go underneath this flex div, which wraps the two span elements, but I want to stay in this div, which has the class name flex1. And inside of here, I want to render the content, the message. So for now, we can render a p tag. Let's get the first message. So messages, first item in the array dot content. If we go back, we should see the message which says, yo, what's up? So this is our initial message. For now, this is already enough. Or you know what, should we style it? Sure, why not? So let's go back. I will give the p tag a class name. This will be text sm, break words if the word is too long, prose dark, prose invert, finally maximum width none. So if we go back, this did not change anything, but hey, that's fine. So as next step, I want to render the thread replies. So let's go back. I want to go underneath a lot of div elements. So under what div do I want to go? Well, I want to go underneath the div with this padding 4. So this div right here, but we want to stay in the main div. So I will go above this div and let's create another div. Above the div, let's create a comment. This will be thread replies, and let's style the div. I will give the div a class name. This will be padding 2, and in the div, I want to render another div, or not div, let's say p tag. This p tag will render the amount of replies. So we can say data, or not data, but messages dot length. If I save this and go back, it will say 4, because in total, we have 4 messages. So let's go back. I want to style the p tag. Let's give the p tag a class name. This will be text XS, text muted foreground, and margin bottom 3 and padding x2. So if I save this and go back, it will just say 4, but we want to say 4 replies. So at the end, I will append replies. This already looks way better. And the next step is to render all of the replies. So let's go underneath the p tag, but we want to stay in the div. Let's create another div and let's give this div a class name. This will be space y1 to have some spacing in between the items, and I want to map over my messages. So messages.map as a param, I will get the reply and let's just return it. So inside of here, we want to render the thread message or thread reply. You could in theory just write the code in this file, but I want to instead create a separate component. So let's open the Explorer. In the thread folder, I will create a new file. How should I name it? Thread message or maybe thread reply? I guess thread reply makes a bit more sense. So thread reply.tsx. This is a component, so we can say export function thread reply. I will open the function and let's get started with a return statement. So I want to return a div. Let's give this div a class name. This will be flex text space x3, padding 3, and on hover, this should be BG muted with an opacity of 30%. Let's also say rounded LG to have some rounding, and in this div I want to render the image, or in other words, the author avatar. So let's get the image component from next/image. This is self-closing, the component is self-closing, and the component needs two properties, the alt and the source. For the alt, I will say author avatar, and for the source we want to pass the image, but currently we don't get the image. So let's create an interface. This will be called thread reply props. Let's open it, and we want to get a message, and the message will have the following types. It will have an ID, author name, author image, content, and created at timestamp. I will open the thread reply on the right side. So for the ID, this will be of type number. What else do we have? We have the author name. The author name will be of type string. We have the author image. The author image will be of type string, correct. What else? We have the content. The content will have a type of string, and the last property is the created at timestamp, and this will have a type which will be date. So since this is finished, I will close the thread reply sidebar, and in the thread reply itself for the source, well, before I pass anything, I want to destructure the params. This will have a type of thread reply props, and where we destructure it, we can get the message. So for the source, this will be the message.author image. So if we open our thread sidebar, we instantly get an error, and that's because our component is missing a prop. Or in other words, no, we are not rendering anything, and that's why we get the error. So instead of rendering nothing, we want to get the thread reply component. This is self-closing, and the thread reply component instantly complains, and that's because it's missing two properties, the key, and the key will be equal to reply.id. The ID is a unique value, and for the message, this will be equal to the reply. So since this is finished, we can go back to the thread reply component, and also if I go back, I should see something, but I don't see anything. Instead, I get an error, and that's because our source is missing the required width property. So I will go back. Let's give the image a width and height. For the width, this will be 24, and the same thing is also true for the height. This will be 24. We can also style the image. This will be size 6. Let's say rounded full to round the image, shrink 0, and finally margin top 1. So if we go back, we will see the images down below. This looks quite cool. Let's continue. Underneath the image, I want to render the author name, the author or the created at timestamp, and the content. So here's the thing, the code will be very similar to the code for our initial message. So I will just go to the thread sidebar, and let's copy the div underneath the image. So this div, I will collapse it, copy it, and let's paste it here into our thread reply underneath the image. So we have a div, another div, we get our author name. So instead of getting the first index of the array, we will just say message.author name. For the date format, instead of passing again messages or the first item of the messages, I will say message.createdAt, and for the content, this will be message.content. So if we save this and go back, we see the name, the created at timestamp, and then the message at the bottom. In theory, we could update the image and make it the same size as our initial message. Should we maybe do that? I think so. I think that will be a bit better. So what size did we use? Well, it was size 8, 32 pixels. So instead of saying 24, this will be 32. The same thing is true for the height, and for the size, this will be 8. This should now look a bit more consistent. So if I go back, yeah, you know what? I think this is a bit better. So since we are finished with the main UI, we can continue with the thread reply or with the rich text editor, because currently we don't render it. So I want to go underneath this main div, so the div which wraps our main content. So we will go above the last div, and let's create a comment. So for the comment, this will be thread reply form, and let's create a div underneath the comment. So for the div, we can give it a class name. This will be border top and padding 4. In the div, I want to render a component which will be the thread reply form. So let's open our components, and in the thread folder, let's create a new file which will be called thread reply form.tsx. So since this is a component, we can create an export function. This will be called thread reply form. Let's open the function and let's get started with a return statement. So the thing is, I want to get started right away by creating the form. And to create the form, we want to first of all initialize the useForm hook. And to initialize the useForm hook, we want to pass our schema. Now the thing is, we already created our schema, because if you open the message file in the schemas folder, you will find this schema, create message schema, and we will use it both in our normal reply form or in our normal rich text editor, but also in this thread reply form. So I can close the file, and above the return statement, let's initialize the useForm hook. So this will be constant form equals to useForm. useForm is imported from React hook form. So inside of here, we want to pass two properties. First of all, the resolver, and resolver will be equal to sort resolvers, imported from hook form resolvers sort, and as an argument I will pass the create message schema. This is step 1, and as a second step we will add the default values. Default values is an object and it's needed to control the inputs. And what properties do we need to add? Well, the channel ID, content, and image URL. So for the content, this will be an empty string, and I want to add the channel ID. But the thing is, we currently don't get our channel ID. So how can we get our channel ID? Well, since this will be a client component, we can use the useParams hook. Above the form, I will create a constant. Let's destructure it, and this will be equal to useParams. useParams is imported from Next navigation. I want to invoke it, and let's add a generic. So what do we want to get? Well, we want to get the channel ID. So I will create an object, and let's say channel ID, and this will be of type string. The important thing is that this is spelled the right way. So my folder is called channel ID, the dynamic route, and that's why I also get the channel ID, or that's why I define the channel ID inside of here. If this has a different spelling, then please update your name or the spelling also for the useParams hook. So since this is updated, or since we added this, I can destructure the channel ID and we can use it in the default values. So channel ID will be equal to channel ID. Since the useParams hook only works in client components, let's update the thread reply form, and I will add the useClient directive. So since the form, or since the useForm hook is initialized, we can continue. In the return statement, I want to get the form component. From the components, let's open it, and in the form I will render the standard form. We won't have an action, so let's delete it, and our form instantly complains. You should already know how to fix it. We want to spread our form. This will add all of our properties. This will pass the content and channel ID. In the form, I will render the form field component. This is imported from the components and it's self-closing. We need to pass three properties. First of all, the control. This will be equal to form.control. We want to control the input. The second property is the name. This will be equal to our content. And the third property will be our render prop function. So I will create a standard O function. Let's destructure the params, and I want to get the field. So inside of here, let's get the form item component. It's imported from the components, and I just realized that I made a small mistake. Instead of creating a standard function, I want to return it instantly. So instead of using these brackets, I will use parentheses. So in the form item, we will get the form control. Form control is imported from the components, and in the form control, let's get the message composer component. It's imported from the components and it's self-closing. The message composer instantly throws an error, and that's because we need to pass a few properties, like the onChange handler, onSubmit, upload, key, and so on. So let's start with the value. Value will be equal to field.value. onChange will be equal to field.onChange, but we are still not finished because there are a few more properties missing, like onSubmit, upload is submitting, and key. Let's initialize our useAttachmentUpload hook. So I will scroll to the top underneath the useParams hook. Let's say constant upload. This will be equal to useAttachmentUpload. I will copy the name upload, and for the message composer, we can add the property upload, which will be equal to upload. Nevertheless, we are still not finished. The next step is to add an editor key. So underneath the hook, useAttachmentUpload, let's initialize a new useState hook. The initial value will be 0, and we want to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be editor key, and for the setter, this will be set editor key. Now you might have already forgotten why we need this state, but I will explain it in a second. For now, again, this should be 0, not this S, and let's scroll to the bottom. So for the key, this will be equal to editor key. And why did we create this key? Well, the key is needed to reset our form. Without the key, we would have to go into the rich text editor and create a useEffect hook. But since we use this key, we can then later on update the key from 0 to 1, so the state, and this will re-render or remount the message composer, which also means that it will remount the state. It will lose the state, and with that we will have an empty or fresh instance of the message composer. We still have an error, and that's because these two properties are missing, onSubmit and isSubmitting. So let's scroll to the top. I will go underneath the form and let's create a function. This will be called onSubmit. Let's open the function. So in the params data, we'll have a type of create message schema type. And in the onSubmit, let's say console.log data. Since we have the function, we can use it down below. So in the message composer, let's get the onSubmit handler. This will be equal to an inline callback function. I want to call onSubmit on submit, and as an argument let's pass form.get values and let's invoke it. We are missing one more property. This is submitting, but it's optional, so we don't have to add it. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I won't see anything, and that's because the component is currently not rendered anywhere. Let's go back to the thread sidebar, and in the div I will get my thread reply form imported from the components. This is self-closing, and now we finally see our rich text editor. So here's the thing. Yes, we get our UI, it looks nice, but this is not functional. If I type something and click on send, well, nothing will happen. And that's because if we go back to our code base and if I open the thread reply form, the onSubmit function just console logs the data, but it does not call any procedure, it does not mutate our data, it does not do anything meaningful. So the first step is to create a procedure. Once we have a procedure, we will call the procedure to mutate the data, and I think we will then already almost be finished with the thread sidebar. The only thing that we will have to add is that we will need to fetch data, render the data, but this is not very groundbreaking. It's not hard. The hardest thing is to get the mutation right. So I will open my base router, so the index file, and we currently have two main routes: workspace, channel, and message. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to create a thread message. So where should we store the route, or maybe the sub-route? Who knows? Well, I want to do it in the message folder. And to be quite specific, I don't want to create any new procedure. I want to update the create message procedure. So if you open the create message file, or no, not the create message file, but the message file, and then go to the create message procedure, we currently just store the message as a normal message, if that makes sense. So no threads are involved in this procedure. So I want to update it a bit. So we currently have this create message schema added for our input. So I will open my Explorer. Let's go to the schemas folder. Let's open the message file, and this is the create schema sort schema. Who would have thought? And we get a channel ID, content, and image URL. But there's one more thing missing, the thread ID. So this will be thread ID. It will be of type z.string. And the important thing is that this is optional, because not every message is a thread reply. It could either be a normal message, which we want to render in the main messages view, or it could be a thread reply. So let's say .optional and let's invoke it. So since this is finished, we can go back to our procedure. We now get the thread ID and let's create an if statement. So underneath this channel or underneath this if statement where we check that we get a channel, or in other words don't get a channel, I want to create another if statement. And let's create a comment and I will say if this is a thread reply, comma, validate the parent message. And that's what we will do down below. So let's start with an if statement. If there is an input.threadID, then this means that the user wants to create a reply. So let's open this function and I will say constant parent message because I want to get the parent message. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. .message.find first. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and I don't want to find any message, but a specific message. So I will add the where statement. For the ID, this will be equal to the input.threadID, and also this has to match with the channel, if this makes sense. So I want to get the channel model, and the workspace ID has to be equal to the context.workspace.org code. So in other words, the organization ID. So since we get our parent message, we can create an if statement. So I will go underneath the parent message, but please stay in the if statement. And let's say if there is no parent message, or we can use the logical or if the parent message dot channel ID is not equal to the input dot channel ID, or we can use this logical or if the parent message dot thread ID is not equal to null. And I think I made a small mistake. This should only be one exclamation mark, not two exclamation marks. I want to open the function, and if any statement is true, then I want to throw an error. So throw errors dot bad request, and let's invoke it. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what did we just do? Well, we validate that the parent message exists, that it's in the same channel using this if statement or this check in general, and that it's not itself a reply because it has to have a thread ID and it should not be null. But if nothing triggers, well, then everything is fine and we can create the message. And the important thing is that we want to add one property for this message creation mutation, and that's the thread ID. The thread ID will be equal to input.threadID. And that's already it. There is nothing else that we need to add. So I will close the message procedure. We can close the base router and let's continue with the thread, or not thread sidebar, but with the thread reply form. Because as a next step, I want to create a mutation called the procedure, and that's already it. So let's scroll to the top. I want to go above the onSubmit handler, and we will use our best friend TanStack query to create a mutation. So I will say constant create message mutation. This will be equal to use mutation. Use mutation is imported from TanStack, and as an argument, we want to construct our procedure call. oRPC is imported from the lib folder .message.create, not this, but create.mutation options. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there are a few events that we want to listen for. So in other words, on mutate, on success, and on error. And on mutate is needed later on to create an optimistic update. But for now, I don't want to really dive into optimistic updates. Let's just do the simplest thing possible, which is to add an on-error handler and an on-success handler. So I will say on-success, this will be equal to an arrow function. And let's do the same thing for on-error. On-error will be equal to an arrow function. So what should we do in on-error? For now, I will just return a toast. So return toast. toast is imported from sonar.error, and for the message, something went wrong, broski. No, I'm joking, went wrong. And in the onSuccess handler, for now, I will also just return a toast. I will copy paste it. For the toast, this will be success, not error. And for the message, something went not wrong. No, everything was fine. I don't know. It does not matter. We will change it later on. So our mutation is finished and we want to call it. So I will scroll to the bottom. Instead of saying console.log, we will say create message mutation.mutate. We want to invoke it. Let's destructure it. And I want to do two things. I want to add my data and my image URL. So let's spread our data data, and for the image URL, this will be equal to upload.staged URL, and if it's not defined, we can use nullish coalescing, so 2 question marks, and I will return undefined if we don't have any image URL. So this in theory is finished. Oh no, this is not finished because our form is not connected to the onSubmit handler. So form will have an onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument I will pass the onSubmit function. So we still get a warning, so an ESLint warning. What's the problem? Set editor key. That's quite important because the editor key is used to reset the form. So let's scroll to the bottom. In the onSuccess handler, above this return toast, I will say form.reset, not this, but reset. Let's invoke it. We want to destructure it. Let's pass the channel ID. For the content, this will be an empty string, and I want to pass the thread ID because we want to only reset this specific rich text editor. And I get an error for the thread ID. No value exists in scope for the shortened property thread ID. Either declare one or provide an initializer. This is very complicated. What do they mean? I think that's because we don't get any thread ID right now. So let's go to the top, and I want to create an interface. This will be called thread reply form props. I will copy the name thread reply props. Let's open it, and I will get a thread ID, which will be of type string. Let's destructure our params. This will be of type thread reply form props, and where I destructure it, I want to get the thread ID. So this won't throw any error anymore, but our thread sidebar instantly throws an error, and that's because we are missing the thread ID. Not good, not good, not good, my friend. So let's scroll to the bottom. But the thing is, I currently don't get a thread ID. So just to fix this, let's pass a thread ID, which will be equal to some gibberish. It's not important right now. So if I go back, nothing will change. Our form still renders as it did before. But if we go back to our thread reply form, in theory, wait, we are not finished with the onSuccess handler, because if I scroll to the bottom to the onSuccess handler, we reset our form. This is step 1. So let's continue with step number 2, which is to clear the upload. So I will say upload.clear. Let's invoke it, and we want to update the editor key. So set editor key. I want to invoke it. I will pass an inline callback function, and it will, or as a param, we can get the key, the current key, and let's say k+1. So it will update from 0 to 1, which will re-render our rich text editor, the message composer, and this will clear the internal state of the rich text editor. So what do you think? Is it time to test everything out? Well, yes, it is. But before we test it out, we have to update the thread ID, or we have to add the thread ID into this default values object. So thread ID will be equal to thread ID. So I guess let's test it out. And you know what? I know that we will already get an error, but hey, it's fine. This is for educational purposes. So if I pass some gibberish and click on send, it should throw an error. Something went wrong. What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. In my thread sidebar, I render the thread reply form, and we pass a property, the thread ID, and the thread ID has a fake value. This thread ID does not exist. And here's the thing. I think a lot of people might get confused by thread ID. What does thread ID mean? Well, as mentioned, a thread consists of two main parts, the initial message and the replies. The initial message is the thread ID. So this here, for example, if this would be our initial message, then this would be our thread ID. But currently, this is just a fake ID, and we want to change that. So how can we change that? Well, I want to create a context provider, and this context provider will share state. And one of the properties, I guess, that we will share is this thread ID. So we will then be able to access the thread ID in the thread sidebar. So let's open the Explorer, and I want to create a new folder. And this whole provider will make a lot of sense in a second, trust me. So let's collapse everything, and in the root directory, I want to create a new folder called providers. And in the providers folder, so I will open it, I want to create a new file called threadprovider.tsx. So we will use React context to create this provider. And React context is like the native state management solution for React. You could also use something like, how is it called? Zustand, or in German Zustand. It also works, but hey, we want to use the native, or why should we use a third-party library if we can do everything natively? And since this is not complex state, or since it's very simple state, we can use React context. There are use cases or certain times when you want to use a third-party library, but since this is a very simple shared state, we can just use React context. So context only works in client components, or in other words, we will use the useState hook in a second. So let's mark this file with the useClient directive, and I want to get started right away. So let's say export function, and I want to spell export the right way, thread provider. Let's open the function, and I want to create state. So this will be constant. Let's just open it, and this will be equal to useState. UseState is imported from React, and the initial state will be null. I want to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be selected thread ID. I think I misspelled it, but hey, who cares? And the setter, which will be set selected thread ID. So our base state is finished. Let's continue, and I want to go underneath the state, and let's create a constant. This will be called value, and it will be equal to an object. And in the object, I want to just return my values. In this case, the selected thread ID. So since this is finished, we can create a return statement. Let's use parentheses, and I want to return my context. So let's go above the thread provider, and let's say content. This will be called thread context. This is equal to create context. Create context is imported from React, and if you hover over create context, it says lets you create a context that components can provide or read. And we will do both things. We will read from this context, but we will also add, or in other words, update data. So we want to pass a generic, and in the generic I will pass my thread context type, but I don't have any thread context type. So let's scroll to the top, or let's go above the thread context, and I want to create an interface. The interface will be called thread context type. Let's open it, and this will have a few properties, like for example the selected thread ID. So I will copy the name selected thread ID, and this will be a string, and this in theory could be null because the initial state is null. So I will say string or null using the vertical line. Since we have our type, we can paste it into this generic, and the last step is to invoke create context, and the initial state will be undefined. But here's the thing, we instantly get an error. Argument of type undefined is not assignable to type parameter of type thread context type. So instead of just saying this can be of type thread context type, we will use our handy or sign, and this could either be this type or undefined, and this will instantly fix our problem. So since this is finished, we can return our thread context. So I will say return thread context, context.provider. This is quite important, uppercase provider. Let's open it, and I want to return my children. So we currently don't get our children. Let's update our params. I will destructure them. I will get children. And what type is children? Well, children is of type React Node. So we will pass our children. Nevertheless, we currently get an error. What's the problem? Well, the provider expects a key property, which is the value, and value will be equal to the value object. So I will pass value, and the thing is, this value object is currently, how would you say, it's not very type safe. In theory, I can just add anything, and that's not good. It should only return the values that are defined in this interface. So we can say constant value will be of type thread context type, and with that, this is type safe. If I remove my selected thread ID, I instantly get an error. So set selected, or not set, but this getter selected thread ID is what I want to add, and with that, we don't get any error anymore. The last step is to create a hook that reads our content. So I will say export function use thread. Let's open the function, and I will say constant context. This will be equal to use context. This is imported from React, and as an argument, we want to pass our thread context. So I will say thread context, and with that, we get our context. As the next step, we can create an if statement, and if context is equal to undefined, well, then we have a problem. This probably means that our use thread hook is not used in a thread provider or within the thread provider. So I will say, or I will throw a new error, and for the message, not this, but the normal error, let's invoke it, and for the message, this will be use thread must be used within a thread provider. And the last step is to return the context. So I think we can close this file for now, and I want to use the thread provider. And how can we use it? Well, we want to update not our thread sidebar, but our page.tsx instead. So I will open the page.tsx, which currently renders the channel header, message list, message input form, and the thread sidebar. We will go underneath the export default function, and let's create a new function. I will use the arrow function syntax. So constant, this is the channel page. I know the name is a bit weird, but trust me, it makes sense. This will be an arrow function, and inside of here, I want to return my provider. So thread provider is imported from the providers. I will open it, and in the thread provider, I want to render my channel content. In other words, this function. So instead of doing an export default function, we will just delete the export default function, and instead I will render my channel page main. So I will copy the name channel page main, and I want to paste it inside of here. So we will essentially just wrap the channel page main in this provider. The last step is to create an export default function. So this will be export, lowercase export, default. This is the channel page, and I misspelled it, so this is the channel page. This is correct, and with that we finally get access to the use thread hook. So I will open the thread sidebar, and I want to get the selected thread ID. So let's scroll to the top above the return statement, but in the function we will say constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to use thread. And we can use this use thread hook because the thread sidebar is rendered in our page.tsx, and the page.tsx is rendered in the thread provider. So I invoked it, and where I destructure it, I want to get the selected thread ID. And instead of passing this gibberish for the thread ID, we will pass the selected thread ID. But now we have one problem. We never update our thread ID, or in other words, we never add it. It's currently null. So that's why we also get the error. Hey, type string or null is not assignable to type string. So let's leave this error as is for now, and we have to kinda update our hook, or in other words, our provider, and add our thread ID. How can we do that? Good question. So let's open the thread provider and we will update our thread provider. Above this constant value, I will create a new function using the arrow function syntax. So constant open thread, this will be equal to a standard arrow function, and let's update our params because I want to get the message ID, which will be of type string. And in the function, we will say set selected thread ID, and as an argument, I will pass the message ID. And when the user clicks on this or when this function is toggled, I want you also open the thread. So we will create another state. So I will say constant. This will be equal to use state, and the initial state will be false. I will create a getter and setter. The getter will be is thread open, and the setter will be set is thread open. In the open thread function, let's say set is thread open, and this will be true because our thread opens. You know what? We currently get an error for our message ID. Argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type set state action null. What's the problem? Well, this selected thread ID currently expects only null, but it can change. It can go from null to string. So I will add a generic, and for the generic, this will either be type string or it will be null. And with that, our error will go away. Let's update the state. So we will get we will return a selected thread ID, but we will also return this open thread function. I will copy the name open thread, and this will be equal to an arrow function. So this is the type definition for our arrow function, which will return void. And in the params, I will get a message ID, and the message ID will be of type string. We instantly get an error, and that's because we don't return the function. So I will return open thread, and with that the error goes away. And since we are already in the thread provider, let's finish off by adding the other functions. So we have open thread, and we also need close thread. I will say constant close thread. This will be an arrow function. We will open it, and for the set selected thread ID, this will be null, and for the set is open thread, we want to close the thread, so this will be false. We want to update our state. I will copy the name close thread. Close thread will be an arrow function which will return void. Do we have to add anything to the params? Nope. So this is finished, and our value instantly complains, and that's because we want to return close thread. There's one more function that I want to add, and that will be toggle thread. So I will say constant toggle thread. This will be equal to an arrow function. Let's open it, and in the params, let's get the message ID. So I will copy the message ID, and the message ID will be of type string. In the function, let's create an if statement. If the thread ID or if the thread is open, we will close the thread. If the thread is closed, we want to open it. So if selected thread ID is equal to the message ID, and so let's use this double and or logical and operator. If is thread open is true, then we will open this. And I want to call close thread. I will close the thread with that. And if this is not true, let's use the else statement, and we want to open the thread. So as an argument, we will pass the message ID. We don't get any error, so let's copy the name toggle thread. I want to add it to the interface. And what will this be? Well, this will be an arrow function which will return void. We want to pass a value, or we want to get the message ID from our params. So in the params, message ID will be of type string. We instantly get an error for our object, and that's because we are missing a function which is the toggle thread. So this does not throw any errors anymore. Let's close the thread provider, and I think a lot of people might get confused by the thread ID. What even is the thread ID? Well, when a user, or how can a user create a thread? Well, a user will hover over a message, for example this one, and then click on the button. What will the thread ID be? I'm listening. What's the answer? Well, the thread ID will be this message. In other words, the thread ID is the initial message. So the one that you see at the top, this is the thread ID, and this is what the user clicks on. So since you now understand that, you should also know how we can add the thread ID. When the user clicks on this button, on this thread button, we want to call the open thread function, and for the message ID, we will pass this ID of the message, and this message ID will convert to our thread ID later on. So let's go back. I will open my index file for the message hover toolbar, and we can call, or we want to use our hook use thread, and then we will be able to call the function. So above the return statement, let's say constant, we will destructure it, and this will be equal to use thread. Use thread is imported from the providers, and where we destructure it, let's get the toggle thread from our destructuring. So since we have our function, we can copy it. Let's scroll to the bottom, and I want to add an onClick handler for this button. So onClick will have an inline callback function, which will call toggle thread. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, we will pass the message ID. The message ID is already passed, so we get it through our params message ID, and we pass it as an argument. The message ID is this message. So when the user hovers over this message, we pass the message ID as a prop, and I get access to it in this toolbar. So I pass it to the function. So if I click on this, nothing will happen UI-wise, but in the back end, we get our thread ID, we store it in our provider, and in theory, we also pass it as a prop to the thread reply form. So let's add the exclamation mark at the end. So in other words, non-null assertion, because we know that this is defined. But the thing is, currently the sidebar is hard-coded. We always see it, but this should not happen. Only if the sidebar is triggered, we should see it. So let's go back to the thread sidebar, and instead of hard coding, or was it the thread sidebar? No, the page.tsx. And instead of hard coding our thread sidebar, we will create a ternary. So let's copy the thread sidebar, and I will say if is thread open, and the thing is, I don't get this boolean. So we want to use our hook. Let's scroll to the top. We will go above our query. Underneath the use params, I will say constant. Let's destructure it. This will be equal to use thread. We want to import use thread from our providers. Let's invoke it. And where we destructure it, I want to get a boolean that tells us if the thread is open or closed. So let's open the thread provider, because we currently don't return such a boolean. First of all, we can update our interface. I want to return a boolean called isThreadOpen, and this will be of type boolean. If we scroll to the bottom, we instantly get an error for our object value, and that's because we are missing isThreadOpen. So I will copy our state isThreadOpen, and I will just return it down below. Bam, this is finished. Let's go back to the page.tsx. I want to get the boolean isThreadOpen. Let's copy the name. Let's scroll to the bottom. And if isThreadOpen is true, we will use this double and sign, the logical and let's return our component. In other words, the thread sidebar. So I will say thread sidebar. This is self-closing. And if we go back, we won't see anything. But if I now click on this button, our thread sidebar will open, which is super cool. But let's close it. It does not work. So let's go back to the thread sidebar, and when the user clicks on the button, we want to close the thread sidebar. So let's scroll to the top. We currently only get selected thread ID, but let's also get the close thread function. I will copy the name close thread, and for the button, we can add an onClick handler. So when the user clicks on the button, we will call close thread. So if I go back and click on the magic button, it will close the thread. Let's test it out again one more time. Wow, this is so cool. It works as expected. So let's create a message. Hello, how are you? This is a thread. And if I click on send, everything was fine. But I don't see the message. And here's the thing, if I do a hard refresh, you will see this reply in the main message view. Hello, how are you? This is a thread. What? What's the problem? Well, let's open our message list component, and in our message list component, we use the useInfiniteQuery hook, and this useInfiniteQuery hook does not distinguish between normal messages and thread replies, which is a problem. So to only get main messages, we have to open the message router, so message.ts. We have a few procedures, create message. We want to go to the list messages procedure, and for the input, no, not for the input, but for the query, we have this where statement. We get messages where the channel ID matches the input input.channel ID. But let's also say we want to get messages where the thread ID is null. So if we save this, go back and do a hard refresh, we should not see this message anymore. So we are finished with the message file or with the list messages procedure. The message list is also fine. There's no need to update it. And as a next step, I want to get my thread replies, because currently this thread, or I think this thread, has our reply, but it's not rendered. We only render this hard-coded logic, which is not good. So let's go back to our index router. I will open my router and I want to create a new procedure. This procedure will allow us to list thread replies. So in the message router, we will create another subroute. The subroute will be called thread. Let's open it and we want to list thread replies. So let's create the procedure. I will open the Explorer and let's create the procedure in our message file. It does not make any sense to create a new file just for this one procedure. So let's scroll to the bottom. I will go underneath the update message procedure and let's say export constant list thread replies. This will be equal to the base middleware. Let's chain a few middlewares. So .use required of middleware. We want to make sure that the user is authenticated. .use required workspace middleware. We want to make sure that the user is logged into a workspace. And as a next step, I want to chain the Arcjet Security middlewares. So let's start with the standard security middleware, which will add shield and bot protection. And as a second step, I want to add rate limiting. So in this case, what will we do? Will we get data? Will we create data? Well, in this case, we will list thread replies, which means we will get data. So let's say .use read security middleware. So we are finished with our middlewares. The next step is to define the route properties. So we want to configure it. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there are a few properties that we have to pass. First of all, the method. We want to make a get request. We want to get data. Let's add a path. This will be /messages /: message ID /thread. Let's continue by adding a summary. For the summary, this will be list replies in a thread, and the last property missing is the tags array, and for the tags array I will say messages. So this is finished, and there are 3 more properties, 3 more methods missing: the input, output, and handler. Let's start with the input. So I already know what the user should input, and that's the message ID. So let's say z.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it. I want to get the message ID, which will be of type z.string. So the input is finished. Let's continue with the handler. And the thing is, I don't really know what I will return right now. So I will say z.void, but this will be updated later on. And by the way, this shouldn't be the handler, but the output. Silly mistake. And let's continue, or let's finish off with the handler. So in the handler, I will create an async arrow function. Let's get started by destructuring the params input, context, and the errors. In the handler, let's fetch our parent message, or in other words, the initial message, this one, which will show up on the top. So let's say constant parent row. This will be equal to await prisma.message.find first. I will invoke it, destructure it, and the thing is, I don't want to find any message, but one specific message, the initial parent message. So for the ID, this will be equal to input.message ID, and I want to make sure that the message belongs to the correct channel, or in other words, workspace. So let's say channel, and the channel has or it's related to the workspace. So the workspace ID has to be equal to the context.workspace.org code. So we get our parent row. Let's go underneath the constant, and I will create an if statement. If there is no parent row, if we don't get any data, then let's throw a new error. So throw errors.not found, and let's invoke it. So with that, we make sure that we get our parent message, but let's also get the thread replies. And I will create a comment. So fetch all thread replies. Yeah, that's it. Inside of here, let's say constant messages, or constant replies. I think that makes a bit more sense. This will be equal to await Prisma.message.findMany. I will invoke it, destructure it. I want to find specific replies where the thread ID matches our input.message ID. So the parent message has to be equal to the thread ID. Let's add an order by statement, and I want to order based on the created add timestamp. So let's use an array. I want to add an object, and created add will be ascending. The second order operation, I think that's how you call it, will be the ID, and this will also be ascending. This code might look a bit confusing, but don't worry, I will explain it in a second. So since this is finished, we can return our data. Before I do that, I will create a new parent. So constant parent is equal to an object. Let's spread our parent row, and for now that's it. I want to create one more object, constant messages. This will be equal to replies dot map. Let's get the reply, so singular R. I will return it and open an object. So let's spread our reply, and for now this is also it. I created these objects because later on we will add reactions, and they are needed to group our reactions the right way. So this is not really even needed right now, but it's just, or it sets the stage for reactions later on. So since we have these two objects, we can return our data. Let's return an object, and I will return the parent and also the messages, or in other words, the replies. We currently get an error, and that's because our output is void, but we return data in reality. So let's update the output. Instead of returning z.void, let's say z.object. I will invoke it, destructure it, and as mentioned, there are two things that we currently return: the parent and the messages, the replies. So for the parent, this will be equal to z.custom, and the thing is, this will have a type of message. Message is already imported. This is imported from Prisma, and let's invoke it. There's one more property that we return, and this is our messages. Messages will be equal to z.array. I will invoke it, and inside of here I will say z.custom. I will add a generic message, and let's invoke it at the end, so we don't get any error anymore. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, so we added, or we created, this order by statement. Why do we again add these two objects? I know we already did that before, but I forgot why we did that. And in general, please explain the code one more time. No worries, let me do that. So this procedure is there to get our thread conversation. This means our parent message and all of its replies. Therefore, as a first step, we get our parent message. We call it parent row. We use the find first method. We get the parent where the ID matches and the workspace ID matches, and we just return it. I have an if statement. With that, I just check that we get our parent row, because if we don't get a parent row, then some error happened. Once that's done, we list our thread replies. So we don't want to find any replies, but only replies where the thread ID matches the message ID. And the thing is, we add this order by statement. This created add timestamp makes sense. We want to order ascending. This means oldest first. But why do we add this ID? This is what you call a tiebreaker. So the ID is the tiebreaker for messages created at the exact same timestamp. And this ensures that we get consistent ordering. And this code is very important for scale, because if you ever have a scenario where two users create a message at the exact same time in the exact same thread, you will have a conflict. And using this tiebreaker, we get always the correct sort, if this makes sense, or we always get the correct order of messages, or in other words, replies. And since we are finished with this procedure, we can finally fetch our replies and render them in our thread sidebar. Maybe before doing that, let's update our base router, so list will be equal to list thread replies imported from our message file. So the next step is to replace our hard-coded messages, or in other words, replies, with our real data. So I'm in the thread sidebar. Let's scroll to the bottom, and underneath the use thread hook, we will fetch our data. So constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to use query. Use query is imported from TanStack. I will invoke it, and we want to construct our procedure call as an argument. So let's say oRPC, this is imported from the lib folder, .message.thread.list.query options. Let's invoke it and destructure it. So I have to pass an input. For the input, this is an object. And what do we need to pass? Well, we need to pass the message ID. In other words, the thread ID. We already get the message ID using the use thread hook. So the message ID will be equal to the selected thread ID. We instantly get an error, and that's because the selected thread ID could in theory be null, but we know that it's defined. So I will add an exclamation mark at the end. I want to also say enabled, and enabled will be equal to boolean, so uppercase boolean, and as an argument I will pass my selected thread ID. Now this code might look a bit confusing, and you might ask me, hey Jan, so the input makes sense, we want to get the specific thread, so using this thread ID, but what is this enabled property? So this says, hey, TanStack, only fetch data if the selected ID or thread ID is defined. If it's null, then don't fetch anything. So this boolean will either say true or false. If we have a value, it will be true. If it's null, it will be false. And that's because you don't want to fetch data for every thread. If the thread is open, then yes, fetch data. But I don't need to fetch this thread data, this thread data, and this thread data. Only the thread data for the open thread. So that's why we added this enabled property. So since we get our data, we want to destructure our data and is loading boolean, and it's time to render everything. So I will delete this hard-coded messages array. We don't need it anymore since we get our live data. And let's get started with the parent message. So I want to copy all of the content in this main div. So in this wrapper div flex1 overflow y auto, let's copy everything, and I want to create a ternary. So if data is defined, let's use the logical and I will return what I just copied. We instantly get an error. That's because we need a wrapper or wrapping element, so I will use empty tags and paste my content back. So with that, we know our data is defined, and let's update everything. So this is our parent div, or not our parent div, this is our parent message. So let me delete this code, and for the source we will say data.parent.author avatar. Let's continue with the author name. So this will be data.parent.author name. For the date, instead of passing this messages 0 created at, we will say data.parent.created at. And since this is a date object, we don't have to do anything. We don't have to convert it. Let's continue. Instead of rendering content, or here's the thing, we want to render our content. But if I say data.parent.content, this won't work. And that's because content is a JSON or a stringified JSON object. So instead of rendering a p tag, we will instead render our save content component. So save content is imported from the components. This is self-closing. And by the way, I made a mistake. So let me revert the changes. I want to copy the class name. So let me comment out the p tag, and now we can say save content. This is self-closing, and save content requires one key property, the content. And content will be equal to JSON.parse. This will take the stringified JSON string and pass it back into a normal JSON structure. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, I will pass data.parent.content. And I want to add a class name, and for the class name, this will be what we added for the p tag. So I will copy the p tag class name and paste it inside of here. So we are finished with the parent message. Let's continue with the thread replies. First of all, we want to render the replies count. So instead of saying messages.length, this will be data.messages.length. Instead of mapping over messages, we will map over our data.messages. We instantly get an error for the message prop, and that's because, well, let's look at it. Author image is declared here. The expected type comes from property message, which is declared. Okay, this does not make a lot of sense. Let's see, maybe at the top. property author image is missing. So we have a type mismatch. Let's open the thread reply component. Thread reply, we defined an interface and we hard-coded all properties. This was fine for our hard-coded messages array, but now we want to infer our type. So if I go back to my thread sidebar and hover over the reply, it has the following type, or it has the following properties. We could of course just copy them and paste them into this interface, or we can be very smart. Let's go to the thread reply, and what type does message have? Well, it has the type message. Message is imported from Prisma, so adlib generated Prisma, and with that the error will go away. Wow, groundbreaking stuff right here. The thing is, we get an ESLint warning. That's because is loading is not used. That's fine, but our thread reply also gets an error, and that's because author image does not exist. Instead, we want to get the message.author avatar. So let's go back to our thread sidebar. Everything is added. Our thread reply looks good. You know what? Let's test it out. I will open this thread and I don't see anything. I get my initial message, my parent message, and it says 0 replies. Okay, how about this thread? Do we have any replies? Yes, there is 1 reply. But wait. Where is my JSON content, or where is my content in general? Thread reply, date. I render a p tag. That's a huge mistake. Let's comment out the p tag. I want to get the save content component. This is imported from the components, and you should already know why we get an error. We are missing 1 property, the content property. This will be equal to json.pass. As an argument, I will pass message.content, and if I go back, it will render my message as it should, so as a normal string. Nevertheless, this is currently not styled, so let's copy the class name from the p tag and let's add a class name for the save content, and I will paste the class or the classes. If I go back, nothing will really change, but it will now work. So in other words, if I, for example, create a bullet list, it will render the bullet list inside of here. And we already have a problem. Do you see the problem? I submitted the form, but I don't see the message. If I do a hard refresh, my thread will close. That's fine. So let's open the thread one more time and I should get my message. So let's see. I don't see anything. Was it a different thread? And I get my message here, ASDF, ASDF. Oh, and by the way, the marker does not have the blue color. So let's see, how did we add the marker? I will open my editor. So the editor component, JSON, where do we have it? Pros, dark, pros, invert, marker text primary. Let's copy this. I will go to my thread reply and I will add it for the class name. So marker text primary, and with that we have blue bullets. So this is finished, but you know what? Our whole mutation layer is broken. Wait, what? It's broken? Let me show it to you. So I will open this specific thread, ASD blah blah blah. I have a few messages, my bullet list and some other content. I created it myself, don't worry about it. Let's create a message. So this will be test 1, 2, 3. If I click on send, I don't get any pending state, but I get a toast. That's already a good thing. Our form resets and I don't see the message, but that's fine. So let's do a hard refresh and I will open the thread again. So it loads and I will open it, and in a second we should see test 1, 2, 3. So everything works. Why is our mutation broken, you might say? Well, let me show it to you. I will do a hard refresh one more time and I will open this thread, ASDF. I will open it, my data will load, I will see it, that's fine. Now let me open this thread, it will load my data and I will see it in a second. And now let me open this damn thread, it will load and I won't get any replies, that's fine. I did not create any yet, but this will change. So I will say, hello, does this show up? And if I click on send, we should get a toast in a second. Everything was fine. Let's do a hard refresh and in theory we should get our message, right? Well, I will open the thread and 0 replies. What? Okay, but do we get the message somewhere else then, or what's the problem? Because we got our toast and it said everything was successful. Well, let's open this thread, ASDF. Hello, does this show up? What? Why did this not update? I mean, our thread ID is stored in state in our context provider. It updates. What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. React hook form is the problem. So if you go back to the thread reply form, how do we get our thread ID? Well, we get it as a param. In our thread sidebar, we render the thread reply form and we pass the thread ID as a prop. This is fine. We get our data. The data gets rendered. And I can show it to you. I mean, let's go into the thread reply form. I will create a console log and let's console log the thread ID. If I go back and open my inspector and to be specific, the console, I will go into this thread. This thread has the following ID. It ends with D7. Let me open this thread. It instantly updates and it ends with E6. Let's open this thread. It ends with BD. And if I open this thread, it ends with 3E. So everything is updated, but our content is stored in the wrong place. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that this useForm hook does not re-render. The default values are only set once when the component mounts, and when we switch threads and the thread ID property changes, the form doesn't update its internal thread ID value, so it still submits the content in general with the old thread ID, and that's a huge problem. So how can we fix this? How can we tell the useForm hook, hey, our thread ID updated, please use the new value? Well, to fix it, we can use a use effect hook. Use effect hooks are very powerful. They can sometimes be annoying, but they are powerful, and in this case, a use effect hook is needed. So let's go underneath the form. I will get the use effect hook imported from React. Let's initialize it. I will create an arrow function. Let's also instantly add a dependency array. This will be an empty array for now. And in the use effect, we can say form.setValue. I will invoke it, and I want to pass two arguments. First of all, the value itself. This is the thread ID, and then the content, the newly updated value. This will be the thread ID. But here's the thing. We have to tell the use effect hook when it should rerun, and it should rerun when the thread ID changes or the form. So these two arguments are important. And you know what? Let's test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, we should not get any errors, and we don't. That's fine. So let's open this thread. It will open, it will fetch my data, and in theory, in the past, it would now stay, or it would just, how could you say, it would stay stale. It would always keep this thread ID. But now I will switch into this thread, and this means in theory, our use effect should run and update the thread ID. So let's test it out. I will say, yo, does the thread ID update? And I will click on send. I should get a toast in a second. Everything was fine. And if I do a hard refresh, we will get our new data or our old data. Let's open this thread and let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yo, does the thread ID update? Yes, it updates. So this was a nice fix, and with that we can finish off our mutation. So let's open the thread reply form, and what exactly do I want to do? Well, here's the thing. We don't have any pending state. I want to implement optimistic updates. And yeah, I think that's it, to be quite, okay, I want to also then at the end revalidate my path, or in other words, invalidate my query. But hey, let's get started with the optimistic update. So we currently have two handlers, the onSuccess handler and the onError handler. But we need a handler that runs before the server, before the mutation is successful. So above the onSuccess handler, I want to get the onMutate handler. This is equal to an arrow function. In the onMutate function, I want to first of all get the thread ID, or not the thread ID, the query key. So let's say constant list options. This will be equal to oRPC.message.thread.list.query options. Let's invoke it, destructure it. This needs an input. The input is an object, and in the input we want to pass our message ID. The message ID will be equal to the thread ID. So this will create our query key, and underneath the list options I will say await query client. The thing is, we don't get the query client, we have to first of all initialize it. So I will scroll to the top, and above the form and underneath the state, it does not really matter where you initialize it, I will say constant query client, and this will be equal to use query client imported from TanStack. Let's copy our client. So this will be await client dot, what did I want to do inside of here? Yes, I wanted to cancel my queries. So cancel queries, let's invoke it, destructure it, and for the query key, this will be equal to list options dot query key, because as you all know, oRPC has its own query key generation algorithm. So using this list options, we can get the exact query key, and we don't have to define a custom one. In our message list, we defined a custom one because it's easier to define. If you would use the query key generator by oRPC, you would have to always define this query, this procedure call. But since this is a very simple query, we can use the automatic query key generator. So this is finished, and by the way, I get an error. That's because a comma is needed, and we also get an error regarding await. So await expressions are only allowed within async functions, and to fix this error, we can say that this is an async L function. As a next step, I want to create an optimistic object. So let's say constant optimistic. This will be equal to an object, and the thing is, this optimistic object does not have any TypeScript type, so there's no type safety, and that's not good. So what type is this object? Well, this is of type message. Message is imported from lib-generated Prisma, and if I now go inside of here, I get TypeScript types. Let's start with the ID. This will be equal to optics optimistic dash dynamic value crypto.random UUID. Let's invoke it, and we use crypto.random UUID because it's unique, or it will give us a unique value. You could use the created at timestamp or the current date. It works, but it's not unique enough. Let's continue with the content. This will be equal to our data. And how can we get our data? Well, at the top, let's update our params, and I want to get my data. So content will be equal to data.content. Let's continue. What else do we have? Let's create the created at timestamp. This will be new date. The same thing is true for updated at. So updated at will be equal to new date. Let's continue with the author ID. And what should the author ID be equal to? Because we don't get the user object. Well, how about we update our params? Let's scroll to the top. Let's first of all update the interface. So I want to get a user, and this will be of type kind user. Kind user is imported from kind. Let's add a generic record, another child generic, which will be string, unknown. So let's get this user from our param, so where we destructure it, and I can use the user in my optimistic object. So author ID will be equal to user.id, author email will be equal to user.email, and we currently get an error because the email in theory could be undefined, it could be null, but I know that the email is defined, so I will add an exclamation mark at the end. And maybe before we continue, let's maybe first of all add the user, because our thread sidebar currently throws an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing our user, which is not good. So how can we get our user? Well, we can destructure our thread sidebar. So I will create an interface. This interface will be called thread sidebar props. Let's open it, and I want to get a user. The user will have the type kind user. So let's go to the thread reply form, and I will copy this kind user type. So user will be equal to kind user record string unknown. We can update our params, so this will be of type thread sidebar props, and where I destructure it, I will get the user. So our thread sidebar gets the user. Let's scroll to the bottom, and I want to update the thread reply form. The thread reply form currently complains because it's missing the user property, and user will be equal to user. So the thread sidebar is finished, but where is our thread sidebar rendered? Well, it's rendered in the page.tsx. and now our page.tsx complains. And that's because it's missing the user, and the user will be equal to data.currentUser. We instantly get an error because we have a little type mismatch. So let's copy this as kind user record string unknown, and I will add it right here. So this error is gone, and with that we finally get the user in the thread reply form. So let's continue where we left off. We added the author email. As a next step, we can add the author name. This will be equal to user.givenName, but the thing is the given name in theory could be undefined, so let's use nullish coalescing, and I will return John Fisher. The next value is the author avatar, so the picture. This will be equal to the getAvatar function. As an argument, we want to pass the user.picture, and if it's not defined, we will add a second argument, which will be the user email. The user email instantly throws an error because in theory it could be undefined, but practically it will always be defined. So let's add an exclamation mark. So we have only a few more properties left. The channel ID, this will be equal to data.channelID, the thread ID, and the thread ID will be equal to data.threadID. We get an error because the thread ID in theory could be undefined, but it will always be defined. So let's add an exclamation mark at the end. So since we have our optimistic object, we can use the optimistic object to update our data, or in other words, to update our cache. So let's go underneath this object, but we want to stay in the onMutate handler, and let's say query client dot set query data. Let's invoke it, and we want to pass two arguments, the query key and the updater function. For the query key, this will be list options.query key. We already defined it at the top. Let's add the updater function. So this is a standard arrow function. In the params, we can get old, and old is just the existing data. If old, or in other words, if existing data does not exist, so if there is no old data, then let's create a return or early return, and we will return the old data. If this is not true, or in other words, if we get old data, we can return an object. In the object, I want to spread my old data, but I want to update the messages. The messages property is an array. In the array, let's spread old.messages, and let's append our optimistic object. We get an error, and that's because the image URL is missing. Image URL will be equal to data.imageURL, and if it's not defined, we will use nullish coalescing and return null. So we don't get any errors anymore, and in theory we are already finished with optimistic updates. What do you think? Should we test it out? Sure, why not? I will go back, let's do a hard refresh. I will open this thread ASDF. This will load 1, 2, 3. I get my data, and let's say yo, is this optimistic? If I click on send, I should instantly get my message. The thing is, we still have a problem. It does not scroll to the bottom and stuff like that, but don't worry about it. We will fix it in a second. The good thing is that we already see that optimistic updates work. So let me show it to you one more time. I will add some gibberish, click on send, and boom, I instantly get my data. And only after a second or two, I get my toast. Everything was fine. And by the way, the toast is a little bit stupid. Saying everything was fine does not make a lot of sense. So let's go back to our onSuccess handler, and I want to update it quickly. Instead of saying everything was fine, I will return message created successfully. Let's also update our onError handler, because if there is an error, I want to roll back. So we want to go above the return statement. Let's also get a bit of data from the params. So let's get _error, and if I add an underscore, then this just means that I won't use this specific data property. So I won't use the error. I don't need variables, so let's say _variables, but I want to get the context, and the context will be used. So in the onError handler, we will say say if there is no context, so exclamation mark context, then we will create an early return. And by the way, currently we can't access anything in the context because we don't return anything in the onMutate handler. So underneath this query client, I will create a return statement. Let's return an object, and I want to return list options. And I don't want to only return list options, but I want to also return the previous snapshot, or just the snapshot of our data before we mutated our data, because we want to roll back to the old state. So let's go above this object, the optimistic object, and I will create a constant previous. This will be equal to query client dot get query data. Let's invoke it, and we want to pass the query key. So this will be list options dot query key. If you hover over previous, you will see that this has the correct type. So this works nicely. Let's copy the name previous, and I want to return it in the return statement. So if we go back and hover over the context in the onError handler, it gets our data. So if context is not defined, we have an early return. That's all nice, all cool. And let's finally roll back. So we can say if, and I want to get my previous data. So let's first of all say constant. Let's destructure it, and this will be equal to context. And where I destructure it, I want to get list options and previous. So let's create an if statement. If we have previous data, then we can open this object or the if statement, and let's say query client dot set query data. I will invoke it, and we want to pass two arguments. First of all, the query client, but also the previous or the new data. In this case, it's our previous data, so the old data. So I will say list options dot query key, and for the second argument, this will be the previous data. So we are finished with the onError handler, and there's one more important thing that we have to do. So we have our onMutate. The onMutate handler now creates a bit of a weird state. What do I mean by that? Well, the onMutate handler creates its own client-side state, and this creates a discrepancy because the server-side state is not in sync anymore with the client-side state, with the thread reply form, or in general with the messages. So we want to sync them both again in the onSuccess handler, because the onSuccess handler will revalidate the data using the server-side data. And how did we do that in our main message list component thingy? Well, we used a surgical update. We literally traversed our whole server-side cache, found a specific message, and replaced the message with our message which came from the server side. This was good, but it's not that easy to implement. And we needed to do that because the data set could be gigantic. But in this case, it does not really make any sense because the thread sidebar or the data set of the thread sidebar isn't as big anymore. So we can just invalidate our queries the normal way. So in the onSuccess handler, let's go underneath, or let's go above this whole form.reset, and I want to say constant, or not constant, query client dot invalidate queries. Let's invoke it, and we want to pass the query key. The query key will be equal to our list options that we defined at the top in our onMutate handler. How can we get them? Right here. Well, it's simple. We want to use the context. So in the onSuccess handler, we want to get data, so underscore data, underscore variables, and context. If you hover over context, you will see that we get the list options. So query key will be equal to context dot list options. Wow, but wait, we are not finished. Dot query key, now we are finished. So since we now keep our server-side state in sync with our client-side state, we can test it out one more time. So I will go back, I will do a hard refresh. Please also do that. Let's go into this thread because it does not have that many messages. I will say yo, and we should instantly see the message. So 1, 2, 3, bam. And since we got our toast, it also means that our onSuccess handler worked. And in our onSuccess handler, we invalidate our queries. So we instantly got our message, and then we replaced this message, or in general this whole list, with our server-side data. So our client-side state stays in sync with our server-side state. And that's super important. A lot of people create a lot of optimistic updates. They are cool, they are powerful. But if you don't keep your client-side state in sync with your server-side state, you will create a lot of problems in the long run, and you don't want that. So please make sure that you always keep these two parties in sync. So are we finished with our thread sidebar? Well, we are finished with the, you could say, initial view. But the thing is, there's one problem. Currently, the main message list does not know if there are any thread replies. We have to click on the button to get a view or to see the sidebar, and with that, all of the replies. But I would like to render a little text at the bottom which says 2 replies, 3 replies, 5 replies, whatever. So let's implement that. Alright, so to render the replies count, we need to update 2 procedures. And the first one makes a lot of sense, the list messages procedure, because this gets our data. But we want to also update the update message procedure. So before I do anything, before I update any procedure, I will create a type at the top. So let's scroll to the top, and above this above this create message procedure, I will say type message list item. This will be equal to the message model, and I will extend it. So let's add a question mark, open an object, and we will return a replies count, which will be of type number. So let's copy the name message list item. I misspelled it a bit, but don't worry, it's fine. Let's copy the name and let's scroll to the list messages procedure. So in the list messages procedure, we currently have this object or this output with items and next cursor. This is fine, this is not a problem, but instead of having this message type, I want to exchange it for the message list item. But our handler now throws an error, and that's because we don't return the replies count. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom. Let's go to our prisma.message.findMany, and I want to get the count. But how can we get the count? How can we get the reactions count? Well, it's relatively simple. Underneath the order by statement, let's get the include statement. This is an object, and we want to get the underscore count property. This will be equal to an object, and we want to select one specific thing, which is replies. So replies will be set to true. But we are still not finished because I get an error. And we get the error because our return statement does not correspond to the type that we added in the output. What's exactly the problem? Currently, we have a little discrepancy. I need to return the message or the replies count, but this does not give does not return the property replies count. So let's go underneath this query, and I will create a new items array. So constant items will be of type message list item. This is an array, so let's append array brackets, and this will be equal to messages.map. As a param, I will get the singular message, and let's return it and open an object. So we will create our own object, and the thing is we instantly get TypeScript types or auto-completion, which is very powerful. So the ID will be equal to m.id, so message.id. The content will be equal to m.content. The image URL will be equal to m.image URL. What else do we have? The created at timestamp will be equal to m.created at. The same thing is true for updated at, m.updated at. We have the author ID or author avatar. This is equal to m.author avatar. Let's continue with the author email. This is equal to m.author, not avatar, but author email. The next property is the author ID. This will be equal to m.author ID. What other properties do we have? Well, there are 4 more missing. The author name will be equal to message.author name. The next property is the channel ID. The channel ID will be equal to m.channel ID. And there are 2 more properties missing. Let's continue with the thread ID. This will be equal to m or message.thread ID. And now there's one more property property missing, and that's the most important property and the property which gave us this whole error, the replies count. And the replies count will be equal to m._count.replies. And this is the value that didn't or wasn't included in our messages array, in the original messages array. So since we now have our new items array, we can use it and literally just return it. And with that, our error will go away. Nevertheless, we currently get an ESLint warning, and that's because I imported the message list component. Okay, this was a mistake. So since we are finished with our message file, or in other words, since we are finished with the procedure, we can continue by rendering the replies count in our message item. So if I go to my message list component, everything is fine. I don't get any errors, and I mean that's expected, right? Our data gets our pages with the items and our next cursor. This is all great. But let's open the message item, and you should instantly see a problem. The message has a type of message. But wait, this is incorrect, because if you open the message file that stores all of our procedures, you will see that we updated the type. We don't return just a message, but we also return a replies count. So how can we change this? Well, one solution would be to add a and sign and then an object, replies count. This works, but there's this one rule in JavaScript, or in general in programming, try, don't repeat yourself. So why should we repeat ourselves if we already have the type present? So here's the thing, let's open the Explorer, let's open the lib folder, and in the lib folder I will create a new types.ts file, and this types file will store shared types, and one type which we will share is the message list item. So I will copy the type, paste it inside of here, let's export the type, that's super important, and we need to import message. Message is imported from generated Prisma. I will close this. Let's delete the type message list item from here. We don't need it anymore, and we instantly get an error. That's because this message list item does not exist. Okay, no, it exists. We just have to import it. So we will import the type from the lib folder, and this will fix our problem. I will also copy the name, and now message won't be equal to the type message, but instead message list item. So this looks good, and the message list does not throw any errors. So we render our message item, we pass our data, and we can continue with the message item. So let me also delete this unused import. We don't need it anymore. And where should we render this replies count? Well, let's scroll a bit to the bottom. We have our date, the edit message component, save content, image, and I think it would make the most sense to render the replies count underneath the image. So I will go underneath this ternary, so where we use the logical and, but let's stay in these empty brackets. So let's create a ternary if the message, so I will say if the message.replies count is bigger than 0, I will use the logical and, so two and signs, and let's return it. So I will return a button. The important thing is not a button component, but instead a standard button, because we don't use it as often. And let's get the message square icon. Message square is imported from Lucid React, and if we go back, we should already see something. So we get the icon because the replies count is bigger than 0. There is at least one reply for every message, if that makes sense. So let's go back, because this currently looks absolutely ugly. So for the message square item or message square icon, I will add a class name. This will be size 3.5, and this will already make everything look a bit better, but we are missing the replies count in general. So underneath the icon, I will get a span element, and in the span, let's render the count. So message.replies count. The thing is, this will only render a number, but we want to also say reply or replies, depending on if it's one reply or if there are multiple replies. So let's go back, and underneath the span, or no, let's stay in the span, and let's create a ternary, or yeah, a ternary. If the message.replies count is equal to 1, then this means that we only have one reply. So let's use the ternary, or let's create one. If this is true, I will render reply. and if it's not true, then let's render replies. So if we go back, it now says 1 reply, 3 replies, and 10 replies. But the thing is, the alignment is kinda broken, and that's because our button currently has like a flex column layout. So let's give the button a class name, and before we add a class name, let's add a type, and the type should be button, because if we don't add a type, it will default to submit, and you don't want to submit your page, your form. So let's give this a class name, or the button. This will be margin top 1, inline, flex, items, center to center the items in the middle, gap 1, text XS, text muted foreground to get a grayish color. On hover, this should be text foreground. So if we go back, this will look way better. And if I hover over it, it looks beautiful. So let's go back. We ended with our hover state. Let's continue by adding a focus state. So on focus visible, this should be outline none. On focus visible, it should also have a ring, and this will be ring 1. On focus visible, yes, one more time, I want to give the ring a color which will be border, and let's say cursor pointer. So if we go back, this looks beautiful, and if I hover over the button, it gives me this cursor pointer. So this is finished, but the thing is, on the right side, I want to also render like a text which says view thread. So let's go underneath the span element, but I want to stay in the button. Let's get another span element, and I will say view thread. So if we go back, it says view thread. But the thing is, this view thread should only be rendered if we are currently hovering over this button. So let's go back. I will give the span a class name. This will be opacity 0 as a default. It won't render, and that's what you see right here. And on hover, it should render again, or in other words, have an opacity of 100%. So on group hover, this will have an opacity of 100. And let's add a transition, and the transition will be opacity. So if I go back and hover over this button, it says view thread, and this looks beautiful. So what's the next step? Well, if I click on this button, nothing happens, and that's not wanted. If the user clicks on the button, we want to open the thread. So let's go back, and I will scroll to the top, and underneath the state, let's create a constant. I will destructure it, and this will be equal to our best friend, the use thread hook. And my god, we have a lot of best friends. The documentation is our best friend, this hook is our best friend, the div element is our best friend, but hey, it's fine. And where we destructure it, let's get the open thread function. I will copy the name, let's scroll to the bottom, and the thing is, when the user clicks on the button, we want to call the function. How can we do that? How can we add, or how can we call the function? Well, let's use the onClick handler. OnClick will have an inline callback function which will call open thread. But the thing is, open thread needs one argument, the thread ID, or in other words, the message ID. So let's say message.id. And in theory, if we now click on the button, it should open the thread. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Let me click on this thread, it should open, we fetch the messages, and then we display them. So this looks beautiful, and it works exactly as wanted. Is there anything missing? Well, I don't think so, because if I click on it, it opens as wanted. The only problem is that this is not very good. And what I mean by that is, let me do a hard refresh. Let me show it to you. If I now click on this button, so 10 replies, we have this loading state, and the loading state, or I mean, we don't have loading state. That's the biggest problem. We need a skeleton. We want to give the user feedback. User, you clicked on the button, the data is loading, give us a second. So let's go back to our thread sidebar, because in the thread sidebar, we get our loading state. And that's also why we currently get an error or a warning. The isLoading property is not used. Let me delete the console log. The thing is, we want to create a skeleton component. I could, of course, create the code in the file, but let's create a separate component. So in the Explorer, I will go into the components folder, into the subfolder called thread, and in the thread folder, let's create a new file called thread sidebar skeleton.tsx. So since this is a component, let's get started with an export function. This will be called thread sidebar not component, but skeleton. Let's open the function, and I want to get started with a return statement. So let's return a div, and this will be the wrapper div. So let's open the thread sidebar, and in the thread sidebar, we have the wrapper div. This gives this whole element, this whole sidebar, a width and the layout in general. So let's copy the class name because I want to use it in the thread sidebar skeleton. Let's continue. In the div, I want to render the header skeleton. So we can create another div, and this div will have a class name that will be exactly the same as the one that we created in our thread sidebar. So I will copy this class name for the header, and let's paste it inside of here. In the div, we want to render a few skeletons for the header. This means the image and then the content. So let's get started with the first div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex items center and gap x2, or I guess space x2, but it does not matter. Inside of here, let's get the skeleton component from the components, and I will copy paste it one more time. Let's style the first skeleton. I will give it a class name, and what will this skeleton mimic? Well, this skeleton will mimic our message square icon. So let's give this skeleton a class name. This will be size 4 because the icon also has a size of 4, and the second skeleton will be there to render this name, or thread. So let's give this skeleton a class name. This will be height 4 and width 16. So the first div is finished. Let's go underneath this div. I want to render another div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex items center and gap 2. Inside of here, we want to create 2 skeletons. I will paste the skeleton down below one more time. Let's give the skeleton a class name. This will be height 8 and width 20. And for the other skeleton, I will add a class name, and this will be size 8. So if we save this and go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. So if I click on Replies or on this button, it won't show the skeleton, it won't render. And that's because this component is not used in our thread sidebar. So let's go to the thread sidebar, and above the return statement, we will create an if statement. If is loading is true, then we want to return what? Well, we want to return the thread sidebar skeleton. This is self-closing, and if I now click on this button, it should render the skeleton, and it looks beautiful. But you know what? Is the size maybe a bit too small? No, I think it's fine enough, so let's continue. So underneath the header, we want to create the skeleton for the main content. So let's go underneath this border bottom. I want to stay above the last div, and you know what, let's create a comment. This will be main content skeleton, and underneath the comment, I will create a div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex1 and overflow y auto. In the div, we will have 2 sections, the parent message skeleton and the thread reply thread replies skeleton. So let's start with the parent message. I will create a div. Let's give this div a class name. This will be padding for border, bottom, and BG muted with an opacity of 20%. In the div, we will create another div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex and space x3. In the div, we will create a skeleton. This is already imported. It's self-closing. Let's give the skeleton a class name. This will be size 8, width 8, and height 8, rounded full, and you should already know why the skeleton is created, or in other words, what it will mimic. Size 8, rounded full, this is our image, the profile image, the author, the author avatar. So rounded full, flex and shrink, or not flex, let's say shrink 0. So underneath the skeleton, let's create another div. I will give the div a class name. This will be flex1 to take the whole space available, space y2, minimum width 0. In the div, we will get started with another div element, but this will be the last wrapper div. So let's give this div a class name. This will be flex items center and space x2. In the div, I will render a skeleton. So skeleton, it's already imported, and let's give the skeleton a class name. This will be height 4 and width 20. Underneath the skeleton, we will render another skeleton. This skeleton will have a height 3 and width 16. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, it should in theory render already a nicer looking skeleton. So yes, it looks quite good, but we are missing the main message content skeleton. So let's go underneath this div. I will create another div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be space y2. In the div, we will use the skeleton component, and let's give the skeleton a class name. This will be height 4 and width full to take the full width. Let's render another skeleton. I will copy paste it, and this will be height 4 and width 3/4, so 75%. If we now go back and if I click on this thread, it will look beautiful. So since we are finished with the parent message skeleton, we can continue with the thread replies skeleton. So let's go back. I want to go underneath this div with the padding 4, but let's stay in the div with this flex 1 layout, and we will create another div. And you know what? Let's create a comment, and I will say main content, or not main content skeleton, but instead thread replies skeleton. So let's give this div a class name. This will be padding 2. In the div, I will render another div, and in this div, I will render the skeleton component. Let's give the skeleton a class name. This will be height 3 and width 16. Let's also style the wrapper div. I will give it a class name. This will be padding x2 and margin bottom 3. Let's go underneath the wrapper div, but I want to stay in the main div with this padding 2. Let's create another div, and this will be the wrapper div that will wrap our skeletons or our individual replies. So let's give the div a class name. This will be space y3, and I will create a comment inside of here, and this will say reply, lowercase reply skeletons. So the individual skeleton for the individual item. So let's use the array API. Array is just provided by JavaScript .from. I will invoke it, destructure it. For the length, this will be how many messages should we render? 1, 2, yeah, I think 3 makes the most sense. So the length will be 3, and let's map over the array. As a param, I will get an underscore. This is the value and the index, and let's return it. So where I return it, I will render a div, and the div instantly complains. And that's because it's missing a important property, which is the key. The key will be equal to our index because the index is unique. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex space x3 and padding x2. In the div, I will render a skeleton, so the skeleton component. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name. This will be size 8 for the image, so we will mimic the user profile picture, rounded, full, and shrink 0. Underneath the skeleton, I will create another div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be flex1 and space y1. In the div, we will create another div, and this is the wrapper div for our 2 skeleton components. So let's get a skeleton from our components, and I will copy paste it down below one more time. Let's style the skeleton. I will give it a class name. This will be height 3 and width 16, and this will mimic our name, or in this case my name, and then also the created add timestamp. So this is for the name, and the other skeleton will be for the created add timestamp. So let's give it a class name. This will be height 3 and width 12. Underneath the div, we will create another div. This div will be there to render the message. Oh, and by the way, I don't even need a div, so let's delete it, and instead let's use the skeleton component. This is self-closing. I don't want to open it. Let's give the skeleton a class name. This will be height 4 and width full. Underneath the skeleton, I will render one more skeleton. This will be height 4 and width 2/3, so 66%. If we save this and go back, this should already look beautiful. And as you see here, it looks nice, but the gap is kinda broken. So let's go back, and we have this wrapper div. Let's give the div a class name, and for the class name, this will be flex items center and space x2. So if I go back and open this thread, it should look way better, and it does. By the way, I'm not sure, maybe we should wrap the skeleton in a div and give it a bit of spacing. Yeah, I think this will work a bit better. So let's copy the skeleton, I will wrap it in a div, let's give the div a class name, and this will be flex column and space y1. So if we go back and if I open this thread, it opens instantly because it's cached. How about this thread? It's also cached, and this one, it's also cached. So let's do a hard refresh one more time, and I will open this thread, the one at the bottom, and we get a beautiful skeleton. But here's the thing, we are missing one more skeleton, and this is the skeleton which mimics our rich text editor. So let's go to the bottom. I want to go above the last div. Let's create another div, and you know what? We will also create a comment. This will say reply form skeleton. In this div, let's use the skeleton component. This is self-closing. I will give it a class name. This will be height 56, width full, and rounded MD. Let's give the div a class name. This will be border top, and I think padding 4. So if we save this and go back, and if I open this thread, we get a beautiful skeleton. So let's try it out with this one. Bam! Wow, this looks beautiful. So our skeleton is finished, and I will close the thread sidebar skeleton. But here's the thing, when I hover over this button, nothing happens. Yes, I get this hover state and it renders this view thread span element. This is all great, but when I click on the button, I still have to wait for the skeleton or for my data to load. Instead of doing that, wouldn't it be way more powerful to prefetch the query when the user hovers over the button? Because the user already has an intent. If the user hovers over the button, there is a quite big probability that the user wants to open the thread. So in this case, it makes a lot of sense to prefetch the query on hover, and with that we will have like an instant navigation, not really a navigation, but our data will be there instantly, and this will just help with performance. So let's go back. We want to open our message item because the message item renders this button, and to prefetch the query, we want to go to the top. So I will scroll to the top, and underneath the use thread hook, so this will be constant prefetch thread. This will be equal to use callback. This is imported from React. Let's invoke it, and I want to create an arrow function. In the arrow function, let's say constant options. This will be equal to oRPC, and oRPC is imported from the lib folder .message.thread.list.query options. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there's one important thing needed. That's the input, and for the input we will pass the message ID, which will be equal to the message.id, and these options are needed to infer the query key. So underneath options I will say query client, and the thing is I don't get my query client. We have to initialize it. So underneath use thread, let's say constant query client. This will be equal to use query client. This is imported from TanStack. Let's invoke it, and I can say query client dot prefetch query. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there are two important things that we have to add: options and also the stale time. So let's spread our options that we defined at the top, and for the stale time, this will be 60 underscore, so 60 underscore 000. So pretty much 60,000, you could say. But we are still not finished. After that, we can say dot catch to catch any error, and I will create a callback function that won't do anything. The last thing that's missing is a dependency array for the use callback hook, and this will be, or we will add a message.id and query client. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, this in general makes sense, but what is the stale time and what do we do in general? So this function prefetches, or you could say in other words preloads the thread data into the cache before the user opens the actual thread, and with that the thread sidebar. And this makes everything instant because it renders the data instantly when clicked on our magic button. And why do we use, for example, the use callback hook? Well, this hook memorizes the function so that it's only recreated when the message ID or the query client changes, so the dependencies. And this constant options creates our query configuration for our data fetching logic. So we get our query key and a few other properties. And then at the bottom, we prefetch our query. So we use prefetch query. This is the method provided by TanStack, and this fetches the data in the background and stores it in the cache without triggering a component we render. And that's why we created this constant options at the top. And we also added the stale time of 60,000. What does that mean? Well, 60,000, or in other words, the stale time, this is for how long the cache data should stay fresh. And since we set 60,000, this will correspond to 60 seconds because this is milliseconds, so 60,000 milliseconds. So since we have our prefetch query function, we can use it down below. Let's scroll to the bottom to our beautiful button, and we want to add two properties. First of all, on mouse enter. What is on mouse enter? Well, this is when the user hovers over the button, and this will be equal to prefetch thread. Let's also get on focus, and on focus will be equal to prefetch thread. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh, and you know what? I want to read through this message, ASDF. Wow, the author was very in depth. Let's open the thread. Bam! We see the data instantly. There is no delay. We prefetch the query and we instantly get our data. This is super cool. But we currently have one problem. If I type something, so the thing is, I don't want to scroll the user to the bottom in a thread. The data should be rendered oldest first, so as it does right now. But here's the thing. If I scroll to the bottom, I get all of my messages. That's all cool. But if I add a message and click on send, it does not scroll me to the bottom. I have to manually scroll to the bottom to get my data, to get my new message. That's not good. Let's fix that. So how can we scroll the user to the bottom? Well, here's the thing. If you go back to the message list component, then you will see that we already implemented the logic to scroll the user to the bottom, with the only difference that we also implemented the logic to scroll the user to the bottom on initial load. In this case, we won't do that. When the user clicks on view thread, we want to see the oldest messages first, and then when the user scrolls to the bottom, we want to see the newest messages. I think this makes a bit more sense, to be quite honest with you, because in a thread you don't have 10,000 messages, so you want to get the full context. You want to see the oldest message and then go chronologically to the bottom, if that makes sense. But when the user is on the bottom, we want to pin the user to the bottom whenever a new message arrives. So let's go back, and here's the thing. Since we already created the code in the message list component, we can reuse a lot of things. But I want to still explain everything so that you have a clear understanding of what we are doing and of what we are not doing. So let's go to our thread sidebar, and the first step is to implement our refs and state. Because if you open the message list component, we have a scroll ref, a bottom ref, and this is at bottom state, and we will need all of these items. So I will copy this state and the two refs. Let's go back and let's paste it underneath the use thread hook. So let's import use ref from React. We now have a scroll ref, bottom ref, and is at bottom. For now, this is fine enough. Let's import the use state from React and we can continue. The next step is to implement the is near bottom function, and this is a helper function that will allow us to check if the user is at the bottom or near the bottom. So let's go to the message list component, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you should find the is near bottom function. So here it is. I will copy it and paste it into the thread sidebar underneath the query but above the if statement. So as mentioned, this will check if the user is near the bottom, and our, how would you say, the amount is 80 pixels. So let's go back. Let's say this here is probably around 80 pixels. If the user is somewhere in this threshold, this function will return true true or is near bottom will be true. But if the user is somewhere here, well, then we won't scroll the boolean will be set to false. So since we have the helper function, we can continue with our scroll handler to track if the user is near the bottom. So let's go to the message list, and I want to get this handle scroll function. Let's copy it. I will copy everything and let's paste it into the thread sidebar. We will have to change a few things because this currently fetches new data, because this code was created with the idea of using it in an infinite list. But in this case, we don't have an infinite list, we don't have an infinite query, which means there's also no fetch next page or no next page to fetch. So we will say constant element. If there's no element, we will create an early return. And let me delete this whole if statement, we don't need it. And the only thing that we will do is set is at bottom, and we will call the function is near bottom. This will either return true or false. So handle scroll is finished. This is our helper function. And the next step is to scroll the user to the bottom when a new message arrives. So if the user, but with the condition that the user is already near the bottom. So let's go underneath the handle scroll, and we need the use effect hook. And instead of copy pasting the use effect, we will create our own, because this is a bit more custom, because we don't use an infinite query. So let's say use effect, no constant in this case. Let's invoke it, create an arrow function, and I will open it. We will add the dependency array a bit later on. Let's for now get started with the code. So we want to check if the message count is not 0. So we have to have messages to scroll the user to the bottom. So let's create an if statement and if message count, and we already have a problem. There is no message count. So let's go to the top. We will go underneath our query and let's create a helper constant. So constant message count, and this will be equal to data.messages.length. And if messages is not defined or data is not defined for some weird reason, then we will use nullish coalescing and return 0. So since we have our message count, we can go back to our if statement, and let's say if the message count is equal to 0, well, then this means we have a problem, or in other words, we don't want to scroll the user to the bottom. So let's create an early return. If we have messages, we will continue. So let's create a constant previous message count. This will be equal to our last message count, and the thing is we currently don't have it. So let's go to the top, and I want to create a last message count ref. So let's say constant last message count ref, and this will be equal to use ref. Use ref is already imported, and the initial value will be 0. And this is very similar to our last item ID ref. So let's copy the name last message count ref, and previous message count will be equal to last message count ref dot current. Let's continue. Let's get the current element. So constant EL will be equal to scroll ref dot current. We have our two constants, and the next step is to create an if statement. So if the previous count, or not previous count, but if the previous message count is bigger than 0, and if the message count is not equal to the previous message count, then we will open the if statement. And I will explain the code in a second. Let's create another if statement, and if the element is defined and, so let's use the logical and, is near bottom, returns true. For that we have to call the function, and as an argument we will pass our element. If both of these values return true, then we can open the if statement, and let's say request animation frame. I will invoke it, create an inline callback function, and let's say bottom ref.current.scroll into view. We will invoke it, destructure it, and this code is very similar to our message list, because in our message list we also set bottom ref current scroll into view. So let's go back, and we will add the block property, and we get a few options: center and nearest start. You should already know what we will use. In this case we will use end, because we want to scroll the user to the complete bottom. We can use another property called smooth, and smooth, or not smooth, it's called behavior, and we will add smooth as a value. So here's the thing: in Instant will scroll the user to the bottom instantly. Smooth will do everything more smoothly. Wow, who would have thought? So let's say smooth, and with that we are finished. Underneath this request animation frame, we will also update our state, so set is at bottom will be set to true. Underneath our big if statement, we will say last message count ref.current will be equal to the message count. We still have a problem, and that's because our use effect hook needs a dependency array. So at the bottom I will add a comma, and the thing is TypeScript is smart. It instantly tells us what value it needs. It needs the message count. Either include it or remove the dependency array. We want to add it, so let's say message count. And you know what? Before we continue and create our next use effect hook, let me first of all explain what we just did using this use effect hook. So this use effect hook enables auto scroll when new messages arrive. We start with this if statement. If the message count is equal to 0, we have an early return, or you could say early exit, because this means there is no point in running scroll logic if the thread content is empty. So if this is true, or in other words, if this is not true, we continue and we create two constants, previous message count and the element. The previous message count gets the previous message count that was stored in the ref. Currently we don't store anything, but don't worry about it. We will update the ref later on. And the element, well, this is the reference, or it gets the reference to the scrollable container element. We continue with this if statement, and the if statement is very important because it prevents initial scroll. So first of all, we check if the previous message count is bigger than 0. If it's bigger than 0, or in other words, this allows us to only run if we already tracked messages before, and this message count does not equal to previous message count, this means that we will only run if the count has actually changed. This means new messages have been added. We have another if statement, if element and is near at bottom element. So this checks that the scroll container exists, the element, and it also verifies that the user is currently near the bottom within 80 pixels. You could also update it because 80 pixels is not a lot, so maybe 100 or 120, but we will leave it for now as is, so 80 pixels. And yeah, I think that's it. Do we do anything else? Well, yeah, we use this request animation frame function. So this schedules the scroll for the next pane cycle. This creates a smoother animation. I already explained it. And for the block, and this aligns everything to the bottom, and behavior smooth animates everything smoothly. At the end, we update our state. Set is at bottom is set to true because we are now at the bottom. As a last step, we have this code, and this is very essential code, or very critical code, because it updates the ref with the current count so that we can detect the next change. Please don't forget the code, because if you don't add it, nothing will work. We also add the message count to our dependency array so that the use effect hook reruns, and with that we are finished. Let's continue with the next use effect hook, and this will be there to keep the view pinned to the bottom on late content growth. So if you open the message list component, then you will find this use effect hook. This use effect hook is very essential because when an image loads, it loads in asynchronously, and this use effect hook helps us to scroll the user to the bottom even if content changes in terms of size later on. So I will copy this use effect including the comment. Let's go back and we will paste it down below. We instantly get an error for our dependency array, and that's because we don't have this has initial scrolled. Let's delete it, but we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, this scroll to bottom if needed function has this if statement, and we check that we are at the bottom or that we haven't initially scrolled. Let's delete this has initial scrolled, and the logical or we also don't need it. So this use effect is finished. Do I need to explain it? Well, again, this keeps the view pinned to the bottom even if the content changes. So for example, if an image loads, we have our resizer and it will resize everything, and with that scroll the user to the bottom. So let's continue. Oh, and by the way, of course, we have this cleanup logic, which is super important. Don't forget it. And there is one more function that I want to add, and that's the manual scroll to bottom function, because we want to render a button on the bottom right which will say scroll to bottom or something, or no, we want to render an icon. Yes, correct. It will be like this chevron down icon or button, and if the user clicks on the button, we will scroll the user to the bottom. So we will go to the message list component because we already created the function scroll to bottom. I will copy it and paste it above the if statement is loading. The important thing is that we will add this behavior. For the behavior, this will be smooth. And you know what? Let's do the same thing for the message list. The behavior should be smooth because currently the behavior is instant and this creates like this very sluggish behavior. It's not nice. Smooth is way better. So let's go back to the thread sidebar. We have our function, and this function can be used down below, or it can be called by our scroll to bottom button. So let's go back, and maybe before we render the button, how about we connect all of our refs? So here's the thing, what wraps our data mapping? Well, this div wraps our data. But here's the thing, I will copy the data and let's wrap the data in another div. This is quite important and you will understand the reason for that in a second. So let's get a div, I will paste my data back, and this data now wraps, or this div now wraps our data, and this div will be connected to our ref. So ref will be equal, not this, but ref will be equal to scroll ref, and we need the on scroll handler. This will be equal to handle scroll, and let's give the div a class name. For the class name, this will be height full to take the full space available or the full height, and overflow y auto to render the scroll bar on the right side. So not visible, but auto. This is finished, but we also need to add our bottom ref. So I will scroll to the bottom. Let's go underneath our thread replies, underneath all that, and I want to add the scroll ref above these empty tags. So let's get a div, because this is literally the complete bottom, and we will give the div a ref which will be equal to bottom ref, since this is again the bottom. So this is finished, let's continue. Or wait, we get an error, so what's the problem? Do we not use something? The scroll to bottom function is not used. Okay, don't worry about it, let's first of all test if everything works. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change, everything still works. If I hover over this button, it will prefetch my query, so if I click on it, bam, I instantly get my data. Let's scroll to the bottom and I will say, yo, does this scroll me to the bottom? Let's click on send. So 1, 2, 3. Bam, it instantly scrolled me to the bottom, or in other words, it always kept me pinned to the bottom. So this works beautifully. Nevertheless, as mentioned, if we are not at the bottom, I want to render a button which says scroll to bottom, or not scroll to bottom, but we want to render the icon, and the icon will tell the user, hey user, scroll to the bottom. So let's go back to our code, and the important thing is that we want to go underneath this div. So you want to stay in the main div, flex 1, but you want to go underneath this div with the ref. So I will collapse it, I will go underneath the div, and let's create a ternary, or let's start with a comment. So I will say scroll to bottom button, and underneath the comment, let's create a ternary. If is at bottom is not true, if our boolean is set to false, then let's use this double and sign, the logical and we will return our button component. Button is already imported from the components, and you know what, this button will be the exact same one as the one which we defined in our message list. So I will just copy the button and paste it into the thread sidebar. Nothing will change. Let's update the chevron, or let's import the chevron down icon from Lucid React. Type button is correct, size SM, scroll to bottom. Yeah, I think that's it. So I will save the file, let's go back, and if I open this beautiful thread, and if I scroll to the top, we don't get anything. Or wait, is this our button? No, this is not what I wanted. The button should be rendered here. So we have to literally take the button and somehow render it right here. And how can we fix this? Well, let's see. This button has a position of absolute, and that's why it's rendered at the bottom. But it's rendered in this div. Does this div not have a relative position? No, and that's the reason why the button is rendered at the bottom. So let's say relative, and if I go back, yes, that's what I wanted. And if I click on the button, 1, 2, 3, oh, wow, that's so cool. So we got scroll to the bottom using the smooth behavior, and this works so well. Let's continue with our next problem, and that's that we don't have a pending state. So if I create a message, hello, and click on send, you should see that we won't get any pending state and the button won't be disabled. So 1, 2, 3, bam, it's not disabled, it's not pending, this is not good. So let's go back, and the thing is, it's super easy to fix because we already created our mutation. So I want to open the thread reply form, and in the thread reply form we have our not optimistic but our create message mutation, and this create message mutation exposes the pending state. So to add our pending state, we want to literally go into the message composer. Let's get the is submitting property, and this will be equal to create message mutation. That's how our function is called. Dot is pending, not is paused, is pending. Let's test it out one more time. So I will say, hey, is this pending? And if I click on send, boom, it's disabled and I get my message. But we have another problem. Let me show it to you. So if I go to this thread, it has one reply, as you see here. Let me add one message, yo. If I click on send, I get my disabled state. This here instantly updates to replies, but look right here, it still says one reply. This is incorrect. We have 2 replies, so we need to update this message with our new reply count. So to update the count optimistically, we will open the thread reply form. Let's go into our onMutate handler, and I will go underneath this query client.setQueryData. Let's create a comment, and this will say optimistically bump count in main message list for the parent message. I guess I made a few spelling mistakes, but who cares? So let's get started right away. Query client.setQueryData, because we want to set data. Let's invoke it, and as you all know, this needs 2 arguments: the query key, so the cache that we want to update, and the updater function. How is our query key called? Well, let's open our message list, and then you should see that we use this array message list channel ID. I will copy the array. Let's go back, and I will paste it inside of here. The channel ID is defined, so we don't get any errors. And the second argument is the updater function. This is a standard O function, and in the params we can get our old, or in other words, our existing data. So in our function, we have to create an if statement. If there's no existing data, if there's no old data, we will return our old data. But if we have old data in our cache, well, then let's update it with our new replies count. So constant pages will be equal to old.pages, and the thing is, we don't get any TypeScript types. This is not good. How can we fix that? Well, we need a type. So we will add a generic, and to add the generic, we will have to create a new type. So at the top in our onMutate function, I will create a new type. This will be called message page. This will be equal to an object, and let's get items. Items will be equal to an array, and in the array we can add a generic. And what do we want to add inside of here? What type does our items, or what type is our message? Well, we have a shared type. In our types folder file, we have the message list item. Let's copy the name, and I will paste it inside of here. It's imported from the lib folder, and underneath the items we also have the next cursor. Next cursor is optional, or in other words could be undefined. So let's use the question mark, and this will be of type string. So this is our initial type, but we need the infinite messages type. So underneath that, or underneath this message page, I will say type infinite messages. I think I misspelled it, it's fine. And this will be equal to infinite data. Infinite data is imported from TanStack. Let's add a generic, and inside of here we will add our message page. So let's copy the name infinite messages. We will scroll to the bottom, and as mentioned, I will add it as a generic. So let's use these angled brackets, and I will pass my infinite messages. So if we say old dot, we instantly get auto completion. So I want to say pages dot map as a param. Let's get the individual page. I will return it and open an object. Inside of here, we will spread our existing page properties, but there's one thing that I want to change, which is the items array. So the next cursor will stay as is, only the items will update. So this will be equal to, or we want to map over our items. So let's say page.items.map as a param. I will get the singular message. Let's return it, and we will create a ternary. If the message.id, the singular message.id, is equal to the thread ID, well, then it's time to update everything. So let's use a question mark. We will create a ternary. I will open an object. Let's spread all of our existing message properties. I don't get any TypeScript types, but I guess that's fine. Let's just go back to our types file. I will open it, copy the replies count, and paste it inside of here. And replies count will be equal to m.replies count, and we want to say +1. So if the reply count is 5, then this will now be 6, or if it's 6, it will be 7, and so on. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will return the existing message, because we want to only update the message that has been changed, if that makes sense. Underneath our constant pages, we can finally return our data. So let's return an object. We will spread our old data, and let's pass our new pages. So if we save this and go back, it should work. I will do a hard refresh. The top message will say 2 replies. Let's add one more message. I will say, hey, how are you? On the right, you should see 3 replies, and on the left, you should also see 3 replies. So send 3 replies and 3 replies. Damn, this worked nicely. Now I guess we only have one more problem, or I'm not even sure if it's a problem. We did not test it out, and that's image uploads. So we have the attach button, and you know what? Let's test it out. I will click on attach. Let's upload some random image. I guess this one, yeah, screenshot light, why not? I will click on upload one file. This should create a presigned URL, upload the image on the presigned, or using the presigned URL. The image will load, and I should see it in a second. So it's loaded. Let's say, yo, what's up? And if I click on send, I should see the image. But I don't see anything. What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. If you open the thread reply component, you will see that we don't render the image. We render the save content, yes, but not the image, and that's kinda a problem. So underneath our save content, let's create a ternary pretty much. So if the message.image URL is defined, let's use a logical and I will return a div. Let's give the div a class name. This will be margin top 2, and in the div we will use the image component. The image component, is it already imported? Okay, I guess so. This is self-closing, and we need to pass 2 properties, the source and the alt, correct. For the alt, I will say message attachment, and for the source, this will be our message.image URL. But here's the thing, the image component needs 2 key properties, the width and height. So for the width, this will be 512, and the height will have the exact same value. So height will be 512 pixels. There's one more thing that I want to add, and that's the class name. We will say rounded MD, maximum height, custom value 320 pixels, W auto, and object contain. So this is finished, and I guess I can close all of these files. Let's test everything out one more time. So I will do a hard refresh. I will get all of my main messages. All of these messages have a thread appended to them, if that makes sense. Let's open this thread right here. I will hover over the button. It will prefetch my query, my data, and it will instantly render the data when I click on the button. So I have my message, my reply, GG. I will create another one. Yo, does everything work? And if I click on send, it should be optimistic. So 1, 2, 3, bam. Yo, does everything work? It updates to replies, and here it says to replies. So to be quite honest with you, I think we are finished with our thread. Maybe let's also click on this thread, ASDF, because I have a few messages, and in this case, let's scroll to the bottom. This works nicely. Yo, what's up? And if I click on send, it will add the message, it will scroll me to the bottom, and this also works nicely. So with what should we continue? Good question. Before we do anything, how about we store our changes, or in other words, push these changes into our repo? So let's go back to our code base. I will open my terminal. Let's stop the dev server, and we will create a new branch. So this will be git checkout-b, and this will be called step 13 message threads. So if I click on enter, it will switch me into the new branch. Let's open the source control. I will generate a new commit message using AI. Once it generates everything, we will click on commit and let's publish the branch. So the next step is to head over back to GitHub. In GitHub, we will get a pop-up. Step 13 message threads had recent pushes. So let's compare and create a pull request. As you see here, able to merge, no conflicts. So I will click on create pull request. The last step is to confirm the pull request or to merge the pull request. So I will click on the magic button and this should be successful in 1, 2, 3, boom, it's successful. So let's go back to our editor. I will switch back into my main branch. So click on this button and let's click on main. In this case, I will click on pull to pull the latest changes. So this was successful. Merge pull request number 12. And you know what? As a next step, I want to continue with reactions. So users should be able to add beautiful emojis or react with beautiful emojis to messages both in our main view, in this one, but also in our thread sidebar. And by the way, I currently get an error, and that's because the dev server is not running anymore. So if I do a hard refresh, I instantly get an error. So this is not our website that's broken, it's just the dev server that's not running. So it's time to continue with the next step, which is to implement reactions. And the thing is, how does a user react to a message? Well, it's not by typing a message, it's by adding an emoji. And the thing is, I want to open the emoji picker like in a drop-down menu. No, not drop-down menu. I think like in a popover or something like that. Okay, it's not important. The important thing is we want to render an emoji picker. So for example, if I'm on my Mac device, I can click on Command Spacebar, and if I search for emoji, or was it something else, maybe this? Yeah, so a different command, whatever, I get this emoji picker. I can search for an emoji or I can select one. And I want to get pretty much the same effect in my application. I want an emoji picker, which allows the user to search for an emoji, but also to just scroll through the view and select one. So for that, implementing such an emoji picker is not easy yourself. Therefore, we will use a library called, okay, I will try to pronounce it, Frimouse. I think it's French. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but just go to Google, search for this. You see it right here. I'm hovering over it. Frimouse. Okay, that was my best attempt. Just search for it and then you will find this website. So this library has been created by LiveBlocks. LiveBlocks is a, I think, real-time provider. So as they say, ready-made AI co-pilots and collaboration for your product. So they enable you to create real-time applications, which is super cool, but we won't use LiveBlocks, but instead later on Cloudflare doable objects. That's not important. What we want to use is this emoji picker. So as they say, a lightweight, unstyled and composable emoji picker for React. We can toggle a few emojis, why not? And the thing is, they offer this emoji picker. And this emoji picker will look like this. We will get all of our emojis and we can search for one. So sad, and I instantly get the results. So I guess let's install it. And they have two ways on how you can install the package, either by installing it itself or using the Shadcn CLI. And that's what we will do. So I will copy the CLI command, but not this npx command because I use pnpm. So once copied, let's go back. I will stop my dev server and let's say pnpm. So hello, pnpm dlx shadcn. So this will install the emoji picker component. It will also install this dependency. I will not try to pronounce it. And once finished, we should get a new component. So components UI emoji picker. This is the component. It's styled. It has all of the necessary primitives. Everything is added and we can get started right away. So let's open the Explorer, and you know what? I want to create a separate component, or a separate folder with our components. So if you open your app folder, let's go into the workspace folder, workspace ID, channel ID, and here we have our underscore components folder. So first of all, where will be this emoji picker rendered? Well, it will be rendered in our message item component. So in theory, we could write the code inside of here, but it makes more sense to group the code into a separate component. And we could also create the emoji picker in our message folder, so the subfolder in our components, but I will create another subfolder called reactions. So this folder is the domain, or the grouping folder for all things related to reactions. So let's create a new file. This will be called emoji reaction.tsx, and let's get started right away. So it will be super simple to create our emoji picker since we already have the component, but let me show it to you. So let's create an export function. This will be called, and I will spell function correctly, emoji uppercase picker. I will open the function and let's get started with a return statement. So we could render this emoji picker, for example, in a modal or in a dropdown, but in this case we will use a popover. So let's get the popover component from the components, and the popover needs a popover trigger. The popover trigger is what the user will see and what the user will click on to trigger the popover content to open. I want to render a standard button, so let's get the button component from the components and we will render an icon. So let's get the smile plus icon imported from Lucid React. I will give it a class name. This will be size 4, size or width 4 and height 4. The thing is, if we go back, we won't see anything. So I will go back and do a hard refresh. Okay, my dev server is not running. I won't restart it right now, but the thing is we won't see this component anywhere, and that's because it's not rendered anywhere. Who would have thought? So I will create another component called the reactions bar, and the reactions bar will render all of the reactions, all of the emojis, but also the emoji reaction popover. So let's open the Explorer, let's go into the reaction folder, and I will create a new file called, not emoji, but let's call it reactions bar or reactions bar.tsx. So since this is a component, let's get started with an export function, reactions bar. Let's open it and let's get started with a return statement. So the thing is, in the return statement, as mentioned, we will render two things: the existing reactions and the emoji reaction picker. So since we currently don't have any existing reactions, I will render a div. This will be the wrapper div. Let's give this div a class name. This will be margin top 1, flex items center, and gap 1 to have some spacing in between. And in this div, I will get my emoji reaction or emoji picker component. Does it even make sense to call the file emoji reaction and then the component emoji picker? No, it does not make any sense. So let's rename the function. This will be called emoji reaction. And in my reactions bar, I will rename it. So this will be emoji reaction. Let's render it inside of here. So since we have the reactions bar, we can render it in our message item. And where should we render it? Well, I want to render the reactions bar above our replies count and underneath the image. So let's go underneath the image. Let's create a comment. I will say reactions, and down below we will get the reactions component. So reactions bar imported from the components. This is self-closing, and if I go back, in theory I should see something. I don't see anything. That's because the dev server is not running, so I will restart it, and in a second I should see something. We instantly get an error, or we get two errors. What's the problem? Well, you should know what the problem is, and you should know how to fix the problem. If you open your, not message input form, but if you open your emoji reaction component, we render a popover trigger and then the button component. The thing is, both of these components render a button in the DOM, and a button cannot be a descendant of a button. So let's give the popover trigger the asChild property, and with that the error will go away instantly. So let's continue with the emoji reaction, because the button is way too big and it looks absolutely horrendous. So I will give the button a variant. So variant, this will be ghost. For the size, this will be icon. Let's also give it a class name. This will be size 6, and I think that's it for now. So if we go back, this is already a little bit better, because, or not a little, it's way better, because it does not scream at me, hey, click on me. No, it's like a simple, nice looking button. You know what, maybe we should update the color, because it's currently white. Maybe it should be like text muted or something. Yeah, let's update the icon. This will be text muted foreground. Let's see how that looks like. I don't know. Honestly, I have no clue. Now let's delete it for now. Maybe we will update it later on. For now, this is fine enough. Let's continue with the content. So underneath the trigger, I will get the popover content from the components, and in the popover content, we will render the emoji trigger, so, or picker. So let's get the emoji picker. This is imported from the components. Please make sure that you import it from the components and not from this dependency. So once imported, we can open it, and in the emoji picker, we have a few like sub-components. The emoji picker search, the content, and then the footer. So let's get started right away. I will get the emoji search. So, or not emoji search, but emoji picker search. This is self-closing. Underneath the search, we will get the emoji picker content. These are all of the icons. This is self-closing, or emojis, and the last component is the emoji picker footer, imported from the components, and it's self-closing. So if I go back and click on the button, it should open something, and it opens this content. But the thing is, it looks ugly and it's way too big. It literally overflows, so it goes underneath my screen, underneath what I see. That's not good. So let's go back. I will update the popover content. Let's give the popover content a class name. This will be width, fit, and padding 0. And I want to also add an align property, and for align, this will be start. So if we save this and go back, it's still way too big. So should we maybe add a maximum height? Yeah, I think so. Or like in general, a height. Let's go to the emoji picker. I will give it a class name, and this will be height custom value. What would make sense? I guess let's be super unique, 342 pixels. If I go back, yeah, this looks beautiful. So this is our search, this is the content, and this is the footer. The footer just shows you what you are currently hovering on. So in this case, face with hand over mouth, or what is this one? Saluting. Yes, guys, I'm saluting. We are almost finished. So this looks beautiful. We are finished with the picker, and as the next step, I want to create a function or this function will allow us to get the selected emoji. So let's scroll to the top above the return statement. I will create an arrow function. This will be called handle emoji select. As mentioned, this is an arrow function, and in the params, I will get the selected emoji. So emoji will be of type string, and in the function for now, let's console log the emoji. So console.log emoji. If we save this, nothing will change, and that's because this function function is not called. So I will copy the name, let's scroll to the bottom, and we will update the emoji picker. So on emoji select, this is something that this is a property exposed by this component. So on emoji select, and this will trigger whenever an emoji is selected. So we will create an inline callback function. In the params, let's get the event, or in other words, the selected emoji. This will be equal to handle emoji select, our function, and as an argument, I will pass our event.emoji. So since this is finished, if I go back, nothing will change. But if I open my inspector and with that the console, we should console log the emoji. So let's select this one and it console logs the emoji. But the thing is, once this emoji or once the function runs, we want to also close this popover. So let's head over back to our code base and I will control the popover. So above the function, let's say constant. This will be equal to use state imported from React, and the initial state will be false. We need a getter and setter. The getter will be open and the setter will be set open. In the function after the console log, I will say set open, and set open will be false because we want to close the popover content. And since we want to control the popover, we need to add two properties. Open will be equal to open, the getter, and I misspelled open, so this is now spelled correctly, and on open change will be equal to our setter, set open. If we save this and go back, nothing will change, but if I select this emoji, the popover will close automatically, but we still console log the emoji as wanted. So let's close our console. We are finished with the emoji reaction, and the next step is to create a mutation to store the reaction in our database and to then also later see it. But the thing is, before we can create any mutation, we need to update our database. So if I open my schema.prisma file, we have two models, the channel model and the message model. But we are missing one more model, which will be called message reaction. And this model will store all of the reactions for one specific message. Or I guess it will store all of the reactions, but they will be related to one specific message. So let's get started right away. Model message reaction. I will open this, and how do we always start? Well, we need a unique identifier, or in other words, a primary key. This will be the ID, string, or the type will be string, @ID at default, and I will use the UUID generator. CUID also works, it does not really matter. We will store the emoji inside of here, and what type is emoji? Well, it's of type string. Let's also add the created at and updated at timestamps. So created at will be of type datetime at default now, and updated at will be of type datetime at updated at. Let's continue. As a next step, I want to store the user data. Inside of here, we will store three key properties, or four key properties: the user ID, user email, username, and user avatar. So let's start with the user ID. This will be of type string. Let's continue with the user email. This will be of type string. I want to store the user name. This will be of type string. And the last property or value is the user avatar, and this will be of type string. This will be the avatar URL, or in other words, the picture URL. So this is our user data, and the next step is to create a relationship. So here's the thing. This model has to be related to our message model. And as you all know, there are a few relationship types: one-to-one relations, one-to-many relations, and many-to-many relations, or in other words, relationships. What would make sense in this case? Well, one-to-one would mean that one message could have one reaction, and one reaction could only be related to one message. This does not make any sense. Many-to-many would mean that many reactions could have many messages, and many messages could have many reactions. This does not make any sense, which leaves us with one option: one-to-many. One message can have many reactions. Each specific reaction can only be related to one message. So let's go to our message model, and how can we create the one-to-many relationship? Well, it's super simple with Prisma. We will say message reaction reaction, and this will be equal to the message reaction model. Let's append array brackets. With that, we tell Prisma, hey, this is a one-to-many relationship. And if I click on Command S, it will auto-generate the relationship as you see here at the bottom. So message is equal to the message model. It added this question mark. This makes it optional. This is not good. Let's delete the question mark. So for the field, we have the message ID. It references the ID, the primary key, and I will add this on delete property, and on delete will be equal to cascade. So if the message is deleted, all of the related reactions will also be deleted. We still get an error. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, this is now required, but the message ID is still optional. So if I delete the question mark, it will fix everything instantly. As a last step, I will add like this unique property. So let's quickly write the code at unique, and this will open an array, and let's pass message ID, user ID, and finally emoji. And why is this unique property or unique array needed? Well, this ensures that we have one reaction per user per emoji per message. So that's why we use this array. And with that, I think we are finished with the model or table. So let's open our terminal. I will stop the dev server. That's super important. Whenever you make changes in your schema, your database schema, and you want to sync the changes, you need to stop the dev server, sync your database, and then restart the dev server. Please do that. So let's say pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will push my schema to my Neon database, and with that, sync everything. So our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. Let's restart the dev server with pnpm run dev, and it's time to continue. So since we are finished with our schema, what's the next step? Should we maybe get started with our procedure? Because the thing is, currently there's no way for us to store any reaction, so we can't add any reaction. So let's open the index file, the router index file, the base router, and I will create another sub route. So we have this message route. This message route already has a sub route thread, but we will create another sub route in the message route itself. This will be called reaction. Reaction is an object, and we want to toggle reactions. So this will be toggle. Toggle will be equal to the toggle reaction procedure, but we haven't defined it yet, and that's what we will do right now. So here's the thing. In theory, you could store the procedure in a new file, but since we won't create any other reaction-specific procedures, it makes a bit more sense to create the procedure in the message file. So let's start with an export constant toggle reaction. This will be equal to our base middleware.use, since I will chain middlewares required of middleware to make sure that the user is authenticated. .use required workspace middleware to make sure that the user is logged into a workspace. .use standard security middleware to enable bot protection and shield. .use write security middleware. Oh, not this, write file, what the hell, write security middleware. And why do we use the standard write security middleware? Well, that's because we need a higher rate limit. The heavy security or the heavy write security middleware has a rate limit of 2, so 2 reactions per minute. This is not enough. Or is it enough? No, it's not enough. So let's use the standard write security middleware. Underneath this, we can define our route. So .route, let's invoke it, the structure it for the method, not this method. This will be post, uppercase post. Let's add a path. For the path, this will be slash messages slash colon message ID slash reactions. Let's continue with the summary. For the summary, this will be toggle a reaction. And there's one more thing missing, and that's the tags property. For the tags property, let's say messages. So since we are finished with the route, let's continue with our input, output, and handler. For the input, we need to pass our input schema. The thing is, I currently don't have a schema, so let's say z.void. We will add one or create one later on. Let's continue with the output, and do I know what I will return? Not really. So let's also say z.void. We will update it later on. And the last step is to add the handler. Let's invoke it and I will create a standard arrow function. This is an asynchronous arrow function. So let's add the async modifier and it's time to toggle our reaction. So as a first step, we want to find the message and ensure that it belongs to the organization via its channel. So let's say constant message. This will be equal to await prisma.message.find first. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we don't want to find any message, but the message that belongs to our org via the channel. So I will add the where statement. For the ID, this will be equal to our input, which we currently don't have. So let's pass some gibberish, and as mentioned, the channel, or in other words, the workspace ID, has to match the context.workspace.org code. We currently don't get our context, so let's destructure our params and let's get the input context, not this, but context, and the errors object. So workspace ID will be equal to context.workspace.org code. So this is finished, but we currently select everything. The content, image, URL, this is not needed because this is only a function that verifies that the user is allowed to toggle the reaction. So instead of selecting everything, we will create or add a select statement and let's select the ID. So ID true. Once we get our data, we can create an if statement. If there is no message, then this means that we have a big problem. So let's throw errors dot for or not forbidden, not found, and let's invoke it. So as a next step, let's create the mutation logic. And here's the thing, the code initially will look a bit confusing, but it will make sense because we will create confusing code to have a concurrency safe toggle. But let's first of all write the code. So constant inserted, this will be equal to await prisma.message reaction.create many. I know this seems weird. Create many, we want to only create one reaction, but trust me, this will make sense. Let's invoke it, destructure it. I want to pass data. This is an array, and in the data array, we will create an object. So this data object needs a few properties. So if you click on Control spacebar, it will give you all of the types. So the emoji will be equal to our input. We don't have an input, so this will be gibberish. We need the message ID. We don't have an message ID, so this will be some gibberish. We need the user ID. The user ID will be equal to context.user.id. What else is missing? Well, the username. The username will be equal to context.user.name or given name. The thing is, in theory, the given name could be not defined. So let's use nullish coalescing, and if it's not defined, I will return John Fisher. The last, or not the last, another property that is needed is the user avatar. This will be equal to the getAvatar function, and we need to pass two arguments, the context.user.picture and also the email. So context.user.email. Our email currently throws an error, but let's continue. And the next property is the user email. This will be equal to the context.user.email, and the email instantly throws an error, and that's because it could be of type string or null. But you should already know how we can fix this problem. Let's use non-null assertion. So we can add an exclamation mark at the end, and we will do the same thing for our user or getAvatar function. So this is finished, and underneath the array, let's get the skip duplicates property, and this will be true. So since this is finished, we have our inserted mutation, you could say. Let's go underneath it, and I will create an if statement. If inserted, so inserted dot count is equal to 0, then this means that we did not return, or that we did not add anything. So let's open this if statement, and I will say await prisma.message reaction.delete many. Let's invoke it, destructure it. We need to pass a where statement, and for the where statement there are three properties that need to be added: the message ID, user ID, and emoji. For the message ID, this will be equal to our input, which currently does not exist, so I will pass gibberish. For the user ID, this will be equal to our context text.user.id. And the last property that is missing is the emoji. And the thing is, we don't have an emoji right now. We will get it through our input, so I will pass some gibberish. And the thing is, we are already finished with our logic. The last step is to return the updated message with reactions. Let's go underneath this if statement. We want to stay in our procedure, so underneath this if statement, and I will create a constant updated. This will be equal to await prisma.message.findUnique. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass a where statement. For the where statement, we need the ID, and the ID will be equal to our message ID. We currently don't have it, so let's pass some gibberish. And the next step is to add an include property or the include statement. I want to include message reactions. Let's open it because we don't want to include everything, but only the emoji and user ID. So let's add a select statement, and I want to get the emoji, so this will be true, and the user ID, this will also be set to true. There's one more thing missing, and that's the replies count. So underneath the message reaction, let's say underscore count, this will be equal to a select statement, and in the select statement, I want to get replies, so let's set this to true. And now you might say, hey Jan, okay, this looks good, it does not throw any errors, but what did we just do? Create many, delete many, find unique? Huh? What does this code do? Good question. So what you have to understand first of all is that this does not just delete reactions or add reactions, this toggles a reaction. If a reaction already exists, we will delete it. If no reaction is present, we will add one. So this pretty much handles both states. And as a first step, we have a security check. So this verifies that the message exists and that it belongs to the user's workspace. That's why we added this channel workspace ID. If this does not return anything, in other words, if this returns null, then we will know that we did not find the record. Either the ID is incorrect or the user does not own the workspace or the message does not belong to the user's workspace. So if this is true, we throw an error using oRPC, and the next step is to create a mutation, or in other words, to add the reaction to our database. Now here's the interesting thing. We use the create many method. Here's the important thing. Skip duplicates true. So if this exact reaction, so if the same user plus same message plus same emoji already exists, then we don't create the reaction. It will skip it. And that's why this is called skip duplicates. And the thing is, this will return a number. So this will either return a 1, so this inserted. 1 means the reaction was created, and 0 means, hey, the reaction already exists. We have a duplicate. And that's why I created the if statement. If the inserted count equals or is equal to 0, then this means we already have a reaction and it's time to delete the reaction. Not this, but this one. So delete many. Since we want to delete a specific reaction, we added our where statement by adding a message ID, or not a, but the specific message ID, user ID, and emoji. As a last step, we return our updated data. So this fetches the message with all of its current reactions. That's why we include our message reaction model, and this will then be later on returned to the client so that the client can update the UI. And the interesting thing is that we also include the reply count, as you see here. Select replies true. Also, why did I use delete many and create many? Well, this is because I specifically thought about concurrency, and I wanted to have a concurrency safe toggle. Because here's the problem. What is if a user, or what is if two users click on the exact same emoji at the exact same time? Well, if we don't have a concurrency safe toggle, we will have a race condition, and this is not good. And that's why we implemented this create many with the skip duplicates property. The database's unique constraint ensures that only one reaction can exist per user, message, and emoji. Because if we open our schema, I added this at unique. We are almost finished. Nevertheless, we still have a problem. You see right here for the ID, I passed some gibberish. I did the same thing right here. The emoji is equal to some gibberish. So what we need to do is update our input to get the real data from the user. So let's open the Explorer. I will open the schemas folder and let's open the message file. And what we want to do is create a new schema. So let's say export constant toggle reaction schema. This will be equal to z.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it. And what properties do we need? Well, we need a message or the message ID and the emoji. So message ID will be equal to z.string. Let's invoke it. And we are missing the emoji. The emoji will be equal or will be of type z.string.minimum1. So let's copy the name toggle reaction schema. I will go back and instead of passing z.void for the input, we will pass the toggle reaction schema. Let's import it from the schemas and we can finally use our input. So instead of passing this gibberish for the ID, it will be equal to our input.message ID. Let's continue. For this create many statement, instead of passing this emoji gibberish, we will pass the input.emoji, or it will be equal to the input.emoji. The same thing is true for the emote or message ID. This will be our input.message ID. Let's continue. We added gibberish for the delete many statement. The message ID will be equal to the input.message ID, and for the emoji, this will be equal to the input.emoji. Do we have to update anything else? Yes, this updated, you could say query. So for the ID, this will be equal to the input.message ID. So the last step is to return our data since we are finished with our query, or you could say in general handler logic. So let's collapse this updated constant and we will create another if statement, because if we don't get a result from this query, this updated query, then we have a problem kinda, right? So let's say if we don't get updated, so exclamation mark updated, then we will throw errors, the errors object, and let's trigger the not found error, because this means, hey, we did not find the result or the, you could say, row that you were looking for, the data that you were looking for. And the last step is to return the data. So let's return an object. The first step is to return the message ID. This will be equal to updated.id, and I want to return the reactions. So let's say reactions, and before I do anything, I want to group them. So let's scroll to the top and we will create a grouping function. So above the create message procedure, let's say function, this will be called group reactions. Let's open the function. In the params, I want to get two things, the user ID and the reactions. And the reactions, you could say property, is an array with the emoji and user ID. So let me open this. As mentioned, reactions, this will be an object, or in other words, reactions will be an array with an emoji. This is of type string, and a user ID, and the user ID will be of type string. Let's append the array brackets at the end and let's continue. The next property that I need is the user ID, and the user ID will be of type string. So since we are finished with the params, we can get started by, you could say, updating or by creating the logic. So let's say constant reaction map. So reaction map, this will be equal to new map uppercase. Let's add a generic. This will be string, comma, object, count, which will be of type number, and also reacted by me, so semicolon reacted by me, which will be of type boolean. I know this currently looks a bit confusing, don't worry about it. At the end, it's important that you invoke this reactions map, and let's start. So we will use a for loop, and I will also explain the code and the use case or why we need this function in a second. So let's say for, we will get parentheses, constant reaction of reactions. Let's open this and I get an error. That's because this should be constant and not const. And in the for loop, let's say constant existing will be equal to reaction map. And as an argument, let's pass the reaction dot emoji. Underneath this, we can create an if statement. And if existing is true, then let's open this and we will say existing dot count plus plus. Underneath the existing count plus plus, let's create another if statement, and if the reaction.userid is equal to the user ID, then let's open this and we will say existing.reactedByMe will be equal to true, because well, the reaction was done by me, by the user, you could say. Let's create an else statement. So if existing is not true, we will say reaction map.set as an argument. I will pass the reaction.emoji. Let's add a comma, open an object. And there are two properties that we need to pass. The count, which will be 1, since this will be the initial or the first reaction. And reacted by me will be equal to reaction.user ID, and this has to be equal to the user ID. So this will return a Boolean. So let's look at the code. We got data from our params, reaction map, for loop, existing. This code looks super weird. So first of all, why do we need this function? This is probably the most important question. So this function groups individual reaction records by emoji and counts them, similar to Slack. So for example, Slack shows a count for an emoji. So if all users, or let's say we have 5 users, and all 5 users reacted to a message using this emoji, then Slack displays the emoji and 5. So 5 reactions for this emoji for this specific message. And that's why we created this group reactions function. It will do the exact same thing. It will group reactions. And we get a few parameters, or to be specific, 2 reactions and user ID. Reactions is an array of individual reaction records from the database, and the user ID, well, who would have thought the user ID is the current user ID. So as a next step, we create this reaction map, and this stores data. So the key, in other words, the emoji, and an object with the count and the reacted by me Boolean. So did the current user use this emoji or not? So it will be either true or false. As a next step, we created this loop, the for loop, and it's what you would call a processing loop. So we have this constant existing, and with that we check if we've already seen this emoji, or if this emoji is already used. If so, we have the if statement. So if the emoji exists, so this increments the counter, another person used this emoji, and this is just a check. So if the reaction is from the current user, we mark the reacted by me Boolean as true, because the emoji or the reaction has been done by me. If there's no existing reaction for this emoji and for this specific message, then we create a new reaction. That's why we say reaction map.set. We set a new reaction. With the emoji, the count is 1, since it's the first emoji reaction, and reacted by me will be true if the user ID is equal to the reaction user ID. So the function is finished. Let's copy the name, group reactions, and I will scroll to the bottom, since we want to return data. So reactions will be equal to group reactions, our function. Let's invoke it, and we need to pass 2 parameters, as you already know. So let's use parentheses updated.message reaction, and if this is not defined, let's use nullish coalescing, and I will return an empty array. As a next step, we will map over this array. So .map as a param, let's get an R, and I will return it and open an object. In the object, we need to pass the emoji and user ID. The emoji will be equal to r.emoji, and by the way, R is the short form for reaction, and the user ID will be equal to R, so reaction.user ID. The last step is to add the user ID itself. So underneath this mapping, we will pass the user ID context.user.id, and with that we don't get an error anymore, but our file still throws an error in general. What's the problem? Well, you should know what the problem is and how to fix it. Our output is marked with z.void. So we tell oRPC, hey, we won't return anything, but this is not true. We return data. So let's delete z.void, and instead this will be z.object. I will invoke it, destructure it, and what do we return? Well, let's again scroll to the bottom. We return a message ID and grouped reactions. So this will be message ID, let's say message ID, which will be of type z.string. And for the grouped reactions, what type does it have, or what type is it? Good question. Let's first of all copy the name reactions. I will paste it inside of here, where is our output, so inside of here, and this will be equal to z.array, and I want to pass my grouped reaction schema inside of here. So let's open our message schemas file, so schemas folder, let's go into it, and then into the message file. In the message file, I will create another schema, another sort schema. So let's go underneath the toggle reaction schema, and this will be export constant grouped reaction schema. This will be equal to z.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and this needs three properties: emoji, count, and reacted by me. So these are the exact same properties that we added in our group reactions function. So let's copy the emoji name. I will paste it inside of here. It will be of type z.string. Let's invoke it. The next step is to add the count. The count will be of type z.number, and there's one more thing missing, and that's reacted by me. So I will copy the name reacted by me, paste it inside of here, and this will be of type z.boolean. Let's invoke it, and with that this is finished. Let's also infer the type. So this will be export type grouped reaction schema type. This will be equal to z.infer. I will add a generic type of grouped reaction schema. So since this is finished, let's copy the name. We will go back, and the output will be equal to this sort schema. So inside of here in the array, I will pass my grouped reaction schema imported from the schemas folder. We instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, good question. I'm not sure what the problem is. So if I hover over the handler argument, type of parameters, this does not make any sense. I see what the problem is. Type void is not assignable. Could the problem be our grouped reactions function or group reactions function? Yeah, I think so. So we can add a return type parameter. This will be equal, or after the parentheses, I will use a colon grouped reaction schema type. I don't get the type. What's the problem? So grouped, oh my god, I made a spelling mistake. So this should be grouped reactions schema, and this should be grouped reactions schema type. This was a silly spelling mistake. Let's go back. We will get an error. That's because this should be grouped reaction schema. Let's update our handler. So for the output, this should be grouped reaction schema, and let's finish off our group reaction function, because this should have a return type parameter, which will be group reaction schema type or grouped reaction schema type, and let's append array brackets. We instantly get an error. What's the problem? A function whose declared type is neither undefined, void, nor any must return a value. It seems like I forgot to return data. So underneath the for loop, let's create a return statement. I will return array.from as an argument. Let's say reaction map.entries.map as a param. Let's get an array. This will be emoji and data. Let's return it and open an object. So I want to return three properties. The emoji, the count will be equal to data.count, and there's one more thing missing, reacted by me, which will be equal to data.reacted by me. With that, we don't get any error anymore, and if I scroll to the bottom, so to the complete bottom, it also does not throw any error anymore, because the return statement has the correct types, if that makes sense, or we return the correct data. Let's copy the name toggle reaction, and our toggle key will be equal to the toggle reaction procedure. So since this is finished, let's close the file, and as the next step, I want to toggle the reaction. So let's open the reactions bar, and inside of here we will create the mutation. Before we can do anything, let's update our emoji reaction function by creating an interface at the top. So this will be called interface emoji reaction props. So emoji reaction props, let's open this, and I want to get an on select function, and this will be a standard arrow function which will return void. In the parameters, let's get the emoji, and this will be of type string. Let's destructure the params. This will be of type emoji reaction props, and where we destructure it, we can get the onSelect handler. And this onSelect handler will be used in the handle emoji select function. So instead of console logging our value, let's say onSelect, and as an argument, we will pass our emoji. So onSelect, and as an argument, I will pass the emoji. The emoji reaction component is with that completely finished, and let's continue with the reactions bar component. So the thing is, above the return statement, let's create like an onSubmit function pretty much. So I will say constant handle toggle, and this will be equal to an arrow function. Let's open it, and in the params, let's get the emoji. Emoji will be of type string, and in the handler, in the function, we want to call, or we want to mutate our data. For now, we will console log the emoji, and after that, we will create a full-on mutation to call our procedure. The thing is, our emoji reaction component currently throws an error, and that's because it's missing a property, the onSelect property. OnSelect will be equal to handle toggle. This means the function we created a second ago. So as the next step, let's create the full-on mutation with tanstack. So above the handle toggle function, let's say constant toggle mutation. This will be equal to use mutation. Let's invoke it, and we want to first of all construct our procedure call. So let's say oRPC. oRPC is imported from the lib folder .message.reaction.toggle.mutation options. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there are a few events I want to listen for, or that I want to handle: on mutate, on error, and on success. So let's start, I guess, with the simplest event possible, which is on success. So on success is equal to an arrow function. For now, I want to return a toast. So let's say return toast. Toast is imported from sonar.success, and for the message, this will be emoji added. That's it, exclamation mark. Let's also add the onError event. OnError is equal to an arrow function, and we will also return a toast, so toast.error, and for the message, this will be emoji not added. Something went wrong, my friend. So in theory, this is already enough. So let's go to our handle toggle function, and I want to call this toggle mutation. So let's say toggle, and I misspelled toggle mutation. The M should be uppercase, so toggle mutation, and inside of here I will say toggle mutation.mutate. Let's invoke it, and we need to pass our data, the message ID and emoji, because if you destructure it, it instantly throws an error, and since we use TypeScript, we get autocomplete. It needs the emoji and message ID. So I will pass my emoji and the message ID. So we currently get an error, and that's because the message ID value does not exist. So I want to update my params and get the message ID as a param. Who would have thought? So let's create an interface at the top. This will be called reactions bar props. Let's open it, and I want to get a message ID which will be of type string. So let's destructure our params. This will be of type reactions bar props. I misspelled props like always, so props. Let me also update this spelling, and where we destructure it, we will get the message ID. With that, our error will go away, but the thing is, where is our reactions bar rendered? It's rendered in the message item, and now our message item throws an error. Why does it throw an error? We are missing a property. We are missing the message ID, and message ID will be equal to our message.id since we map over our messages. So let's close the file. So you know what? I guess let's test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything should in theory work. Let's see. Yep, the page has loaded. And if I click on this button, it will open my modal, my popover. So let's select this one, the salute icon or emoji. And if I click on it, nothing happened. Okay, it says emoji added. That's a good thing. but I don't see the emoji, and that's because we currently don't fetch it. So let's go back to our message, or you know what, let's open the Explorer. I want to go into the app folder, let's go into the router folder, and let's open the message file. In the message file at the top, we defined our list messages procedure. Where is it? Group reactions, okay, create message, and then below that we have list messages. Let's update this procedure. So to update the procedure, we want to open our types file, and in the types file we have the message list item. Because here's the thing, if you open the message procedure, what did we add for the output? Well, the output is equal, or the items equal to message list item. So let's update it, and underneath the replies count, I want to return reactions. This will be of type grouped reactions schema type, and let's append array brackets. So if I go back, I instantly get an error, and that's because the return does not match our... What do you think? It does not match our schema, our type. So the error already starts with our items object or array, because we don't return reactions. So if you click on Control Spacebar, we need to pass reactions. And what should we do inside of here? Or how can we add reactions? Well, let's use our group reactions function. Let's invoke it, and we need to pass two arguments, the reactions and the user or user ID. So let's use parentheses m.message reactions, and that's already the problem. We don't get our message reactions. So let's scroll to the top. Where do we get our message? Or we get it right here, and I want to include the message reaction. So underneath the count, let's add a comma, and we will say message reaction, and I don't want to select everything, but instead only the emoji and user ID. So let's open an object, or not parentheses, I want to use these brackets, and let's say select, and as mentioned, I want to select the emoji, this will be true, and user ID. So let's set this to true. So since we get our message reactions, in theory, we can use them in our function. So this will be m.message reaction, and let's map over it. So .map, let's return it and open an object. So what do we need to return? Well, we need to return the emoji. This will be equal to r.emoji, and the user ID, which will be equal to r.user ID. The last step, or the last parameter missing, is the user ID itself, and this will be equal to context.user.id. I get an error, that's because I'm missing a comma, but once I add it, the error will go away. So since we return our reactions in general, we can use them in our message list. So if I open my message list, we map over our data, we get our data, and do I want to render the count inside of here? No. Instead, I want to open my message item, and what do we do in the message item? Well, we render our image, and underneath the image, we render the reactions bar. But the reactions bar does not render reactions, which is a problem. So let's open the reactions bar component, and I want to get my data. So let's update the interface. I will say reactions. This will have a type of grouped reactions schema type. This will be an array. So let's append array brackets, and in our params, let's destructure the reactions. And since I get my data, I can also render it down below. So if we open the message item component, we instantly get an error, and that's because the reactions bar is missing a property. It's missing reactions. Reactions will be equal to message.reactions. This won't throw any error anymore, and let's go to the reactions bar component. So I want to update the return statement. In the div, but above the emoji reaction, I will map over my reactions. So reactions.map, I will use the button component. The button component is imported from the components. And the thing is, the button instantly throws an error. And that's because I'm missing the key. The key will be equal to r.emoji, since the emoji is unique. But there's one more important property missing, and that's the type. This should be button. We don't want to submit a form. In the button, let's render the emoji. So I will get the span element, and let's say r.emoji. And underneath the span, we will render the count. So let's get another span element, and I will say r.count. If I save this and go back, I will see this ugly button. Oh my god, is this ugly? But don't worry, we will fix it together. Let's start with the button. We will give the button a variant. The variant will be secondary. I will also give the button a size. The size will be SM. Let's give the button a class name. This will be height 6, and since I want to make the styling dynamic, I will use the CN helper function. The CN helper function is imported from the lib folder. I will invoke it and I will start with my standard styles. So height 6, padding X2 and text XS. If I save this and go back, this will already look way better as you see here, but if the emoji or if I reacted to the message, then it should have like a blue background color showing the user, or in this case it will show me, hey, you already created a reaction. So let's go back. I will add a comma after the default styles and we will create pretty much a ternary. So if r.reacted by me is true, let's use a double AND, so a logical AND, and I will return BG primary, but not the full opacity, instead 10%, border, which will be primary with an opacity of 40%. So if I go back, yes, this already looks way better. And is border primary with an opacity of 40% enough? I'm not sure. Let's test out the full opacity. So just border primary. Let's see how this will look like. Well, I don't see any difference, to be quite honest with you. And that's because I think I forgot to add the border in general. So border primary, border. And if we go back, yeah, you know what, I think having the full opacity is way better. But here's the thing, if I click on the button, literally nothing happens. That's not good. If the user clicks on the button, we want to toggle our reaction or call the procedure. So underneath the class name, I will add an onClick handler. This will be an inline callback function, which will call handle toggle. This handle toggle function expects one argument, which is the emoji. So r.emoji. And you know what? Let's test it out. So if I click on the button, it should remove this reaction. So 1, 2, 3, bum, and emoji added. Okay, we have to update the text, don't worry about it, but I still see my emoji, my reaction. Okay, let's do a hard refresh. Will it change anything? So yes, it removed the reaction. So we verified that our function works as expected, our procedure. So the next step is to finish off our mutation and to add optimistic updates. So let's do that. So how can we add optimistic updates? Well, we need to run code before the code hits our server. How can we do that? Well, how about we use the onMutate handler? So in our mutation options, let's get the onMutate handler. This will be equal to an async function. What did just happen? So async arrow function, and let's open it. So what will we do inside of here? Well, to be quite honest with you, this will be complex code, and I really mean it. It will be complex, but I will explain it, you will understand it, and you will become 10 times smarter. So the first step is to understand if we are in a thread context or in a main messages view, because as you all know, users can react both in this view, but also in our thread sidebar. So let's go back. I will create a constant is thread, and this will be equal to context that we will provide through our params. So let's open, or let's go to our interface. Underneath the reactions, I want to get context. This will be optional, and this will have a type called thread context. So let's go above the interface. We will create a type thread context, and this will be equal to an object. Let's add the type. This will be thread, and I need to add a thread ID, and the thread ID will be of type string. Also, this should not be a comma, but instead a semicolon. And underneath the type thread context, let's create another type. This will be called list context, and this will be equal to an object. For the type, this will be list. Let's add a semicolon, and I need a channel ID, which will have a type of string. So channel ID, type of string. Let's go to our context, and the context could either have a type of thread context, so thread context, Or let's use a vertical line. It could have the type list context. So if we go back, we can destructure our params further, and I want to get the context. Let's continue with our onMutate handler inside of here. This will be equal to context. Context has to be defined, and if it's defined, let's use a double and sign, so the logical and. Let's check if the context.type is equal to thread. If so, then this isThread boolean will be equal to true. So let's create an if statement, and this if statement will be for the thread state. So if isThread is true, let's open this, and for now I will add a console log which will say this is a thread. I don't really want to handle the thread right now. I want to only handle the default main messages view. So underneath the if statement we need to get a few things. The list key, we will cancel our queries, and then we will get our query data and so on. But hey, let's first of all write the code, and then you will understand everything. So let's define our query key. This will be called list key, and this will be equal to our array bracket. So as you all know, message list channel ID. So I will open the message list component, because inside of here we defined our query key, and I will copy it. So this array, we get an error, and that's because the channel ID is not defined. So let's go back, and the thing is, we need to get our channel ID using the useParams hook. So above the toggle mutation, but in our main function, let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to useParams. useParams is imported from Next.js, and I will add a generic. So what do we want to get? Well, we want to get the channel ID. So I will say channel ID, and this will be of type string. Channel ID because my folder, my dynamic route, is called channel ID. So since I get the value, this will be the channel ID, and with that the error will go away. So we have the list key. Let's continue. As a next step, I want to cancel all queries, so await query client. The thing is, we don't have the query client yet. We did not initialize it. So let's go to the top and we will initialize it. Underneath this useParams hook, I will say constant query client, and this will be equal to useQuery client, imported from TanStack. Underneath, let's say await query client dot cancel queries. I will invoke it, and what do we have to pass as an argument? Well, you should already know that. We need to destructure it, pass a query key, and this will be of type, or this will be equal to list key. We instantly get an error for await, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So this onMutate function will be asynchronous, and with that the error will go away. Let's also get our previous data. So I want to create a snapshot. So constant previous, this will be equal to query client dot get query data. Let's invoke it, and as an argument we need to pass the list key, since we want to get specific data, or the data from a specific cache. So I will pass the list key as an argument, and let's continue. The next step is to update our query data, or in other words, our server-side cache. So let's say query client dot set query data. Let's invoke it, and we need to pass two arguments. What do we need to pass inside of here? You should know it. We already wrote this code a lot of times. We need the list key and the updater function. So I will open this. Let's pass the list key, and the second argument will be our updater function. So let's create an arrow function, and in the parentheses I will get my old, or in other words, existing data. Let's create an early exit, early return. If there is no old, or in other words, existing data, I will just return old. Let's continue, since we now have our return, early return, and I want to say constant pages. This will be equal to old.pages, and we instantly get a problem. I don't get any autocomplete. Old dot, where are my pages? Well, let's create a type. Let's scroll to the top, and we will define the type above the export function. So let's create a type message page. This will be an object inside of here. We will have items. Items is an array, or we can just say message list item, and let's append array brackets, because this is an array. I don't want to only get items, but also the next cursor. The next cursor could be undefined, so let's add a question mark, and this will be of type string. So as a next step, let's create the infinite, you could say replies or infinite messages type. I guess infinite replies makes the most sense. So type infinite replies. This will be equal to infinite data imported from TanStack. Let's add a generic, and in the generic, I will pass my message page. So since we get our infinite replies, we can use this type in our query client, or in other words, in the setQueryData method. I will add angled brackets to create a generic, and inside of here, I will pass infinite replies. So if I go back and say old dot, I instantly get my pages. Let's map over our pages. As a param, I will get the singular page, and I will return it and open an object. Inside of here, I will spread all of my existing page data. So dot 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 page. Let's continue. I want to update the items. Items will be equal to page.items.map. As a param, let's get the singular message, and let's create a standard arrow function. We won't return it. Let's create the standard function. So don't use parentheses. Inside of here, we will create an if statement. If the message.id is not equal to the message ID, then let's create an early return, and we will return the message itself. I get an error. That's because I used one equal sign too much, and I don't know why I have strings right here. So let's delete them. So this is our early return. Let's continue, and I want to get my current reactions. So constant current, this will be equal to m.reactions. As the next step, I want to get the current, or in other words, existing reaction. So constant existing will be equal to current.find. Let's invoke it as a param. We will get the reaction, and this will be equal to r.emoji has to be equal to our server data. So let's update our parameters. So in our onMutate handler, we have our async function. I want to get data, so this will be variables, and let's add the type. So variables will be an object. We will have a message ID, which will be of type string, and also an emoji, which will be of type string. So let's scroll to the bottom. I will copy the name variables, and this has to be equal to variables.emoji. So if we find the existing record, we will return it with these properties. Let's continue. Underneath existing, I will create a let next, and this will be of type grouped reactions schema type as an array. The next step is to create an if statement, and if we have an existing record, then let's open this, and I want to decrease the count. So constant dec, this will be equal to existing dot count minus 1. Since we want to decrease the count by 1, let's create another if statement. If dec is smaller than or equal to 0, then we want to open this, and I will say next will be equal to current dot filter, and this will be equal to r.emoji should not be equal to existing dot emoji. Underneath this if statement, let's create an else statement, and I will say next will be equal to current dot map as a param. Let's get the current reaction. Let's create an inline callback function, and this will be r.emoji has to be equal to the existing emoji. Then let's create a ternary, and I will create an object. So let's spread our current reaction. For the count, this will be equal to dec, and reacted by me will be set to false. If this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will return the reaction itself. We currently get an error, and that's because this should not be r.count, but instead reaction.emoji. There's one more else statement missing, and that's for this big if statement existing. So if there is no existing record, let's open this with an else statement, and next will be equal to an array. In the array, I want to spread my current data. Let's add a comma, and let's update the emoji. This will be equal to variables.emoji, and the count will be 1 because we want to create a new item, and reacted by me will be set to true. So we are almost finished. Underneath this whole if statement, statement, let's return our data. So I will return an object, let's spread our message, and for the reactions, this will be equal to next. Underneath this constant pages, let's return our data. So I will return an object, let's spread our old data, and I will add my new pages. What did we just do? This code looks super confusing, and I will be honest with you, it is kinda confusing. So let's start with the most important question. What does this code do? Well, this code is there to create an optimistic update. This is the logic for our optimistic update, and this optimistic update runs immediately when a user reacts. And let's go through everything step by step. As the first step, we have these 3 main lines. I think you know what this code does. We just check if we are in a thread or not. In this case, we are not in a thread, so let's continue. As a first step, I get the list key. This is just a query key, and it's there to invalidate, or in other words, to set our query data. We will use it later on. As a second step, I cancel my queries. This cancels any in-flight queries to prevent race conditions. As the next step, I define this previous constant, and this stores the current data as a backup, because later on in our onError handler, if something goes wrong, we want to roll back to this state that we snapshotted. So this is the basic code, but here's where things get interesting with this set query data. What do we do inside of here? Because this updater function looks super confusing. So as a first step, we add our list key, and this is there to access or to update the specific data cache. This is super important. And the second argument is our updater function. This is used to update our query data, or in other words, our cache with new data. So as a first step, we map through each page, so through our infinite query, you could say. And as a second step, we map through each message in the page. And we start with this if statement. This is an early return. We skip messages that aren't the one being reacted to. As a second step, we get current. What is current? Well, this is the message's current reactions array. This could either be defined or an empty array. And using this existing, we check if this emoji already has reactions on this specific message. If so, we will return this structure, emoji, count, and reacted by me, which is a boolean. So here's where things get interesting. We created an if statement, if existing. So this will trigger if the user already reacted with this specific emoji. If so, we want to remove the reaction. That's why we created this constant decrement the count, so -1. Since this count can reach 0, we created another if statement. If the count reaches 0, then let's remove the emoji completely. So if it's for example 1, then we will remove the whole emoji because it will go to 0, and 0 means, hey, there is nothing to render anymore. And that's why we use this does not equal emoji check, if you want to call it like that. But if this is not true, then we want to keep the emoji but decrement by 1. So if an emoji already has been reacted to 5 times, then instead of now rendering 5, it will render 4. And we set reacted by me to false because the user unreacted, if this makes sense. So the user removed their emoji. If this is not true, so if the emoji does not exist yet, or if the reaction does not exist yet, we want to add a new reaction using this else statement. So we add a new reaction object to this next array. The count is 1 because we are the first person to use this specific emoji on this specific message. And reacted by me is set to true. The next step is to update and return our data. So we return our message, or we spread our message with all of the existing data, but we specifically update the reactions by adding our next array. And yeah, I think that's already it. At the end, we return our data with our new pages. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, it should render my beautiful page. And I want to react to this message. So I will click on this icon, salute, and we instantly get it. So this was an optimistic update. My server now responded, emoji added. Let's test it out by removing the emoji. I will click on it one more time. 1, 2, 3, bam, it instantly removes it from this view. So this works very nicely, and let's continue. So at the end, I want to return my data. So let's say return object. I will return the previous data. This is needed for our onError handler. And let's return the list key, the query key. Let's continue with the onError handler because, as mentioned, I want to roll back if there is an error. So in the onError handler, we can update the params. Let's get the underscore error. We won't use it. Let's get underscore variables. We won't use them. And the context, which is super important. And in the onError handler, I will create an if statement because we want to check if we are in a thread setting or not. So let's say if context.previous is defined, and so let's use these double and signs. If the context is list key, well, then we want to update the main view. So let's say query client dot set query data. I will invoke it, and this needs two arguments, our query key and the data, the updater function, pretty much. So the first argument will be the context dot list key, and the second argument will be our context.previous, so our previous data. So we currently have one problem. Where is the reactions bar rendered? It's rendered in the message item. But wait, isn't one thing missing? Don't we want to add the context? Yes. So let's destructure it for the thread ID. No, not for the thread, for the type. This will be equal to list. And what does our type list also need? It needs the channel ID. This will be equal to the message.channel ID. And I get an error. What's the problem? Type string or null is not assignable to type string. Since I know that my channel ID is defined, I will add an exclamation mark at the end. Let's close this. And here's the thing. Currently, we only allow our users to add reactions in our main messages view. But I want to also allow users to add reactions in the thread sidebar. Because if I open the thread sidebar, there's no way for the user to add a reaction. We don't have this button. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's go back. We will open the reply or thread reply component. And in the thread reply component, I want to render the, what do you think? Reactions bar. Where should we render it? Well, I think it makes the most sense to render it underneath the image. So underneath the image, let's get the reactions bar component. This is imported from the components, it's self-closing, and we have an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing a few properties. Let's start with the context. The context, let's destructure it. So for the type, this will be thread. Let's continue. What else are we missing? We are missing the thread ID. The thread ID will be equal to selected thread ID. The thing is, we don't get the selected thread ID, so let's scroll to the top and I will update the interface. I want to get a selected thread ID, and this will be of type string. So let's destructure the params and we will get our selected thread ID. So I will copy the name and paste it for the thread ID. But we instantly, or yeah, we still get this error, but where is the thread reply rendered? It's rendered in the thread sidebar, and the thread sidebar instantly throws an error. Why does it throw an error? Well, we are missing a property. What property are we missing? You should already know the answer. We are missing the selected thread ID, and this will be equal to selected thread ID. We get an error because in theory it could be null, but we know that it's defined. So let's add an exclamation mark at the end. I will close the file and let's continue with the thread reply. We still get an error, and that's because we are missing two more properties. The reactions property, this will be equal to message.reactions, and the thing is, we don't get reactions. What's again the problem? Well, here's the thing. Let's open our procedure. So I will open my Explorer. We will go into our router file and into the message file. In the message file, we have a procedure called list thread replies. And do we get our replies in this procedure, or do we get our reactions? No. So let's update our output. We will return a parent, we will return messages. This is all fine. But both of these values have to also return reactions. Because currently for the type we pass the message type. The message type is inferred from our Prisma schema. So this is just the message model in general. But we need reactions. How can we add them? Well, one solution would be to, you could say, chain them. So you could say .and or .or and put them inside of here, but this is not good. This is not very scalable, and this creates very weird types, because in some cases you use the message model and then you add your own custom types with .or .and. This is very weird, not good. So what's the solution? Well, we have a perfect and a simple solution, which is our types file. Because in the types file, we export the type message list item. And this type can be used inside of here because it already houses the message model, including the replies count and reactions. So let's close the file. I will go into the message file, and instead of returning the message type or adding it, we will use the message list item imported from the types file. That's also pasted for the messages array, and now we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, it's quite simple. We don't return the correct types, and that's a problem. So let's go to the bottom. We first of all fetch our parent row, that's fine. We have an if statement, we fetch our replies, and the important thing is to update our parent and then to update our messages. So let's go into the parent. I will delete this spread parent row. We don't need it anymore, don't need the code. We won't spread the parent. We will construct it, I guess, normally, if that makes sense. I will show it to you in a second. The only problem right now is that we don't get any autocomplete. And that's because this object, well, it's just an object, but this object should follow a specific TypeScript schema, you could say. So parent will have a type of message list item. Let's go inside of here, and I instantly get an error because I don't add all of these properties. Let's start with the ID. This will be equal to the parent row.id. The content will be equal to parent row.content. Let's continue with the image URL. This will be equal to the parent row.image URL. I also get the author avatar. This will be equal to parent row.author avatar. So you want to pretty much just add all of the properties. So let's continue. Author email will be equal to parent row.author email. The same thing is true for the author ID, parent row.author ID. What else do we need? We also need the author name. This will be equal to the parent row.author name, not author avatar, author name. So the next property is the channel ID. This will be equal to the parent row.channel ID. Yes, I know, a lot of annoying code, but we need to add it. For the created at timestamp, this will be equal to the parent row.created at timestamp. The same thing is true for updated at. This will be equal to parent row.updated at. What else do we need? Reactions, or before we cover reactions and replies count, let's go to the thread ID, and this will be equal to the parent row.thread ID. And now let's continue with the next two very important properties, reactions and replies count. And by the way, this should be reply count, not replies count. We will fix it a bit later on. Let's for now continue. So let's start with the replies count. This will be equal to our parent row.count, and we instantly get a problem, and that's because we don't fetch the replies, and also we don't fetch our message reactions, and we need to fix that, well, to construct our object. So let's scroll to the top to our parent. Underneath the where statement, let's create an include statement, and we want to include two things, the reply count and the message reactions. So let's open this, and I want to get the underscore count, and what do I want to select? Well, let's select the replies, so this will be true. And underneath the count, let's also select the message reaction model. Let's open it, and we don't want to select everything, but instead only the emoji. So I will set this to true, and the user ID. So since we are finished with our query, we can continue with the object. For the replies count, this will be parent row dot underscore count dot replies. And let's continue with the most important, no, it's not the most important property, but I guess the most interesting property, which is reactions. This will be equal to our group reaction or reactions function. Let's invoke it, and we instantly get an error because we need to pass two arguments, the reactions array and the user ID. So let's say parent row dot message reaction dot map. As a param, I will get a reaction, and let's return it and open an object. We need to pass two things, the emoji, which will be equal to r.emoji, and the same thing is also true for the user ID, r.user_id. Let's pass the second argument, and this will be the context.user.id, so the user ID in general. And the next step is to update this messages constant. So I will delete it, and let's start off fresh. Constant messages will be equal to replies.map, so .map. As a param, let's get the singular message and let's return it. And by the way, replies does not even make sense because we render or we fetch messages and these messages house replies. So let's update it. Instead of calling this constant replies, it will be called constant messages because the individual message then holds all of the replies. So fetch messages with replies. So this is finished. Let's continue, and let's say constant messages will be equal to messages.map. As a param, let's get the singular message and I will return it. The thing is, currently we don't get any TypeScript types. So if I click on Control Spacebar, this is not good. So let's update it. I will add a type, and this will be message list item. And the thing is, this is an array. So let's append array brackets. We currently get an error, and that's because, or it says, cannot redeclare block scoped variable messages. And that's because this constant is called messages, but this constant is also called messages. So I will call it messages query, and with that the error will go away. So we will say messages query.map, and inside of here I want to return it and open an object. So let's use parentheses and open an object. And now we need to do the same thing as in our previous parent object. So we can copy most things like the thread ID and ID. I will copy all of these properties. Let's paste it inside of here, and instead of calling it, or instead of saying parent row, we want to say message.id, message.content, and so on. So m.id, m.content, m.image URL, and so on. I will quickly add all of the properties. You will also do it, and once finished, I will come back. So we are still not finished. There are a lot of properties missing, like for example the replies count. Again, this should be reply count. We will fix it, and this will be equal to m._count. And the thing is, we don't get our count. So we need to also update this query by fetching the relevant data, the reply count and the message reactions. So I will go underneath the order by statement. Let's add an include statement. I will open it, and I want to include _count. We don't want to select everything, but instead the reply count, so replies will be set to true. And we are still not finished because we also need the message reaction model. So I will say message reaction, but I don't want to select everything, but instead only the emoji and also the user ID. So this query is finished. Let's go to the bottom, and we can say message._count.replies for the reply count. And there's one more property missing, which is reactions, and reactions will be equal to our good friend group reactions, the grouping function. Let's invoke it, and you should already know what we need to add inside of here. We need to pass our reactions array and the user ID. So this will be m.messageReaction.map. As a param, I will get the singular reaction. Let's return it, and we don't want to only return it, but also open an object. And for the emoji, this will be equal to r.emoji, and for the user ID, this will be equal to r.userID. We need to pass the second argument, and this is context.user.id, so the user ID. And with that, we are finished with this procedure. We don't get any error anymore. Our handler does not complain, and that's because the return statement matches what we added in our output. So let's close the file, and let's continue with the thread sidebar, or not with the thread thread sidebar, but with the thread reply, because now in theory we get our reactions and this will be equal to message.reactions. But wait, I don't get my reactions. What's the problem? Let's investigate. If we open our thread sidebar, you will see that we fetch our data inside of here. So if I scroll to the top, my god, we have so much code. So oRPC.message.thread.list, and with that we get our data, including our replies or reactions. But if I scroll to the bottom, I have my thread item or thread reply. I pass my message and the message is equal to reply. Reply has the type message list item. The message list item type has all of our properties. So let's open the thread reply component. Let's scroll to the top. And I instantly see the problem. We add the type message, but instead of adding the message type, we should add the message list type imported from our lib folder. If I go back and scroll to the bottom, I should now have access to the reactions, and this works nicely. There's one more property missing, and that's the message ID, and this will be equal to the message.id. So the reactions bar is finished, and if we go back and do a hard refresh, in theory everything should work. So if I open this beautiful thread, we get our beautiful skeleton. I get my items. Let's scroll to the bottom, and I want to react to this message. So let's use this emoji. Bam. Okay, nothing happened. Emoji added, but I don't see it. If I do a hard refresh, in theory, I should get my data. So let's see, I will click or open this thread, and we should see the emoji. So yes, we see it right here. But wait, the mutation works, but we don't get our data. So what's the problem? Well, if you go back and open the reactions bar component, you will find the toggle mutation that we created. And in the toggle mutation, we created the if statement, if is thread. But what do we do in the if statement? We console log something. This is a thread. But instead of console logging something or console logging a value, we need to add or create an optimistic update to instantly see the item. So if we are in a thread context, let's delete the console log, and I will say constant list options, and with that we will get our query key. This will be equal to oRPC.message.thread, not this, but thread, where are you my friend, .list.query options. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass the input. The input, or for the input, we need to pass the message ID, and this will be equal to the context.thread ID. As a next step, we can continue by canceling any in-flight queries and by snapshotting the current data state so that we can later on use it to roll back. So underneath the constant, let's say await query client.cancel queries. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there's one important property that needs to be added right here, and that's the query key. We want to specifically update the list options.query key, and we don't want to update anything, but instead cancel any queries. Underneath the await, let's say constant previous thread, and this will snapshot the current data state. So this will be equal to query client.get query data, and this also needs one key argument, which is the query key. So this will be list options.query key. So as the next step, I want to create the decrement function, or not the decrement function, but the logic. So here's the thing. If an emoji already exists, we want to decrement it by 1. So if an emoji has, or if a message has 3 reactions using one emoji, it will go from 3 to 2 as an example. If there's no reaction for a message yet, then we will just create a new reaction with the specific emoji for the specific message. And then it will say emoji XYZ, whatever the emoji is, with the count 1. And we need to create this helper function logic, well, to use it inside of here. And the thing is, we already wrote the code, the logic for that. Because if you go underneath this whole if statement or underneath this if is thread, then you will find our main logic, so where we validate our main page. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find this code. If existing, constant decrement. If decrement decrement is smaller than or equal to 0, then add something, remove something, create something new. We already wrote the whole logic. And instead of just copy pasting it, or instead of repeating ourselves, because here's the thing, there's this one concept in the programming world: try, don't repeat yourself. We don't want to repeat ourselves. Sure, I could just copy paste the code and paste it inside of there, but this would be stupid. So instead of doing that, let's create a helper function, and this helper function will be reused both in the main view or in this main optimistic update, but also in our thread optimistic update. So let's scroll to the top. I will go above this constant is thread, but we want to stay in the onMutate function, and let's say constant bump. This will be equal to an arrow function, and let's open it. As a param, I want to get the reactions. So this will be called RxNS. This is the short form for reactions. If this looks confusing to you, then just write out or spell out reactions. This is also fine. This is just the short form, and this will be of type grouped reaction schema. So grouped reaction schema, and this is an array. In the bump function, we want to find the reaction or the emoji. So let's say constant found, and this will be equal to RxNS equals or dot find. Let's get the reaction, and this should be equal to r.emoji, reaction.emoji, and this should be equal to our variables.emoji. So variables.emoji. And if you now look at this code and then scroll to the bottom, you will see that this is the same code. Constant existing current.find r.emoji, variables emoji. This is the exact same code, but with different names. So let's continue, and I don't want to copy paste it. Let's just go through it again step by step, and with that you will understand the code and function even better. So let's say if we found a match, let's open the function, and we want to first of all create our decrement helper. So this will be constant dec, and this will be equal to found.count -1, since we want to decrement by 1, subtract by 1. Underneath the constant dec, let's say return dec, and if dec is smaller than or equal to 0, well then this means that we want to remove the reaction. So let's say, or let's use the ternary. If this is true, then we will say reactions RxNS dot filter. As a param, I will get the singular reaction, and this will be r.emoji should not be equal to found.emoji. With that, we essentially remove the emoji from our reactions array. Let's continue. The next step, if this is not true, is to add 1, or not to add 1, I'm sorry, to decrement by 1 and to remove the reacted by me boolean. So let's say reactions.map. As a param, I will get a singular reaction, and this will be equal to r.emoji, and this should be equal to found.emoji. Let's use 3 equal signs, and we want to use a ternary again. If this is true, let's use an object. We will spread all of our properties, but we need to update the count. This will be equal to decrement, and we need to update the reacted by me boolean. So let's scroll to the bottom. You will see that we did the exact same thing. So reacted by me will be set to false. The thing is, we currently get an error. What's the problem? Well, if this is not true, we will just return the reply itself, the reaction, not the reply. Underneath this if statement found, let's return our new data. So underneath these yellow brackets, I will say return array. I will spread all of my previous or existing reactions, if that makes sense, and let's pass our emoji. This will be equal to variables.emoji. Let's pass the count. This will be 1, and reacted by me will be set to true. So let's copy it, and this will be set to true. So what do we do right here? Well, if this is not true, if the reaction does not exist, then, well, we want to create a new one. And that's why we set the count to 1. This is a completely new reaction with a new emoji, and reacted by me is set to true because I reacted to the message. So with that, we are finished with the function. Let's copy the name bump, and let's first of all update our main you could say optimistic update. So we don't need all of this code in this query client.set query data. So let's leave this if old, return old, or if there's no old data, existing data, return old. This is all fine. Then we map over our pages. We spread our page properties. For the items, we map over our page items, and then we return an object. We check that the message ID is not equal to the message ID. If the message ID is not equal to the message ID, we return the old message, the existing message. That's all fine. And we only need one thing, current. So we can delete existing. This is not needed. I will delete it. Let next is not needed. And believe it or not, the if else statement is also not needed anymore because we created the function that handles this logic. So let's delete it. We only need our current reactions, and this reactions property will now be equal to the bump function that we created at the top. Let's invoke it and we instantly get an error. Why is that? Well, we are missing our current reactions. And the nice thing is, since we use TypeScript, we also get types. Bump needs an argument, reactions, which is of type grouped reaction schema type. So let's copy current and we will paste it inside of here. And with that, we are finished. So let's continue with our thread view because we are finished with the main view and I want to update or optimistically update my thread sidebar. So underneath this constant previous thread, we need to set our query data. So let's say query client.set query data, not queries data, but singular query data. Let's invoke it and you should already know what we need to pass inside of here. First of all, the query key, the cache that we want to update, and the updater function. So for the query key, this will be list options.query key, and for the second argument, this will be our updater function. So let's create an arrow function, and in the params, let's get our old, or in other words, existing data. If there's no old data, let's use the exclamation mark, then we will return the old data. Underneath the if statement, let's create another if statement, and the message ID should be equal to the context.thread ID. So if variables.message ID is equal to the context.thread ID, then let's open this and we want to update our cache. So I will return an object and let's spread all of our old properties, and we need to update the parent. For the parent, let's open an object. We will spread our old.parent, but we need to specifically update the reactions. Reactions will be equal to the bump function, and we need to pass one argument for the bump function, our reactions. So this will be old.parent.reactions, and with that we are finished. We still get an error for the previous thread. That's because it's not used. Don't worry about it. We will fix it a bit later on. Let's continue by going underneath this if statement with the message ID equals to context.thread ID, and let's again return an object. So I will spread my old properties and I need to update my messages. Messages, as you know, is an array. So let's say old.messages.map. As a param, I will get the singular message, and let's say m.id has to be equal to variables.messageID, so variables.messageID, and if so, let's use a ternary. If this is true, let's use an object and we will spread our existing message, and let's update the reactions. So we pretty much leave all of the properties as is, but we only update the reactions, and reactions will be equal to the bump function. As an argument, we need to pass our reactions, so this will be m.reactions, message.reactions. If this is not true, let's use the colon and we will return our original message. So our optimistic update is finished, the set query data method is completely finished, and let's go underneath the query client, and the last step is to return our previous thread and also the thread query key to later on use it in our handler. So I will return an object. Let's return the previous thread, or I will just copy paste it inside of here, and also the thread query key, and this will be equal to list options.query key. So what did we just do? I know the code looks not very confusing, so if you understood this optimistic update, then you will also understand this code. Nevertheless, let's quickly go through it, including the bump function. So let's look at the bump function and let's look at this optimistic update for the thread sidebar, and specifically how the bump function works inside of here. So first of all, what you have to understand is that this onMutate function has to distinguish between two states. We have the thread sidebar and the main message view. The main message view has a different cache than our sidebar, and therefore we had to create this if statement isThread. The isThread if statement has to update different cache than our main view. So that's one problem why, or that's one reason why we had to write so much code. So the bump function is very essential because it handles the toggle behavior, and we already wrote this exact code in our main view, but since we had to reuse it in both places, we simplified it by creating a singular bump function. And inside of here, we check if the emoji already exists. So if found is truthy. If so, we decrement the count by 1, count -1. If the count would be 0 or less than 0 in theory, which should never happen, then it removes the emoji. That's why we say should not be equal to found.emoji. Otherwise, if the count is bigger than, let's say, 2 or 3, or if the count in general is bigger than 1, then we will just update the count and set reacted by me to false. So we will decrement the count by 1. If it's 2, it will be 1. If it's 1, well, it will be 0, which means we will delete the whole emoji reaction using this code right here. If this is not true, if found is not true, then this means the message or the emoji doesn't exist yet for this specific message. So we add a new reaction with count 1 or with the count 1, and reacted by me is set to true because I reacted to the message. So this is how our isBump function works. The next step is this if statement. So if we are in a thread context, then we need to update a different cache, as I already explained earlier. That's why we get our list options, and the list options help us to infer the query key generated by oRPC. Once that's done, we cancel all in-flight queries so that there are no race conditions, or in general that there are no problems, and we create a snapshot. So this previous thread pretty much just creates a, you could say, screenshot of our current data, and this will be then later on used in the onError handler to roll back. The next step is already the most essential step, which is to update our server-side cache, or in other words, the 10 stack cache. So inside of here we have this if statement, and I think it might look a bit confusing. So why do we have the if statement? Well, if we are reacting to the parent message, it updates the old.parent.reactions. If we are reacting to a reply, then we find the message in our old messages state, or in our old messages array, and then we update it, and that's why we created the if statement. The last step is to just return the previous thread and the thread query key. The previous thread will be used as mentioned later on in the onError handler, and the same thing is also true for the thread query key. So we are finished with our main onMutate function. Let's collapse it because this is a lot of code, and let's continue with the onError handler, because in the onError handler I currently only check for our main view, but we need to also check for our thread view. So above the if statement, but still in the onError handler, let's create another if statement, and let's say if context.thread query key is defined, and let's use this logical and if context.previous thread is defined our data, then let's open this and we will say query client.set query data as an argument, or we need to pass two arguments, the thread query key and the previous thread data. So the first argument will be context.thread query key, and the second argument will be context.previous thread. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh. Everything should work as expected. Let's open this thread and I will react to this message. So let's use this emoji, bam, and it instantly appears right here. And at the end I get my toast because the onSuccess handler now runs. Everything was successful on the server side. And if we do a hard refresh, we should still see the emoji, the reaction. So if I open the thread and scroll to the bottom, boom, I see everything right here. Let's react to this message. So I will use this emoji, boom, it instantly appears. So we distinguish between the main view and the thread sidebar. Everything works works as expected, and it's instant, like boom, it's instantly there. Let's also test this message. I will use this emoji. Boom, I instantly see it. This is super cool, and that's why optimistic updates are so important, especially in a communication software as the one that we are currently building. So since we are finished with our reactions, we can also in theory already commit everything or push everything into our repo. But maybe before we do that, let's clean up a bit of grammar. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we go back, we by the way get an error, or we get a few errors, warnings, and that's because I have unused imports. So I will just delete these unused imports and the error will go away. So before we update or push everything into our repo, let's, as mentioned, update the grammar. So currently I use this replies count property, right? So if I open my message item as an example, I say message.replies count, but this does not make any sense. It should be reply count. So where do we create the replies count? Well, we create it in our types. So let's update our type. So if I open the types file, we have the message list item type, and instead of saying replies count, this will be reply count. The interesting thing is that it will instantly throw an error, not inside of here, but if you, for example, open the message router, it will throw an error. And that's because we return a replies count, but in reality, this should be reply count. Reply count will be equal to this. This is all fine. Let's continue. So where else do we get the error? I think also in our parent. So this should not be replies count, but reply count. Where else do we get the error? Here in the messages. This should also be reply count. So the message file is finished with all of our message procedures. Let's continue with the thread reply form. So instead of saying replies count, this should be reply count. And the same thing is also true for this m.replies count. It should be reply count. But the thing is, I still get an error. Old. Let's hover over it. Type messages, thread ID, is not assignable to type parent message list item. This is kind of weird. What's the problem? Let's scroll to the top. Optimistic type of message. Wait, no, this is a mistake. This should not be of type message, but message list item. So let's copy the type name, or I can just say it right here, message list item. And with that, we should instantly get an error. And that's because we are missing a few properties, reactions and reply count. So let's get reactions, and I will also get my reply count. So the reply count will be equal to 0 and reactions will be equal to an empty array. That's because we create a new message, and when we create a new message, it can't have any reactions, and the same thing is also true for reply count. So since this is finished, let's scroll to the top, and instead of adding or importing message, we can just delete it. So let's go back, and where else do we use thread replies or replies count? So you can just use the search field. We also use it in the message item. So instead of saying replies count, this will be reply count. The same thing is also true right here, reply count. And where else is it used? It's also used right here. So let me just click on it. So this will be reply count. So since we are now finished with our little grammar cleanup and our reactions, it's time to continue with... Wait, no, we won't continue with anything. Let's first of all push our code into our repo. So let's open the terminal and let's say git checkout -b. For the name, this will be, what step are we on? So the last step was step, what was it? Step 13, I think. So I have to zoom out a bit. Yes, step 13. So this will be step 14, and it will be called message reactions. Let's click on enter. We are in the new branch, and let's commit all of the changes. So I will use AI, and in a second it will generate a beautiful message, and I will click on commit and publish branch. So let's head over back to GitHub. In GitHub, I instantly get a pop-up, step 14, had recent changes. So I will click on compare and pull request, and let's click on create pull request. So we have a beautiful title with a description. I will quickly react to this. Boom, rocket, because we also added reactions. Oh, and did you see that? They don't have good optimistic updates, because if I click on a reaction, boom, It's not instant, there is a delay. So we are better engineers than GitHub because look at our application. I have to restart the dev server because it's not running. So let's say pnpm run dev, and let's again just test it out because you will see that you literally created a better experience than GitHub itself. GitHub, I mean, is a huge company and they don't have as smooth optimistic updates as we do. So if I react to this emoji, look at this, it will be instant. Bam! We instantly see the reaction. Let's do the same thing in GitHub. Bam, 1, 2, 3, and then I only get my reaction. So our application is literally better than GitHub. Time to sell it and become a billionaire. But no, let's merge the pull request, and with that we will be finished with this branch. So this should be merged. Yes, it's merged. And let's head over back to GitHub. I will I will switch back into the main branch, and we need to pull all of our changes. So let's open the source control, and instead of clicking on fetch from all remotes, I will click on pull. This will pull all changes. So let's see. And yes, this was successful. So since we are finished with this step, it's time to continue with our next step. Alright, so as the next step, I want to implement artificial intelligence, or in short AI. So we will implement in total 2 AI features. One, or the first AI feature, will be like a composer, at least that's how I call it. So if I, for example, say yo, and instead of saying yo, I just said yo, so this is a spelling mistake, and the AI, the composer, should take the input from the user, from me, and then generate a better response. So if user, for example, types out a huge message and wants to correct it or wants to get better grammar and a better structure, then our composer can help the user by generating a better, more compact, and just in general, well, more professional message. And the second AI feature that we will implement is a thread summary. So here's the thing, we currently have this thread, but this thread is a bit baseless. So let's imagine that this thread would be about some sort of huge business deal, $5 million, and there are a lot of terms. So there are a lot of things that, well, are relevant, right? And now the thing is, I don't want to go through the whole thread, and I want to instead get a summary. And that's why we will create a button at the top which will say summarize or something like that. And once the user clicks on the button, we will summarize the whole thread and give a high-level overview, or give the user a high-level overview of the thread contents and in general the most important points. So that's what we will implement, or in other words, what we want to implement for now. So let's get started right away. And the thing is, how will this work? Well, we need some sort of LLM. Let's say, as an example, GPT-5. We won't use GPT-5, but let's imagine we would. And now we need to talk to this LLM somehow. One solution would be, for example, to use the OpenAI API. That's fine, but to be honest with you, it's not very flexible and it does not give you the best results. Therefore, in this video, we will use the AI SDK. The AI SDK has been created by Vercel, and it's the AI toolkit for TypeScript. From the creators of Next.js, the AI SDK is a free open source library that gives you the tools you need to build AI-powered products, or in general features. So they have a unified provider API. This means you can pretty much use any AI provider. Claude, or in other words Anthropic, OpenAI, so GPT, Hugging Face, whatever. You can use anything. They also offer generative UI. We won't use it in this video because it's very costly, but it's super cool. And here's the best thing, they offer streaming. Streaming is super powerful because instead of waiting for the response from the LLM, we instead get like a shell, or not really a shell, we get a response word by word. It streams into Vue, which is super cool and super powerful. Oh, and here's the important thing. In this video, we are using, or I will use, the AI SDK version 5. Please make sure that you are on version 5 and not, for example, version 4, because version 5 had a quite big rewrite for the used chat hook, which we will use, so it won't work, or the code, which we will write in a second, won't work with version 4. So please make sure that you are on version 5. And without any further ado, let's get started. So let's click click on documentation and we want to get started right away. So maybe let's quickly look at the section. So this is like the AI SDK by Vercel section, and it just explains what the AI SDK is and I guess the core features. So integrating large language models, LLMs, into applications is complicated and heavily dependent on the specific model provider you use. So Anthropic, xAI, OpenAI, etc. The AI SDK standardizes integrating artificial intelligence AI models across supported providers, and they literally provide, or they offer, pretty much every provider you might need. So the most common ones are xAI, OpenAI, and for example Anthropic, but they also have support for OpenRouter, but we will come to that a bit later on. Let's for now continue. And this enables developers to focus on building great AI applications and not waste time on technical details. So let's get started. Let's go to the sidebar, and on the left side you will find an example called, or a section called Next.js app router. Oh, and by the way, if you have never created an AI application before, then I would highly recommend you to go through this foundations section, because it explains what artificial intelligence in general is, what large language models are, embedding models. This is very important, and the documentation, by the way, is very good, and it could even be its own course. It's not video, it's text, nevertheless it's very powerful. But let's again go to the Next.js app router section and let's get started. So what do we need to do? The first step is to create an application. We already did that. And the next step is to install dependencies. Install AI, AI SDK React, and AI SDK OpenAI, the AI package, AI SDK React hooks, and AI SDK's OpenAI provider, respectively. So in this case, we won't install the AI SDK OpenAI package because we won't use OpenAI. So let's copy the installation command, but we won't install the OpenAI package as mentioned, and let's stop the dev server and I will paste it inside of here. The next step is to configure the OpenAI API key. As mentioned, we won't use OpenAI, so let's skip the section, and the next step is to create a route handler. The thing is, we won't use route handlers, instead we will create an oRPC procedure, therefore we can also skip the section. And the next step is already to set up the UI and stuff like that. But before we can set up the UI, we need our oRPC procedure. So let's go back, let's open our index file. With that, I mean our base router. And inside of here, we need to create a new route, an AI route. So underneath the message route, let's say AI, I will open it, and I want to create a sub-route, compose and thread summary. So let's say compose, this is an object, let's open it. For the key, this will be generate, and this will be equal to the generate compose procedure. And underneath compose, I want to get another sub-route called thread. Let's open it, and this will be summary. I want to open it, so this is another sub-route, and this will be generate, and this will be equal to the generate thread summary procedure, which we currently don't have, but don't worry about it, we will create it in a second. Let's for now open the Explorer, and in the route or router folder, I will create a new file, ai.ts, and this ai.ts file will store all of the AI specific procedures. So with what should we start? With the generate thread summary procedure, or rather with the compose procedure, or however you want to call it, like generate compose? I think it would make the most sense to start with the generate thread summary procedure because it's a bit simpler. So let's say export constant, this will be generate thread summary. This will be equal to the base middleware dot, and we need to chain our middlewares. So with what do we always start? Well, we start with dot use required of middleware. We want to make sure that the user is authenticated. Let's continue. As a next step, I want to make sure that the user is signed into a workspace or logged into a workspace. This means require Workspace middleware. And the next step is to chain Arcjet. And the thing is, I don't want to use the standard security middleware. I don't want to use a heavy write security middleware or anything like that. We will create a new middleware. But before we do that, let's first of all finish off the procedure handler, and once everything is implemented, I will explain to you why we want to create a new middleware and how it will look like and how it will work. So let's say .route first of all. I will destructure it, and we need to pass 4 properties. For the method, this will be get, since we want to make a get request. For the path, this will be /AI/thread/summary. Underneath the path, let's get the summary. For the summary, this will be generate thread summary. And the last property missing is the tags property. This is an array, and we will say AI. So this is finished, and the next step is to create our input and handler. Yes, you heard right. In this case, we won't create an output. Why is that? Well, we use AI, and the AI will always, or the LLM with that, I mean, it's always weird you say AI or LLM. Let's say the LLM will always return a different response. In one moment, you might want to get a summary for your business proposal, and then the next response, you want to get a summary for your holiday next week. So the response will never be the same. It will always have, or the LLM will always respond with different data. Therefore, we can't add an output with some sort of standardized schema because there is no standardized schema. So let's get started with the input. And the thing is, what do we need from the user? Well, we need to summarize, or we want to summarize a thread. And to summarize a thread, we need the parent message ID, or in other words, the thread ID. So underneath the route, let's say .input, this will be equal, or let's invoke it, and inside of here I will say z.object. Z is imported from sort, so let's say z imported from sort.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and again, what do we need? Well, we need the message ID. You can also call it the thread ID, because in theory it is the thread ID, but the thread ID in theory is also the message ID, the parent message ID. Or so yeah, let's say parent message ID. I think this makes the most sense. And this will be of type z.string. So since we are finished with the input, the next step is to add the handler. So I will say .handler, let's invoke it, and inside of here, let's create an async arrow function. I will open it, and in the params, I will destructure the params and get the input, context, and the errors object. So what do we want to do in this handler? Well, the things we want to first of all fetch the base message, and using the parent message and replies, we will create like an input, so the compiled input for our LLM, and this is then what we will send to our LLM with a little helper function or helper text system prompt that says, hey, you are an assistant, summarize this text, blah blah blah. So let's get started right away. The first step, as I mentioned, is to get the base message. So let's say constant base message, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .message.find first. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and let's add a where statement. So I want to find the base message, or I have to open it, where the ID matches the input.parent message ID, and I want to verify that the message belongs to the workspace ID or to the channel. So let's open this, and the workspace ID has to be equal to the users, this means context.workspace.org code. Underneath the where statement, let's create a select statement. We need to get the ID, let's get the thread ID, and I will get the channel ID. So this is finished, let's continue, and underneath the base message, let's create an if statement, because if the where statement is not valid, if that makes sense, so if for example the user has the wrong workspace ID, then this will return null, and if it returns null, we want to throw an error. So I will say if there is no base message, if it's null, then let's open this and we will throw an error. So throw errors dot, and let's say not found, because we did not find the correct message. Underneath the base message, I want to get the parent message, the full parent message. So let's say constant parent ID, and the parent ID will be equal to the message, or base message dot thread ID, or if it's not defined, let's use nullish coalescing and instead return the base message dot ID. So here's the thing, in theory, we as the developer should always pass the parent message ID, but in some cases we might just pass some sort of random message in our thread, and then using this message, we want to get the thread ID. So you know what? It does not really make sense to call this the parent message ID. Let's instead again say message ID, and then inside of here, I will pass the message ID. And I feel like this now could be a bit confusing. So here's the thing. Our thread sidebar consists of two things: the parent message and then also all of the replies. In theory, whenever we toggle or whenever we call this procedure, we should pass the parent message ID. But in some cases, we might make a mistake and pass the message ID of some sort of reply. If this is the case, then this ternary will make a lot of sense. So if it's the parent message ID, then this will be null, which means we will use this. But if we pass the reply, then we will use the thread ID returned from this query. And that's why we created the base message query. Yes, it verifies that the user is allowed to get the data or that the message belongs to the user's workspace, but also it makes sure that we get the correct parent ID and not some sort of thread ID, because the parent ID or parent message ID is very essential for everything to work. So since we now get our parent ID, we can also fetch all of the data from the parent message. So let's say constant. This will be called parent and it will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, .message.find first. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass a where statement. So I want to find the parent where, first of all, the ID matches the parent ID, but also where the workspace ID matches our user's workspace ID. So channel, let's get the channel, we will open it, and the workspace ID has to be equal to the context.workspace.orcode. Let's select a few things, since we don't want to get everything from the message model, but instead only, for example, the ID, content, author name, and so on. So let's say ID will be set to true. Content, I want to get the content. Created at is quite important. Let's get the author name, because this will help the LLM to understand who created the message. This will be set to true. Let's also get replies. I don't want to get everything from the replies, so let's create a select statement. We need the ID, so let's set it to true. Let's get the content, and let's also get the created at timestamp, and of course the author name, to give the LLM as much context as possible. I want to order the replies, so let's go above the select statement, but in the replies, let's create an order by statement, and we will order based on the created at timestamp. And since I want to get the newest results first, it will be descending. Let's add a comma, and yeah, I think this will be it for now. Let's create another if statement underneath the parent. So if there is no parent, well then this means that we did not get our data. So let's say throw errors.not found, and I will invoke it. And since we now get our data, we can use it and send it to our LLM to generate a good summary. So let's first of all say constant replies, and this will be equal to parent.replies.slice. Let's invoke it, and then .reverse. This might look a bit confusing right now. Don't worry about it. I will explain the code in a second. So here's the thing. After the replies, I want to, you could say, construct an array with the parent message and the replies. And then this array will be sent to the LLM to generate a good response. But here's the thing. I want to get my content. So I can show it to you, why not? So let's say replies dot, and then you will see that this is a map, okay, or an array. Let me just get the first item in this array, so 0 dot, and then we get our content. What type is content? Well, in theory, it's of type string, as you see here, but what is our content in reality? It's JSON converted into a string. But the thing is, JSON works, so in theory, you can send the JSON structure to the LLM, but this is not efficient. It would be way better to take the JSON, convert it into Markdown, and send the Markdown to the LLM. It's more efficient, it will pretty much consume less tokens, and it will be cheaper. So that's why we will convert it into Markdown, so the JSON. And the thing is, currently there's no way for us to convert JSON into Markdown, and to do that we need to create a new file or a new helper function. Let's open the Explorer, and in the lib folder I will create a new file called json2-markdown.ts. So let's get started with an export async function, and let's call it tip tab json to markdown, something like that. Let's open the function and we can get started. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to take JSON and convert it. That's nothing new. We already know that. How can we get our JSON? Well, through the params. So in the params, I will get JSON, and JSON will be of type string. In the function, let's create a try statement. And before we do anything, maybe let's create a comment. I will say pass JSON. So inside of here or underneath the comment, let's create a try statement. And in the try statement, I want to pass my content. So above the try statement, I will create a let, and this will be content, which will be empty initially. And in the try statement, the content will be equal to JSON uppercase dot pass, and as an argument, I will pass the content. And the thing is, this currently throws an error. What's the problem? Argument of type undefined is not assignable to parameter of type string. Well, the problem is, as an argument, I pass the content, but this should not be content, but instead the JSON structure or the JSON object. So let's paste it inside of here, and with that, the error goes away. We still get an error, or in other words, this does not auto format for me, and that's because I'm missing a catch statement. Whenever you create a try statement, you also need a catch statement to catch any error. So I will say catch, and let's open it. Inside of here, I will just return an empty string. So underneath the try catch statement, we need to now take the JSON and convert it into markdown. So let's say constant markdown, and this will be equal to render to markdown. The thing is, this function does not import for me automatically, and that's because it does not even exist. So we have to first of all install this helper function from TipTap. Let's go to Google, and I will search for TipTap static renderer. So static renderer, let's search for this, and then I will find this result, or it will return this result. Static renderer. The static renderer helps render JSON content as HTML, Markdown, or React components without an editor instance. And I'm pretty sure that we did not install it yet. I mean, let's double check. I will open the package.json static. Nope, we did not install it. So let's install it. If I scroll a bit to the bottom, it should also give me an installation command. Wow, it does not give me any, so let's just go inside of here at TipTap static renderer. I will copy the package name, and then in my terminal I will say pnpmi at TipTap static renderer. So this should install the package in a second. So I will close the file or the terminal, and let's import the package at the top. So import, this will be called render, or let's destructure it, and this will be from at TipTap /static renderer /pm /markdown, and then where I destructure it, I will get the render to markdown function. So down below we will say constant markdown will be equal to render to markdown. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there are two properties that we need to add: the extensions array and also the content. The extensions array will be equal to our base extensions imported from the components, and content will be equal to content. So underneath the markdown, let's return our data. So return normalize white space. Normalize white space does not import for me automatically, and that's because this is not a function that we import, but rather a function that we will create. So above the export async function, let's say function normalize white space. Let's open the function, and the thing is, I want to get a value, or I want to get the content here in my params. So let's say input will be of type string, and inside of here we want to say return input.replace, so the replace method. And the thing is, inside of here I don't want to only use one replace method, but we will chain another replace method, so in total two. And what do you do in replace, or in a replace method? Well, in most cases you pass a regex, and as you all know, regex is something that is not easy to write. Therefore I want you to go to my GitHub repo and copy the regex. That's what I want you to do, and paste it inside of here. So if you don't have access to the GitHub repo, then you will find the code in some way, shape or form, probably in my YouTube description. If not, please let me know in the comments and I will add it. Nevertheless, what does this function do? What is this replace? What is this trim? What do these methods do? Good question. So first of all, this normalize white space function is there because it's pretty much a string cleaning utility, and it normalizes white space in markdown text. And in total, we use 3 methods, 2 replace methods and 1 trim method. The first replace method, so this one, removes trailing white space. The second replace method collapses excessive blank lines. And the last method, trim, this removes leading and or trailing white space. So let's imagine that this is the input. So this is what we pass into this function. This is very messy. So we use optics, that's all fine. But then we have this white space or this blank line. Then we have here a few more blank lines. Then again here and here. And this is not good. This has way too much space. So instead of passing this into our LLM, we want to pass something that is clean, so something like this. As you see here, we now still have blank lines because blank lines are fine, we just don't want excessive blank lines. This function will delete excessive blank lines. We don't have any white space anymore, either trailing or leading, there is no white space, and this is perfect, and this is exactly what we want to pass into our LLM. So let's delete this constant clean and the comment, we don't need it, and let's return our markdown. So I will say return, and as mentioned, we created a function to normalize white space. So we will say return normalize white space. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, I will pass markdown. And does it even make sense to call the input input? No, not really. We get markdown. So let's say this will be markdown and return markdown. I think this makes a bit more sense. So we are finished with the file, or in other words, with the function. Let's copy the function name and let's go back to our procedure. So where did we leave off? Well, we returned or we created our replies, and as a next step I want to pass my parent text. So underneath the replies, let's say constant parent text, and this will be equal to await tip tap JSON to markdown. Let's invoke it, and as an argument we want to pass our JSON, so parent.content, and again this is stringified JSON. So we get our parent text, and as a next step let's create a constant lines, and this will be equal to an empty array. So we will add all of our content inside of here, or in other words we will push it into the array. This is how you call it in JavaScript terms. So let's say lines.push, and I want to push the thread root inside of here as the first, you could say, line. So the parent author name, and then also the parent created at timestamp. And with parent I mean initial, you could say, message. So let's use optics, and not this but optics. I will say thread dash root dash, let's use this dynamic value, parent.author name. Let's use a dash, and this will be the parent created at timestamp. So parent.created at, and as you all know, created at is an object. So instead of passing an object, let's say to ISO string. This is cleaner, and with that we don't render an object, but instead a date on one line. So since this is finished, let's go underneath this lines push, and the next step is to also push our content into this array. So let's say lines.push, and as an argument I will pass the parent text, because again, why do we even convert JSON into markdown? Well, the thing is, an LLM in theory can pass JSON, but it's more expensive, so more costly, it's inefficient, and it takes more time. It will consume more tokens. So it makes more sense to take something that is easily digestible. Yes, digestible sounds a bit weird, but pretty much our LLM will digest the text, and if it's markdown, it's way easier to digest than JSON, because JSON has a lot of, you could say, elements, a lot of characters that are not needed. Object brackets, array brackets, then content, styles, this is not needed. We literally just need the content, and markdown is perfect for that. So since we pass our parent text into the array, we can continue. And the next step is to push all of our replies into the array. And to pass our replies, we need to map over them in, for example, a for loop. So let's first of all say if replies length is bigger than 0, then this means that we have replies and we can map over them. So let's open this, and I will say lines.push. Inside of here, I don't want to use the normal slash, but instead the reverse slash, because the reverse slash creates a new line. So reverse slash n uppercase replies. Underneath this lines.push, let's create a for loop, and let's say constant r of replies. And then inside of here, I will say constant t will be equal to await tip tab to or tip tab JSON to markdown, and as an argument we need to pass our content, so reply.content. Underneath this constant t, let's say lines.push, and as an argument I will use upticks, let's say dash. So inside of here, the first argument you could say will be a dash, and then let's use this dynamic value r.author name. Let's use the dash dynamic value r.created@, and let's say to ISO string, and at the end again one more dash, and this will be the message, or instead of a dash let's use a colon, and I will pass t, so the content, and to ISO string has to be invoked, and with that everything should work. And there's one more step needed. Underneath the if statement, let's say constant compiled, and this will be equal to lines.join, and as an argument let's use this reverse /n, so this will create a new line. And the thing is, in theory we are already finished with our content, so this compiled array will now have our initial message, the parent message, but also all of the arrays, or not arrays, but all of the replies added into one array. And since we now have this array, we can pass it or send it to our LLM to generate a response. So this means it's time to implement the AI SDK. So underneath constant compiled, let's say constant result, and this will be equal to stream text. Stream text does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, I will create an import, that's the structure it, and this will be from AI, the AI SDK. And where we destructure it, let's get the stream text function. We will invoke it and destructure it. And this function needs 4 arguments: the model itself, then the system prompt that we will add a bit later on, the messages in general, the array which we created a second ago, compiled, and then also, which is an optional, the temperature, but we will also add it. So let's start with the model. And here's the thing, in most cases you will hard code your model, or what I mean by that is you will hard code the provider. So for example, OpenAI, and then you would use the model GPT-5, or Anthropic, and then you would use the model Claude 4.7 or something like that. Or if it's Google, then you would use Gemini 2.5. But the thing is, you are always bound to one provider. This is not very flexible, and it makes your code, I don't want to say unscalable, because it's not unscalable, but it limits you as a developer. You can't change your model as easily as you might want. So what we need is some sort of gateway that gives us access to literally every provider and every model out on the market. And this allows us, or will allow us later on, to exchange the model, and with that the provider dynamically. So Vercel offers its own AI gateway, but the thing is, it's relatively expensive and it does not have any free tier. Therefore, in this video we will use something else called OpenRouter. So OpenRouter is the unified interface for LLMs. Better prices, better uptime, no subscription. And the nice thing is you can literally use any model, or in other words any provider. One API for any model, and it does not matter what provider it is. OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, Mistral, I think that's how you pronounce it, DeepSeek, it all works. And the nice thing is it's actually even cheaper and more performant than if you would use it from the source itself. This means from OpenAI itself. So you can click on models on the top right, and then it will give you, or it will show you all of the models that OpenRouter offers. And there are a lot. It's pretty much every model out on the market. So in total, 544. But here's the thing, as mentioned, this video will be a free video. What I mean by that is, for the prerequisites, you don't need any credit card or anything like that. But if you look at these results, you will see that, hey, they cost money. $3.50 per 1 million input tokens. This is not free, this is not good. So how can we get access to models that are free? Well, it's quite simple. In the sidebar on the left, you will find the section called prompt pricing, and you want to take this toggle and put it to free. So with that, we will only get models that are free to use. And you should now see that there are in total 51 models that are completely free to use, or in other words, to test. Like for example, Longcat Flash, whatever this is, DeepSeek version 3.1, GPT, OSS. So there are a lot of models out on the market that you can test for free. And that's what we will do, or not even test. You can use them in production. So let's go to the AI SDK, and to connect OpenRouter, we need to install a new package. So in the documentation, let's search for OpenRouter, and then you should find this section. So OpenRouter is a unified API gateway that provides access to hundreds of AI models from leading providers like Anthropic, Google, Meta, and so on. The OpenRouter provider for the AI SDK enables seamless integration with all these models while offering unique advantages: universal model access, cost-effective, transparent pricing, high availability, simple integration, and latest models. And the thing is, I would always recommend you to use an AI gateway, because in most cases it's cheaper, more performant, and it gives you the flexibility of always choosing the latest model or choosing any model. Maybe today you like GPT 4.87643, whatever, and tomorrow you like Claude 4.7. It's very easy to exchange models, and with that, providers. So that's why I like to use an AI gateway. But of course, you can always choose the source. This means Anthropic or OpenAI, but it will be in most cases more expensive, and it will have less or a worse availability, and with that also performance. But again, you do you. I don't really care. You can test it out yourself. So let's install the package. I will just copy the command, and let's go back, and I will paste it into my terminal. So this will install the package, and the next step is to create an OpenRouter provider instance to use the create OpenRouter function. So let's copy the code example. I will go back. We can close the terminal because this installed everything successfully, or in other words, the package. And let's paste it right here above the generate thread summary procedure. So we import create OpenRouter. This is the function, and this function needs one argument, the API key. But here's the thing, we haven't defined, or we did not create any API key yet, and this will change right now. So if you go to OpenRouter, you can click on sign in. This is completely free. You don't need any credit card. Just sign in with Google or GitHub. It does not matter. And once signed in, we will see each other on the other side. All right, so I'm now signed in. So I will click on my account, keys, and I want to create a new API key. Let's create an API key. For the name, this will be teamflow-YouTube. Credit limit, well, there is no credit card, so it does not matter. Reset limit, well, I don't care. And let's just create. So this will be not a number, that's fine. Let's copy the key value. I will go back, and let's open the env file. In the env file, I will create a new environment variable. So this will be LLM, or how did they call it? Or did they even create a name? No. So let's say LLM key. I guess this makes enough sense. So LLM key will be equal to this value. If you use any other AI gateways or providers, then of course say inside of here LLM OpenRouter API key or something more descriptive. But since we only use one gateway, it's enough, or it's fine enough to just say LLM key. So since this is finished, let's copy the name, and I will go back. And instead of passing this gibberish, not gibberish, but the string, let's pass our process.env.LLM key, the API key for OpenRouter. So before we now connect the AI SDK to OpenRouter, and with that to our LLM that we will select in a second, we need to first of all select the LLM. So if you go to OpenRouter, then you should find this website models. We already looked at this website, and the thing is, there are in total 51 models which are free right now when I record this video. It always varies because sometimes models get added, then again removed, so you have to always, I don't know, update it, or you will have a different list probably when you watch this video. Nevertheless, so what model should we use? So for example, DeepSeek R1, Z.ai, DeepSeek V3, what else do we have? Qwen 3, DeepSeek R1, Microsoft, whatever the hell this is. So there are a lot of options or a lot of models. Now here's what I would do if I were you. Click on this sort button and click on top weekly. And in this case, it's for example DeepSeek R1 T2 and Z.ai GLM 4.5 Air. And in this case, I want to test out Z.ai, or in other words GLM 4.5. If you want to, you can also test out DeepSeek R1, or for example What do we also have here? Qwen3, this is also interesting, but in this case I will test out GLM 4.5. So once you click on the model, you will get redirected to this website, and then you will find the API key. So the API key is listed right here, and you can click on the copy button. Let's go back, and underneath the Open Router instance, let's create a model key. So this will be constant model uppercase key or ID. I guess it's an ID, so model ID, and this will be equal to what I just copied, and I want to add strings. So the model ID is defined. We now know what model we want to use. We initialized Open Router, and the next step is to connect Open Router to the model. Or in other words, we want to tell Open Router, hey, I want to use this model with this model ID. So underneath the model ID, let's say constant. This will be called model, and this will be equal to Open Router. So let me just copy paste it, Open Router, and this will be dot, and let's say dot chat, and as an argument we will pass the model ID. So with that we tell Open Router, hey, I want to use you, here's the key, and here's the model ID. So since we have the model, we can also use it in our stream chat instance or stream text. Let's scroll to the bottom, stream text, and inside of here I will pass my model. But there are a few more arguments, properties missing. So we have our model, and the next property is messages. Messages is an array. So let's create an array, open an object, and for the role this will be user, content, and for the content this is what we compiled, the initial message and then also all of the replies. And underneath the message let's also pass the temperature, and the temperature will be 0.2, and I will explain all of the properties in a second. Let's also return the result, and then we will go through the whole code one more time. So return stream to event iterator. This is imported from oRPC, so it's an oRPC API, you could say function. Let's import it from oRPC, not client, but instead server. So oRPC/server. So we need to invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass the result.toUI message stream. Let's invoke it, and with that we are finished with this procedure. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, in general the code makes kinda sense. Nevertheless, like for example, what is this temperature? Why do we add this messages array, role user, lines.push? Why do we write all of this code? Give me a high level overview. No problem. Well, we fetch the base message, and with that we determine the thread parent. The next step is to load the entire thread. So constant parent, we get our parent data and also all of our replies. The third step is to convert the rich text to markdown. That's what we do right here. Tip-tap JSON to markdown. The fourth step is to format the thread into a structured prompt. That's what we did right here using this constant lines, which is an array, and we add all of our, you could say, messages into this array. We start with the initial message, and then we add all of our replies. And the last step is to stream the AI summary back to the client. So this is the high level overview. Then we use this temperature, and this temperature is interesting because the lower the temperature, the more consistent your summaries become. And the next or the last property is the messages array. And the messages array, well, this is the content that we want to add or that we want to pass to our LLM. So this is compiled, the full structured array with the parent message and replies, and at the end we return the stream to event iterator function and we pass our result. And you might also ask me, hey Chan, stream to event iterator, why do we need it? Well, let's go to oRPC. So let's open the oRPC documentation and let's search for AI SDK integration. So as you see here, server, use stream to event iterator to convert AI SDK streams to oRPC event iterators. So on the server, we need to use stream to event iterator, and on the client, we need to use event iterator to stream. So this will convert the event iterator back to a stream. So since this is finished, there's one more thing missing. So here's the thing. What do we do right here? Well, we define an array, or we construct an array with all of our messages. That's all great, but we don't tell the LLM what it should do. Right now, it will just get a lot of messages, but it won't really know what it should do with all of these messages. So that's why we want to create a system prompt. So if you go to my GitHub repo, then you will find this system prompt. We won't type it out because there's just too much content, but if you go to my repo, then you will find this system prompt. But if you don't have access to the repo, which you should, then don't worry. In the YouTube description or in the pinned comment, who knows, you will find some sort of link or maybe the code itself, I'm not sure yet, for this system prompt. If I forget it, again, please let me know in the comments. But what do we do right here? Well, let me read through the system prompt because this uses natural language. So you are an expert assistant summarizing Slack-like discussion threads for a product team. Use only the provided thread content. Do not invent facts, names, or timelines. This is super important because LLMs love to hallucinate and make stuff up. Output format should be Markdown. First, write a single concise paragraph, 2 to 4 sentences that captures the thread's purpose, key decisions, context, and any blockers or next steps. No headings, no list, no intro text. This is important. The response should be concise. Then add a blank line followed by exactly 2 to 3 bullet points using dashes with the most important takeaways. Each bullet should be 1 sentence, not more. Style: neutral, specific, and concise. Preserve terminology from the thread, names, acronyms. Avoid filler or meta commentary. Do not add a closing sentence. If the context is insufficient, return a single sentence summary and omit the bullet list. At the end of the day, a system prompt is very important because, believe it or not, LLMs are stupid. They don't know what to do. You have to give them instructions, and that's why my system prompt is so detailed. I tell the AI, the LLM, exactly what it should do, and more importantly, what it should not do. It should not hallucinate. It should not add stupid content that is not needed. So since we are finished with the system prompt, we can also add it into this stream text function as an argument. Underneath the model, let's pass our system, and with that we are finished with this procedure. So if I go back to my index, so to the base router, we instantly get an error, and that's because our keys, so generate and generate, yeah, both are called generate, are not connected to any procedure. So since I don't want to create the generate or compose procedure for now, let's comment it out, and this thread summary route will be equal to the, damn, I forgot the name, let's go back, generate thread summary. So generate will be equal to generate thread summary, the procedure. This is finished, let's close it. And also, if I open the AI file, we currently get a warning, and that's because I imported this font. Okay, this was a mistake. Let's delete it. So since we are now finished with the back end, it's time to continue with the front end. We want to create the UI, and once the UI is created, we will be able to connect it to our procedure, generate thread summary. So to get started, let's restart our dev server with pnpm run dev. If I go back and do a hard refresh, I get my beautiful landing page, and I have to again log in. Once logged in, I get redirected into my channel, ASDF. Yes, I know, it's a great name for a channel, who cares? And let's open this thread right here. So here's the thing, on the top right, I want to render a button that will say something like summarize or summary, I'm not sure yet, but a nice little button, and when the user clicks on the button, we will open either a popover or maybe drop down that will then stream in the response from, I guess, our procedure, so from the LLM. Let's go back to our code base. We will open the Explorer. So I will collapse everything. I will go into the app folder, dashboard, workspace ID, channel ID, and components, thread, and in the thread we will create a new file, a new component. The file will be called summarize thread.tsx. So since this is a component, let's create an export function. This will be called summarize thread, and let's open the function. I will get started right away with a return statement, and you know what, I want to return a popover, not a dropdown. I think a popover will make the most sense and it will look the best. So in the return statement, let's get the popover component from the components. Then in the popover, I will render the popover trigger, and in the popover trigger, let's render the button component. The button is imported from the components, and as you all know, this will create a problem, or in other words, this will throw an error. Why will this throw an error? Well, the popover trigger renders a button and the button component renders a button. A button cannot be a descendant of button. So let's give the popover trigger an as child property, and with that we won't get any errors. So in the button, let's render a span element, and in the span I want to render an icon but also text. So for the icon, this will be the sparkles icon. Sparkles is imported from Lucid React, and underneath the sparkles let's get another span element, and I will say summarize. So if we save this and go back, we won't see anything, and that's because this component is not rendered in our thread sidebar. So let's open the Explorer. I will open the thread sidebar, and in our thread sidebar we have the not main content. Yes, we have the main content, but we need to update the header. So inside of here we have two sections, the left side and the right side. On the right side, I currently render the button to close the thread. But before we render the button, or you could say on the left side, I want to render the summarize thread button. So let's say summarize thread. This is imported from the components and it's self-closing. So if we go back, we will see this not so beautiful button. So it's time to make it look very, very nice. So let's open the summarize thread component and let's start with the button. Before we style the button, let's give the button a type, and this will be button. This will prevent the button from submitting any form. For the size, this will be SM. Let's also add a class name, and for the class name, or in general, how do I want to style the button? In theory, we could leave it blue as is, but I want to make it special. It should pop out. So pretty much maybe like a purple color or maybe like a green color. I don't think that a green color works very well in this context. I think something like purple, violet, something like that will work a bit better. So let's go back and let's give our button a class name. This will be relative overflow hidden to not overflow any container. BG gradient, and this will be to right. So from the left to the right. This will be from violet, and this will be violet, let's say 600 to, I guess, fuchsia. I think that's how you pronounce it. And this will be 600. After that, let's say text white for the text color, shadow, which will be MD. On hover, this will be shadow LG. Focus visible will be ring 2, and focus visible will also be ring. This is the color. So if we go back, our button should look beautiful, and it does look beautiful, but the text is not aligned correctly. What I mean by that is it should be, or it should have a flex layout. The icon should be on the left side, the text should be on the right side. So let's go back. I will give the span element a class name, and this will be flex items center and gap 1.5 to have some spacing in between. Let's also update the sparkles icon. Let's give it a class name, not this, but class name, and this will be size 3.5. We can also update the span element to make it a bit smaller, the text. So this will be class name, text XS, and font medium. So if we go back, we should have this beautiful button, and it honestly looks quite cool. So the next step is to render the popover content, because currently if you hover or click on the button, nothing happens. So let's go back. I will go underneath the popover trigger, and let's get the popover content from the components. In the popover content, let's render a div, and this div will be there to render our header, because as you all know, we have like two main sections, the header, and then underneath the header we will render the main content. So let's start with this div. As mentioned, this is the header, so I will give it a class name. This will be flex items center, justify between, padding x4, padding y3, and border bottom to have a nice border at the bottom. In the div, let's render another div. I will give the div a class name. This will be flex items center and gap 2. In the div, we will render a span element, and this span will be there to render the sparkles icon imported from Lucid React. Underneath the icon, but still in the span, let's render another span, and I will say AI summary, and in parentheses better, because it's still, or not better, let's say preview. Preview sounds a bit more fancy. So let's style the span element. I will give it a class name. This will be relative inline, which will be flex items center, justify center, rounded will be full, BG gradient, and this will be to right, so from the left to the right. The starting color will be from violet 600 to fuchsia 600. And let's add a padding. This will be, what would work in this case? I think padding 1.5. So if we go back, then you will see this button. But let's be honest, the button looks a little bit ugly. So let's continue by updating the icon. So I will give the icon a class name. This will be size 3.5. And let's say text white. So if we go back, then you will see that the icon is already a bit smaller, but let's also update our span. So I will give the span a class name, and this will be text SM and font medium. So this will already look a little bit better, but it's still kinda ugly. And that's also a little bit because the popover content in general looks weird. There's too much padding and the sizing is weird, so let's update it. I will go back and I will give the popover content a class name. Let's add a custom width, and this will be 25 rem and padding 0. So this will already make everything look a bit better, but the alignment is a bit off because the end touches my screen border. This should not happen. I need some space. It should look better. We can give the popover content an align property because currently it's aligned to the center, but I want to align it to the end. So this will already look 10 times better. So does the button look good? Yeah, to be honest with you, I think it's fine. Maybe we can add a bit more padding on the X side. So let's go back. What did I say right here? Span, padding 1.5. So let's maybe say padding Y will be 1.5 and padding X will be, let's maybe test out 4. Yeah, I think 4 looks very beautiful. And you know what? Before we now create some sort of random fake placeholder UI, let's get started right away by connecting our front end, this component, to our procedure. So I want to call the procedure to get my data to instantly render it. It will make a bit more sense, and with that we don't have to create this filler placeholder. And above the return statement, let's say constant, we will destructure it, and this will be equal to useChat. UseChat is imported from the AI SDK. It does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. I will say import, let's destructure it, and this will be from AI-SDK/React. And where I destructure it, I will get the useChat hook. This is not a function, it's actually a hook. Let's import useChat and I will destructure it. So there are a few things that we need to add. The first property needed is the ID. The ID is like the unique identifier. So let's use optics, and this will be thread-summary colon, and I want to pass a dynamic value, which will be the message ID. The thing is, we currently don't get the message ID, so we need to update our params. I will create an interface. This will be called summarize thread props, and once opened, let's get the message ID, which will be of type string. I will update my params. In other words, I will destructure them. This will be of type summarize thread props, and where I destructure it, I will get the message ID and I will paste it or pass it for this ID. So message ID. Underneath the ID, let's get the transport property. This is an object, and inside of here, let's say asynchronous send messages. So async send messages. Let's invoke it and open a function. In the params, I will get options, and inside of here in the function, let's say return event iterator to stream. So event iterator to stream. This is imported from oRPC/client. And by the way, I will explain everything in a second. Don't worry. Let's invoke it. And inside of here, we need to construct our procedure call. So this will be await client. Client is imported from the lib folder, and we use client instead of oRPC because this client is there to work normally, if that makes sense, because the oRPC client is there to work only with tan-stack query. So it's like the tan-stack query client. But this is the standard client, which also works with standard oRPC functions APIs. So that's why we use the client and not the oRPC client. Then let's say .ai.thread.summary.generate. Let's invoke it, and we need to pass the input. What's the input? Well, it's the message ID. So if you click on Control Spacebar, you instantly get autocomplete, and the message ID will be equal to the message ID. So this is our input, but we need to pass one more thing. So let's open or add a comma, open an object, and for the signal, this will be options.abort signal. Don't worry about it. I will explain this in a second. This is kinda important. And then underneath this async send messages function, let's say reconnect to stream. Let's invoke it and open it. And I will throw a new error. And for the message, this will be unsupported. As a next step, I will destructure this hook or all of the values. So we will need to get messages, the status, and the status might be like, for example, error or ready, streaming, or submitted. These are like the 4 main states. Then what else do we need? I think like error. So if there's any error, let's get send message, set messages, stop, and then also clear error. And now, what did we just do inside of here? Why do we use this event iterator to stream, send messages, signal, options, abort signal, reconnect to stream? So this code is something new. We haven't written such code before, and therefore it should confuse you because it confused me at the start as well. But don't worry, it's actually not that complicated, and this event iterator to stream is a function provided by oRPC, and that's why we imported it from oRPC/client. So let's start from the top. We use the use chat hook, and the use chat hook is provided by the AI SDK. So the use chat hook allows you to easily create a conversational user interface for your chatbot application. It enables the streaming of chat messages from your AI provider. In this case, we use OpenRouter, manages the chat state and updates the UI automatically as new messages are received. Now, if you really think through this, what I just said, if you think through this, you might say, hey, Jan, this does not really make sense. So this here only completes text because we pass like an input and we need an output. But this use chat hook is specifically there to create a chat-like application. So for example, ChatGPT or T3 chat or something like that. It isn't really there to just complete text. You would probably instead want to use completion. And yes, you are absolutely right. You are super smart. Congrats. The use completion hook allows you to create text completion-based capabilities for your application. It enables the streaming of text completions from your AI provider, manages the state for chat input, and updates the UI automatically as new messages are received. This is what you would want to use normally in our use case. But here's the thing. The AI SDK, oRPC only works with the use chat hook, and that's why I use the use chat hook. The use chat API has been significantly updated in AI SDK v5. It now uses a transport-based architecture and no longer manages input state internally, and that's why oRPC only works with the use chat hook. It needs a transport-based architecture, and the use completion hook does not use a transport-based architecture. So yeah, that's the reason why we use chat. So yeah, good to know, I guess. But now let's look at what it returns. So we get messages, status, error, send message, and so on. But what are all of these properties and what do they do? Well, messages is an array of the UI message object, and the structure is that it has an ID, a role like system, user, or maybe an assistant, the parts, and then the status. So submitted, streaming, ready, or error. Then we also have the status itself. This is the overall chat status, and it could be ready, submitted, streaming, or for example, error. Error, this is the error object itself if a request failed. Send message, this is the function to trigger a new request. Set messages, this is there to update messages state locally. So for example, optimistic updates. Stop, this is there to abort the current request or streaming response. And clear error is there to reset the error state. So these are all of the properties that we will use in this code or in this component. And this is then equal to use chat. We pass an ID. And now here's where things get interesting. We create this we use this transport property, we open it, and then we pass send messages, we connect to stream. Why do we do that? Or why is this needed? Well, again, what was the key innovation of version 5 of the AI SDK v5? Well, it's the transport pattern. Instead of hard coding fetch calls to our procedure call or to some sort of API route, we provide a custom transport object with two methods. Send messages, this handles the actual API call, and reconnect to stream, this handles stream reconnection. And this gives us complete control over how messages are sent, or in other words, in this case, we use oRPC, and that's how we send a message. And now let's look at the integration, because we use this event iterator stream, and this is like this function provided by oRPC itself. So for that, let's open our AI procedure, so the generate thread summary procedure, and inside of here we do the following. We use our, stream to event iterator. This converts the AI SDK stream to an oRPC event iterator. And what even is an event iterator? Well, it's an async generator that yields events. So oRPC natively supports async generators, making them perfect for streaming. And then on the client side, in our summarize thread component, we use the event iterator to stream. And how does it work step by step? Well, this client AI thread summary generate, this creates or this makes a type safe oRPC call to the server. And this returns an event iterator, so an async generator. And then this passes the abort signal for cancellation support. So signal, options, abort, signal. And the event iterator to stream function, this converts oRPC's event iterator to a readable stream, and the AI SDK expects a readable stream to consume. So since you now know how this whole workflow works on a high level, it's time to update our UI. So let's continue. We want to go underneath the div, and I want to get started with my content. Or here's the thing, no, let's stay in our header, because the thing is, once we start streaming, I want to render like a stop button to abort the current request. So let's go underneath this div, but I want to stay in the, you could say, main div, and let's create a ternary. If the status is equal to streaming, so if we already returned something, then let's use this double and logical and I will return the button component. In the button, I will just say stop, no icon or anything like that. And if the user clicks on the button, we want to stop the streaming, or in other words, the whole response. So on click will be equal to a callback function, and we will call stop. And underneath the on click handler, let's also add the type. The type will be button, to not submit any form. The size will be SM, it should be a bit smaller. And for the variant, this will be outline. So if we go back and click on the button, we won't see anything. And that's because we are currently, well, not streaming. But once we stream content, or once the AI SDK streams content, we will get the button, which will say stop. And if the user clicks on stop, it will just stop streaming the response, and stop in general. It will cancel the response. So let's go underneath this div, underneath the header, and I will create another div. And this will be for the main content. I will give this div a class name, padding x4, padding y3, maximum height, and maximum height will be, I think 80 will make the most sense. This means 320 pixels, and overflow y auto. In the div, I will create another ternary, and I want to check if we have an error. So if error is true, let's use a question mark, and I will return a div. In the div, I will render another div. Wow, who would have thought? And in this div, let's get the error.message. And you know what? Maybe a p tag makes a bit more sense, and let's give the p tag a class name. This will be text red 500, and underneath the p tag, let's render another, not div, let's get the button component from the components, and this button will be there to just try again, because if we have an error, we want to tell the user, hey, try again, maybe now everything will work. So I will say try again, and you know what, let's also style the button. I will give the button a type. This will be button For the size, this will be SM. Let's give this button an on-click handler, and this will be an inline callback function. Let's say clear error. Clear error is the structured from the used chat hook. Let's say set messages. This will be an empty array because we want to try again. Who would have thought? And then send message. Let's invoke it. And the thing is, the send message function needs one specific argument, the text, and the text will be equal to summarize thread. This is not really important because we won't use this input in our procedure, so you can also pass gibberish, it does not really matter. If this is not true, let's use the colon, and the thing is, I want to create another ternary. And to be specific, I want to know if we get our summary text. So let's go above our constant or above our return statement. And inside of here, let's create a constant last assistant. This will be equal to messages, not this, but messages dot find last. As a parameter, I will get the singular message, and let's say m.role should be equal to the assistant. Underneath the last assistant, let's create a constant summary text, and this will be equal to last assistant dot parts dot filter. I want to use the filter method. Let's invoke it. I will get the singular part, and this will be equal to p dot type should be equal to text. Now I know this currently looks a bit confusing. Don't worry about it. I will explain it in a second. Let's map over this. So as a param, I will get the part and I will return p dot text. Underneath or after the map, let's say dot join. I will invoke it, and inside of here I want to use this reverse slash. So slash n or reverse slash n, reverse slash n. And if this is not defined, let's use nullish coalescing and return an empty string. Let's copy the name, summary text. I will scroll to the bottom, and here, if this is not true, let's use the summary text. And the summary text in theory could be undefined. So if it is defined, I will render the summary text. So let's get a p tag for now. And in the p tag, my God, why is this not working? I will pass my summary text. If this is not true, if it's not defined, let's use the colon, and I want to create another ternary. Yes, who would have thought? So let's say if the status is equal to submitted, or let's use this logical or, so two vertical lines. If the status is equal to streaming, then let's use the question mark and I will return a div. And this will be there to render a few skeletons. So let's get the skeleton component from the components. This is self-closing, and I will copy paste the component 2 more times. Let's give this skeleton a class name. This will be height 4, width, and this will be 3/4. The second skeleton will also have a class name, height 4, and then width full. And the last skeleton will also have a class name, and this will be height 4, and then width 5/6. This means 83%. And if this is not true, we will use a not question mark but a colon, and this is our last, you could say, return statement if this makes sense, and we will return a div. And inside of here I will say click summarize to generate. This is like a last resort. If something does not work out, this is what we will render, or if nothing triggers pretty much. And I will give the div a class name. This will be text sm, text muted foreground, and with that we are finished. So what do you think? Is it time to test it out? I think so. So before we do anything, let's go to our thread sidebar, because we instantly get an error. In the thread sidebar, I render the summarize thread component, and the summarize thread component needs one property, the message ID. So let's get the message ID, and this will be equal to the selected thread ID. In theory, the selected thread ID could be null, but in reality it will never be null. So let's use non-null assertion, or in other words, an exclamation mark at the end. So I think we are finished, and let's test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything should still work. We don't get any errors. That's good. That's always good. Let's click on let's open the thread. I will click on the magic button. 1, 2, 3, bam. Click summarize to generate. And why don't we get anything? Why don't we get our response from the LLM, from the model? Well, it's quite simple. We need to tell, I wanted to say kind, no, not kind. We need to tell oRPC, hey, oRPC, it's time to hit our procedure and it's time to get our response. Wow, who would have thought? And how can we trigger a response, or how can we hit the procedure, call the procedure? Well, we want to use the set messages function, and the set messages function will call this transport logic. The transport logic will call our procedure and get our data. So let's go underneath the summary text. I will create a function. This will be called handle open change, and let's open it. The thing is, in the params, let's get next open, and next open will be of type boolean. In the function, as a first step, I want to update, or what do I want to do? Well, I want to control the popover. The popover is currently uncontrolled, but I need to control it. So let's go to the top. Above our use chat hook, I will create another constant. This will be equal to use state, and the initial value, the initial state, will be false. For the getter, this will be called open, and for the setter, this will be set open. So since this is finished, let's go back to our handle, or before we continue with the handle open change function, let's first of all update our popover. So the open state will be equal to, who would have thought, open, and the on open change won't be equal to our setter, but instead handle open change, the function. And then let's continue with the function. So set open will be equal to next open. I will just copy paste it inside of here. And the next step is to create an if statement. If next open is true, so if the I wanted to say dialog, but if the popover is open, then we want to trigger this send, or we want to call send message. So let's first of all create like a constant, or like a verification duplicate function helper thingy. Let's first of all write the code, then you will understand it. So constant has assistant message. This will be equal to messages.sum as a param. Let's get a singular message, and this will be equal to m.role, and the role should be equal to assistant. Once we have that, we can create an if statement. If the status is not equal to ready, so please use the exclamation mark, or I will use this logical or. If any of these values return true, then let's open this if statement, and I will literally just create an early return. That's it, or an early exit. And if this is not true, then let's say send message. We will invoke it, destructure it, and for the text I will say summarize thread. And if this is not true, if next open is not true, let's open an else statement, or create an else statement, and I will call stop. Let's invoke it. Let's also clear any error, so clear error, and set messages will be an empty array. So I will invoke it and pass an empty array. But now we wrote a lot of code. So last assistant, summary text, handle open change, has assistant message, status ready, has assistant message, early exit. Why do we have an early exit? And then inside of here, we have all of these ternaries. What does all of this code do? Well, let me explain it to you guys. So let's start with this code, last assistant summary text. Why is this needed? Well, this finds the last assistant message, the AI's response. That's why I say the role has to be equal to assistant. There are a few roles, assistant, system, or user, but we need the assistant response, so the response from the AI itself. And this summary text is there to extract all text parts from the message, and this means it filters out all non-text parts. And then we also use the join method. This joins multiple text parts with double line breaks. So that's why we use this NN, and this falls back to an empty string if nothing exists. This handle open change function, this is our open close logic. So first of all, we check if we have an assistant message. That's why I created the constant has assistant message. And we also check if we are not ready. So if another request, for example, is currently in progress. If either is true, we will return, or we will exit early. If neither is true, so if both are false, this triggers a new summary generation because there is no message yet, and secondly, there is no request in progress, and that's why we then say send message. We trigger our procedure call, and if this is not true, this means if the popover is closed, that's why we added the else statement, then we abort any streaming response, clear errors, and also reset the messages array, and this ensures a fresh summary on next open. And then with that, we control our popover, and And let's look at the content quickly because I created a few ternaries. So if we are already streaming, we render a stop button, and this just says, hey user, if you don't need to respond or if you don't need the summary anymore, just stop the summary generation in general. As a next step, we created this ternary, and this triggers if we have an error. If so, we just render this button which says try again, and this will allow the user to just retry again. If this is not true, we check if we have summary text. So if summary text exists, we return our summary text. And then we have this other check, or we use this colon. If status is submitted or status is streaming, we render this skeleton, or we return it. So this shows skeleton loaders while streaming, or in other words, once we are or once submitted. And this is like there to create anticipation. So this means, hey user, like in literally 1 second, you will already see the content streamed in. But wait a second, we are still like generating, or we are still submitting. And finally, we render this click summarize to generate, and this is like the initial state. And yeah, I guess it's time to test it out. So I will save everything. I currently get an error. What's the problem? That's because I imported Next. Okay, not sure why. And let's go back and I will do a hard refresh. So in theory, this should work. I will open this thread and I will click on this magic button. So first of all, our skeleton is absolutely ugly and we already got a response. This appears to be a test thread with random messages from Jan without any substantive discussion or decisions. Yeah, I guess the AI is right. This is just a load of gibberish. But the nice thing is that we already see that this works nicely. There's one thing missing, because if we go back, the skeleton looks ugly, and that's because this div is not styled. Let's give the div a class name. This will be space y2, and I guess that's it. So let's create another message. This will be, I just closed a 5M deal. I guess I did not do that, but hey, who cares? And then I will create a new thread. So thread, bum, this will load. I will say, yeah, this is true. I guess send, why not? The terms are very complicated. Then I will also say John has to provide the, what could you say, the materials. And I guess I need to finance 50%. So maybe the LLM will now have more context. Let's see. Or maybe I could also say, I am broke. Why not? So this will scroll me to the bottom. Let's click on summarize and let's test it out. So summary, it's loading. By the way, the skeleton looks beautiful. We get our stop button. In theory, I could stop everything, but I won't. And in a second, I should get my content. So Jan closed a $5 million deal with complicated terms that require John to provide materials, while Jan needs to finance 50% and is concerned about their financial capacity to do so. But wait, this looks a bit weird. Jan, these are probably bullet points. This is probably a bullet list, but it does not render nicely. How can we fix that? Well, here's the thing. Let's go to the AI SDK website. Then you will find this section, AI Elements. AI Elements is a component library and custom registry built on top of Shadcn UI to help you build AI native applications faster. It provides pre-built components like conversations, messages, and more. So these are literally just components that you can use, and they have a lot of components like, for example, context, code block, loader, message, whatever. There are a lot of components, but I want one specific component, or we will use one specific component, which is the response component. The response component renders a markdown response from a large language model. It uses Streamdown under the hood to render the markdown, and with that we should be able to get our bullet list rendered as wanted, but also, for example, tables, block quotes, and so on. So let's install the component. I will scroll to the bottom and we will use the Shadcn CLI. So I will copy this command, go back, let's open or stop the dev server, and I will say pnpm dlx and I will paste what I just copied. So there's one important thing. So as you see here, after adding the component, you will need to add the following to your globals.css file. I will copy this. Let's go back and let's open the globals file. I will paste it underneath the source. This was for upload thing. I will paste it right here, and this should install everything in a second. So this element, the response component, has been installed. I will restart my dev server. Let's go back to the summarize thread component, and instead of using the p tag, we will use the response component imported from the components. The thing is, this response component needs a property called pass incomplete markdown, and this will be equal to status should not be equal to ready. So let's save this and I will test it one more time. So let's do a hard refresh. I will open this thread and in a second everything will load. Let's go to the bottom and I will click on summarize. So let's see, everything is loading, submitting, generating. We get our stop button. That's good. So in a second the thread or the summary should get streamed into view. Let's see. Yes, the streaming looks beautiful and we get our bullet list. Wow. So Jan closed a $5 million deal with complex terms requiring 50% financing. The deal depends on John. Who even is John? I guess my best friend, providing necessary materials. Jan is experiencing financial constraints affecting the deal completion. So this is the truth, the rest is a lie. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, our AI summary is finished, but wait, now where I look at this button, the icon pretty much touches the text. That's not good. Let's fix the button. So if I go back, this is our thread button. So let's go back. We have the span element and I will give the span element a gap of, let's say 1.5. Let's test that out. Yeah, this is already way better. So our thread summary is finished, or we can now summarize threads. And the next step is to create our composer. So as the next step, I want to continue with the thread composer. So in our, how did we call it? I think it's called our menu bar. So in the menu bar, I will render a button and this button will say something like, I don't even know what we will say, something like generate or compose, and this will open a composer field. It will open a popover, and in this popover we will return the beta text. So what exactly do I mean by that? Well, the user will have some sort of input, maybe a business proposal or just in general a big message. This message, as an example, can have many grammar mistakes, spelling mistakes, and maybe it's not structured very well. So our composer will help the user to create a better text, or it will return a better text with better grammar, better spelling, and also better in general structure. So it will be more concise and get to the point. That's what I'm trying to say. So the first step is to create a new procedure. Let's open the AI file. I will scroll underneath this procedure and we will create a new one. So let's say export constant. This will be called generate. Let's say compose, and this will be equal to the base middleware. Base is already imported and I want to chain a few middlewares. Let's start with the required auth middleware. The user has to be authenticated. Let's chain required workspace middleware. The user has to be signed into a workspace. After this middleware, we will chain an Arcjet middleware. But for now, I haven't created one, so let's skip it. The next step is to define the route. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and for the method, this will be post. Let's add the path, and for the path, this will be equal to /AI/compose/generate. Let's continue. Underneath the path, I will pass the summary. This will say generate. I'm not sure. Let's maybe say compose message. Yeah, something like that. And let's pass a tags property. This is an array and I will say AI. So we are finished with the route, and the next step is to add an input and handler. So for the input, this will be equal to z.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it. And what do I want to get from the user? Well, I want to get the content, and the content will be then sent to the LLM so that the LLM can make it better. So let's say content, and this will be of type z.string. Let's invoke it. The next step is to add the handler. So I will invoke this, and inside of here I will create an async arrow function. Let's destructure the params. I need the input, so no errors or anything like that for now. Inside of the handler, we need to first of all convert our JSON string into Markdown. Why do I say JSON string? Well, that's because our JSON structure is stringified, and that's why we also say content is of type z.string. But as you all know, I guess an LLM in theory can use JSON, but it costs more, it consumes more tokens, it takes more time, it's not good. So instead we want to convert it into Markdown, and thankfully we already created a helper function, which is this tip-tap JSON to Markdown function, and this takes our JSON and converts it into Markdown. So let's say constant Markdown, and this will be equal to await tip-tap JSON to Markdown, and as an argument I will pass the input dot content. There's one important thing, or in other words, we currently get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So this will be an async function, and underneath the constant we can already use our stream text function to call open router and to get a response. So let's say constant result, this will be equal to stream text. Stream text is already imported. Let's invoke it and structure it. Inside of here we need to pass the model, and we define the model at the top. So this is not GPT but GLM 4.5, which again is a surprisingly good model. We need to also pass our messages array, so I will open it, and the thing is, if you look at our previous messages array, where do we have it? We have it right here. We added a role user, and then we added our compile text. But now I will add two messages. So let's create an object for the role. This will be user, so we are the user, or our user is the user. And let's add content. For the content I will say please rewrite and improve the following content column. And then underneath the object let's create another object for the role. This will also be user, and let's pass the content, which will be Markdown. So the Markdown which we generated at the top, so constant Markdown. So this is finished. Let's also add a temperature. Underneath the messages array I will get a temperature property, and this will be equal to 0. Underneath the constant result let's create a return statement, and I will return stream to text event iterator, or no, stream to event iterator, I'm sorry. Let's invoke it, and as an argument we will pass the result dot to UI message stream, and let's invoke it. So our procedure is finished. We return our result, and there is only one more thing missing, and that's the system prompt. So if you have access to the GitHub repo, then please copy it and paste it inside of here, and let's quickly look at the system prompt. So you are an expert rewriting assistant. You are not a chatbot. Task: rewrite the provided content to be clear and better structured while preserving meaning, facts, terminology, and names. Do not address the user, ask questions and greetings, or include commentary. Keep existing links mentions intact. Do not change code blocks or inline code content. Output strictly in Markdown, paragraphs and optional bullet lists. Do not output any HTML or images. This is super important. Return only the rewritten content, no headings or closing remarks. So this is the system prompt, and let's add it inside of here. So underneath the model I will pass system, and let's add a comma. So this procedure is finished. I will copy the name, and I don't think that I have to explain anything because this procedure is super simple. As you see here, we get our Markdown, we create a system prompt, we pass it into the stream text function, and we return the result, or in other words we stream the result to the UI. So the next step is to use this procedure in our base router. So let's go into the router folder, index.ts, and then this generate compose, or compose generate, will be equal to the procedure called generate compose. Yes, that's how it's called, and let's import it. So this is finished. I will close the file, and the next step is to create our compose assistant. So here's the thing, the compose assistant will be rendered in the menu bar, so as mentioned right here next to these two buttons. So this means let's go back, we will open the Explorer, and I want to create a new component. So since we will render this, you could say, compose assistant in our rich text editor, it also makes sense to create a component in the rich text editor folder. So inside of here I will create a new file called composeassistant.tsx, and let's get started right away. So since this is a component, let's say export function compose assistant. So let's get started with the return statement, and the return statement will be very similar to our summarized component or to our summarized popover, because we want to also use the popover and the button will look very similar. So let's get the popover component, and you know what, maybe to save some time, let's copy paste it. So I will go into the app folder, dashboard, workspace ID, channel ID, components, thread, and then summarize thread. Let's go back and let's copy the popover trigger and the popover component. I will paste it inside of here, and we need to close the popover. So let's import all of the components. Popover is imported from the components. Popover trigger is imported from the components. Button is imported from the components, and sparkles is imported from Lucid React. Instead of saying summarize, let's say compose, and also our popover currently throws an error, and that's because we currently don't control it. So above the return statement, let's create state constant, and this will be equal to use state. The initial state will be false, and we need to create a getter and setter. The getter will be open and the setter will be set open. So our state is finished, but we still get an error, and that's because handle open change is not defined. So above the return statement, let's create a function. This will be called handle open change. I will open the function, and in our params, let's get, how should we call it, next open, and next open will be of type boolean. Inside of here, for now, I will just say, I don't know, console.log next open, something like that. It does not really matter. And with that, the error will go away. And the next step is to continue with the UI. Maybe before we render the popover content, let's first of all render the component in our menu bar. So I will copy the name, compose assistant. Let's open the Explorer and let's open the menu bar. So we want to render this component in our menu bar. Underneath this div, which wraps these two buttons, let's create another div. This div will be our separator. Underneath this div, let's create another div, and I will give this div a class name. This will be flex-wrap and gap1. And inside of here, let's get the compose assistant imported from the components, and this is self-closing. So if we go back, then you will see this beautiful button right here. But we are missing the separator, and that's why I created the div. So let's go back, and above this button or above this div, you will already find the separator div. Let's copy it and let's paste it right here. So I will delete this old div and paste what I just copied. And now we have this beautiful separator. But the thing is, if I click on this button, nothing happens. And that's because we are missing the popover content. So let's go back, and I will open the summarized thread component, and let's copy paste the popover content, because believe it or not, the content will be very similar, or you could say code, the UI will be very similar. So first of all, we need to get the popover content. For the class name, width 25 rem is fine, and padding 0 is also fine. Align and can stay, but let's delete it. We don't really need it. So the next div is our header. And yes, we want to render the sparkles icon. This is all fine. But instead of saying AI summary, we will say compose assistant. So compose assistant. If I save this and go back, I get an error. And that's because the other values are not defined. So we need to first of all create our procedure call. Or in other words, we need to initialize the use chat hook. So underneath the state, let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to use chat, the hook provided by the AI SDK. Let's import it, I will invoke it and destructure it. Now this component or this hook needs a few properties, like for example the ID. This will be equal to optics, and inside of here, let's say compose-assistant. So this does not even have to use optics, but I guess this is fine. So underneath the ID, let's get the transport property, and inside of here we will define our transport logic. This again will be very similar or exactly the same code as the one that we have written in our summarized thread component. So in the transport, let's say async. So in transport, let's say async send messages. I will invoke it. In the params, let's get options, and I will open this. Inside of here, let's say return event iterator to stream. This is not imported from oRPC/client, but instead oRPC/server. Let's invoke it, and inside of here we will say await client.ai.compose content.generate. Let's invoke it, and inside of here let's open an object for the content. This will be equal to our current content. But the thing is, I don't get my current content. So above or underneath the state, let's create a constant content ref, and this will be equal to useRef. UseRef is imported from React, and we need to pass a value. And for the value, I want to pass my content. So above the function, export function, let's create an interface. This will be called compose assistant props. Let's open it, and I want to get content, which will be of type string. So we will destructure our params, and then this will be of type compose assistant props, and I will get my content. So let's pass the content into the useRef hook, and the content will be equal to the content ref.current. There's one more thing missing, and that's the signal, and for the signal this will be equal to options.abort signal. So our transport in general is almost finished. There's one more thing missing, and that's reconnect to stream. Let's open this, and I want to throw a new error, and for the message this will be unsupported. So where we destructure the useChat hook, I will get a few properties, like for example messages, status, error. Then let's also get send message to trigger a new request, set messages to update the state, stop, and then also clear error. So since we now get all of our properties, let's scroll to the bottom. This error is gone. How about this error? It's also gone, but our summary text currently complains, and that's because it currently does not exist. So let's go to our summarize thread, and I will copy this last assistant and also summary text, and let's paste it above our return statement, or in other words above this function. Instead of calling it summary text, I will rather call it composed text. Let's copy the name. I will go back, and then instead of saying right here summary text, I will pass the composed text. We need to import response. Response is imported from the components, so let's hover over it. My god, quick fix. And this is imported from the components. Sadly, it does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On the top I will say import. Let's destructure it, and this will be from @/components/AI elements/response, and then where I destructure it, I will get the response component. So this should also not throw any error anymore, and instead of passing summary text, let's pass the composed text. The next step is to import the skeleton component, and with that all of our errors are now gone. Let's maybe also update this text. Instead of saying click summarize to generate, I will say click compose to generate dot. So we are almost finished, and if we go back and click on compose, nothing happens, and that's because this component is not wired up to our state. So let's scroll to the top, and I will update the handled open change function. Instead of console logging next open, let's say set open will be equal to next open, or next open will be the new state. So if I go back and click on this beautiful button, we get our popover content. The thing is, currently it says click compose to generate, and that's because we currently don't trigger our procedure call. We will do that in a second. Before we continue, I want to render two buttons at the bottom. One button will be there to decline the request or the response, and one will be there to accept the new message. So let's go back. I will scroll to the bottom, and let's go underneath this div, but we want to stay in the popover content. I will create a new div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be flex items center. Let's say justify and gap, which will be 2, border, which will be top, padding X will be 3, padding Y will be 2, and BG muted will have an opacity of 30%. In the div, let's render our button component. So I will get the button component from the components, or it's already imported, and inside of here I will say decline. Let's copy paste the button one more time, and instead of saying decline, this will say accept. So let's update our decline button. I will give the button a type. This will be submit. Let's also give the button a size. This will be SM. And for the variant, this will be outline. Let's also give the button an on-click handler. Inside of here, we will create an inline callback function using the arrow syntax, arrow function syntax. And let's say stop. This will stop this whole response. Clear error. And let's invoke it. I want to also update my messages state. So set message messages will be an empty array and set open will be set to false. Let's also update the accept button. So I will copy the type, size and variant and let's paste it inside of here for the accept button. So if we go back, then you will see these two buttons, but this button should not have the variant outline, but instead it should be the default variant. So if we go back, yes, this already looks way better. Maybe we should add a bigger gap. So instead of saying gap 2, let's test out gap 4. So if I go back, it's a bit too much. Maybe gap 3, this should work a bit better or look a bit better. And yeah, I think I will leave it as is. And the next step is to finish off our handle open change function to trigger our procedure call. So let's scroll to the top and let's create an if statement. If next open is true, this means if the popover is open, then let's say constant has assistant message and we can copy paste it. So in the summarize thread component, let's copy this constant has assistant message and I will paste it inside of here. And we want to create an if statement with an early exit. So let's copy this if statement. So if our status is not ready or if we have an assistant message, then there's no need to generate anything. And if this is not true, then let's say send message, we will invoke it. And for the text, this will be rewrite. If this is not true, if our dialog, if our popover is closed, let's use an else statement and I want to stop everything. So let's invoke it. We will clear all errors. Let's invoke it and set messages will be an empty array. And before we now test it out, there's one more thing that we have to do, and that's that we need to update our menu bar because the menu bar needs the data. So it also currently complains and content will be equal to JSON, uppercase JSON.stringify, and as an argument, let's pass our editor state dot current content. But we currently don't get our content, so let's update the use editor state hook and we want to get our current content and this will be equal to editor.getJSON and let's invoke it. So if I go back, I can say editor state dot current content. So we are finished with that. Let's go back to our compose assistant and I guess let's test it out. So if I do a hard refresh, everything will refresh and we need to add a message. So I already went to ChatGPT and I asked it to create a random message with a lot of spelling mistakes and bad structure. So I will copy this and let's test it out. So if I click on compose 1, 2, 3, input validation failed. What do you mean? What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. How do we get our content? Well, we get our content from the menu bar. This is all fine. But the thing is, this use chat hook does not re-render, and that's a huge problem. So currently, how do we pass our content? Use ref content. Our content is then added inside of here in this transport logic. But this use chat hook does not re-render when our content updates. This means we need to update our, or you could say re-render the use chat hook to pass our new content. So underneath the content ref, let's create a use effect hook. Let's invoke it, create, and I will create a standard arrow function inside of here and we need to update the content ref. So content ref.current will be equal to content. So whenever the content updates, our content ref will update. Let's add a dependency array and inside of here I will pass my content. So whenever the content gets updated, the use effect hook will rerun. And please make sure that you use your content ref in this procedure or in the compose generate input. It should not be your normal content. It has to be the content ref. And since this is finished, we can test it out. So I will save everything. Let's click on, or let's copy everything, do a hard refresh, and then I will paste it inside of here. So now if I paste it inside of here, our use effect hook in theory should have rerun. I can also delete text like this, hey, how are you? And if I click on compose, everything should work. So we get our beautiful loading state, the skeleton, we get the stop button, and in a second we should get our new content. Let's see, it's currently loading, it's generating. It takes some time because this is a free model and I get a beautiful response. Hey, I was thinking maybe we should go to the mall tomorrow or something. Are you free or not? Because last time you said you might be busy, but then you were not. Anyway, I have some coupons for the food, blah blah blah. So if you compare this text to this to this absolutely horrendous text, then you will see that our newly generated content is 10 times better. But the thing is, this accept button currently does not work. Therefore, we need to update our compose assistant, and in the interface, let's get an onAccept property, and this will be equal to an arrow function or a callback function, which will return void. The thing is, this is optional, so let's add a question mark, and in the params, I will get the content, or not content, but rather markdown, and this will be of type string. So let's update our params. I will get the onAccept handler, and we will use the onAccept handler in our button or in our accept button. So let's scroll to the bottom. I will go to the accept button. So where is it? A lot of code, as you see here, and let's update the accept button. I will add an onClick handler, and this will be equal to an inline callback function. And let's first of all check if there is composed text, or in other words, if there is no composed text. If there is no composed text, then let's have an early return. Then let's say onAccept, and as an argument, I will pass the composed text, the value. This currently complains because in theory this can be optional. So let's add a question mark right here and then dot or these parentheses. Underneath onAccept, let's say stop, I will invoke it. Let's say clear error, I will invoke it. Let's say set messages, I will invoke it and pass an empty array, and set open will be set to false. There's one more thing missing, and that's the disabled property, and this will be to not equal composed text. So if we don't have the composed text, it will just be disabled. And the next step is to update our menu bar, because we need to pass a property which is the onAccept handler. So let's scroll to the top, and I will create a new function underneath the if statement. Let's create an arrow function. This will be called handle accept compose. This will be equal, as mentioned, to an arrow function, and in the params, let's get markdown. So markdown will be of type string, and inside of here, let's create a try catch statement. In the try statement, I will convert my markdown to JSON. So let's say constant JSON, and this will be equal to markdown to JSON. But the thing is, we currently don't have this function, so let's create it. I will create a new file. Let's open the Explorer, and in the lib folder, this will be called markdown to json.ts. So inside of here, let's say constant md, and this will be equal to new markdown it. And currently this package is not installed. So let's go to Google and search for markdown it. So then you will find this result. This is a GitHub repo. And as you see here, markdown parser done right. 100% common mark support, extensions, syntax plugins, and high speed. So let's copy the name markdown it, and in my terminal, I will say pnpmi markdown it. So this is finished. So we can say constant md again, and this will be equal to new markdown it. This does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. Import markdown it, and this will be from markdown it. We need to invoke it, destructure it, and the thing is, we currently get an error, and that's because, as it says here, could not find a declaration file for module markdown it. So this is why it has implicitly an any type. So let's copy this installation command, npmi save dev types markdown it. Instead of saying npm, I will say pnpm, and this will install a dev dependency of the types. So if we now go back, this error will go away in a second, and if I now click on Control spacebar, I get all of my types. So HTML will be set to false, linkify will be set to true, and breaks will be set to false. So since this is finished, let's create an export function. This will be called markdown to JSON. I will open the function, and let's say constant HTML will be equal to md.render. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, I will pass my markdown. I currently don't get markdown, so let's update the params. We will get markdown, and this will be of type string. So as an argument, I will pass the markdown. Since we now get HTML, we can sanitize it and then pass it or use it to generate JSON. Let's say constant clean, and this will be equal to DOM purify. DOM purify does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On the top, I will say import .dom_purify, and this is imported from DOM_purify. So let's use it down below, DOM_purify.sanitize, and as an argument I will pass the HTML. We can also add a comma, open an object, and for the user profiles, this is also an object, and HTML will be set to true. Since we now get our sanitized HTML, the next step is to generate JSON using this HTML. So let's say return generate JSON, and this is imported from TipTap React. Let's invoke it, and as an argument I will pass my clean HTML. So let's call it clean HTML, and I will also rename this, and we need to pass one more argument, which is editor extensions. So if you open your extensions file, then you will find base extensions and editor extensions. We want to use editor extensions, and I will paste it inside of here, and this is imported from the components. We currently get an error, and that's because it says cannot find name generate JSON. Did I not import it? Okay, now it's imported and it does not throw any error anymore. Let's go back to the menu bar and we can use our new function. So this will be equal to markdown to JSON. Let's invoke it, and as an argument I will pass my markdown. As a next step, let's say editor.commands.setContent, and as an argument I will pass my new JSON. If this throws an error, then let's update the catch statement, and I will just say console.log something went wrong. So this is finished. Let's copy the name, handle accept compose, and I will add the function to the onAccept property. So in theory this should work. Let's go back. I will do a hard refresh. My dev server is not running, so let's restart it. And let's test everything out one more time. I will copy this text from ChatGPT and paste it inside of here. And let's click on compose. So it will now get the text and it will generate a better response. Let's see. So this looks good. Let's accept the text and it will instantly update our content. And if I click on send, I instantly get an error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Of course, because reactions could be undefined. So let's go back. Let's open the reactions bar component, and I want to update the map function. So where do we use it? Reactions.map. I will copy it and search inside of here, and I will add a question mark so it can be undefined. If we now go back and do a hard refresh, everything will still work. We get our message. So let's test it out one more time. I will copy the message, paste it inside of here. Let's use the compose assistant. So let's click on accept, bam, it will update everything, and if I click on send, I instantly get the message right here, and my message input is now reset again. So we are now finished with this feature, and now let's quickly look at the code. So I think you all understand what the compose assistant does and what the code does. The most important thing is that we get our content from the menu bar, and using the use effect hook, we always keep it in sync. So if the user updates something, the use chat hook always gets the new data, even though it does not re-render. And in our menu bar, we created this on or handle accept compose function. And the thing is, this gets our markdown, it converts it to JSON, that's all fine. But then we use this editor commands.setContent, and setContent literally replaces the whole document with new content. And our new content is the JSON which we got from our LLM. So this is super powerful, and as you saw, it's not that hard to implement. It's relatively simple and it works very well. So since this is finished, the next step is to, you could say, secure our endpoints, because currently we don't use Arcjet. If I open the AI file, yes, we make sure that the user is authenticated. Yes, we make sure that the user is logged into a workspace, but we don't make sure that the user is still in a valid rate limit, that the user is, for example, not a bot, that the user is not trying to create some sort of XSS attack, and so on. So let's continue with Arcjet. So to get started, let's open our Explorer, and I will go into the middlewares folder, Arcjet folder, and we will create a new middleware file, and this will be called AI.ts. So this middleware will be specifically there for our AI, you could say features, but also our AI procedures. So let's create a constant. This will be called build AI agent. aj, and this will be equal to an arrow function. Or in other words, what we will do is return aj. aj does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On the top, I will say import aj, and this will be from our lib folder. So at lib, not this, but at /lib/arcjet. And you might also ask me, hey Jan, why do we even create a separate file for Arcjet? Not for Arcjet, I'm sorry, for our AI procedures. Why do we create a separate middleware? In theory, we could just reuse our already existing middlewares. And yes, that's right, in theory you could do that, but the reason why I create a separate file is just to separate concerns. My AI procedures will have a bit of a different logic in terms of Arcjet, and that's why I create a separate file. But I will show it to you in a second. Let's for now continue. So let's say .with rule, this is there to chain our rules, and I want to start with shield. So let's invoke it. I will get shield from the lib folder. Let's invoke it, destructure it. We need to pass the mode, and this will be live to block all requests. So let's continue. After the shield, I will chain another method. So .with rule, and let's get the sliding window. This is imported from the lib folder. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and there are 3 properties that we need to pass. The mode, for the mode this will be live. Let's also pass the interval. The interval will be 1 minute. This is like the default that I like to use, but of course you can also use a interval of 10 minutes, maybe even an hour, but 1 minute in my opinion makes the most sense. And how many requests should the user be allowed to make? Well, let's say 3. I think this is a good, you could say, default. And shield again protects us against the most common attacks, like for example XSS, SQL injection, and so on, and the sliding window is there to implement rate limiting. Let's continue. I want to also implement our bot or bot protection. So let's say imagine implementing a bot. No, bot protection. So let's say .with rule to chain another rule, and I want to use the detect bot rule. This is imported from the lib folder. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass 2 properties. For the mode, this will be live to block requests if they are suspicious, and let's add the allow property. This is an array, and I want to allow search engines, so category search engine, and also I will allow category preview. So this is, for example, whenever you share your website in iMessage, or whenever you send a friend your website or a website using iMessage, or maybe on Twitter or anything like that, then it always shows this OG image, this preview image. And using detect bot, you will still allow this preview image to be rendered. That's quite important. So this is enough, or we allow enough categories. Let's continue. And now I want to add a new rule which we haven't covered before. So let's go back to Arcjet, and I want to implement the sensitive information rule, or in short PII. So Arcjet sensitive information detection protects against clients sending you sensitive information such as personally identifiable information, PII, that you do not wish to handle. As an example, credit card data, or maybe an email or something like that. So in this example, we don't want to allow our users to share, for example, their credit card data inside of here. So whenever they use this composer, I don't want to allow the user to add any credit card data. This is private information, and the AI should not get access to this information. So let's go back and we can get started right away. Maybe let's quickly also look at this section, create a sensitive info detection rule. You can also configure Arcjet to detect credit or debit card numbers, IP addresses, phone numbers, and or implement a custom detection function. See the reference for details. And here's one important thing that you should know. Sensitive information detection is not supported in server actions because Next.js does not provide access to the request body. So that's why we don't use server actions. They are not powerful enough, and that's also the reason why I chose oRPC for this video. So let's get started right away. They have an example with an API route, but we will use detect bot, or not detect bot, but sensitive info in our procedure. So let's chain another with rule method, and this will be sensitive info. Sensitive info is imported from the lib folder. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and I need to pass 2 properties. properties. For the mode, this will be live. We will block requests if they are suspicious, and let's add a deny property. So I want to deny two things: phone numbers and credit card data, credit card numbers. So let's say phone number, and I will also say credit card number. You can also, for example, deny, so if I add a comma, we get auto completion. We can deny emails or IP addresses, but emails are not really private data, and IP addresses, well, to be honest with you, I don't care that much. But the phone number of the user and the credit card data is very sensitive data that we don't want to share with the AI. So we are finished with constructing all of our rules, and the next step is to define our middleware. So to save some time, let's open the Explorer. I will open the heavy write file, and let's copy this export constant heavy write security middleware. So I will copy literally everything, and then let's paste it into our AI file. Let's start from the top by renaming the function. This will be called AI Security Middleware, and this will be equal to base, our base middleware. The base middleware is imported from the base file, and for our context parameters, we need to get the request and the user, and that's what we already get. So let's import kind user from kind OSS/types, and with that we are finished. The next step is to get our decision. So constant decision equals to await build standard AJ. No, we called it build AI AJ dot protect, and as an argument we pass the request. This is needed to analyze the request. Arcjet needs the request for all of the details for the whole context, and as a second argument we pass the user ID. This is for our characteristics property, or in other words, with that we can pinpoint who the user is and how many requests the user already made. And as already mentioned, the user ID is the most stable identifier. So since we have our decision, we create right here an if statement. If the decision is denied, we create another if statement. So if decision.reason is rate limit, let's update this. So I want to say is sensitive info, then let's throw an error. This will be not rate limit, but instead bad request. And for the message, I will say something like sensitive information detected. Please remove PII. So in parentheses, because the user probably doesn't know what PII is, I will say example credit card data, phone numbers. So we are finished with our first if statement. Let's continue with the next one. So I will create another one, and if the decision, so decision.reason.is rate limit, then let's invoke it, and I will open the function, and let's say throw errors dot rate limited. I will invoke it, destructure it, and for the message, let's say too many requests dot please wait and try again. Let's continue. As a next step, I want to check if the reason is bot. So let's say if decision.reason is bot, I will invoke it, and let's open it. So we will throw our errors object dot forbidden. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and for the message, I will say automated traffic blocked. And there's one more if statement missing, and that's for is shield. So let's say if decision.reason.is shield, I will invoke it, then let's open it, and we will throw the errors object dot forbidden. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and for the message I will say request blocked by security policy, and in parentheses uppercase VAF, web application firewall. And let's also throw like a global error. So I will say throw errors.forbidden. Let's invoke it, and for the message this will be request blocked, because if no if statement triggered, then this means this was probably some random error or just a general error, and that's why the message is also very general, request blocked. So with that we are finished, and if nothing triggers, we return next, because the user did not get blocked. They are still in their rate limit, they are not a bot, they did not try to create an XSS attack, they did not add any sensitive data, and they are a good user. So since we are finished with the AI middleware, let's continue and let's open our AI file. So in the router folder, let's open the AI file, and I will chain my middleware. So underneath required workspace middleware, let's say .use, and this will be AI security middleware imported from the middleware's file. Let's add the same middleware in our other procedure. This means in the generate compose procedure, and I will pass it right here. So .use AI Security middleware. Let's save everything. I will go back and do a hard refresh and let's test it out. So first of all, I will open the Arcjet dashboard. Let's go to Arcjet, just head over to my YouTube description. And you know what's funny? Today is the day where AWS is down. So if I go into Google and say AWS status and let's click on this link, you will see that literally everything is down right now. And Arcjet also had a few problems a second ago, but now it's working. So I will open my site, this one, and as you see here, all requests are currently fine, everything got allowed, but now let's test it out. So I will do a hard refresh, everything loads, that's good, and that's because we are in a local environment and not, or we did not deploy our application to AWS. And now let's test it out. So I will add a message, and by the way, I already tested it out a bit, so it could be that we get rate limited, but who knows, let's see. I will add some gibberish, let's click on compose, 1, 2, 3, boom, we get our beautiful state, and yes, it says too many requests, please wait and try again. So the nice thing is that we see that we get our error message, that's a good thing, and if we go into the Arcjet dashboard, it also blocked the request and it says reason rate limit. So if I go inside of here, reason rate limit, we can open it, maximum allowed requests 3, and I already pretty much used all requests, so I created more than 3 requests. So let's decline this and I will wait a few seconds, so let's say 10 seconds, and then I will try it out one more time. Alright, so I now waited a bit, let's click on compose and let's see what happens. So, it's generating. So what do we see right here? I need actual content to rewrite. Wow, our AI is kinda smart. And if we go to Arcjet, you will see right here, reason allow. And that's because we did not overstep our rate limit. Let me click on compose again, bam, will we get rate limited? I don't think so. So if I go into Arcjet, everything is fine. I will decline it, again click on compose. Let's see, will everything be allowed? Yes, let's again click on compose, and will this get allowed? I think so. So 1, 2, 3, yes, I will do it one more time. Let's see, will this be allowed? So it's loading, and no, we got rate limited. And if I go back to my application, too many requests, please wait and try again. So Arcjet works exactly as expected, and that's super cool. And you know what, since we implemented the sensitive info rule in this AI Arcjet middleware, in theory we can also add it to every other write middleware. So if we open the Explorer, let's go into the heavy write file and I will add it inside of here. So dot with rule sensitive info. Sensitive info is imported from our lib folder, and let's do the same thing for our standard write middleware with the higher rate limit, and I will also add this with rule. I will chain it, and sensitive info is imported from the lib folder. In theory, you can update the if statement. I mean, sure, let's do it, why not? So I will copy the if statement from here with this if sensitive info. Let's copy it. I will paste it into my heavy write underneath this if statement. So if decision reason is sensitive info, we will throw a new error, and let's do the same thing in our standard write. So if decision reason is sensitive info, then we will throw an error. So we are now finished with Arcjet as a whole, but we are also finished with our AI features. We can now summarize threads, but we can also use a compose assistant that can help us generate better messages. As you see here, it was quite simple to implement. Most people think that it's very complicated to implement AI features, but thanks to the AI SDK, it has become way simpler than before. Like, I remember 3 years ago, it wasn't as easy. It was kind of hard, and especially if you wanted to implement something like streaming or anything like that, anything you could say a bit more advanced, it would become very complex, very fast. So I'm very thankful for the AI SDK and for it being free, and also for, well, the AI gateway that we used. And this is not sponsored, by the way, I just use it. So Open Router is a cool product. This is not sponsored. We just use it because it has good free models. But if you have any other better, you could say, solution, then please let me know. Nevertheless, since we are finished, it's time to push our code into our repo. So let's go back. I will stop the dev server. Let's clear everything. And I will say git checkout -b. And for the name, this will be, yeah, what do you think? The magic question. What step are we on? I have no clue. So the last step was called step 14. Let's say step 15. AI integration. So let's click on enter, and the next step is to sync everything, or what I mean by that is we have to create a commit message. So this takes a second because we made a lot of changes. Then I will commit this, and let's create or publish the branch. So the next step is to head over back to GitHub, and in GitHub I get this pop-up. So step 15 had recent pushes. So I will click on compare and pull request. So the title has been added, the description has been added, and I will click on create pull request. So this looks all good. This should be fine. So no conflicts with base branch. So let's merge the pull request, and I will click on confirm merge. So this has been merged successfully. Let's head over back to our code base. I will switch back into the main branch. So main, and the important step or the important thing is to pull all changes. So we get an error. That's because we did not pull our changes yet, but this will change right now. So let's click on pull, and this will pull the changes, and with that these errors will go away. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, and the errors are gone. We are finished with our AI integration. All right, friends, so we are almost finished, and there are only 3 more things left. We need to implement real-time functionality, we need to implement kind for billing, and finally we need to deploy our application. But here's the thing, YouTube has a time limit. No, 12 hours. And as you see right here, this video is now 11 hours and 50 something minutes long, which means we hit the time limit. So what does this mean for you, or what does this mean for this video? Well, I will create a third part where we will implement all these 3 things: billing, real-time functionality, and deployment. Now here's the thing, the third part will probably have a length of about 2 to 3 hours as a maximum, because that will be more than enough. And I won't upload it as a main upload on my YouTube channel. Instead, it will be an unlisted video, but don't worry, it's still free. You don't have to sign up somewhere, no email list, nothing like that. It will be a link in my YouTube description which will say part 3, and then it will redirect you to still YouTube. It will be on my YouTube channel, just unlisted and not as a main video, because I feel like 3 hours is just not enough length or enough content to be uploaded as a main video, and that's why it will be unlisted. This also means I won't earn any money on the video, because unlisted videos don't earn any money, don't make any money, but it's fine. We want to finish off the video, and we will do that. Also, what is currently maybe also missing, not only is real-time functionality missing and billing and deployment, there's still a little cleanup that we can do. Like for example, streaming is missing, because right now, yes, everything works nicely, but whenever we do a hard refresh, we see this blank screen. We want to see a skeleton. This will make everything look better and more professional. So we will also implement that in part 3. So just remember, we will implement real-time functionality, billing, deployment, and we will do a general cleanup by just creating this or fixing these little things which are not major. They are easy to fix, but they will improve the user experience by a lot. And yeah, I think that's already it. Is there anything else I want to mention? Well, when will be part 3 released? Good question. So again, 7 days. This video will now be released on a Tuesday, and the next video will again be released on a Tuesday. So exactly 7 days. That's it, I think. So 1 week. Check it out. You will see it in the YouTube description. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. It would mean a lot to me and my heart, so please do it. I want to also thank everyone who bought access to the GitHub repository. Your support, or even just taking your hard-earned money and spending it on me and my channel, is astonishing. It really means a lot to me, so it's super cool to see. And yeah, see you in the next one. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Thank you, Kind and Arcjet, for making this video possible, because as you all know, if these 2 companies wouldn't have supported this video, then this would have become a paid tutorial. Nevertheless, with all of that out of the way, see you in part 3, which will be released in 1 week, or if you watch this video at some point in the future, then just head over to my YouTube description and you will find part 3 linked inside of there. So see you in the next one. Enjoy your day, and bye bye.